childhood sweethearts, enduring 3 years of longing, only to face the reality of a concubine entering the household? Shen Shiyue married her long-adored childhood companion, Wei Ziqian, yet on the very night of their wedding, he donned his armor to embark on a campaign, leaving for 3 years. She prayed day and night, subsisting on a simple diet and copying scriptures, yearning for his safe return. However, what awaited her was the presence of a radiant and flamboyant woman by his side. He reassured her, saying, "Do not worry, she is merely a concubine, and I shall not divorce you." Shen Shiyue smiled, turned, and departed without uttering a single word. Did he truly believe she treasured this man who had long since strayed from his heart? Did he think Shen Shiyue would be unable to survive without Wei Ziqian? He presumed her to be merely capricious, convinced she would eventually return to him in repentance. Little did he know, she journeyed to the frontier, earned military accolades, and was bestowed the title of a female general. What took him by surprise was that the Prince Ling, who had fought alongside him, personally came to ask for her hand, adorned in a splendid bridal procession. If General Shen does not mind, Xiao Muyu is willing to marry into the Shen family. Once he thought she was unable to live without him, but now he realized it was he who could not live without her. Ultimately, the concubine he brought back became his life's most regrettable decision. Chapter 1. The general returns with a Lady Marquis Qinggu. Wei Ziqian achieved a resounding victory against the barbarian tribes at Bailing Pass and was about to return to the capital to report to the emperor and present captives. The entire capital buzzed with excitement. At the Marquis's residence, Shen Shiyue began her preparations 3 days prior, rising at the break of dawn to personally oversee the kitchen as they simmered Wei Ziqian's favorite matsutake chicken soup. As news arrived that the general had entered the city, Shen Shiyue found herself indecisively contemplating which headdress to wear. Her devoted maid, Qian Yun, adjusted her gown while smiling. "Madam, do not worry, you look exceptionally beautiful today. I assure you the Marquis will be unable to take his eyes off you." Shen Shiyue shot her a playful glance, yet a flicker of joy blossomed within her heart. She and Wei Ziqian had been childhood sweethearts, betrothed to each other, only to have their wedding night interrupted by a sudden invasion from the northern tribes. Just as he unveiled her veil, he received an imperial edict appointing him as a general, commanding him to support Prince Ling, Xiao Muyu, stationed at the front lines. After drinking the nuptial wine, Wei Ziqian solemnly declared, "Shiyue, I shall never fail you in this lifetime wait for my return." That wait extended to 3 years, and finally, the moment of reunion arrived. With eager anticipation from all in the household, Wei Ziqian finally returned, clad in shining silver armor, his handsome face slightly rugged from battle, yet exuding unparalleled valor. He skillfully dismounted and knelt before the matriarch, proclaiming, "Mother, your unfilial son has returned." The matriarch, already in tears, hurried to help him up, repeatedly exclaiming, "It is good you are back, it is good." She then turned to grasp Shen Shiyue's hand, smiling as she pushed her toward Wei Ziqian. "While you were away, Shiyue managed the household diligently. Now that you are back, it seems you two have endured your hardships." Shen Shiyue felt her cheeks flush, unable to suppress her gaze, missing the moment when Wei Ziqian's expression momentarily froze. "General, is this your wife?" A bright, youthful voice rang out. Shen Shiyue looked up in surprise to find a young lady amidst the armored soldiers. The girl dismounted and approached, wielding a riding crop. Though her complexion was not as fair as the city's noble women, her military garb accentuated her lively charm as she curiously studied Shen Shiyue with bright eyes. Upon arriving in the capital, everyone referred to Wei Ziqian as Marquis, but she continued to call him General, setting her apart. Wei Ziqian cleared his throat, stating, "This is the sister of my comrade, Yu Shuqing. Her brother perished in battle, and he entrusted me to look after her." The crowd exchanged glances, and Shen Shiyue's heart tightened as she forced a smile. "In that case, Miss Yu is welcome to stay in the residence. I shall treat you as my own sister." Before she could finish, Yu Shuqing giggled and entwined her arm around Wei Ziqian's, declaring, "No need to fuss, I did not come all this way to be someone's sister, I came to marry the general." Shen Shiyue felt as though struck by lightning, her mind blank. Wei Ziqian, slightly embarrassed, pulled away and reprimanded softly, "Nonsense. We are still in public, how can you speak so indiscreetly?" Yet Yu Shuqing clung to him even tighter, pouting and playfully asserting, "Us frontier folk are straightforward, we express our affections openly. What is wrong with wanting to marry you?" Wei Ziqian frowned, clearly displeased, but Shen Shiyue noticed the glimmer of mirth and affection in his eyes, leaving her momentarily dazed. "Enough!" The matriarch interjected sternly, We shall discuss this back at home. Such behavior in public is unbecoming. Everyone snapped back to reality, quickly reshaping their smiles as they warmly escorted Wei Ziqian into the house. Yu Shuqing glanced back at Shen Shiyue, leaning closer to Wei Ziqian's ear, whispering with a smirk, "Your wife may be beautiful, but she resembles a clay statue from the temple the capital's most beautiful lady pales in comparison." Without a moment's thought, Wei Ziqian replied quietly, "All the noble women of the capital are cut from the same mold. She cannot compare to you." Shen Shiyue felt a chill deep within her heart. Silently, she trailed behind as they entered the main hall, forgoing the festivities to retreat to her own quarters. At that moment, everyone was preoccupied with Wei Ziqian, and no one seemed to notice her absence. Upon returning to her room, Qian Yun helped Shen Shiyue settle onto the couch, her brow furrowed with concern. "Madam, are you all right?" Shen Shiyue shook her head. "I am fine. You may leave me. I wish to be alone for a while." Qian Yun, hesitant to disobey, reluctantly stepped out, glancing back several times. Leaning against the couch, Shen Shiyue stared vacantly at a cluster of canna lilies outside the window, eventually drifting into slumber. In her dream, she found herself transported back 3 years, her mother expressing her worries. "Ayu, the Marquis Chengwu's residence is declining, and Wei Ziqian's character and talents are not exceptional. He only has his looks to rely on. Should you reconsider this union?" 3 years ago, Shen Shiyue resolutely replied, "Mother, I do not seek wealth or status from Brother Ziqian." Her mother, exasperated, lamented, "Then what do you wish to gain from marrying him?" Shen Shiyue lowered her head, blushing. Qian Yun, with a teasing smile, chimed in, "The young lady only hopes for the one life, one love, one couple promise from her future husband. Such treasures are rare to find." Her mother shook her head, sighing, "Foolish child, a man's heart is as fickle as the June sky. You may suffer in the future." She gently caressed Shen Shiyue's head, advising earnestly, "If that time comes, remember this. If you are indifferent, then I shall let you go." As her mother's figure grew hazy, Shen Shiyue desperately reached out to hold her but stumbled and awoke from her dream. She sat up, pondering the words, "If you are indifferent, then I shall let you go." Hearing movement, Qian Yun entered, soaking a cloth to wipe her face while whispering, "Madam, the Marquis is in the courtyard, bearing thorns in apology. Knowing you are asleep, he instructed us not to disturb you. He has been kneeling for nearly 2 hours." Shen Shiyue paused slightly, then calmly said, "Let him in." Wei Ziqian entered, burdened by the thorny branches on his back, his steps unusually heavy. Shen Shiyue gazed at him in a daze. The man before her still possessed a tall stature and handsome features, yet he bore no resemblance to the gentle suitor who once brushed aside fallen petals from her hair. After a prolonged silence, Wei Ziqian finally spoke, "Shiyue, I have wronged you. Yet all the blame lies with me. It has nothing to do with Shuqing." Shen Shiyue's eyes were shrouded in ambiguity. "Oh, do elaborate," she said. Wei Shuqing was originally a healer on the frontier, reliant on her brother. After he fell in battle, he entrusted her to me on his deathbed, and I took her into the army as a medic. Once, when I found myself in peril, it was she who risked everything to save me. Not only is she skilled in medicine, but she is also remarkably astute. The recent victory at Bailing Pass was due to her strategy to weaken the enemy forces in avenging her brother's death, which led to my resounding triumph." As Wei Ziqian spoke of Yu Shuqing, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, and his tone softened considerably. Shen Shiyue cast a glance at him, setting her teacup down on the table with a decisive clink. Wei Ziqian snapped back to the moment, clearing his throat. "In any case, first, there is the duty I owe to my comrade, and then the life she saved. Therefore, I feel compelled to offer her a formal marriage proposal." Chapter 2. Let us part ways. Wei Ziqian believed his words were filled with reason and sincerity, capable of moving even the hardest of hearts, unaware that Shen Shiyue merely felt a bitter laugh rising within her. For 3 years of warfare, she had constantly yearned and worried for him. Day by day, she abstained from meat and devoted her nights to reciting scriptures, kneeling before the Buddha, praying for his safety. Yet, he was in the military, entangled with another woman, and now expected her to graciously welcome this woman into their home. "And what about me?" Shen Shiyue's heart ached, though her expression remained calm. "Do you not recall the promises you made? Have you truly forgotten? A lifetime, a pair of souls," their vows still echoed in her ears. "Shiyue, do not be unreasonable." Wei Ziqian's expression darkened, his voice rising sharply. "Yu Shuqing is not a woman to be compared with the ordinary. Even if she marries into this household, she would not compete for your affections. Why must you complicate matters? Shen Shiyue's lips curled in a faint smile, her voice still gentle, yet tinged with an undeniable edge. Wei Ziqian, if you were to openly admit that your heart has strayed to miss you, I might even commend you for being a man of integrity. But your justifications now only serve to diminish my respect for you. Wei Ziqian's brows furrowed, as if struck by an immense insult. Nonsense. When have I ever wavered in my feelings? Miss Yu Shi is merely a responsibility to me. I only wish to provide her with a place to call home. Shen Shiyue raised an eyebrow. Even if you seek to provide her a refuge, there is no need for General Wei to personally offer himself, is there? I could find her a more suitable match. Absolutely not. Wei Ziqian interrupted hastily, only to freeze under Shen Shiyue's enigmatic gaze. Calmly, she lifted her teacup and took a sip. Pray tell, why not? Wei Ziqian averted his gaze, lips pressed tight, unable to respond. Shen Shiyue's expression turned icy as she set her cup down with a sharp clink. It is because you have already shared intimate relations with her, and you cannot bear to see her wed to another. Wei Ziqian jumped as if pricked by a needle, his voice rising sharply. Shen Shiyue, how can you harbor such malicious thoughts and besmirch her purity? Besmirch? Shen Shiyue scoffed. Wei Ziqian, do not forget my expertise that Miss Yu is clearly not a maiden, with her disheveled brows and flushed cheeks. Are you suggesting that the intimacy shared is not yours, but belongs to another? Wei Ziqian fell silent. How could he forget that Shen Shiyue hailed from a lineage of healers and warriors? Though she had never seen battle herself due to her gender, her medical prowess surpassed that of many, earning her the moniker Medicine King Guanyin in the capital, even outshining the head of the imperial hospital. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. That was an accident. I was ensnared by enemy forces and had no antidote. She sacrificed herself to save me. He grasped Shen Shiyue's hand. This was beyond my control, but my heart for you has never wavered. Shen Shiyue felt a wave of nausea and closed her eyes, gently withdrawing her hand. There is no need for further words, let us part ways. Shen Shiyue, you have lost your senses. Wei Ziqian sprang to his feet. It is but a trifling matter, and you threaten me with divorce? In his anger, he spoke without thought. Do not forget your family has been annihilated, leaving you utterly alone. Where would you go if you leave my household? Shen Shiyue felt as if a blade had stabbed her heart, rendering her breathless. The Shen family had guarded the northern frontiers for generations, and her father and brothers had fought valiantly in battle. 3 months prior, both had perished, and in retaliation for their slaying of many enemies, the tribes had dispatched assassins to eliminate the entire Shen family, sparing only Shen Shiyue, who had married far away in the capital. Upon hearing the news, she had been devastated, nearly falling ill, until Wei Ziqian had written to comfort her, claiming the victory at Bailing Pass had avenged her family. Gradually, she had begun to recover, though the memories remained a painful burden. Yet now, Wei Ziqian wielded this very tragedy as a weapon against her heart. Tears pricked her eyes as she forced a bitter smile. So this is why you brazenly betray me for another woman. Realization dawned on Wei Ziqian, but he stammered, Shiyue, that is not what I meant. Shen Shiyue felt utterly drained and raised a hand to silence his protests. Let us part ways. This will fulfill your desire to marry anew, while granting Miss Yu some dignity, as well a win-win situation. Hearing her mention divorce again, Wei Ziqian slammed his hand on the table. How long do you intend to carry on like this? Even if I have erred, it is not beyond redemption. What must I do for your forgiveness? He pulled a thorny branch from behind him and thrust it into Shen Shiyue's hands. Very well, I will allow you to strike me until you are satisfied. As he knelt before her, ready for punishment, Shen Shiyue, taken aback, was about to protest when a clear, ringing female voice echoed from outside. I dare anyone to try. Yu Shuqing burst in, her expression fierce and indignant. Qian Yun followed closely, attempting to intervene, her face flushed with anger. Hey, how can you barge into someone's private quarters without announcement? Shen Shiyue gestured for Qian Yun to stand down, turning to see Wei Ziqian had risen. He gazed down at Yu Shuqing, his sharp features softening considerably as he inquired with concern, What brings you here? Shen Shiyue internally scoffed. His demeanor suggested otherwise. Did he expect anyone to believe he held no feelings for her? Yu Shuqing wrinkled her nose playfully. You are so used to leading the charge, who else would protect you? She turned to face Shen Shiyue, positioning herself protectively behind Wei Ziqian. I cannot abide those pampered ladies who take for granted the safety you enjoy in the capital, oblivious to the sacrifices General Wei makes for your comfort. While you indulge in your luxurious life, what were you doing when he fought through storms and ice? What were you doing when I risked my life to save him from enemy traps? Yuri simply unworthy of him. Wei Ziqian looked touched, and his gaze toward Shen Shiyue was laced with reproach. Shen Shiyue, her anger bubbling, retorted, "This year, Shandong and Hunan face droughts, leading to a shortage of grain and cotton. Are your northern troops facing any supply issues?" Yu Shuqing frowned. "No, why do you ask?" "Stop changing the subject. That is because I reached out to those pampered young ladies and esteemed ladies in the capital, exchanging countless jewels for gold and silver, thus sparing you from hunger and cold." Shen Shiyue's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with remarkable clarity. "If you inquire what I was doing while you were indulging in flirtations and nurturing secret affections within the military camp, I was diligently ensuring your supply of provisions, so that you would not starve while fighting the enemy and could return alive." Yu Shuqing was momentarily daunted by her commanding presence, involuntarily taking a step back and colliding with Wei Ziqian. Instinctively, she turned to look, only to find Wei Ziqian gazing intently at Shen Shiyue, murmuring, I had no idea." Shen Shiyue disregarded him, casting a scornful glance at Yu Shuqing. "You claim I am unworthy of the marquis, then who, in your opinion, is deserving?" You. Chapter 3, a scathing rebuke upon being questioned. Yu Shuqing's face flushed crimson, yet she defiantly replied, "Do not cast aspersions here. Although I harbor feelings for the general, I never intended to marry him." Lowering her gaze, a hint of remorse flickered across her features, and her voice softened. "Had it not been for that unfortunate incident that brought us into such proximity, I would have preferred to keep these sentiments buried in my heart for eternity." Wei Ziqian sighed, gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "It is not your fault," he reassured her. Shen Shiyue, with a smile that held a hint of mockery, interjected, "An unfortunate incident, you say? Are you certain?" Wei Ziqian furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that?" A glimmer of panic crossed Yu Shuqing's eyes as she opened her mouth to respond, but Shen Shiyue spoke first. "The Marquis claimed he was afflicted by spring fever, which led to Yu's life-saving intervention. Yet, as a military physician, surely you are aware that spring fever, even without an antidote, can be endured. And it does not lead to the catastrophic demise described in tales if one refrains from intimacy with a woman." Wei Ziqian's pupils constricted in disbelief as he turned to Yu Shuqing. Her complexion oscillated between shades of crimson and pallor, and ultimately, she bit her lip and declared, "Very well, it is all my fault. I must have degraded myself. I had no intention of becoming a concubine. It was the general who insisted on giving me a title. Let us treat this matter as if it never occurred." With that, she turned on her heel in frustration. But Wei Ziqian swiftly grasped her wrist, pulling her back, only to discover that tears streamed down her cheeks. Yu Shuqing struggled to break free, her voice choked with emotion. "Let me go. You all think I am an unworthy woman. I cannot bear to remain here." Wei Ziqian enveloped her in a tight embrace, as though wishing to meld her into his very being. "Do not be foolish. While I am here, who dares to let you leave?" Yu Shuqing tilted her head back, her tear-streaked face exuding an air of frailty. "General, do you not blame me?" Wei Ziqian's expression shifted slightly, but ultimately softened into a sigh. "I do not blame you. You simply care for me too much." At last, Yu Shuqing broke into a smile, burying her head in his embrace. The sound of applause shattered the sweet atmosphere, and Shen Shiyue, clapping her hands, remarked with a teasing smile, "What a splendid performance. Are we to expect a joyous union, followed by a shared bed? However, my quarters lack any spare bedding. You should return to the General's Pine Wave Pavilion and spare my eyes the sight." The couple finally grasped the awkwardness of the situation, their faces turning crimson. Wei Ziqian's cheeks flushed with anger as he glared at Shen Shiyue. "Shen Shiyue, if you have grievances, direct them at me, not at a young lady. You, of all people, should know better than to utter such lewd words." Shen Shiyue, now weary of their antics, retorted with a cold laugh. "So you wish for me to confront you, do you? Very well." With a swift motion, she kicked up the thorny branch that Wei Ziqian had discarded, grasping it with her hand before spinning around to strike him fiercely. Assuming Shen Shiyue, a seemingly frail woman, posed no threat despite having learned a few martial arts moves, Wei Ziqian stood his ground, refusing to evade her assault. Yet, to his astonishment, the branch struck his chest with the force of 1,000 pounds, sending him crashing against the wall. "General," Yu Shuqing cried out, rushing to his side as he coughed up blood, evidently injured. He clutched his chest, Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Shen Shiyue. How could your martial skills be so formidable? Shen Shiyue approached him step by step, her voice calm. The Shen family is renowned for both medicine and martial arts, and I am the most gifted of my generation in both. I refrained from showcasing my abilities out of respect for your esteemed reputation, but now she brandished the blood-stained branch, striking her palm. What say you? Shall I continue to vent my frustrations upon you? Yu Shuqing shrieked. Do you intend to kill him? He is your husband. Wei Ziqian, though embarrassed, gritted his teeth against the pain. Consider this blow my apology. I hope you will consent to Yu Shuqing's entrance into our household. Shen Shiyue nodded. I agree. Once I obtain the divorce decree, I shall have no further ties to the Chengwu Marquis estate. Whom you choose to marry thereafter is of no concern to me. A sigh of relief escaped Wei Ziqian, and a glimmer of joy crossed Yu Shuqing's face. Just then, Qianyun hurried in, addressing Shen Shiyue. Madam, the elder lady requests your presence. With the elders summoning her, Shen Shiyue relinquished the thorny branch and followed Qianyun to the elder lady's quarters. As they exited the courtyard, Qianyun hesitated several times before speaking. Shen Shiyue, amused, urged her, speak freely. Qianyun, torn, finally said, Madam, do you truly intend to divorce the general? Shen Shiyue, unhurried, countered. What? Do you believe I should accept my fate as a virtuous wife and graciously share my husband with another woman? Qianyun shook her head vigorously. Of course not. I merely feel it is a shame. Your long-standing bond with the general is too precious to be ruined over another woman. Surely, there is a way to resolve this. Shen Shiyue plucked a fruit from a nearby tree, casually stating, Do you believe that even if I dismissed Yu Shuqing, there would not be another Wang Shuqing or Li Shuqing? The root of this issue lies in Wei Ziqian's heart. He no longer desires to confine himself to just me. Having multiple wives is inevitable. She held the fruit out to Qianyun, revealing a single wormhole on the surface, appearing edible, yet inside, it was completely rotten. The only solution is to discard it. Watching Shen Shiyue crush the foul fruit in her hand and toss it aside, Qianyun pondered for a moment before nodding vigorously. Miss, I understand. Recognizing Shen Shiyue's resolute decision to pursue a divorce, Qianyun reverted to addressing her as Miss, rather than Madam. Upon entering the elder lady's room, they found her in a fit of rage. Ziqian has gone too far, bringing home a woman of unknown origins without a word, utterly unconcerned about the ridicule he invites. Elder sister Qiu Miaoyun fussed nearby, patting the elder lady's back and soothing her chest, frantic with worry. Mother, please calm down. What if you worsen your condition? Having lost her husband early, the elder lady had 3 sons. Initially, the title of Marquis of Chengwu was to pass to Wei Ziqian's elder brother. But just months after Qiu Miaoyun's marriage, tragedy struck, leaving her widowed and the title falling to Wei Ziqian. Qiu Miaoyun, inherently small-minded, perceived the entire Chengwu Marquis estate as indebted to her, often exploiting her widowhood to assert her influence, which frequently exasperated the elder lady. Now, with Shen Shiyue facing troubles, the 2 women feigned a semblance of maternal affection. Chapter 4. Dark thoughts. Shen Shiyue understood that their display was a deliberate act for her benefit, so she refrained from responding, merely bowing respectfully. I have come to see you, mother. Good child, you have arrived. The elder lady sighed, pulling Shen Shiyue to sit beside her. Rest assured, this time it is Ziqian who has overstepped. I shall ensure he receives a proper reprimand on your behalf. Shen Shiyue smiled gently. There is no need to trouble yourself, mother. I have already taken matters into my own hands. The elder lady was taken aback. You have taught him a lesson? With her eyelashes lowered, Shen Shiyue replied sweetly, Indeed, the Marquis came to me, kneeling in apology, refusing to rise. I had no choice but to strike him with a branch, and to my surprise, he coughed blood. He must still be recovering from injuries sustained at the border. The elder lady gasped, her expression twisting with concern for her son, yet unable to voice it. She could only grit her teeth and declare, Well done. After concluding her words, she shifted the conversation, taking Shen Shiyue's hand and earnestly stating that since they had already exchanged blows and harsh words, there was no point in harboring further anger. I have heard from that Miss Yu is quite a determined individual, adorned with numerous military achievements. It is said that the court has recognized her commendable spirit and intends to bestow upon her a formal title as a military general. Shen Shiyue comprehended that if Yu Shuqing were to become the first female general of the court, it would undoubtedly bolster the strength and reputation of the Chengwu Marquis household. No wonder the old lady had previously displayed a cold demeanor towards Yu Shuqing, but had now softened her tone. Xiao Miaoyun, her eyes glinting with mischief, chimed in, indeed. Miss Yu's arrival could be considered a boon. Once the Marquis departs for the border, there will be someone to provide warmth and care. Sister-in-law, you can focus on managing the household affairs at home. ISN, this the best of both worlds. Shen Shiyue cast her a sidelong glance. So, you mean to say I should toil away at home while the Marquis frolics with another woman outside, cohabiting blissfully? Xiao Miaoyun's intentions were promptly exposed, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. That wasn't my intention. The old lady shot a fierce glare at Xiao Miaoyun, signaling her to silence. Before turning to Shen Shiyue with a smile, do not heed your sister-in-law's frivolous remarks. Rest assured, I hold you in the highest regard. Even if Yu Shuqing becomes a concubine, the management of the household will remain in your capable hands, and she shall not lay a finger on even the smallest portion. Shen Shiyue inwardly scoffed. The fortunes of the Qingwu Marquis household were in decline, and the entire family relied on her dowry to maintain their current facade of grandeur. Moreover, Yu Shuqing, coming from humble beginnings, entered the household with nothing but her military renown and no dowry to her name. The old lady's words were sweet on the surface, but were they not ultimately for her own financial benefit? The old lady believed she had extended sufficient courtesy to Shen Shiyue and thus expressed her true intent for summoning her. In a few days, when Qian's accolades arrive, we shall combine the celebration and the banquet. Shiyue, do make it grand. We must not tarnish the dignity of our household. Ah. So this is to facilitate her husband taking a concubine, and it is expected that the original wife foots the bill. Previously, Shen Shiyue had thought it unnecessary to quibble since they were all family, but now she was disinclined to indulge them further and stated plainly, Old lady, I cannot undertake this task. I have already requested a divorce from the Marquis, so I must ask you to seek someone else. The old lady and Xiao Miaoyun were both taken aback. Xiao Miaoyun, with a hint of mockery, remarked, Oh, sister-in-law, it seems you are still harboring resentment, deliberately causing turmoil within the Marquis household. Heed your sister-in-law's advice. Some jokes should not be made, lest you inadvertently harm yourself. The old lady's expression darkened. Shen Shiyue shook her head. I am not jesting. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire with the Marquis. Shiyue, you have disappointed me gravely. The old lady coldly exclaimed. It is merely the matter of taking a concubine, and moreover, this is for the benefit of the household and Qian's future. How can you be so narrow-minded and lacking in understanding? This is a disgrace to womanly virtue. Xiao Miaoyun echoed. Indeed, which man does not have multiple wives and concubines? The Marquis marrying a concubine after 3 years is truly remarkable. Shen Shiyue shot her a glance. Then why did sister-in-law sell off the 2 maidservants that elder brother originally had right after marrying into the family? Xiao Miaoyun was rendered speechless, glaring at Shen Shiyue in frustration. Shen Shiyue then turned to the old lady, earnestly stating, Old lady, you are correct. Society is lenient towards men, and having multiple wives is indeed commonplace. However, if I were to seek such a conventional husband, why did I reject numerous affluent suitors to marry into the impoverished Qingwu Marquis household? Am I so foolish as to willingly engage in what could be termed as targeted poverty alleviation? Outrageous. The old lady slammed the table in anger. Are you implying that our Marquis household squandered your dowry? Shen Shiyue replied. When I entered the household, there were only 2 farms and a shop. Surely, the old lady does not believe that the profits from these 3 ventures could sustain your daily consumption of ginseng and snow lotus, nor the 20 sets of clothing and 6 accessories that sister-in-law insists upon each month, along with the needs of the entire household? In the past, Shen Shiyue had refrained from voicing such matters, and the old lady and Xiao Miaoyun had feigned ignorance. Now that it was laid bare before them, they could not help but feel a wave of embarrassment. Shen Shiyue continued, I share this not to lament, but to express that I willingly married into the Marquis household and diligently managed the inner affairs for years, solely based on the Marquis's promise of a lifetime together. Now that he has broken his vow, is it not reasonable for me to choose to depart? Xiao Miaoyun, with a biting tone, retorted, You speak so eloquently, yet it seems you are merely concerned about the Marquis household's expenditure on your meager silver. Such penny-pinching reveals that you have never regarded us as family. Shen Shiyue lowered her gaze and smiled faintly. If sister-in-law wishes to think of me in that manner, then so be it. However, I trust the Marquis household. being dignified and magnanimous, would not wish to take advantage of someone as petty as myself. I possess the accounts of my expenditures over these years and shall present them shortly. It is only fitting we settle this before my divorce. Qiu Miaoyan grew anxious. The Marquis household had grown accustomed to lavish living, relying on Shen Shiyue's medical expertise to extract substantial fees from high-ranking officials and nobles. They had long lost track of how much silver they had squandered on her, but it was undoubtedly a staggering sum. Her words would surely infuriate the old lady.
Indeed.
The old lady shot a venomous glare at her as if she could tear her apart, then coldly reprimanded Shen Shiyue. Enough. The Chengwu Marquis household has never had a custom of divorce, only the dismissal of a wife. I shall overlook your ignorance this time. She then commanded, bring the young madam to the ancestral hall, let her kneel before our ancestors and reflect. She may return once she has gained clarity. Shen Shiyue smirked. It was clear they were unwilling to part with money and intended to use confinement and kneeling in the ancestral hall to force her to abandon thoughts of divorce. Unfortunately, she was not afraid. Several robust maids approached, intending to seize her by force, but just as she prepared to use her skills to fend them off, a commanding voice echoed from outside. The Empress Dowager has issued an edict, summoning Shen Shiyue to the palace for an audience. A eunuch entered, holding a bright yellow scroll, discreetly surveying the room before smiling and saying, the Empress Dowager is feeling slightly unwell and has specially sent me to request the Chengwu Marquis' wife to come to the palace for a pulse diagnosis. Might you have a moment to spare? Everyone suddenly recalled that the Empress Dowager had been in poor health, with even the royal physicians at a loss. It was always Shen Shiyue who personally attended to her care. The old lady's expression shifted dramatically, and she could only muster a forced smile. Your Grace, you are too kind. Nothing is more pressing than the health of the Empress Dowager. She then turned to Shen Shiyue with a congenial demeanor. Shiyue, hurry along to the palace, and remember to be cautious in your words and actions. Do not trouble the Empress Dowager. This was a warning not to complain to the Empress. Shen Shiyue could hardly be bothered to respond, quickly bowing her head and following the eunuch out of the Marquis household. Upon entering the palace, just as Shen Shiyue was about to kneel to pay her respects, she heard the Empress Dowager laughingly say, why bother with such formalities? Come and sit beside me. Shen Shiyue, still adhering to decorum, performed the customary greeting before taking her place beside the Empress Dowager, inquiring with concern, Your Grace, have you summoned me today because your old ailment has recurred? The Empress Dowager smiled as she extended her hand for Shen Shiyue to take her pulse. Do not worry, I am not severely afflicted. I merely wish for you to check my pulse for reassurance, and to have some company. Shen Shiyue understood that the Empress Dowager was likely aware of the matters concerning Wei Ziqian and Yu Shuqing, thus intentionally summoning her at this juncture to lend her support. Indeed, the Queen then inquired, I have heard from His Majesty that Lord Wei has brought back a woman from the border, intending to take her as a concubine? I once thought him to be a man of deep affection and loyalty. How has he turned so frivolous now? Shen Shiyue, who was taking the Queen's pulse while writing out a prescription on the small table beside her, responded with an elegant and steady hand. It is precisely because he is so affectionate and loyal that he wishes to provide every woman who admires him with a warm home. The Queen, amused, lightly tapped her hand. You child, I am worried for you, yet you still have the heart to jest? Her expression then turned serious as she continued. Speak frankly, what are your true thoughts? The Queen, having been a close friend of Shen's mother in her youth, had always cherished Shen Shiyue, allowing her to call her aunt. After the Shen family fell into misfortune, leaving only Shen Shiyue, the Queen treated her as her own daughter. Shen Shiyue handed the completed prescription to the head maid and then smiled lightly. Aunt, do not worry about me. I have made up my mind to part ways with Wei Ziqian. Although my family is no more, our ancestral home remains. I shall return to take charge. Furthermore, I possess skills, a dowry, and the ability to earn a living with my medical expertise, so I shall want for nothing. Her voice was gentle yet clear. I need not serve a mother-in-law or worry about a husband and concubines. I can spend my days indulging in tea and flowers. And if I feel inclined, I may enjoy the opera without anyone to restrain me. Is this not a more carefree existence than toiling away in the estate of the Marquis of Chengwu? The Queen was momentarily rendered speechless, and after a pause, sighed. You child, you think so optimistically, but life as a woman is rarely so simple. Moreover, you are the last descendant of the esteemed Shen family, guarding vast wealth and countless secrets. You cannot imagine how many will covet what you possess. Although parting ways is not the same as divorce for a woman, it still invites unwarranted scorn. It is best to avoid such destructive measures if possible. Just as Shen Shiyue intended to express her fearlessness, the queen gently patted her hand. This is a matter of great consequence. Do not be so impulsive. Return and wait patiently. I shall find a way to remedy this situation for you. Perhaps there is a silver lining yet to be revealed? Shen Shiyue felt a surge of urgency. She truly wished to leave the Marquis of Chengwu's estate and prayed the queen would not inadvertently make matters worse. Your Majesty, just as she began to explain, a maid rushed in to report. Your Majesty, His Majesty has received military reports from the northern border and is in a great fury. You must hurry and appease him. The queen, startled, rose abruptly. Given the pressing situation, Shen Shiyue took her leave. With her keen hearing, she caught whispers of Prince Ling injured and deadly poison as she exited the inner hall. Shen Shiyue's brows furrowed slightly. Prince Ling, Xiaomuyu, was the emperor's younger brother and the commander stationed at the northern border. Renowned for his relentless battles, he was known as the living Yama. Should anything happen to him, the northern territories would undoubtedly fall into chaos, and the fleeting peace brought by the recent victory at Bailing Pass would likely be short-lived. The following day, Shen Shiyue understood what the queen meant by venting her anger. Wei Ziqian stormed into her courtyard, seething with rage. Shen Shiyue, how could you be so malicious? Shen Shiyue, engrossed in an ancient tome on toxicology, looked up in surprise. What have I done? Wei Ziqian retorted coldly. Do not play innocent. The Marquis has just received an imperial edict. The emperor has proclaimed that Xu Qing has made great contributions in battle and insists that I must choose a suitable marriage for her from the Marquis. You went to the palace to lodge a complaint for this very reason. Your intentions are utterly despicable. Recalling the queen's words from the previous day, Shen Shiyue felt a headache coming on. It seemed she had inadvertently made matters worse. Qianyun, unable to bear the tension, interjected. Lord, you are mistaken. Our young lady. Shen Shiyue raised her hand to silence Qianyun and asked Wei Ziqian. Wei Ziqian, we have known each other since childhood. After more than a decade of affection, do you truly believe I am such a person? Wei Ziqian glared at her, filled with resentment. I wish to ask you. Once a kind and gentle girl, how have you become this ruthless and unscrupulous woman? Shen Shiyue sighed. Since you have already decided I am to blame, I suppose no amount of explanation will convince you otherwise. Why are you here now? Wei Ziqian, seeing her lack of defense, felt his anger intensify. I have come to inform you that you shall not succeed. We have already decided. Xu Qing will exchange her military merit for the emperor's decree, and I am determined to marry her. Shen Shiyue was taken aback. Xu Qing would use her military achievements to obtain an edict to marry Wei Ziqian? Was she truly that eager for marriage? She chuckled softly, bending to retrieve her medical texts. I understand now. She waved her hand dismissively. Lord, please see yourself out. Wei Ziqian stormed away, and Qianyun, frustrated, exclaimed, Miss, why did you not clarify things? Shen Shiyue replied with a smile. Clarifying would only burden him with guilt and prompt him to return to entangle me further. It is far better to let him misunderstand. The deeper the misunderstanding, the easier it will be for me to seek separation. Chapter 6. Regret. Wei Ziqian was true to his word. The next day, the two entered the palace together, where Xu Qing sought to exchange her military merit for the title of concubine to Wei Ziqian. The old matriarch was overjoyed upon hearing this. It was a rare stroke of luck, an accomplished female general seeking to join their household. Was this not a fortuitous event? The emperor, however, was displeased. Yet, since Xu Qing had just achieved great merit and given her modest request, he found it difficult to refuse. After much hesitation, he reluctantly agreed. Nevertheless, he could not shake off the impression that Xu Qing had demeaned herself. Even in ordinary families, it was the man's duty to propose. And only after that could discussions of marriage take place, let alone in noble households. Yet, Xu Qing had indeed committed such a folly, and his opinion of her plummeted. Thus, the imperial decree arrived at the Marquis of Chengwu's estate, permitting Xu Qing to marry into the household as a concubine and granting her some gold and silk. As the official read the decree and prepared to leave, the old matriarch hastily stopped him, pressing a person to his hand while smiling. Sir, did not His Majesty intend to bestow the title of female general upon Miss Xu? Why is there none mentioned in today's decree? Perhaps it will be addressed later? The official weighed the purse, which was evidently lighter than usual, and sneered. Old matriarch, Did not Miss Shiyue exchange all her military merit for this marriage? With her merit gone, what need is there for a title of female general? With that, he turned and left. Without the title of female general, was not Shu Qing merely the daughter of an ordinary family? How could she be deemed worthy of their marquisate? The old matriarch felt darkness cloud her vision and fainted. The servants were thrown into chaos, quickly summoning Shen Shiyue. Shen Shiyue administered a few acupuncture needles to the old matriarch, who then coughed up a thick phlegm before finally regaining consciousness. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Shen Shiyue, she grasped her hand, tears streaming down her face. Shiyue, at this moment, you are the only one who still remembers to attend to this old woman. That Shu Qing has not even shown her face. I have been foolish, only now realizing who truly cares for me. Rest assured, in my heart, you shall always be the sole wife of Qianu. Shen Shiyue withdrew her hand, saying, the old lady thinks too much. I am merely fulfilling my duty as a healer. As for Miss Yu, her absence is due to the Emperor's bestowal of gifts. She is currently engaged in expressing her gratitude and will surely come to pay her respects shortly. The old lady's expression darkened momentarily, then she feigned a more sorrowful demeanor. Are you still angry? You won't even call me mother? Shen Shiyue replied coolly, I am, after all, about to part ways. A new bride will soon enter this household, and there will be another who will call you mother. Since the old lady has recovered, I shall take my leave now. With that, she stood up to take her leave. Once outside, the old lady furiously smashed the medicine bowl on the ground. This ungrateful wretch. I lowered myself and spoke softly. Yet she still clings to the idea of separation? The matron beside her hurriedly instructed a young maid to clean up, then looked at the old lady with concern. Old lady, it seems the young mistress is determined to leave. Are we really going to let her go? The old lady's eyes flashed with malice as she coldly replied. She is dreaming. I have my ways to prevent her from leaving. Even if she insists on departing, it will only be a divorce. And her dowry will all remain with me. After leaving the main courtyard, Qianyun curiously asked, Miss, the old lady cried so sincerely. Perhaps she truly regrets it? Shen Shiyue smiled and replied, she regrets it, but only because she laments that Shu Qing could not become a female general. They intend to marry a common woman as a concubine, yet they stir trouble for me, a lady of noble birth, wanting to part ways. If I do leave, Shu Qing will be the only wife of Wei Ziqian and the future matriarch of the Chenggu Marquisate. Do you think the old lady wouldn't regret that? She would surely be filled with regret. Qianyun nodded without hesitation. Shen Shiyue sighed. Previously, they were unwilling to swiftly provide me with the divorce papers. Now, it is likely to be even more difficult. Qianyun grew anxious. What shall we do? Miss, this household is a pit of fire. We cannot remain here. Shen Shiyue glanced at the approaching figures in the distance and smiled subtly. Thus, I shall add fuel to the fire for them. Upon receiving the imperial decree for marriage, the only person in the Chenggu Marquisate who was truly delighted was Shu Qing. She finally achieved her wish to marry a general. Although she lost the title of a female general, it was still worthwhile, for she would hold the title of the marquis's wife. Moreover, the emperor had bestowed upon her gold, silver, and silk as a dowry, which was a grand honor. Ever since receiving the decree, she felt as if her footsteps were light, as though she could soar into the heavens. However, upon seeing Shen Shiyue leisurely strolling through the garden with Qianyun, her excitement was doused like a pot of hot coals being splashed with cold water. Shu Qing bit her lip and hurried over, raising her chin defiantly at Shen Shiyue. Hey, the emperor has granted marriage to me and the general. Did you know? Shen Shiyue continued to admire the flowers leisurely, not even sparing her a glance, and indifferently replied, yes, congratulations. Shu Qing felt as if she had punched a cotton ball, her frustration mounting. Aren't you supposed to be anxious or angry? I am now a legitimate wife, standing on equal footing with you. Shen Shiyue cast her a glance, a mixture of mockery and pity in her eyes. Who told you that being a legitimate wife puts you on equal footing with me? I wield significant authority over the household. If you wish to enjoy even a single bowl of rice or a sip of soup in the future, it will depend on my mood. Shu Qing's expression changed drastically. Shen Shiyue continued leisurely. In the interactions between noble families, even during imperial banquets, it will only be I who can accompany the general, while you will forever remain absent. Qianyun stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. What legitimate wife? It's just a euphemism. In reality, you're merely a concubine of slightly higher status than a secondary wife. Yu Shuqing's face turned a mixture of red and white, looking extremely displeased. Yet, she suddenly remembered something and regained her composure, placing a hand on her abdomen. So what? I am already pregnant, nearly 2 months along. This revelation caused Shen Shiyue's expression to change for a moment. Although she had long known that Wei Ziqian had betrayed her, years of affection could not be easily discarded. Learning that he had fathered a child with another woman pricked her heart like a sharp thorn. However, that feeling was fleeting. Shen Shiyue smirked and asked, "Do you truly believe that having a child will elevate you above me?" Yu Shuqing, exposed, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Isn't it so? My child is also legitimate, as long as I give birth to the general's firstborn son. I will be the mother of the future heir to the marquisate. At that time, you'll have to consider my son's feelings in your daily life." Shen Shiyue lightly clapped her hands. "Well done, quite reasonable." Yu Shuqing savored the moment of triumph, but then heard Shen Shiyue continue, "However, you will eventually accompany the Marquis to battle. You can't possibly take a newborn child with you, can you? Tell me, who will take care of that child?" Qianyan dutifully chimed in, "Of course, it will be entrusted to you, madam." Shen Shiyue gave her an approving glance and continued, "It is said that nurturing bonds are stronger than those of birth. As long as I care for the child for a few more years, do you think I need to worry about the child not being close to me? Thank you, by the way, for allowing me to become a mother painlessly, gaining a wonderful son without effort. No, I will never let you have the child." Yu Shuqing was terrified by Shen Shiyue's depiction of the scenario, nearly screaming. Shen Shiyue's tone turned even more mocking. "You have no family background or powerful relatives. How do you plan to contend with me? Unless you can find a way to drive me out." Yu Shuqing felt as if struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. Shen Shiyue was pleased with her reaction and turned to leave with Qianyan. Yu Shuqing remained rooted in place, her mind racing. And then an uncontrollable wave of joy surged within her. Indeed, if only Shen Shiyue could be eliminated, none of this would occur. Furthermore, she would be the general's only wife, the true mistress of the marquisate. All that power and influence Shen Shiyue spoke of, mingling with the elite, would belong to her. After walking a distance, Qianyan suddenly sensed something amiss and asked in surprise, "Miss, this isn't the way back to our courtyard. Where are we going?" Shen Shiyue replied, "Yu Shuqing cannot be relied upon alone. We are heading to the palace." Upon entering the palace, Shen Shiyue waited half an hour before finally seeing the emperor. In the imperial study, Emperor Jiazheng was reviewing documents. Upon seeing Shen Shiyue, he grumbled, "What is it this time?" Shen Shiyue knelt properly, her back straight. "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I am not here to ask for anything." The emperor appeared slightly taken aback. "Then, what is your purpose?" Shen Shiyue lowered her eyelashes. "I have heard that a favored concubine in the palace has recently fallen ill, and your Majesty is seeking renowned physicians across the land?" The emperor narrowed his eyes. Shen Shiyue continued, "It is likely that the issue does not lie with the concubines of the harem, but rather with the Ling prince in the northern frontier, who has been poisoned and has yet to recover. This is likely why your Majesty is so anxious." The emperor abruptly stood up, his voice stern. "Shen Shiyue, do you know what you are saying? Leaking military secrets is a capital offense." Shen Shiyue bowed her head in submission. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I merely learned of this by chance and have not disclosed it to anyone else. I only wish to say that I can cure the Ling prince's poison." The emperor slowly resumed his seat, scrutinizing her with deep suspicion. "Are you attempting to use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate for a decree of separation?" Shen Shiyue replied calmly, "That is not my intention. His Highness the Ling Prince is a pillar of the nation. His well-being is essential for the stability of Deqi, and I shall do my utmost to serve the country. However, the Chengwu Marquisate would never permit their matriarch to leave the capital to treat man. If I wish to venture to the northern frontier to save Prince Ling, I can only do so through a divorce. I implore your Majesty to see the truth in this." Emperor Jiazheng was momentarily speechless, only to feel his anger swell further. Indeed, Shen Shiyue had no need for a transaction. This was a blatant maneuver. If he wished to prevent Prince Ling's demise, he would have to obediently deliver the imperial edict of divorce into her hands. He glared at Shen Shiyue several times in frustration before retorting, "Prince Ling has been poisoned by the long-lost and extraordinary blood Linglong. How confident are you in your ability to cure him?" Shen Shiyue replied, "I have recently scoured ancient texts and discovered accounts of the blood Linglong poison. If we can divorce swiftly and reach the northern frontier before the poison fully manifests, I am utterly confident I can save Prince Ling. The emperor regarded her with a complex expression for a while before solemnly stating, "Very well. May it be as you wish." Upon returning to the Qingwu Marquise, the news of Yu Shuqing's pregnancy had already spread. It was said that even the matriarch had softened her demeanor towards her, and Wei Ziqian had gone to great lengths to procure a multitude of supplements for her to ensure a safe pregnancy. Qian Yun expressed her indignation. "The marquis is truly excessive. Those supplements were even taken from your dowry shop without a single coin given." Shen Shiyue smiled slightly, unfazed, and simply remarked, "It matters not. Let the shopkeeper keep account. After all will be reclaimed on the day of the divorce." Days passed in relative peace, and Shen Shiyue thought perhaps Yu Shuqing lacked the courage to confront her. Just as she contemplated whether to provoke her further, a young maid hurried in to report, "Madam, it is bad. Miss Yu seems to be in danger of miscarriage and is calling for you." A smile finally graced Shen Shiyue's face. At last it has come. Upon entering Yu Shuqing's chamber, she found the room crowded with maids and matrons, the matriarch seated solemnly, and Yu Shuqing lying in bed, clutching her abdomen and crying out in pain. Wei Ziqian was pacing anxiously by the bed, and upon seeing Shen Shiyue, he impulsively grabbed a nearby vase and hurled it at her, shouting, "Shen Shiyue, how dare you come here?" Shen Shiyue slightly tilted her head to dodge, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "My lord, did you not specifically send for me?" Wei Ziqian was momentarily speechless. Yu Shuqing, upon witnessing this, began to weep. "Madam, I know you do not like me, but how can you bear to harm the child in my womb? This is the general's flesh and blood." Her words reignited Wei Ziqian's fury, and he scolded her harshly, still trying to argue. "Is it not you who poisoned Shuqing supplements with safflower? I was truly blind to not see how vicious you are." Shen Shiyue casually found a chair to sit, waving her hand dismissively. "No, I will not take the blame. I have never given Miss Yu anything. How can you accuse me of poisoning her?" Without a moment's thought, Wei Ziqian shot back. "Those supplements came from your dowry shop. Who else could it be?" Shen Shiyue feigned surprise. "How curious. I never instructed the shop to send supplements to Miss Yu." Wei Ziqian suddenly paused, and after a long silence he spat out, "It was me who sent someone to fetch them." Shen Shiyue's eyes widened in realization. "Ah. Today the shopkeeper informed me that you took plenty of expensive items from my shop without paying. It turns out they were all for Miss Yu." She delicately sipped her tea, a sardonic smile on her lips as she looked at him. "So, while I was unaware of what you took, and Miss Yu was unaware of what she consumed, it is rather inappropriate to lay the blame at my feet now that trouble has arisen. Wouldn't you agree?" Wei Ziqian's face flushed with anger. "It was just a bit of money. Once the rewards are granted, you may settle accounts swiftly." Yu Shuqing, sensing the situation was deteriorating, quickly interjected, "Those shopkeepers and attendants are all yours. They would eliminate me as an obstacle even without your orders." Chapter 8. There is no divorce. Only a dismissal. Wei Ziqian was reminded and his expression darkened. "Indeed, those unscrupulous servants harmed Shuqing merely to please you. Bring forth the shopkeepers and attendants. Have them executed." Bang! Shen Shiyue slammed her teacup onto the table. "Let us see who dares." Her face was like frost, clearly enraged, as her icy gaze swept past Wei Ziqian to Yu Shuqing. "Yu Shuqing, when you first arrived in the capital, you had no one to rely upon. You must have purchased safflower yourself." Yu Shuqing stiffened. "But you do not know because of my medical skills. All the apothecaries in the capital treat me as a guest of honor," Shen Shiyue coldly replied. "If I were to send someone with your portrait around, it would not take long to uncover where you purchased safflower and in what quantity." Her tone was assured, causing Wei Ziqian to cast a doubtful glance at Yu Shuqing. Yu Shuqing, feeling exposed, bit her lip defiantly. "I do not understand what you are saying. You are merely trying to shield your shopkeeper and deliberately exonerate them." Shen Shiyue rose to her feet. "Very well. To prove my innocence, let us report this to the Jingzhou prefecture and have them investigate who dared to conspire to harm within the marquise." As she spoke, she turned to leave, but Wei Ziqian hurriedly stepped forward and grasped her arm, scolding sternly, "Will you cease this nonsense?" Shen Shiyue coldly laughed and shook him off. "Is this nonsense? You accuse me of poisoning and wish for the Jingzhou magistrate to find evidence to imprison me, which would indeed serve your purpose." Yu Shuqing appeared anxious. She had risked consuming safflower to frame Shen Shiyue merely to compel the general to dismiss her, never expecting to be taken to court. She bit her lip, whispering, "After all, you are the general's first wife. Wouldn't it be detrimental to his reputation to escalate this in public? Thankfully, my child is unharmed. Why not you voluntarily step down? Silence. You have no place to speak here. Wei Ziqian bellowed. Yu Shuqing was startled into silence, her teeth clenched in frustration. The general had never spoken to her so harshly. Now he was defending this woman. Enough. Family matters should not be aired in public. The matriarch, who had remained silent, finally spoke, tapping her cane against the ground. Shiyue, the supplements laced with safflower did originate from your shop, even if you did not administer the poison. You cannot escape the blame of poor management. After all, we are family. Why not humble yourself and admit your fault, and this matter can be settled? Wei Ziqian sighed, his tone softening towards Shen Shiyue. Indeed, as long as you sincerely apologize to Shuqing, I will consider this incident as if it never occurred. Apologize? Shen Shiyue felt a surge of indignation and laughter. You think you are worthy of such a thing? The matriarch, having lived long, had seen countless schemes. The Marquis, capable of countless victories on the battlefield, was surely no fool. Reflecting inwardly, could such a clumsy scheme truly deceive them? Did they truly not see who the real culprit was? She swept her gaze over them. The matriarch's eyes darkened, and Wei Ziqian turned his head to avoid her gaze. Even though Shen Shiyue was utterly disappointed in these individuals, at that moment, her heart still felt a chill. She mocked herself with a smile. It seems you are all aware of the truth, yet you deliberately place the blame upon me, seeking a fault to control me. Unfortunately for you, I, Shen Shiyue, have never been a soft fig to be squeezed. Since the Marquis shows me no loyalty, do not blame me for being heartless. I demand a divorce. Previously, Shen Shiyue had only privately mentioned the divorce to Wei Ziqian. This was the first time she had laid the matter bare in front of the entire household. Amidst the astonished faces of all, only Yu Shuqing was elated, never expecting such a turn of events. You. The elderly matron felt her vision darken with rage, her trembling finger pointed at Shen Shiyue. How dare you? Wei Ziqian hurriedly assisted her back into her seat, his hawk-like gaze piercing through Shen Shiyue. Shen Shiyue, how could you so blatantly defy your mother? Look at how agitated she is. Shen Shiyue replied indifferently. Oh, my lord, I had almost forgotten. During your 3 years on the battlefield, I devoted myself entirely to serving you, and what I receive in return is this baseless accusation. Truly, it seems that good intentions yield no reward. The old lady's face turned a shade of purple in her fury, a cough seizing her throat as she slumped back into her chair, gasping for breath. Shen Shiyue had long abandoned any hope that Wei Ziqian would agree to her request for a divorce. Now that she had an escape route, she chose not to linger in their entanglement, sneering as she turned to leave. What more do you want? Wei Ziqian's voice boomed behind her. Shen Shiyue turned in surprise, only to find his face marred by an unspoken defeat. Do you truly fail to comprehend, or is it a pretense? Everything today was merely my attempt to salvage our relationship. His eyes were red, fixed upon her. Why can't you understand my intentions? Shen Shiyue could not fathom his reasoning. Is your notion of reconciliation to allow your other women to frame me, to watch your mother suppress me, and then for you to stand in judgment over me? Do you think I am a fool or possess a penchant for suffering? Wei Ziqian clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I merely thought that if I made a mistake, and you too erred, then we could be even. Shen Shiyue, knowing you were in the wrong would temper your hostility, prevent you from tormenting Yu Shuqing, and cease your demands to leave me. Though his sentence remained unfinished, Shen Shiyue understood him profoundly and, after a moment of shock, erupted into laughter, tears streaming down her face. To drag an innocent into the mire for your own faults, and to trample them mercilessly. How vile, how despicable. Wei Ziqian, you truly disgust me. His face flushed crimson from her laughter, and he could not suppress his embarrassment and anger. At least I am trying to reconcile. And you? I merely made a small mistake, yet you are so eager to abandon me. What of our years together? I truly question whether you ever held a shred of sincerity for me. Shen Shiyue gently wiped her eyes, her gaze transforming into a frost-laden chill as she looked at Wei Ziqian. I deeply regret ever being blind enough to love a man so heartless and cowardly. Wei Ziqian staggered back as if struck by a heavy blow, the pain manifesting physically. Shen Shiyue interrupted him. There is no need for further words. I wish to hear nothing more. My lord, please expedite the delivery of the divorce papers. This is my final hope for you. Do not lower my opinion of you further. With that, she summoned Xianyun and departed. Wei Ziqian instinctively moved to follow her, Shiyue, but a fit of coughing halted him. The old lady grasped his sleeve with great effort, gasping and gritting her teeth. Let her go. The Duke's household does not entertain divorce. We only allow for the dismissal of wives. A dismissed woman cannot claim her dowry. I shall see if she dares to leave the Duke's residence empty-handed. She was certain Shen Shiyue had heard her, yet Shen Shiyue did not pause, striding out without hesitation. In the courtyard, Qianyun followed Shen Shiyue, her eyes brimming with tears. Miss, they are too overbearing. However, Shen Shiyue lacked the earlier fury she had displayed in the old lady's quarters. With calmness, she responded, enough. Everything today unfolded precisely as I anticipated. With so many witnesses present, Wei Ziqian has lost any opportunity for retreat. He will have no choice but to let me go. And this is advantageous for me. Qianyun wiped her reddened eyes. But your dowry. Shen Shiyue smiled slightly. Have you forgotten that I have already sought the emperor's favor? Fear not, for they will soon learn whether they possess the means to withhold my belongings. Only then did Qianyun relax somewhat, her fists clenched in anger. I hope the emperor's decree arrives swiftly. I long to witness those ungrateful wretches lose everything and regret their actions. Meanwhile, Wei Ziqian could no longer contain his complaints. Mother, how could you speak of dismissing her? Shen Shiyue is already alone. Without her dowry, what hope does she have as a vulnerable woman? The old lady, having regained some composure, shot him an exasperated glare. If she fears for her well-being, she will naturally reconsider her intentions and remain in the Duke's residence. Would that not align perfectly with your desires? Wei Ziqian contemplated this, yet unease crept in. Shen Shiyue has always preferred to shatter than to bend. If she is resolute in her departure, from her corner, Yu Shuqing, who had been silent and fearful, finally spoke up, biting her lip. What merits does Shen Shiyue possess that the general remains so fixated on her? Such a heartless woman should be discarded without hesitation. The dowry ought to be compensation for her household. The old lady remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Wei Ziqian sighed, feeling powerless against his mother's insistence. Moreover, Shen Shiyue's obstinacy warranted a proper lesson, did it not? Yu Shuqing also felt a sense of relief. At that moment, a young servant rushed in, kneeling hastily. My lord, madam, trouble arises. The third young master is in trouble. The third young master, Wei Ziqian, had always been the apple of the old lady's eye. Her shock propelled her to her feet. What has happened to Cheng'er? The servant stammered. The third young master lost at the Rui gambling den and had no money on him. They are holding him. Wei Ziqian was taken aback. Turning to the old lady. Mother, when did my brother learn to gamble? Though her expression darkened, the old lady appeared unsurprised, indicating this was not the first occurrence. Now is not the time for useless words. We must rescue him. Wei Ziqian suppressed his rising doubts and anger, questioning the servant. How much did he lose? The servant hesitated before revealing a staggering figure, 20,000 taels. The weight of that revelation struck the old lady like a thunderclap, causing her to collapse back into her chair. In the past, Shen Shiyue had managed the household finances, but now that she refused to contribute, the household was in dire straits. They barely had 20,000 taels remaining in their accounts. This would lead to the ruin of the entire Duke's residence. Wei Ziqian felt his fury reaching a boiling point, cursing, 20,000 taels. Such a fool. It would have been better for the gambling den to end his life. The servant quickly interjected, My lord, the gambling den does not want silver. They seek something else. Upon hearing this, the old lady's spirits lifted slightly. What do they want? As long as they release him, we can negotiate. The servant cautiously glanced at them, whispering, The gambling den's owner's wife is gravely ill. And knowing Our Lady's medical expertise, they do not want money, just that she tends to her. A heavy silence fell in the room as the old lady and Wei Ziqian exchanged glances, words failing them as they grappled with their feelings. After a long pause, the old lady finally coughed lightly, tentatively suggesting, Qianyun, after all, Shen Shiyue is your wife. As they say, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of grace. Perhaps you should go and persuade her. Wei Ziqian's expression darkened. Mother, you just forced her into a corner. Now, less than an hour later, you wish to seek her assistance. Would you agree to this if you were in her place? Tears began to flow from the old lady's eyes. Then what shall we do? Cheng'er is your only brother. He is your only blood relative. Wei Ziqian was not truly heartless towards his brother. He simply could not lower himself to seek help, leaving him in a predicament. Beside him, Ziqian, who had been unable to interject, felt a flicker of opportunity. This was her chance to showcase her talents and win the favor of both the general and the matriarch, thus establishing her position within the marquisate. With that thought, she quickly spoke up, I possess medical skills as well. Perhaps I could give it a try? Wei Ziqian and the matriarch's eyes brightened at the suggestion, momentarily forgetting that there was more than one healer in the household. However, the next moment, the servants' words extinguished their hopes. The gambling den insisted on the intervention of the renowned healer, the medicine king Guanyin, a moniker for Shen Shiyue in the capital, indicating that only she could remedy the situation. The matriarch cast a disdainful glance at Ziqian, acknowledging the truth in her thoughts. Shen Shiyue's medical expertise was indeed unparalleled, a legacy of the Shen family that not just anyone could rival. It was only then that she recalled the wealth and prestige Shen Shiyue had brought to the marquisate, a twinge of regret stirring within her. The matriarch's gaze and words struck Ziqian like a slap, igniting both anger and embarrassment within her. After all, she too had studied medicine for many years and saved countless soldiers in the northern frontier. Why did they deem her inferior to Shen Shiyue? One day, she would prove herself and make them regret their judgments. But at that moment, no one paid heed to Ziqian's thoughts. The matriarch and Wei Ziqian pondered for a long while, ultimately left with no choice but to seek Shen Shiyue's assistance. Wei Ziqian hurried to Shen Shiyue's courtyard. She was engrossed in her medical texts and, without looking up, asked dismissively, What brings you here, Marquis? Suppressing the flush on his face, Wei Ziqian stammered out the situation, concluding with, Could you please come and save my third brother? No, Shen Shiyue replied without hesitation, recalling her frivolous uncle. She had no obligation to assist someone from the marquisate, especially when she was on the verge of divorce herself. Wei Ziqian, misinterpreting her refusal as a deliberate affront, could not contain his anger. Shen Shiyue, you watched over Ziqian as he grew up. How could you be so cold-hearted? Willing to let him perish at the gambling den just to punish me? Qianyun, unable to bear it any longer, stepped in front of Shen Shiyue, indignantly retorting, On what grounds do you accuse Our Lady? It was not she who compelled the third young master to gamble. That was the result of the matriarch's indulgence. The Marquis has spent years away at war, and Our Lady has cleaned up countless messes left by the third young master. What right do you have to blame her now? Wei Ziqian found himself at a loss for words, finally managing to say, What will it take for you to save my brother? Name your conditions, and I shall agree to anything. Shen Shiyue cast him a sidelong glance, her tone light as she replied, Really? Then send over the divorce papers. You. She knew full well he would never write those papers. Chapter 10. One must have the attitude of a supplicant. Shen Shiyue arched an eyebrow slightly, stating, If you are unwilling, then your brother's plight is of no concern to me. Shen Shiyue, you have been part of the marquisate for many years, and your brother has grown up right under your nose. Even if you wish to cause a scene, you must choose your timing wisely. Wei Ziqian's brow furrowed tightly. His hand clenched at his side. Did he truly have to agree to a divorce? Shen Shiyue chuckled softly, placing her medical book on the table and raising her gaze to meet the troubled man before her. At this point, you still believe I am merely causing trouble? If that is your perspective, then so be it. She returned to her book, her voice laced with frost. If you have no other business, you may leave. You are not welcome here. Wei Ziqian, furious, raised his hand to point at Shen Shiyue, but then, recalling something, asked, Are you truly unwilling to save my brother? Shen Shiyue stretched languidly, responding, It seems the Marquis cannot grasp simple words. I just stated that unless you agree to the divorce, I will never intervene. Wei Ziqian's expression darkened, his brows knitted tightly. While his brother was indeed important, he had no desire to part ways with Shen Shiyue. After a long silence, he finally spoke again, his tone considerably softer. Shiyue, you know my feelings for you. Why must you be this way? Shen Shiyue ignored him, continuing to read. As time passed, his brother's situation grew increasingly perilous, and Wei Ziqian's anxiety deepened. Just then, the matriarch approached, her face transforming upon seeing Shen Shiyue calmly perusing her medical texts, utterly uninterested in saving anyone. Shen Shiyue, why are you still sitting here? She exclaimed. Ziqian is currently trapped at the gambling den. If we delay even a moment longer, the consequences could be dire. Seizing the moment when Shen Shiyue was distracted, the matriarch snatched the medical book from her hands and threw it to the ground, exclaiming, I am speaking to you. Did you not hear me? Shen Shiyue cast a dispassionate glance at her, then lowered her gaze to the book on the floor. Matriarch. I have already informed the Marquis that if he sends over the divorce papers, I will immediately go save him. You ought to question the Marquis as to why he is yet to deliver them, rather than seeking to blame me. Qianyan picked up the book, dusted it off, and placed it back on the table. The matriarch glanced at Wei Ziqian, her expression darkening. If a divorce were to happen, Shen Shiyue would undoubtedly take everything with her, including every expense incurred by the Marquis. The financial burden of the past few years had multiplied significantly, a realization that weighed heavily on her mind. Her brows knitted tight. She coldly declared, Shen Shiyue, let me make this clear. There will be no divorce from the Marquis, only a dismissal of the marriage. Shen Shiyue could not help but inwardly scoff. Even at this juncture, the matriarch still clung to her wealth, displaying her insatiable greed. She found herself curious about how the matriarch would ultimately choose between her son's life and her riches. In that case, do not waste my time any further. Shen Shiyue suddenly added, recalling something. If I remember correctly, there is also that you. Qianyan interjected, Miss, it's you Shuqing. Yes, that's her. She is a healer. Sending her to treat the gambling den owner's wife would yield similar results. Shen Shiyue was well aware that Wei Ziqian and the matriarch sought her help because the gambling den owner had insisted on it. As Shen Shiyue continued to read, the matriarch, now frantic, attempted to snatch the book from her again. Shen Shiyue, you must go to the gambling den to save Yiqing at once. Or else. Shen Shiyue firmly planted her foot, causing both her and the chair to rise. The matriarch stumbled forward, nearly falling. Mother! Wei Ziqian, quick to react, reached out to steady her, preventing her from falling. Shen Shiyue leaned her head on her hand, staring intently at the matriarch. Or else what? Wei Ziqian, filled with rage, chastised, Shen Shiyue, how dare you lay a hand on my mother? Shen Shiyue shrugged, coldly retorting, Marquis, must you continue to accuse me without justification? If only you had eyes beneath those brows, you would not utter such absurdities. Moreover, you are the one seeking my assistance. One should adopt a humble attitude when asking for help, not parade around in arrogance. Look at your demeanor. You hardly seem worried for young Master Wei. Otherwise, you would have agreed to the divorce long ago. It is young Master Wei who is pitiful. Her sharp words left both the matriarch and Wei Ziqian seething with anger. Observing their flushed faces, Shen Shiyue's mood improved somewhat. She turned to glance at Qianyan and exchanged a meaningful look. These two would never leave on their own. And being in their presence made Shen Shiyue feel uncomfortable, even to breathe. Having been cooped up in the lately, it was high time for an outing. Qianyan, let us depart. Shen Shiyue rose and walked toward the exit. Watching her retreating figure, Wei Ziqian and the old matriarch grew anxious. Just as Shen Shiyue reached the door, Wei Ziqian barked, Shen Shiyue, you cannot leave. My lord, to restrict someone's freedom without cause is against the law of the realm. I may report you to the authorities at any moment, Shen Shiyue replied, her expression darkening as she glanced sideways at him. Wei Ziqian softened his tone. Shiyue, for the sake of our past, please help my younger brother. Had it been another time, Shen Shiyue would have readily agreed, but today was different. Her cool voice cut through the air. When you present me with the divorce decree, we may discuss Wei Xiaoxing's situation. As she stepped out of the room, the old matriarch hurried after her, commanding, Stop Shen Shiyue. Do not let her leave the courtyard. The servants rushed in, encircling Shen Shiyue. She turned to Wei Ziqian, lifting her chin defiantly, My lord, how long do you think these people can hold me back? A chill ran through Wei Ziqian. He had witnessed Shen Shiyue's martial prowess and knew he was no match for her. Unbeknownst to him, the old matriarch ordered, Bind Shen Shiyue and take her to the gambling house owner. Mother, you mustn't. Wei Ziqian exclaimed, fearing to provoke Shen Shiyue further. Ziqian, Yiqing is your brother. Will you simply stand by and watch him suffer? The old matriarch's eyes were filled with urgency. Wei Ziqian whispered something in her ear, causing her expression to shift dramatically as she turned to Shen Shiyue. What shall we do now? Chapter 11. Does the Marquis enjoy wearing a green hat? Wei Ziqian's mind raced, yet he could not devise an appropriate plan. Shen Shiyue's resolute demeanor left no room for kindness. The old matriarch incessantly questioned Wei Ziqian, and recalling the creditor's words, his expression grew grim. Time was of the essence, and his brother's safety was paramount. In light of the situation, he found himself compelled to compromise for his brother's sake. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes and uttered words he did not believe. Very well. I agree to the divorce. You may now go save my brother. The old matriarch's face darkened, her grip on her sleeves tightening as her gaze flitted between Wei Ziqian and Shen Shiyue. By consenting to the divorce, Shen Shiyue would undoubtedly take her dowry with her. They would find it easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than to revert once wealth was lost. As she prepared to speak, a thought struck her, after all. It was merely a verbal agreement. If necessary, she could persuade Wei Ziqian to dismiss her later. Though this would tarnish their reputations, it was far better than enduring the poverty of their past. Shen Shiyue smirked faintly. That is unacceptable. Her words instantly transformed the expressions of both the old matriarch and Wei Ziqian, leaving them pale and gasping in shock. What? Wei Ziqian furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why? I have already agreed to your terms. Why do you persist? That was my condition earlier. Not now, Shen Shiyue replied, crossing her arms, her tone languid. It was evident that she was toying with him, and Wei Ziqian could hardly contain his frustration. Shen Shiyue, do not take things too far. My lord. Let us converse properly. You came to me asking for help with Wei Xiaosheng, and I stipulated that you provide me with a divorce decree in return for my assistance. Yet you have yet to comply. Shen Shiyue paused before continuing. Now, I intend to take a stroll outside, and your prior agreement does not equate to the present. So I refuse. Is there a problem with that? Upon careful reflection, her reasoning was sound. However, Wei Ziqian felt as though he was being led by the nose. His brow furrowed, and his expression darkening. The safety of Wei Yuqing was of utmost importance. Suppressing his anger, he inquired, "What must I do to convince you to save my brother?" Shen Shiyue's peripheral vision caught the old matriarch's expression, comprehending her thoughts. To safeguard herself, she stated firmly, "In addition to the divorce, they must repay me for my entire dowry, as well as the gambling debts I have settled for Wei Xiaosheng. Furthermore, I shall relinquish my authority over household matters and will not partake in any wedding festivities." The old matriarch's pupils dilated. For years, this sustenance had been derived from Shen Shiyue's dowry. Since Wei Yuqing had developed a gambling addiction, he had lost considerable sums, all of which Shen Shiyue had repaid. The total was no small amount. Even liquidating all these assets would not suffice to close this financial chasm. Shen Shiyue, how could you utter such words to your elders while your brother faces this predicament? What manner of upbringing has led you to be such an unfilial daughter? Whether due to the money or Wei Yuqing's plight, the old matriarch trembled with fury. As Shen Shiyue's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes dimmed, and a self-deprecating smile graced her lips. For years, she had dedicated herself to the, never uttering a word of fatigue. Without her, they would not have thrived as it had. How could the old matriarch so casually dismiss her efforts? It was truly disheartening. Her visage soon returned to calm. If the old matriarch was unwilling, so be it. As for Wei Xiaosheng's fate, that was her own concern. The old matriarch's expression froze. Her mind racing with images of Wei Yuqing enduring suffering, anxiety gripped her heart. If he could not withstand the torment and perished at the hands of the gambling house owner, no amount of wealth would suffice. Most crucially, the court would not intervene in matters of gambling debts. Now, she had no other recourse. The world might be vast, but Wei Yuqing's life was paramount. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly conceded, "Very well, I agree. However, you must immediately go and save Yuqing. If he suffers even the slightest harm, I will hold you accountable." Ignoring her, Shen Shiyue turned and departed with Qianyun. Wei Ziqian called after her, "Shen Shiyue, where are you going?" "To save Wei Xiaosheng, of course," she replied coolly. Wei Ziqian frowned slightly. "Do you know which gambling house he is in? When the Marquis is away, I am the one who rescues Wei Xiaosheng whenever he incurs debts." "Naturally, I know where he is," Shen Shiyue said without looking back. The old matriarch urged Wei Ziqian, "Ziqian, follow her and see what she does." "Understood, mother." Wei Ziqian hastened to keep pace, his expression complex as he watched Shen Shiyue's retreating form. Once, they had been each other's greatest treasures. How had they arrived at such a juncture? He had merely committed the errors every man might, yet Shen Shiyue remained unforgiving. "Shiyue," he opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. "My lord, I have already expressed all I need to say. I only hope that after I save Wei Xiaosheng, we may part ways and never cross paths again." Shen Shiyue's voice was icy and distant. Suddenly, Wei Ziqian's thoughts shifted, his gaze darkening. Previously, Shen Shiyue's heart and gaze were entirely consumed by him. She had never spoken to him in such a tone before. Now, however, he coldly questioned, Shiyue, are you so eager to divorce me because you already harbor another? At his words, Shen Shiyue halted, momentarily stunned as she stared at him. Qianyan was taken aback by Wei Ziqian's insulting remarks towards the young lady and immediately stood up for her. My lord, has your conscience been fed to the dogs? In the years you were absent, the young lady toiled day and night for the marquis, praying for your safety before the Buddha. How could she possibly be entangled with another man? When my master speaks, it is not your place, you lowly maid, to interject. Wei Ziqian glared fiercely. Shen Shiyue caught sight of Wei Ziqian's hand rising and swiftly pulled Qianyan behind her. My lord, should you raise your hand on the street? Tomorrow the capital will echo with tales of how the marquis cannot even best a woman, she warned. What? This marquis cannot discipline you, yet I cannot discipline a maid? Wei Ziqian's anger intensified. Qianyan is mine. While I am here, I will not allow anyone to harm her. Shen Shiyue paused, then continued, moreover, every word she spoke is true. Is your fury perhaps due to the inadequacy of your own fidelity? I never imagined you possessed such a peculiar taste. Chapter 12. One must always retain a bargaining chip. Wei Ziqian was seething, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands clenched beneath his sleeves. Once, Shen Shiyue had been a demure and charming young lady. How had she transformed into someone so aggressive? They now seemed like two entirely different people. Watching Shen Shiyue walk away, he had no choice but to follow. He needed Shen Shiyue for matters concerning Wei Yiqing, otherwise, he would never endure this humiliation. The journey was silent until they arrived at the gambling den. Numerous burly men stood outside, and upon seeing Shen Shiyue, they swiftly approached her. You must be the marquis's wife from the Chengwu Marquis, the medicine king Guanyin. The initial address made Shen Shiyue frown instinctively, but upon hearing the latter part, her expression softened. Simply call me Miss Shen. The sturdy man's gaze shifted to Wei Ziqian approaching in the distance, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Miss Shen. This way, please. Shen Shiyue and Qianyan followed him inside the gambling den, while Wei Ziqian was stopped outside. His expression changed dramatically as he furrowed his brow, displeased. I came with her. The burly man regarded him with indifference, coldly replying, the master has issued orders. No one except the medicine king Guanyin is permitted inside. In public. Wei Ziqian could not force his way into the gambling den and was left waiting outside for Shen Shiyue to emerge. Inside, as soon as Shen Shiyue entered, she saw Wei Yiqing pinned on the table by a burly man, another man playing with a knife in his hand. Wei Yiqing trembled in fear, stammering, please. Don't cut my hands. If my sister-in-law finds out, she certainly won't treat you. Already a prisoner in someone else's hands, he still couldn't learn to bow his head. Shen Shiyue chuckled inwardly. Someone like Wei Yiqing would never learn. He would undoubtedly return to the gambling den again. She was curious, after her divorce from Wei Ziqian, how he could possibly afford the expenses of the marquis solely on his monthly stipend, not to mention the debts from Wei Yiqing's gambling. Across from him sat a somewhat haggard man, eyes closed, resting. He was the owner of this gambling den, Jin Dachuan. The burly man approached him and respectfully whispered, Boss. Miss Shen has arrived. Jin Dachuan opened his eyes, turned to look, and upon seeing Shen Shiyue, rose from his chair. Miss Shen, you truly keep me waiting. Upon seeing Shen Shiyue, Wei Yiqing's spirit revived. My sister-in-law is here. You should release me at once. Jin Dachuan ignored him and walked up to Shen Shiyue, saying, Miss Shen, this way please. Is your mother here at the gambling den? Shen Shiyue inquired, puzzled. This is to facilitate your treatment of her. So, I purposely brought her here, Jin Dachuan explained. Following him, they soon arrived at a room on the third floor, the rightmost one. Jin Dachuan stood at the door. Frowning slightly, Miss Shen, you must ensure my mother's illness is cured. Otherwise, Wei Xiao will. He left his sentence hanging, filled with veiled threat. Shen Shiyue glanced below and reassured him. Rest assured. As a physician, I will do my utmost to treat your mother. Jin Dachuan's expression visibly brightened. Miss Shen. I did not mean to threaten you. It's just that every doctor in the city claims her illness is incurable. I resorted to this desperate measure, and I hope you will not hold it against me. One must admit, he was indeed a businessman, far more articulate than many. Even without your words, I understand. Shen Shiyue replied, glancing at the closed door. Jin Dachuan did not say more, knocking on the door. Mother, I have invited Miss Shen to treat you. After speaking, he opened the door and gestured for her to enter. Shen Shiyue glanced at Qianyan, signaling her to stay outside. Upon entering the room, She circled around the screen and approached the bed. Jean Dachuan's mother lay there, her complexion sallow, her eyes vacant, staring blankly upwards as if unaware of anyone's presence. Shen Shiyue furrowed her brow, reaching out to check her pulse. After a moment, she concluded that it was indeed the illness she suspected. If not treated promptly, as the condition worsened, the person would become akin to a living corpse. For an ordinary physician, such an ailment would be intractable. However, judging by the pulse, she had only been ill for 7 days. To cure her completely, acupuncture was unnecessary. Regular medication would suffice. Shen Shiyue surveyed the room and found no writing materials. She walked to the door, opening it. "Boss Jean, please prepare some ink and paper." Of course, Jean Dachuan nodded emphatically, immediately issuing orders. Before long, someone delivered the items. Shen Shiyue wrote out the prescription, indicating that with medication taken 3 times daily before meals for 3 months, the ailment would be cured. As she wrote the final character, she set down the brush. Jean Dachuan hurried over to inspect the prescription, his eyes gleaming. "So my mother's illness can be cured?" Shen Shiyue smiled faintly, naturally. Jean Dachuan quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Shen. Do not be hasty in your thanks. It is not too late to thank me once your mother recovers." Shen Shiyue replied unhurriedly. "Miss Shen, please do not jest. With your medical skills, there is surely no ailment you cannot cure." Once the ink dried, Jean Dachuan promptly sent someone to fetch the medicine. Shen Shiyue narrowed her eyes, her gaze falling once more on Wei Ziqian, and spoke softly. "Boss Jean, it is best to retain a bargaining chip in your own hands. Otherwise, if trouble truly arises, neither heaven nor earth will heed your call, and then it will be too late." Jean Dachuan quickly grasped Shen Shiyue's meaning and smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Shen. I know what to do." "Well then, I have examined the illness, so I shall not disturb you further, Boss Jean." Shen Shiyue glanced at Qianyun. "Let us go, Qianyun." "Yes, Mississippi." Qianyun followed behind her as they descended the stairs. As Wei Ziqian passed by, he noticed Shen Shiyue preparing to leave and called out, "Sister-in-law, please persuade them to release me so we can return together." Shen Shiyue ignored him and departed the gambling den with Qianyun. Wei Ziqian, who had been waiting at the door for quite some time, immediately turned upon hearing footsteps, only to find it was just the two of them, without Wei Ziqian. His expression changed drastically. "Where is third brother? Why didn't he come out with you?" Shen Shiyue glanced at him indifferently and replied, "Boss Jean is worried that his mother's illness cannot be cured, so he has detained young Master Wei. He said he would release him once his mother recovers." With that, she and Qianyun left. Chapter 13. Consent to divorce. The old lady reneges after hesitating for a moment. Wei Ziqian quickly came to a realization. Since Jean Dachuan had used such a method to summon Shen Shiyue, it proved that no one in the capital could cure his mother's ailment. In such circumstances, it would be utterly foolish to offend Shen Shiyue unless she had divulged something to Jean Dachuan, which would explain why he had not released Wei Ziqian. He hurried to Shen Shiyue's side, exclaiming in anger, "Shen Shiyue, did you say something inappropriate to the boss of the gambling den, which is why he hasn't released him?" In recent days, Wei Ziqian's actions and words had continually reshaped Shen Shiyue's perceptions. It dawned on her that she had never truly known Wei Ziqian. The affection she once harbored had been thoroughly eroded, and now merely being in his presence filled her with revulsion. Since the Marquis does not trust me, why not inquire directly with Boss Jean about his intentions? After Shen Shiyue and Qianyun entered, he had been barred from entering by a burly man. Wei Ziqian scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. "Shen Shiyue, your actions have truly become shameless. You've been in the Marquis' residence for so many years, and ever since I brought Shu Qing back, you've been stirring up trouble. If you truly wish to remain in the Marquis' residence, you could have simply." Shen Shiyue could no longer tolerate it, looking at the self-righteous man with disdain. "First, ever since you brought Shu Qing back, the troublemakers have always been you and your ilk, not me. Secondly, I merely seek a letter of divorce, yet you wish to terminate the marriage over my dowry. If word of this gets out, anyone with a semblance of reason would recognize that the issue lies with the Marquis' residence." She added pointedly, "By the way, the Marquis should not forget about the divorce." As she finished speaking, she departed with Qianyun. Just as Wei Ziqian was about to pursue her, he heard a familiar voice call out, "Elder brother." He turned to find Wei Ziqian, disheveled and covered in dirt, hurrying over with a worried expression. "Third brother, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Wei Ziqian shook his head. Shen Shiyue's ears perked up, and she quickened her pace. Qian Yun, feeling indignant, said, Miss, the Marquis is being utterly unreasonable, wrongfully accusing you. She now believed Shen Shiyue's decision was the right one. Some people are inherently blind and foolish, while others are driven by jealousy and resentment. Shen Shiyue maintained her composure, her eyes narrowing slightly. She only hoped to escape the tumultuous Qingwu Marquis' residence as soon as possible. Qianyan felt that Wei Ziqian's transformation was utterly different from when he was first with Shen Shiyue, and she pondered, Miss, do you think it's because Yu Shuqing has been whispering in the Marquis' ear that he has changed so drastically? Even if one were to whisper in someone's ear, it would require that person to already entertain such thoughts. Otherwise, no amount of persuasion would yield any change. Back at the Qingwu Marquis' residence, Shen Shiyue returned to her study and gathered all the medical texts she had been studying. Qianyan busied herself organizing the room. Before long, the door to the study was kicked open. Shen Shiyue turned to see Wei Ziqian, his face flushed with rage. He raised his hand, pointing angrily at her. Shen Shiyue, you shameless harlot, you have no sense of marital propriety. Shen Shiyue looked at him in confusion. Wei Ziqian, if you have a problem with your mind, go let Yu Shuqing treat you. Do not come here to vent your insanity. What? You dare to act, and yet cannot bear the words that follow? I was wondering why you were so eager for a divorce. It seems you wish to pursue someone else. Shen Shiyue furrowed her brow as she stepped out of the study and left the courtyard. Wei Ziqian continued to follow her, hurling insults. Shen Shiyue knew that had it not been for Wei Ziqian's fear of her martial prowess, he would have likely already resorted to violence. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a maid who appeared to be avoiding eye contact, indicating she might know what had transpired. Thus, Shen Shiyue approached her, her voice icy. What exactly happened? The maid, startled, stammered in response. Madam, it is said outside that you are involved with the boss of the gambling den, which is why he acceded to your wishes and released young master. Shen Shiyue was taken aback, turning to face Wei Ziqian, who was lecturing her with an air of righteousness, and found it utterly ludicrous. Despite their separation for years, she had known Wei Ziqian long enough to be astonished that he would believe such rumors. She regarded him calmly and asked, Speak plainly. What does the Marquis truly intend? Shen Shiyue, given your indiscretion, I naturally intend to divorce you. Wei Ziqian's deep voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Qianyun rushed over, her face pale. A divorce would tarnish Shen Shiyue's reputation. Just as she prepared to speak, Shen Shiyue interjected, Very well, let it be a divorce. She paused briefly before adding, But the Marquis must not forget our agreement. Wei Ziqian fell silent, turning on his heel and departing, his gaze cast downward, glimmering with a strange light. Qianyun hurried after him, worry etched on her face. Miss, how could you agree to a divorce? This will harm your reputation. To speak frankly, whether it is a divorce or separation, neither is favorable. The most crucial aspect is my dowry, Shen Shiyue replied coolly. However, if it is a divorce, that dowry will not be retrievable. Qianyun's expression grew increasingly grim. The Marquis previously promised me that he would return my dowry and the money I staked during the gambling on behalf of young master. Had it not been for that, I would not have agreed so readily. Qianyun finally remembered this detail. She followed Shen Shiyue to the hall. Inside, everyone had already gathered. Upon seeing Shen Shiyue's figure, they all turned in unison to look at her. Wei Ziqian stood at the table, holding a brush and writing. The old lady approached him early, standing by his side, watching him intently. Just as he was about to write down the amount to compensate her dowry, her expression darkened, and she snatched the brush from Wei Ziqian's hand. Ziqian, the dowry cannot be compensated. Wei Ziqian raised his head, his gaze landing on the old lady's face. This was previously agreed upon. How can it not be compensated? The old lady furrowed her brow, her voice firm. Ziqian, understand this. Shen Shiyue has strayed and acted improperly. Given this, she must leave with nothing. The Marquis' residence was already in debt. Allowing Shen Shiyue to take her dowry while compensating for it would lead to a life of hardship. She would never allow it. Qiu Miaoyun chimed in. Yes, Ziqian, the one at fault is Shen Shiyue, not you. How can she take her dowry? There is no such logic in the world. Chapter 14. If one cannot win, resort to underhanded tactics. Shen Shiyue coldly glared at her. Old lady, when you and the Marquis sought my help to save young Master Wei, you did not say this. Are you now going back on your word? I never expected such shamelessness from the esteemed matriarch. Shen Shiyue, it is your ambiguous relationship with the gambling den owner that has led to this situation. My Ho residence is merely acting in accordance with established customs. As she spoke, the old matriarch raised her voice, appearing to assert that the one at fault was Shen Shiyue, not the Hou family. Shen Shiyue realized that speaking to the old matriarch would yield no results. So she turned to Wei Ziqian and asked, "Does the Hou Yi also agree to my being cast out with nothing?" Wei Ziqian remained silent, fully aware of the current state of the Hou residence. If all the dowry were to be compensated, along with the debts Wei Yiqing had accrued at the gambling den over the years, it was clear that the Hou family would not fare well in the future. Noticing his silence, Shen Shiyue understood his implication. Her cold voice resonated in the hall. "How about this? If the Hou Yi can defeat me in combat, I shall leave with nothing. What say you?" Wei Ziqian's expression momentarily faltered. To refuse Shen Shiyue in front of so many would imply his fear of her. "Very well. I accept your challenge," he replied with a nod. In the courtyard, Shen Shiyue instructed Qianyun to fetch her unsharpened sword. Wei Ziqian, sword in hand, fixed his gaze on Shen Shiyue. "I'll allow you 3 moves, lest rumors spread that I am bullying a woman." Such confidence. It was no surprise, for during their last encounter, Wei Ziqian had not retaliated. With years of battlefield experience, how could he possibly be outmatched by a woman? The old matriarch, witnessing her son's lofty demeanor, could not suppress a smile. It seemed Shen Shiyue would undoubtedly be leaving empty-handed today. Wei Yiqing chuckled. "Shen Shiyue is truly foolish to challenge my elder brother. Is she seeking punishment?" Xiao Miaoyun added with a smirk. "If I were Shen Shiyue, I would surely choose to showcase my medical skills rather than engage in combat. Does she not realize that at this stage, Ziqian would hold no reservations? People are often stubborn until they reach an impasse." Yu Shuqing, standing nearby, continuously cheered for Wei Ziqian. Their voices were loud enough for Shen Shiyue to hear clearly. Not a single person in the Qingwu Hou residence possessed a shred of conscience. Even raising a dog over the years would have been more rewarding than dealing with this crowd. Qianyun brought the sword to Shen Shiyue, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. "Miss, do your best." Shen Shiyue accepted the sword, placing one hand behind her back. "Stand back a little. I wouldn't want you to get hurt." "Understood, miss." Qianyun quickly retreated to a safe distance. Shen Shiyue raised her head, her eyes sparkling with fierce determination, her demeanor markedly different from usual. "Forget the 3 moves, Hou Yi. You may strike directly. You said so yourself. Do not weep if you lose." With that, Wei Ziqian launched his attack. Shen Shiyue stood motionless, while onlookers anticipated Wei Ziqian's imminent victory. Just as his sword was about to graze her, Shen Shiyue raised her hand, meeting his blade with her unsharpened sword, the sound of clashing metal ringing out. Despite Wei Ziqian's relentless efforts, he found that no matter how hard he tried, his sword could not reach Shen Shiyue's neck. Sweat beaded on his forehead, while Shen Shiyue appeared unfazed, her demeanor as tranquil as a gentle breeze. With a slight smile, she remarked, "I had thought the Hou Yi formidable. It seems you are rather mediocre." With a sudden force, she pushed Wei Ziqian away. He barely managed to plant his sword into the ground, halting just before colliding with the wall. "Hou Yi, it is now my turn." Shen Shiyue moved like a spectre, reaching Wei Ziqian before anyone could comprehend her speed. The blade of her sword pointed directly at his heart, even without a sharpened edge. A mere exertion of force from her could easily pierce it. She lifted her other hand and, under Wei Ziqian's astonished gaze, struck his chest. With a resounding thud, Wei Ziqian's back slammed against the wall, and he let out a muffled groan, feeling as though several vertebrae had been fractured. Shen Shiyue regarded the scene with indifference, her lips curving slightly. "Hou Yi, you have lost." The once smiling onlookers now wore expressions of disbelief. How could this be? Shen Shiyue defeating the elder brother, a seasoned general of the battlefield? Wei Yiqing exclaimed in shock. The old matriarch, witnessing her son's defeat, felt her heart tighten. She wanted to check on Wei Ziqian, but just then he declared, "I have not lost." He rose from the ground and charged again. Shen Shiyue's movements were fluid, evading Wei Ziqian's strikes with ease. In contrast, he found himself repeatedly thrown back, sustaining injuries each time. Yu Shuqing, distressed, called out to him, "Ziqian, stop, please." Wei Ziqian refused to allow Shen Shiyue to surpass him. He disregarded the pleas of those around him and continued the duel. Observing his relentless determination, Shen Shiyue felt exasperated. "Even if you persist, you will never be my match. It would be wise to concede." To put it plainly, Shen Shiyue's martial prowess exceeded that of Wei Ziqian, even if he trained for another decade. He would never be her equal. In her eyes, Wei Ziqian was merely overestimating himself. What? Does the Hou Yi intend to go back on his word? Shen Shiyue spoke coolly. Seeing her effortless demeanor, Wei Ziqian grew increasingly resentful. Despite dedicating years to martial training and achieving glory on the battlefield, why could he not surpass Shen Shiyue? As he lay on the ground, Shen Shiyue pointed her sword at his head, looking down at him. Do you still refuse to admit defeat? Having already suffered multiple defeats, Wei Ziqian was covered in bruises, some inflicted by branches. At that moment, he realized he was no match for Shen Shiyue. In front of so many witnesses, losing face, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly conceded, I admit defeat. Shen Shiyue sheathed her sword and turned to walk towards Qianyun. Since the Hou Yi is lost, I need not leave empty-handed. Just then, Qianyun saw Wei Ziqian rise suddenly and thrust his sword towards Shen Shiyue's back, her pupils dilating in alarm as she shouted, Miss, watch out. Chapter 15. Triumph is but a moment's breath. Shen Shiyue had already sensed the impending danger. She raised her leg and swiftly turned, kicking Wei Ziqian's wrist with all her strength. His sword was sent flying, and he was propelled backward. Wei Ziqian had not anticipated her speed. It was as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Shen Shiyue coldly regarded him. What? Does the Hou Yi refuse to accept defeat and wish to continue? Engaging in combat with her was merely self-inflicted torment for Wei Ziqian. Yu Shuqing, fearing further injury to him, rushed over to assist him. General, please get up. She looked up at Shen Shiyue, her eyes reddening with tears. I know you have harbored resentment towards the general because of me for a long time. But how can you treat him this way? After all, he is still your husband. This is too much. Shen Shiyue scoffed. Though I initiated this contest, it is also due to the Hou family's failure to uphold their word. She approached Yu Shuqing slowly, her eyes radiating a piercing brilliance. It was the Marquis who surrendered first, and it was he who launched a surprise attack from behind. It was not I. Clearly, the fault lies with him. So why do you insist on placing such an unjust accusation upon my head? Marquis, do you employ the same tactic of ambush after surrendering on the battlefield? Shen Shiyue fixed her gaze on Wei Ziqian, her tone laced with derision. Wei Ziqian's brows knitted tightly, his complexion darkening. Do not overstep your bounds. The one who has consistently overstepped is your Marquis. You have squandered my dowry over the years, and now that the Marquis has returned with a favored companion, I am willing to file for divorce. Yet, you obstruct me at every turn. Are you afraid that returning my dowry will plunge the Marquis back into its former state of destitution? Shen Shiyue turned her gaze slightly, landing on the old matriarch. Isn't that so, matriarch? The old matriarch's expression soured, her lips pressed tightly together as she stubbornly declared, in the Qingwu Marquis, there is a long-standing rule. Should a woman stray from her marriage, she shall be cast off and must leave with nothing. Beside her, Qiu Miaoyun and Wei Yuqing nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, that is the rule of the Marquis. You cannot blame anyone else. Had you maintained your virtue and not enticed the gambling den owner, perhaps this predicament would never have arisen. Their expressions betrayed their intentions. They clearly had no intention of returning the dowry, even if she won today. It was quite laughable, for since her marriage into the Marquis, she had managed all its affairs. If the Marquis truly upheld such a rule, how could she be unaware of it? Moreover, the rumors circulating in the city were clearly fabricated. Reflecting on the years spent for such a person, Shen Shiyue felt it was all in vain. She should have heeded her mother's advice from the start. If she had, none of this would have transpired. Fortunately, it was not too late now. Seizing the moment, the old matriarch sidled up to Wei Ziqian and whispered a few words. Wei Ziqian hesitated for a long while, then slowly nodded, supported by Yu Shuqing as he made his way back to the table. After being struck fiercely earlier, even the thought of picking up a brush made his arm tremble uncontrollably. Though Yu Shuqing felt displeased, the thought that Shen Shiyue would be cast aside today and that she would become the mistress of the Marquis, the sole matriarch, brought her some comfort. Shen Shiyue handed her sword to Qianyun and returned to the hall with her. Upon seeing what Wei Ziqian was about to write next, Qianyun's pupils dilated in shock. Miss, the Marquis is not keeping his word. He intends to swallow your dowry entirely. A radiant smile blossomed on Qiu Miaoyun's face, her eyes gleaming with greed. As long as the dowry remained, she would return to her former life, buying whatever she pleased. Wei Yuqing shared the same sentiment. As his gambling addiction had been long-standing, without that sum, losing in future gambles would lead to trouble. The old matriarch puffed up her chest, her spirit soaring. Indeed, anyone would be elated to receive a substantial sum of silver without effort. Seeing Shen Shiyue remain unfazed, calmly observing them, Qian Yun grew increasingly anxious. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and tear the divorce document from Wei Ziqian's hands. Sensing this, Shen Shiyue reached out to halt her, shaking her head gently. Perhaps due to having broken his promises twice, a flicker of guilt arose in Wei Ziqian's heart. As he picked up the divorce document from the table and handed it to Shen Shiyue, he said, "If you regret this now and wish to remain, you can still be the Marquisite's lady. Even if Yu Shuqing enters, she will merely be a concubine, and all affairs of the Marquisate will still be under your management." Yu Shuqing's expression changed dramatically, her eyes fixed on Shen Shiyue in alarm, fearing her agreement. The way he spoke, so sweetly, made Shen Shiyue feel a twinge of admiration. Unable to resist, she raised her hands to applaud. "Thank you, Marquis, but I have no interest in the position of the Marquisite's lady." Seeing her unwavering stance, Wei Ziqian's anger surged, his chest heaving with indignation. The old matriarch, frustrated by his hesitation, snatched the divorce document from his hands and hurled it forcefully at Shen Shiyue. "From this day forth, you Shen Shiyue have no ties to our Marquisate. Leave immediately." Shen Shiyue stepped back swiftly, avoiding it. Qian Yun gazed at her mistress, with concern. The onlookers were perplexed by Shen Shiyue's lack of intention to retrieve the fallen document. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Where is she?" The crowd exchanged glances, wondering if someone from the palace had arrived. Shen Shiyue's lips curled into a slight smirk as she cast a challenging glance at the old matriarch. Qian Yun quickly grasped the situation, her anxiety finally alleviated. The members of the Qingwu Marquisate and Shen Shiyue simultaneously made their way to the courtyard. A palace eunuch held a bright yellow scroll, looking at Shen Shiyue with a faint smile, but his expression darkened as he regarded the others from the Qingwu Marquisate. He unfurled the scroll, reading the words aloud. "By decree of the Emperor, Qingwu Marquis Wei Ziqian and Shen Shiyue, daughter of the Shen family, are summoned." In an instant, everyone knelt to the ground. "We accept the decree. By the Emperor's will, it is declared that due to discord between Qingwu Marquis Wei Ziqian and Shen Shiyue, I do not wish for lovers to become estranged. Hence, I hereby decree that you two shall part ways immediately. So it is decreed." The eunuch collected the scroll, his gaze fixed on Wei Ziqian, urging him, "Marquis, why are you dawdling? Quickly accept the decree and express your gratitude." Chapter 16. If you cannot fulfill it, do not agree. No one in the Qingwu Marquisate could have anticipated that Emperor Jiajing would issue a decree for their divorce. If they were to part ways, Shen Shiyue's dowry and the money used for gambling would all have to be returned. The old matriarch felt as though she had plunged into an ice pit, her face turning ashen. Wei Ziqian quickly came to his senses and bowed in gratitude. "I thank the Emperor. Long live the Emperor." Shen Shiyue echoed. "I, the daughter? Thank the Emperor. Long live the Emperor." As she lifted her head, she inadvertently glanced back at the faces of the old matriarch and the others. Except for Yu Shuqing, everyone else wore a particularly grim expression. Xiao Miaoyan felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of losing her monthly allowances for adornments and garments. The eunuch placed the imperial decree in Wei Ziqian's hands, smiling as he said, "Marquis, quickly write the divorce document." "Yes, I shall do so." He rose from the ground, hurriedly walking towards the hall, picking up the fallen divorce document and tearing it to shreds, then composing a new divorce decree. Shen Shiyue stood, approaching the eunuch. "Please, when you return to the palace, convey my thanks to the Emperor." "Of course, I shall remember." The eunuch, fully aware that the Emperor's decree was intended to support Shen Shiyue, treated her with utmost respect, despite not knowing the reasons behind it. As she expressed her gratitude, Shen Shiyue removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and offered it to him. Initially, he hesitated to accept, but he could not resist her insistence and ultimately took it. The old matriarch and the others watched Shen Shiyue with unwilling eyes. This scene did not escape the eunuch's notice, prompting him to turn and address them coldly. "What? Are you dissatisfied with the Emperor's decree?" The old matriarch's face instantly donned a false smile. "How could that be?" "Very well, then." Wei Ziqian meticulously penned the divorce letter and presented it to Shen Shiyue. Upon opening it and perusing its contents, a satisfied smile graced Shen Shiyue's face. Lord Ho, do not forget my dowry and the funds I have lent to young Master Wei over the years to settle his gambling debts." With the palace eunuch supporting her, Even if the members of the Ho residence were displeased, they could only endure in silence. Wei Ziqian nodded, acknowledging her words. So, how long does the Lord plan to return my belongings to the Shen residence? Shen Shiyue inquired leisurely. If we do not clarify this in advance, given the old matriarch's temperament, it will undoubtedly be delayed further. Wei Ziqian glanced at the old matriarch, who furrowed her brow in contemplation before responding, Shiyue, as you know, the situation in the Qingwu Ho residence is not favorable. How about 3 years? Shen Shiyue's expression turned frosty at the mention of 3 years. Surely, the matriarch is jesting? Shiyue, although you have divorced Ziqian, we were once family. Even if you disregard our past, you ought to consider the overall situation, Qiu Miaoyun interjected with a smile. Madam Wei, such words do not quite fit the situation, do they? Let's not forget how you treated me just moments ago, insisting I leave with nothing. Shen Shiyue retorted, her tone unhurried yet pointed. Instantly, the expressions of those present darkened. My lord, I grant you a month's time. Should my belongings not be returned within this period, the Qingwu Ho residence may find itself notorious in the capital, Shen Shiyue declared with an air of indifference. Wei Ziqian, though not calculating the exact sum, could surmise the astronomical amount required to recompense her, an insurmountable figure for the current Ho residence. Shiyue, 1 month is hardly sufficient. Even though we are divorced, we still share past affections, do we not? My lord, it would be best not to make remarks that could lead to misunderstandings. There are no longer any ties between us, Shen Shiyue replied, her gaze shifting to Yu Shuqing. A sudden thought struck her as she added, moreover, since Yu Shuqing is to marry into the Ho residence, did not the emperor bestow some rewards? Perhaps those could temporarily fill the gap. The faces of the onlookers flushed crimson, filled with resentment yet unable to contest her words. Especially Yu Shuqing, who was loath to part with her rewards to mend this financial shortfall. Those treasures were rightfully hers. Who else had the right to lay claim? Having completed the necessary tasks, the eunuch announced, we shall not disturb you further and will return to the palace. Safe travels, Your Excellency. Shen Shiyue replied before returning to her courtyard with Qianyun. She retrieved the keys to the storeroom, opened the door, and began to remove her dowry piece by piece. To prevent Wei Ziqian and others from interfering, she deliberately made a copy of her original dowry list, meticulously recording everything she had used over the years. Soon, she instructed Qianyun to find help to transport all her dowry back to the Shen residence overnight. As the boxes of various sizes were removed, the old matriarch's heart ached profoundly. She clutched her chest, her eyes filled with reluctance. A nearby maid suggested, Matriarch, it is getting late. Perhaps you should return to your chambers and rest. Believing that out of sight might ease her heart, the old matriarch retreated to her room. Wei Ziqian approached Shen Shiyue, who stood in the courtyard guarding the last 10 boxes. There is no need for such haste in returning. The Shen residence is currently deserted and has not been cleaned for some time. Waiting until tomorrow would not be too late. After the recent events, Shen Shiyue felt utterly disillusioned with everyone in the Qingwu Ho residence. If she remained any longer, the old matriarch might once again target her possessions. She regarded the man before her with indifference, her tone devoid of emotion. My lord, you have arrived just in time. Here is the sum you need to make up for. If you can recover these items, it would be splendid. If not, compensation at the listed value is required. The details of compensation are all documented on this paper. You may find a suitable method. Please ensure it is returned within a month. Wei Ziqian was taken aback by Shen Shiyue's cold demeanor, so unlike the past. A tumult of emotions swirled within him. Shiyue, you know all I ever wanted was to be with you. Even if my methods were flawed, does that make me unforgivable? My lord, had you never promised a lifetime of togetherness, perhaps I would not feel this way. But since you have made such a vow, you ought not to renege. You know well that I detest those who speak without sincerity, Shen Shiyue replied, as Qianyun and the others approached. She rose and followed them as they carried her belongings away. Wei Ziqian stared at her retreating figure, his heart heavy with confusion. He did not understand how they had arrived at this juncture. Wishing to retain her, he reached out, grasping her wrist. Shiyue. As Shen Shiyue withdrew her hand, Yu Shuqing approached, indignantly exclaiming, Shen Shiyue, what are you doing? You initiated the divorce, yet you are still entangled with the general. Can you not let him go? Chapter 17. An incident on the wedding night. Shen Shiyue swiftly withdrew her hand, casting Yu Shuqing a look of incredulity. If you are concerned about your lord being led astray, you should keep a close watch on him. Otherwise, That position you have worked so hard to attain may very well be stolen by another woman. Naturally, I do not include myself in that equation. With that, she departed without a backward glance. Yu Shuqing, fuming, stamped her foot in frustration, mindful of her condition and thus unable to exert herself too much. Her gaze shifted to Wei Ziqian, who remained fixated on Shen Shiyue's figure, even though she had long since vanished from sight. From his expression, Yu Shuqing discerned that Wei Ziqian's heart still belonged to Shen Shiyue, igniting her jealousy. General, look at her. Just after the divorce, she is already discussing finances. Clearly disregarding your past affections, Yu Shuqing remarked, entwining her arm with Wei Ziqian's. General, the Emperor has graciously bestowed many fine gifts upon me. When the time comes to return Shen Shiyue's dowry, I can offer mine. Wei Ziqian remained silent for a long while. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the earth, and a gentle breeze swept through, causing Yu Shuqing to shiver slightly. Shuqing, it is getting late. You should return to rest, Wei Ziqian suggested before departing the scene. In the Shen residence, apart from Qianyun, no other servants remained. Shen Shiyue and Qianyun tidied the house and spent a restful night. The following day, she set out to procure numerous maids and young servants. Selecting staff naturally took considerable time, and it was not until evening that she completed her choices. Touching her empty stomach, she noted the late hour and decided to dine at an inn. From that day forth, Shen Shiyue spent nearly all her time in the Shen residence, focusing on adjusting her mood. Unlike her previous experience in the Qinwu Ho residence, she found solace in the absence of disturbances. Indeed, remaining in an unpleasant environment made everything feel burdensome. As Shen Shiyue's demeanor improved, Qianyun genuinely felt happy for her. 3 days later, Wei Ziqian married Yu Shuqing. Upon learning this news, Qianyun was indignant on Shen Shiyue's behalf. It was only 5 days since her divorce, and he was already hastily marrying Yu Shuqing, yet still had the audacity to claim Shen Shiyue bore no old sentiments. No wonder there was a celebratory commotion outside. It turned out to be a wedding. Shen Shiyue smiled, feeling a sense of relief. When a person's heart has changed, marrying someone else is only natural. Furthermore, Yu Shuqing is already with child. If she does not proceed promptly, as her belly grows, she may find herself unable to don her wedding gown. Moreover, the Ho residence must leverage Yu Shuqing's dowry to gather the funds needed to repay my bridal gifts. Indeed, that is a valid point, Qianyun nodded in agreement. However, despite the numerous rewards granted by the Emperor to Yu Shuqing, they pale in comparison to the dowry the young lady has utilized over the years. It is likely that all of it has been exhausted, and it may not suffice to replenish the funds. Shen Shiyue nodded thoughtfully, lifting her teacup to sip, reflecting that even if she were to take no action, the subsequent days for the Ho residence would be fraught with difficulty. The absence of the young lady, a veritable blessing, would surely lead to their decline, as Qianyun cheerfully remarked. Shen Shiyue set down her teacup, raising a finger to gently tap Qianyun's cheek, playfully retorting, "You have quite the tongue. I am no blessing." She turned her gaze towards the window, where the night had fallen, the sky adorned with stars and moonlight. The sound of insects in the stillness of the night felt particularly jarring. If she were truly a blessing, how could the Shen family be left with only her? She rested her chin on her hand, shaking her head, a palpable aura of sorrow enveloping her. Observing her mistress's melancholy, Qianyun sought ways to uplift her spirits, but alas, Shen Shiyue was lost in her own thoughts. Having rested for a few days, it was now time to depart for the border. "Qianyun, please have someone prepare additional necessities for my journey. We shall leave the capital tomorrow for the border," Shen Shiyue stated with a measured tone. "Miss, why must we go to the border?" Qianyun inquired, puzzled. "Better to be away from this sorrowful place than to linger here," Shen Shiyue replied calmly. "Very well. I shall make the arrangements." Qianyun nodded emphatically before exiting the room. Leaning over the table, Shen Shiyue admired the nocturnal scenery, the full moon momentarily revealing her mother's visage in her mind's eye. Had I heeded your words back then, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Yet, alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. All one can do is mitigate the losses, she murmured softly. Before long, she picked up a medical text from the table, delving into its pages with great concentration. After an indeterminate passage of time, a sudden sound of footsteps broke her reverie. She raised her head, catching glimpses of figures through the door's shadow. "What is it?" Shen Shiyue's cool voice echoed from within. A maid's voice responded from outside. Returning to the young lady, the old matriarch of the Qingwu Ho residence wishes to see you. She is currently waiting outside Shen Manor. Isn't tonight the wedding of Wei Ziqian and Yu Shuqing? Why has the old matriarch come here unannounced? Could something grave have transpired at the Qingwu Ho residence? Shen Shiyue furrowed her brow, contemplating various possibilities, though uncertainty lingered. Take her to the front hall. I shall join her shortly. Understood, Mississippi. The footsteps receded, and Shen Shiyue returned to her medical text. Outside Shen Manor, the old matriarch appeared anxious, her brow furrowed. Having waited for a considerable time without any sign of Shen Shiyue, she inquired, "Why has she not yet appeared?" A servant replied, "Please do not fret, old matriarch. It is late, and perhaps the young lady has already retired." The old matriarch's expression darkened, filled with both ire and urgency. In the entire city, there was no one with superior medical skills apart from Shen Shiyue. She had no other recourse. Shortly thereafter, a maid emerged from within, conveying, "The young lady has instructed you to wait for her in the front hall. Old matriarch, please follow me." The maid gestured, leading the way. With the maid's assistance, the old matriarch entered Shen Manor. Arriving at the front hall, her mind consumed with worry, she found it impossible to sit still, pacing restlessly and glancing towards the distance. Yet after a lengthy wait, Shen Shiyue's figure remained elusive. Shen Shiyue, realizing the hour was appropriate, stepped out of her chamber and made her way to the front hall. From afar, she observed the old matriarch's distressed demeanor. Upon entering the front hall, she regarded her indifferently, questioning, "What brings you to my residence at such an hour?" "Shiyue, I implore you to save my grandson." The old matriarch rushed forward, her face etched with concern. Chapter 18. The Lion's Demands. Will you comply? Shen Shiyue regarded the old matriarch with confusion. "Grandson?" The old matriarch's eyes brimmed with tears, her gaze imploring as she looked at Shen Shiyue, her voice trembling, and Ziqian. She retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom, dabbing at the corners of her eyes, and continued, "Shiyue, I understand that the Ho residence has wronged you in the past. I implore you, if you could intervene to save Ziqian and my grandson tonight, I shall ensure that the owed funds are delivered to you immediately." Having been wedded to the Ho residence for many years, it was the first time Shen Shiyue witnessed the old matriarch in such a state. It was clear that her greatest concern lay with her children. However, what calamity had befallen that had put both Wei Ziqian and Yu Shuqing's child in jeopardy? Shen Shiyue pondered, her brow furrowing as she queried, "What exactly has transpired? Why are both the Ho Lord and your grandson in peril?" The old matriarch was frantic, fearing for the safety of Yu Shuqing's unborn child and Wei Ziqian. "Shiyue, they are both unconscious at present. I beg of you, please visit the Ho residence," she pleaded. As a physician, even with past grievances, Shen Shiyue could not turn a blind eye to their plight. However, to compel her to make a house call, the Ho residence would need to offer a substantial sum. Shen Shiyue extended her hand, indicating, "The consultation fee shall be this amount." Thinking of Wei Ziqian's current condition, the old matriarch quickly acquiesced, "Very well, 500 taels it is." Shen Shiyue shook her head, a slight smile gracing her lips. "It is 5,000 taels." The old matriarch's eyes widened in disbelief, her face reflecting shock. "What? 5,000 taels?" Shen Shiyue raised an eyebrow. "Is the life of the Ho Lord and your grandson not worth 5,000 taels?" If the old matriarch was unwilling, then she could take her leave. Shen Shiyue maintained her composed demeanor, promptly issuing an eviction notice. Setting aside the repayment of Shen Shiyue's dowry and the debts incurred for the young lord's gambling, the current state of the Ho residence would make it impossible to easily produce 5,000 taels. Was this not a clear attempt to burden her further? Yet, with the stakes of her grandson and Ziqian at hand, her expression grew increasingly grim. Contemplating Yu Shuqing's ample dowry, the old matriarch realized that for the sake of Ziqian and her grandson, she had no choice. Finally, with red-rimmed eyes, she nodded. "Very well, I agree to your terms. You may accompany me to the Ho residence to render aid. Someone bring my medical kit." Shen Shiyue's clear voice rang out, and soon after, Qianyun presented her medical kit. "Miss, your medical kit." Shen Shiyue nodded. "Let us go to the Ho residence." The old matriarch, deeply troubled for Ziqian and her grandson, found herself too preoccupied to mention the events that had transpired at the Ho residence. Shen Shiyue's gaze fell upon the old matriarch's maid, Xiangyun. "What precisely has occurred?" Xiangyun glanced at the old matriarch, who nodded her consent, and then began to recount. It happened that during the wedding ceremony, a young gentleman suddenly fainted. Upon noticing, Yu Shuqing rushed over to provide assistance. What should have been a commendable act turned problematic when she removed the young man's clothing in the presence of many. Despite her intentions to save him, such conduct tarnished the Ho residence's reputation. Furthermore, the young man's wife was incensed by Yu Shuqing's actions, pushing her to the ground. Caught off guard, Yu Shuqing fell, leading to a miscarriage, with crimson blood pooling beneath her. Seeing this scene, Wei Ziqian, overwhelmed with emotion, instinctively shielded Yu Shuqing behind him. The woman was clearly enraged, unleashing her fury upon Wei Ziqian. As a guest, even if Wei Ziqian was displeased, he could not resort to violence. In an accidental moment, the woman pushed him to the ground, causing his head to strike the corner of the table, and he immediately lost consciousness. The scene descended into chaos. Upon hearing the commotion, Shen Shiyue was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that their wedding night would unfold in such turmoil. "Shiyue, you must save them," the elderly matron pleaded, choking back her emotions. The preservation of a life is worth more than the construction of a grand pagoda. Thus, Shen Shiyue would not take this matter lightly. She nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from saying more. It was adorned with vibrant decorations, the bright red lanterns hanging outside particularly eye-catching. Shen Shiyue paused for a moment, as if transported back in time, though the bride was now a different person. She continued her way inside, and soon arrived at Wei Ziqian's courtyard. Just then, a doctor emerged from within, casting a glance at the people from then sighed and shook his head. "My medical skills are lacking. You should seek a more proficient practitioner." As the doctor turned to leave, he caught sight of Shen Shiyue, his eyes gleaming. "Is it Miss Shen, the apothecary?" Shen Shiyue nodded in greeting, lifting her medicinal box and entering the room. The matron attempted to follow, but Shen Shiyue turned and said, "I prefer to treat patients without disturbance." With that, she closed the door behind her. First, she examined the conditions of Wei Ziqian and Yu Shuqing. Comparatively, Yu Shuqing's situation was dire. She was bleeding profusely, her face as pale as a blank sheet of paper. If this continued, her very life would be in jeopardy. Thus, she opened her medicinal box and began to administer treatment to Yu Shuqing. Outside the room, the matron paced anxiously, occasionally glancing at the closed door. Her brow furrowed in distress. The distant doctor left after Shen Shiyue entered the room. Wei Yuchen furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face. "Mother, should I seek out another physician?" Qiu Miaoyu nodded in agreement. "What Yuchen says makes sense. The more help, the better." Qianyan cast a dismissive glance at them and lightly remarked, "If my lady cannot cure them, who in the capital could possibly save the child of the Marquis and his wife?" The matron understood this all too well. Otherwise, she would not have humbly sought Shen Shiyue's aid. Regretting Yu Shuqing's actions, she thought if only she had not allowed her to enter in the first place. For Yu Shuqing was no match for Shen Shiyue. Yet, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Just as Wei Yuchen was about to speak again, the matron shot him a disapproving look, silencing him immediately. They waited outside for over 2 hours, the matron's heart racing with anxiety. Feeling utterly helpless, she clasped her hands together, silently praying, "Dear husband, if you are watching from above, please protect Ziqian." Before long, the door to the room opened. Upon seeing Shen Shiyue, everyone rushed forward. The matron, her face filled with concern, asked, "Shiyue, how are Ziqian and the child?" Shen Shiyue pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "The Marquis is now stable and will awaken by tomorrow. He merely needs to recuperate." Chapter 19. A life saved. A child lost. The matron's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally eased. She patted her chest and continued, "What of my grandson? Is he safe?" Shen Shiyue shook her head. "If you had come to find me immediately when the incident occurred, perhaps we could have saved the child within Yu Shuqing. Alas, your arrival was too late. She has lost too much blood, and it is a miracle that we can save her life." The matron's complexion turned ashen, her body weakening as she staggered back. "The child is lost." Xiang Yun hurriedly supported her, preventing her from falling. Qiu Miaoyan quickly grasped the situation. "I see. It must be that you are envious of Shuqing bearing Ziqian's child, so you deliberately did not save her child, seeking vengeance against the Madam Wei. One may indulge in gluttony, but one should not speak recklessly. Judging by what I have observed, the has summoned numerous doctors to treat the Marquis and his wife. Yet none could save them." Shen Shiyue narrowed her eyes, speaking coldly. "As a physician, I could never jest with a person's life, even amidst grievances. Moreover, If I truly wished to take revenge on them, I could simply refrain from coming altogether. Given the capabilities of the doctors in the city, they would have been unable to save them. Would that not be swifter? Upon hearing this, Qiu Miaoyun's expression darkened considerably. Shen Shiyue spoke the truth. In the entire capital, her medical expertise was unparalleled, which was precisely why the gambling den owner had sought her out previously. Qianyun noticed her lady was fatigued and quickly approached to take the medicinal box from Shen Shiyue's hands, murmuring softly, "Miss, you are truly undervalued. Saving lives and yet receiving no gratitude. Very well, matron, I have saved them. When do you intend to deliver the 50,000 taels and the previous dowry?" Shen Shiyue's gaze settled upon the matron. The matron was taken aback, staring blankly at Shen Shiyue for a long while. What? Does the matron intend to renege on her promise? As she spoke, Shen Shiyue flexed her wrist, the joints creaking ominously. Her martial prowess surpassed that of Wei Ziqian, and the scars were no match for her. Wei Ziqian and the others instinctively took a step back, observing the unfolding scene. The matron recognized the threat in Shen Shiyue's demeanor. The situation had escalated to this point, leaving her with little choice. With a heavy sigh, she said, "I will have someone deliver the items to the Shun residence shortly. By tomorrow morning, if I do not see the funds and medical fees returned from you shall bear the consequences." With that, Shen Shiyue turned and departed, with Qian Yun closely following. Qiu Miaoyun glared at her retreating figure, bitterness evident in her gaze. "Mother, are you truly going to repay Shen Shiyue the dowry? What other choice do we have?" The matron entered the room and approached the bed. Noticing that Wei Ziqian's complexion had improved significantly, she smoothed the bedding before turning to leave. Before departing, she specifically instructed the maid to take good care of Wei Ziqian. At the Shun residence, not long after Shen Shiyue and Qian Yun returned, a servant from the delivered the items. As it was nighttime and selling items was not feasible, they brought only what was currently available in the. A glance revealed that nearly everything consisted of gifts bestowed upon Yu Shuqing by the emperor. After calculating, the total of 50,000 taels, along with the supplementary dowry and gambling debts, was barely sufficient. A satisfied smile graced Shen Shiyue's lips. At last, the debts were settled. "Miss, the matron has broken her word several times. Why does she choose to deliver it this time?" Qian Yun inquired, puzzled. Shen Shiyue instructed the servants to move everything back to the storeroom, explaining, "First, it is because of my formidable martial skills. No one in the can match me. Secondly, it is due to my aunt and the emperor. When the emperor decreed my separation from the marquis to others he became my backing. Under such circumstances, the matron naturally must keep her word." Understanding dawned on Qian Yun. As she thought of the current state of she couldn't help but chuckle. After today, the will lose face, and life will revert to how it was before. Ha! Truly, heaven does not overlook the wicked. Shen Shiyue wore a helpless smile on her face. She lifted her hand and gently tapped Qian Yun's forehead, her tone laced with a hint of affection. "All right, it's quite late now. You should rest early and not dwell on trivial matters." "Yes, Mississippi." The next day, news of the Chengwuho mansion swiftly spread throughout the capital. Upon waking, Yu Shuqing learned that her child was no more, and her cries echoed with heart-wrenching sorrow. Coupled with the royal gifts, she had to return to Shen Shiyue. Her grief deepened. From that day onward, the days at Chengwuho mansion grew increasingly bleak. In a bid to save money, most of the servants were sold off, and the entire mansion fell into a state of frugality. In stark contrast, Shen Shiyue continued to live comfortably, seemingly unaffected. One day, a eunuch arrived at the Shun residence, his soft voice resonating in the courtyard as he conveyed the empress's decree, summoning Miss Shen to the palace for an audience. While reading in her study, Shen Shiyue promptly set down her book and stepped outside, her expression tinged with concern. "Is the empress unwell?" The eunuch shook his head, smiling warmly. "The empress has long wished to summon you upon hearing of your separation from the marquis, but she was worried about your feelings, hence the delay." Relieved to know the empress was fine, Shen Shiyue followed the eunuch out of the Shun residence. Soon, they arrived at Fengyi Palace. "Your Majesty." Shen Shiyue greeted the empress with a bow. The empress wore a smile of resignation and, after rising, patted the seat beside her. "Come, Shiyue, sit here." Shen Shiyue approached and sat next to the empress. "You seem to be doing well these past few days," the empress remarked, scrutinizing Shen Shiyue's expression. "Since my separation from the marquis, I have been alone, free from worries. Thus I am indeed doing well," Shen Shiyue replied with a smile. Seeing her sincerity, the Empress felt reassured. She took Shen Shiyue's hand, gently stroking the back of it with tenderness. Shiyue, you are the only one left in the Shen family. While you may feel at ease now, in time, loneliness will creep in. How about I help you find a suitable suitor? At present, Shen Shiyue had no interest in marriage. She fervently shook her head. Aunt, there is no rush for such matters. We can discuss it later. Just as the Empress was about to speak, Shen Shiyue quickly shifted the topic, lowering her voice. Aunt, do you know about the current situation of King Ling? Upon mentioning Xiaomuyu, the Empress's expression turned grave. She glanced at the palace maids nearby and waved them away. You may all leave. Yes, Your Majesty. Once the maids had retreated, the Empress fixed her serious gaze on Shen Shiyue. Shiyue, where did you hear about this? Shen Shiyue had not intended to conceal anything from the Empress, explaining that she had overheard it during her recent visit to the palace. The Empress, knowing Shen Shiyue was not one to gossip, surmised it was due to her mother's homeland, the northern Qi, being in peril, which caused her concern. With a sigh, the Empress began to speak slowly. Shiyue, King Ling is currently gravely poisoned, and his life hangs by a thread. The physicians dispatched are helpless, and the Emperor has secretly ordered the search for a cure. Whether the poison can be resolved depends on his own fortune. After all, if the king is fated to die at midnight, he will not be spared until dawn. Shen Shiyue furrowed her brow, her gaze falling as she sank into contemplation. Although she had previously told Emperor Jiajing that she could cure King Ling's poison, for some reason, he had yet to issue the order for her to proceed. Could there have been unforeseen circumstances? The Empress called her name several times, but seeing no response, she gently shook Shen Shiyue's shoulder. Shiyue, what are you thinking about so deeply? Shen Shiyue understood that, given the Empress's temperament, she would be reluctant to allow her to intervene in King Ling's affairs. After all, should the king succumb to the poison, the consequences would be dire. She shook her head. Oh, it's nothing. The astute Empress could not possibly miss her subtle intentions. Shiyue, are you planning to cure King Ling's poison? Not at all. Shen Shiyue instinctively touched her nose. The slight gesture caught the Empress's attention, and her expression darkened. Whenever you lie, you unconsciously do that. Shiyue, I understand your desire to help as the revered healer, but this matter is too complex. It is best that you do not involve yourself. Moreover, there are many capable individuals in this world. It is not solely dependent on you. Listen to your aunt and stay in the capital. Do not venture out. Meeting the Empress's concerned gaze, Shen Shiyue grasped her underlying fears. The Shen family now had only her as the last hope. If anything were to happen to her, the Empress would be left without the means to face the rest of the Shen clan in 100 years. Aunt, rest assured, with my medical skills, I can certainly cure King Ling's poison. Do not worry, Shen Shiyue asserted confidently. Seeing this, the Empress's expression grew even more troubled. She softened her tone, saying no. I cannot agree to this. You must not go. Shen Shiyue stood and approached the Empress, playfully wrapping her arms around her. Aunt. After some time, the Empress remained resolute. You know my abilities, Aunt. Even if you send someone to keep an eye on me, I will still find a way to leave the capital to cure King Ling. The Empress's face darkened, her brows knitting tightly. What? Are you suggesting that I cannot stop you? Shen Shiyue softened her tone. Aunt, you know that is not what I mean. I am merely worried about King Ling's safety. If anything were to happen to him, the northern Qi would surely fall, leading to widespread suffering. You would not want to witness such a scene. Though the Empress was furious, she understood Shen Shiyue's nature. Once she had made up her mind, no amount of persuasion would suffice. With a pained expression, she asked, Shiyue, do you truly have to go? Shen Shiyue nodded. Aunt, I must go. Do you know why the Emperor ordered my separation from the Marquis? It is because I promised him that I would cure King Ling's poison. The Empress lowered her head, her delicate features furrowing in distress. If that were the case, no words would suffice to change her mind. Shiyue, the Empress sighed, having said all she could, realizing she was at a loss for how to persuade Shen Shiyue. Very well, since you have made up your mind, go ahead. And do not worry, I will return safely. Shen Shiyue assured her, patting her chest. The Empress, filled with concern, could only offer one last piece of advice. Be careful on your journey, and remember to write to me often, understand? Understood, Aunt. Shen Shiyue stayed in Fengyi Palace for a while before departing. Upon reaching the imperial study, Shen Shiyue approached the eunuch stationed outside, pulling out a pouch of money to hand to him. Please inform His Majesty that I have urgent matters to discuss. The eunuch opened the pouch, his eyes gleaming with greed as he caught sight of the silver. He nodded with a smile. Miss Shen, please wait a moment. I will report to His Majesty right away. Shen Shiyue nodded and waited outside. The eunuch swiftly proceeded inside, placing the feather duster on his other arm and walking briskly to the desk. He bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, Miss Shen requests an audience. Emperor Jiajing put down the memorial he was reviewing, looking up at the eunuch with a hint of confusion. What does she seek? The eunuch bent his body and spoke clearly. Miss Shen did not specify, only mentioning an urgent matter. Emperor Jiajing furrowed his brow, lifted his gaze towards the direction outside the hall, hesitated for a moment, and then gradually spoke. Let her in. Yes. With that, the eunuch exited the hall. As soon as he emerged, he encountered the anxious expression of Shen Shiyue. Miss Shen, the emperor has summoned you. Shen Shiyue nodded and entered. Upon seeing Emperor Jiajing, she immediately bowed. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Emperor Jiajing observed her for a moment, then said, Rise. Thank you, your Majesty. Shen Shiyue stood up. I have already granted permission for you to part ways with the Marquis of Qingwu. You now seek me for what purpose? Emperor Jiajing's voice resonated deeply within the grand hall. I did not come regarding the Marquis of Qingwu, but rather for Prince Ling. Shen Shiyue raised her head, looking directly at Emperor Jiajing as she spoke. Previously, I promised your Majesty that I would assist in curing Prince Ling's poison in exchange for my separation from the Marquis. I have prepared the necessary items and am ready to head to the frontier at your Majesty's command. However, I have waited for several days without receiving your order, and I am concerned for Prince Ling's safety. Has your Majesty encountered difficulties? Realizing this was the reason for her visit, Emperor Jiajing's tightly furrowed brow softened. You need not involve yourself in Prince Ling's affairs. Shen Shiyue was taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. May I boldly inquire if a physician has been found to treat Prince Ling's poison? Emperor Jiajing slightly parted his lips. This morning, the wife of the Marquis of Qingwu, Yu Shuqing, has received the imperial decree and is now en route to the frontier. Chapter 21. An encounter on the road. Yu Shuqing has received the imperial decree? With her medical skills, she could handle ordinary injuries, but the poison afflicting Xiao Muyu was beyond her capability to cure, even with her utmost effort. Shen Shiyue's expression instantly darkened. Noticing her change in demeanor, Emperor Jiajing inquired with curiosity, Do you have anything further to say? Though it was Yu Shuqing who received the decree, it was Emperor Jiajing who issued it. To voice her concerns directly would be seen as disrespectful to the emperor. Shen Shiyue shook her head. If there is nothing more, you may withdraw. With that, Emperor Jiajing waved his hand and returned to the documents before him. Your servant takes her leave. Shen Shiyue exited the imperial study, her expression increasingly grave. The reason Yu Shuqing received the decree was likely due to the scandal that had previously erupted. She understood Yu Shuqing's desire to restore her reputation, yet such overreach was tantamount to courting disaster. Should Xiao Muyu encounter any mishap, it would endanger not only the northern Qi region but also bring calamity upon the Marquis of Qingwu's household. Did this fool truly grasp the importance of the situation? If she wished to endanger herself, she should not drag Xiao Muyu down with her. Shen Shiyue furrowed her brow tightly, feeling as though she had a headache. The only option now was to find a way to reach the frontier as swiftly as possible. Fortunately, she had already asked Qianyun to prepare the necessary items, alleviating some of the hassle. Upon returning to the Shen residence, she changed into a clean and neat outfit, then headed to her study to write a letter before departing. Qianyun, sensing her intent to leave alone, followed her. Miss, allow me to accompany you. Qianyun, you need not come with me. Stay here. Shen Shiyue hurried along, knowing Qianyun's physical condition would not keep pace. Any delay would jeopardize Xiao Muyu's already critical state. She had to reach the frontier as quickly as possible. But miss, it is not advisable for you to travel alone. Qianyun's face was filled with concern. Do not worry, I can take care of myself. You should remain in the residence for now. With that, Shen Shiyue approached the carriage. Initially, she had intended to ride in the carriage for comfort, but now it seemed impractical. She had to arrive at the frontier before Yu Shuqing, otherwise, with her medical skills, she might inadvertently send Xiao Muyu to his demise. She opened the bundle and medical kit inside the carriage, packed the necessary items, and then set off on horseback. Seeing her urgency, Qianyun guessed the reason for her decision not to take her along. Miss, please take care of yourself, Qianyun urged, her voice filled with concern. I understand. Shen Shiyue rode off. As Qianyan watched her figure fade, her eyes grew moist. This was the first time in years she had parted from her mistress. Now, she could only silently pray for her safe return. Throughout the journey, Shen Shiyue dared not rest. Only when her horse could no longer run did she dismount, tying the reins to a tree by the river to let the horse graze and drink. According to her calculations, it would take about 3 days to reach the frontier. The journey from Yawang Valley to the frontier would take at most 2 days. Taking a whistle from her pocket, she blew into it. Before long, a white figure appeared in the distance, quickly landing on Shen Shiyue's shoulder, cooing softly. It was her trained carrier pigeon, Xiao Xian. Shen Shiyue gently patted its small head and then tucked a letter into the wooden tube beside its leg. Xiao Xian, do not play along the way. You must deliver this letter to Sister Mu as quickly as possible. The little creature seemed to understand, cooing twice before flapping its wings and taking off. Soon, it vanished into the night. Shen Shiyue pressed her heels into the ground and swiftly climbed a tree, lying on a branch to rest. Once the horse regained its strength, she would resume her journey. Inside the carriage, Yu Shuqing sat comfortably on a soft cushion, her gaze occasionally drifting to the gleaming imperial decree, her eyes sparkling with delight. Truly, the heavens were aiding her. Since that incident on her wedding night, the entire marquis's household had held her in utmost disdain. She had thought her life would be forever marred, but unexpectedly, she learned from Wei Ziqian that the cold-faced Yama, Xiao Muyu, was now gravely poisoned. Emperor Jiajing had ordered a secret search for a physician to cure Xiao Muyu's poison. At that moment, she devised a plan. If she could cure Xiao Muyu, not only would her reputation be restored, but perhaps she would surpass Shen Shiyue in the capital. Confident in her medical skills, she believed that had she been in the capital, the title of Medicine King would not have fallen to Shen Shiyue. Once Xiao Muyu recovered, the frontier would surely be secured, and they could reclaim the lost territories. When she returned to the capital, her fame would undoubtedly soar. The rewards would be generous, and the days of the Marquis of Qingwu's household would improve. At that time, the old matriarch and others would certainly alter their attitudes, treating her with utmost respect. Just thinking about it made her lips curl into an uncontrollable smile, and she had dreamt of laughing that night. It was for this reason that she visited the palace the following day to receive the imperial decree. Surrounding the carriage were soldiers sent by Emperor Jiajing for her protection. Ensuring her safety was unquestionable. Most importantly, the carriage was quite comfortable, without a hint of discomfort. Indeed, the treatment of receiving an imperial decree was remarkable. Yu Shuqing leisurely picked up a piece of fruit from the platter, savoring it, when suddenly, she felt her right eyelid twitching incessantly, causing an inexplicable sense of unease. After a brief moment, the moving carriage came to an abrupt halt. Unprepared, Yu Shuqing tumbled out, landing ungracefully. Rising hastily, she lifted the curtain with a disgruntled expression, directing her gaze towards the soldiers outside, and exclaimed, "Do you even know how to drive a carriage?" The soldiers exchanged somber glances, their expressions grave. Out of the corner of her eye, Yu Shuqing caught sight of a dark mass of figures not far away, and upon a mere glance, she discerned their identity. Her complexion paling in an instant. Those were the barbarians, likely having learned of her involvement in dispelling the poison from Xiao Muyu, and had come to ambush her on the road. The commanding general drew his sword from his waist and bellowed, "Protect the lady of Qingwu Ho. We must ensure her safety." "Yes," the soldiers replied in unison. Despite the soldiers' protection, fear gripped Yu Shuqing. She was drenched in sweat, scanning her surroundings for any means of self-defense. Regret washed over her. Had she foreseen such peril, she would have never accepted the imperial decree. Chapter 22. Regretful of past choices, though she desired to achieve merit and fame, she had never imagined it would lead to her demise. Yu Shuqing's brows furrowed tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Soon, the sounds of combat echoed outside the carriage. She heard one of the barbarians shout, "The one who saved Xiao Muyu is inside the carriage. Fire the arrows." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows being released filled the air. Terrified, Yu Shuqing huddled in the corner of the carriage, her heartbeat quickening as she watched the arrows rain down, fearful that one might pierce her body. As anticipated, her fear materialized. She felt a sharp pain and instinctively reached behind her, glancing down at her hand to find it smeared with blood. Thanks to the carriage's buffering, the arrow had not penetrated her body. However, if it were to be removed, she would need to bandage it quickly. Yet, with the battle still raging outside, moving to another spot might result in further injury. The side of the carriage was already riddled with arrows. Here, she might evade disaster, so she remained still, quietly listening to the unfolding chaos outside. A fierce battle ensued. Despite the continuous fall of soldiers, the remaining troops steadfastly shielded the carriage, safeguarding Yu Shuqing's safety. 3 days later, Shen Shiyue arrived at the frontier, dismounting from her horse and entering through the city gate. Not long after, a flash of red leapt down from the city wall, landing gracefully before Shen Shiyue, a bright voice ringing out, "Shiyue, I've been eagerly awaiting you." Mu Shiji, Shen Shiyue exclaimed joyfully. "Here, the items you requested," Mu Qingxi said, producing a bundle from her arms and tossing it to her. Shen Shiyue hurriedly caught it, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Mu Shiji." Noticing the weary horse beside Shen Shiyue, Mu Qingxi pointed and inquired, "Shiyue, you didn't change horses along the way, did you?" "Not at all. I took the most direct route to the frontier, which had no relay stations," Shen Shiyue explained as she patted the horse's head and continued forward. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the horse's legs trembling with exertion. It was evident that she had fed it a considerable amount of herbs, otherwise it would likely have succumbed long ago. At that moment, Mu Qingxi was at a loss whether to feel sympathy or envy for the creature. As they journeyed to the relay station, Mu Qingxi curiously asked, "Shiyue, why the haste in your arrival?" Having spent most of her time within the Medicine King Valley, she was largely unaware of events beyond its confines. With a grave expression, Shen Shiyue replied, "Prince Ling is gravely poisoned, and the imperial physicians dispatched by the emperor are powerless to help. With the urgency of the situation at the frontier, I fear for his safety, which is why I rushed here." Mu Qingxi suddenly recalled something and continued, "What about Wei Ziqian? Did he not accompany you?" At the mention of him, Shen Shiyue's eyes darkened, but her pace did not falter. "Mu Shiji, I have already divorced him. Please do not mention him again." Mu Qingxi was taken aback, her mind filled with questions. Divorced? What happened? It was well known that Shen Shiyue and Wei Ziqian were childhood sweethearts, a match made in heaven within the capital. How could they have divorced? No matter how she pondered, she could not fathom the situation. Upon arriving at the relay station, Shen Shiyue entrusted the horse to the stable hand, offering him a bit of silver before leading Mu Qingxi towards the military camp. Along the way, Shen Shiyue had not encountered any bad news, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. However, her concern for Yu Shuqing and her efforts to save Xiao Muyu compelled her to maintain her swift pace. Before long, they reached the outskirts of the military camp, where patrolling soldiers approached them immediately, coldly questioning, "Who are you? What brings you to the military camp?" The reputation of the Medicine King Valley was known only to those in the capital and nearby towns. The soldiers, however, were likely familiar with the Shen family's name. With a serious demeanor, Shen Shiyue declared, "I am Shen Shiyue, daughter of the Shen family, here to administer the antidote for Prince Ling." The soldiers exchanged wary glances, recognizing the Shen family but apprehensive that she might be an impostor. Perceiving their concerns, Shen Shiyue removed the jade pendant from her waist and presented it to them. The pendant was unique to the Shen family, and while the soldiers had seen it before, they knew that only those familiar with the family could authenticate it. "Please wait a moment," one soldier said before taking the pendant inside. Shen Shiyue understood his intent and refrained from further comment. Mu Qingxi crossed her arms and leaned against a nearby tree, waiting. Looking at the soldiers, Shen Shiyue asked, "Have any physicians from the capital arrived here in the past few days?" The soldiers all shook their heads. Instantly, Shen Shiyue felt a wave of relief. As long as Yu Shuqing had not arrived, she was confident in her ability to dispel the poison from Xiao Muyu. In the absence of trust, even if she inquired about Xiao Muyu's condition, they would not divulge any information, so she remained there, awaiting further developments. Before long, a man hurriedly emerged from within. Bowing upon seeing Shen Shiyue, "I have the honor of meeting Miss Shen. And you are?" Shen Shiyue questioned, not recognizing him. "I am Ling Ikuan, the deputy commander of the camp," he replied, respectfully returning the jade pendant to her. "Miss Shen, you may not recognize me, but I have often heard your name from your brother." Shen Shiyue nodded and asked, "Deputy Commander Lin, please take me to Prince Ling's tent. The poison cannot be delayed any longer. It must be addressed swiftly." "Right this way, Miss Shen," Ling Ikuan gestured. Mu Qingxi, seeing that they were finally moving, quickly approached. Upon noticing her, Ling Ikuan inquired, "Miss Shen, who is this young lady?" "This is my Shiji, Mu Qingxi, the senior disciple of the Medicine King Valley," Shen Shiyue introduced. Pleasure to meet you, Lin Yikuan said, his eyes shining with hope. With the presence of a senior disciple from the Medicine King Valley, the prospects of dispelling Prince Ling's poison seemed promising. Before long, Lin Yikuan led Shen Shiyue and Mu Qingxi to the entrance of Xiao Muyu's tent. The soldiers outside immediately saluted upon seeing Lin Yikuan. Nodding in acknowledgement, he gestured, "Miss Shen, please enter. Prince Ling is inside." Shen Shiyue and Mu Qingxi stepped inside together. Soon, news of a physician arriving to treat Xiao Muyu spread among the soldiers. Before long, a crowd had gathered outside, their eyes fixed intently on the tent, engaged in fervent discussions. Numerous imperial doctors had rushed from the capital to detoxify Xiao Muyu, initially making solemn promises of success, yet now their confidence waned, leaving everyone uncertain about the efficacy of those attempting to aid him. Chapter 23. Obstacles in acquiring medicine. After they entered, Lin Yikuan stood guard outside, surveying the soldiers before him. "You all should disperse. Do not linger here and disturb Miss Shen and Miss Mu as they work to detoxify His Highness." Fearing for Xiao Muyu's well-being, the soldiers complied and scattered, though the buzz of conversation persisted. Within the tent, Shen Shiyue and Mu Qingxi moved to the innermost part, their brows furrowing upon seeing Xiao Muyu lying on the bed. His complexion was a disconcerting shade of bluish-purple, his lips darkened, and his labored breaths were alarmingly shallow, indicative of a dire situation where the poison had likely already spread throughout his body. If left untreated, he would succumb within 3 days. Fortunately, Shen Shiyue had taken a shortcut to arrive here, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Shen Shiyue unwrapped her bundle, retrieving silver needles from within. She sat beside Xiao Muyu, preparing to take his pulse. Mu Qingxi stood by, admiring Xiao Muyu's resilience. It was indeed rare for someone to endure such a potent poison for so long. Shen Shiyue's expression was grave. Time was of the essence, and the poison must be resolved within a day. Should it reach his heart, even a deity would struggle to save him. Turning to Mu Qingxi, she spoke softly. "Sister Mu, please go out and inform Vice Commander Lin to fetch centipedes, scorpions, and ghost grass from the physician. Also, bring a wooden tub and hot water, quickly." "Understood. I shall go at once." Mu Qingxi nodded firmly, before exiting the tent. Outside, Lin Yikuan, hearing approaching footsteps, turned to see Mu Qingxi emerging. "Miss Mu." "About His Highness's poison," he began, only for her to interrupt, reciting Shen Shiyue's requirements verbatim. Due to the numerous ingredients needed, Lin Yikuan struggled to remember them all, especially since he had only heard the list once. Unfortunately, his memory was not particularly sharp, and he faltered at the third item. Noticing his embarrassment, Mu Qingxi frowned slightly. "Is there a problem? Miss Mu, would you accompany me to Physician Zhou? You can relay the list to him," Lin Yikuan suggested, feeling somewhat sheepish. Mu Qingxi nodded and followed him to Physician Zhou's tent. Out of courtesy, Lin Yikuan inquired before entering. "Physician Zhou, are you available?" A somewhat dazed voice responded from within. "I am." Thinking he had been sufficiently clear, Lin Yikuan pulled aside the curtain and entered with Mu Qingxi. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from within. "Lin Yikuan, why did you bring a woman into my tent? Get out!" Mu Qingxi cast a dispassionate glance at the man, who was hastily dressing, clad only in his undergarments. She could not suppress a smirk. Was it really necessary to create such a commotion over a mere matter of modesty? "Miss Mu, perhaps you should step outside for a moment?" Lin Yikuan suggested, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Mu Qingxi complied, and exited the tent. Meanwhile, Physician Zhou Junsheng, dressed at an astonishing pace, muttering about Lin Yikuan's lack of foresight. "Why didn't you mention there was a woman? I did remind you. You simply dismissed it," Lin Yikuan retorted, stepping out to summon Mu Qingxi back in once Zhou was dressed. In the eyes of a physician, gender was inconsequential. Thus Mu Qingxi displayed no signs of embarrassment. Just as Lin Yikuan was about to introduce her, she interjected with her purpose. Zhou Junsheng's demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Mu Qingxi. "Who are you? What is your connection to the detoxification of His Highness?" "The detoxification is to be conducted by the Shen family. This is Miss Shen's senior sister," Lin Yikuan clarified. Zhou Junsheng's gaze remained skeptical. "May I inquire who you trained under?" Mu Qingxi's brow furrowed, her displeasure evident. "I am a disciple of the head of the Medicine King Valley." "Will you now procure the medicine?" "The Medicine King Valley?" Zhou Junsheng's eyes glimmered with skepticism. Mu Qingxi, already disinclined to engage with someone so doubtful, stated firmly, If the poison within His Highness is not resolved within a day, even divine intervention may prove futile. With that, she turned and exited the tent. Lin Yiquan's expression darkened as he addressed Zhou Junsheng. Physician, I understand your concerns for His Highness's well-being, but the Shen family is a lineage of martial and medicinal practitioners. If Miss Shen has vowed she can detoxify him, she must possess considerable confidence. Your current demeanor may anger her, and should she refuse to assist, the consequences would be dire. Zhou Junsheng's expression grew inscrutable as he averted his gaze. Despite various attempts, he had been unable to alleviate Xiao Muyu's condition, and the situation was deteriorating rapidly. He could only approach this with a mindset of desperation. Vice Commander Lin, prepare a wooden tub and hot water. I will gather the herbs shortly. With that, Zhou Junsheng began searching for the necessary ingredients. Lin Yiquan nodded and exited the tent. When Mu Qingxi returned, she found Shen Shiyue administering acupuncture to Xiao Muyu. Silver needles pierced his skin, rendering him akin to a hedgehog. During the procedure, any disturbance could lead to a misstep, so Mu Qingxi remained silent, observing intently. Once Shen Shiyue paused, Mu Qingxi spoke softly, Shiyue, that physician Zhou seems overly suspicious. He may be reluctant to provide the herbs. Should I procure them from the apothecary? Shen Shiyue hesitated, her expression troubled. She soon realized Zhou Junsheng's caution was understandable. After all, this was not the first time the emperor had sent someone to detoxify Xiao Muyu. Throughout the days, nearly every physician had confidently assured their capability to resolve the poison, only for disappointment to follow. She suspected there were individuals among them, much like Yu Shuqing, who overestimated their abilities. She asked anxiously, Sister Mu, how quickly can you return? His Highness can only endure for half an hour at most. Chapter 24. The rumors grow more ominous after calculating the time for the round trip and the procurement of the herbs. Mu Qingxi's expression grew grave. It may be quite difficult. Given your limited agility and unfamiliarity with this area, returning with all the required ingredients within half an hour seems utterly fanciful. Looking at Xiao Muyu, Shen Shiyue resolved, very well. Sister, I shall go procure the herbs myself. She extended her hand to point at the incense that had already been ignited, indicating that once it burned out, her senior sister would pierce the 10 fingers of His Highness Ling Wang. Mu Qingxi nodded solemnly. Shen Shiyue stood up and exited the tent. As she stepped outside, she happened upon Lin Yiquan, who was followed by a soldier carrying a wooden bucket. Miss Shen, where are you headed? To procure medicinal herbs, Shen Shiyue replied, her concern for time preventing her from elaborating further. With the wind at her feet, she moved swiftly, disappearing from the military camp in no time. The soldier was taken aback by the remarkable agility of a woman, his face displaying astonishment. Quickly place the bucket inside. Lin Yiquan commanded. Yes, Deputy Commander Lin. The soldier replied, continuing further into the tent. Soon, this incident spread throughout the camp, igniting fervent discussions among the soldiers. Do you think that Miss Shen might be fleeing because she can't cure His Highness Ling Wang? That does seem plausible. But isn't Miss Shen as senior sister inside the tent? Perhaps Miss Shen intends for her senior sister to serve as a scapegoat. It appeared that His Highness Ling Wang was in grave danger, and a melancholic atmosphere permeated the surroundings. Shortly thereafter, the soldiers returned to the entrance of Xiao Muyu's tent, demanding that Mu Qingxi come out. Some were so overcome with sorrow that they couldn't help but lower their heads to wipe away their tears. Lin Yiquan never anticipated such a turn of events. It was evident that rumors about Xiao Muyu had spread like wildfire within the camp. Astonishingly, despite Xiao Muyu still being alive, word had circulated that he had perished. Return to your posts. Do not disturb the physician while they treat His Highness Ling Wang, Lin Yiquan ordered. His voice laced with anger. The soldiers, faced with Lin Yiquan's authority, quickly departed. Although he had warned them against spreading rumors, once ignited, gossip was relentless. Unless Xiao Muyu truly recovered and emerged to confront the world. With a heavy sigh, Lin Yiquan cast a complex gaze towards the direction Shen Shiyue had departed, realizing that all hope now rested upon her shoulders. Moments later, he noticed Zhou Junsheng approaching from a distance, carrying a bamboo basket filled with various medicinal herbs. Lin Yiquan regarded him with indifference, recognizing there was no opportunity for discourse. Zhou Junsheng remained silent as he entered the tent. At that moment, Mu Qingxi was utilizing silver needles to pierce Xiao Muyu's fingertips. What are you doing? Zhou Junsheng questioned coldly, placing the basket on the table. Ignoring him, Mu Qingxi prepared to proceed with the other hand when Zhou Junsheng swiftly approached, grasping her wrist to halt her actions. I'm asking you a question. Why are you silent? Mu Qingxi glared at him with displeasure and retorted, if you wish to prevent His Highness Ling Wang from meeting his demise, then retract your hand. Upon witnessing Xiao Muyu adorned with numerous silver needles, Zhou Junsheng was momentarily taken aback as Mu Qingxi resumed her work. Soon, dark blood began to drip from the tips of Xiao Muyu's fingers, cascading onto the floor, and upon closer inspection, the droplets emitted wisps of black smoke as they fell. Previously, Zhou Junsheng had employed various methods, yet failed to expel the poison from within him. Why was this working? His pupils dilated, filled with astonishment. How on earth are you accomplishing this? Disinterested in his inquiries, Mu Qingxi calculated the time, estimating Shen Shiyue's imminent return, and glanced toward the entrance of the tent. The moment the curtain was lifted, Shen Shiyue rushed in, casting the gathered herbs into the wooden bucket before requesting Lin Yiquan to pour in a substantial amount of hot and cold water. Her gaze swept over Lin Yiquan and Zhou Junsheng as she instructed, Deputy Commander, you too must lift His Highness Ling Wang and place him in the bucket. Be careful not to disturb those silver needles at all. Understood, Miss Shen. Lin Yiquan complied, moving closer, prompting Zhou Junsheng, who was still dazed, to assist. Regaining his senses, he joined in the effort. Given that Xiao Muyu's upper body was nearly covered in silver needles, they could only lift his legs, proceeding with extreme caution. Fearful of causing an incident, by the time they laid him in the tub, both were drenched in sweat. Shen Shiyue retrieved the medicinal ingredients Mu Qingxi had given her, placing some in Xiao Muyu's mouth for him to hold, while dissolving the remainder in the water. She positioned herself behind him, channeling her internal energy to help circulate his own. Zhou Junsheng furrowed his brows, fixated on the unfolding scene, prepared to intervene should any mishap occur. Lin Yiquan, though concerned, remained somewhat composed, largely due to Shen Shiyue's brother. After all, had it not been for him, Lin Yiquan would have perished long ago. In stark contrast, Mu Qingxi maintained her calm demeanor, seated at a nearby table, leisurely pouring herself a cup of tea and savoring a sip. Time slipped by, and beads of sweat began to form on Shen Shiyue's forehead. Observing this, Mu Qingxi hurried over, retrieving a handkerchief from her bosom to gently wipe away the perspiration. Thank you, Shen Shiyue whispered. Oh, you're always so polite, Mu Qingxi replied, her tone tinged with affection. Inside the bucket, Xiao Muyu's lips had turned completely black, and even the medicinal ingredients in his mouth were gradually changing color. The once aromatic herbs now exuded a foul odor. Xiao Muyu's Adam's apple bobbed, producing a strange sound from his throat. Moments later, he retched violently, expelling the herbs into the bucket, followed by a stream of dark blood. An unpleasant stench filled the tent, causing both Lin Yiquan and Zhou Junsheng to instinctively grimace. Shen Shiyue paused, retrieving a finely crafted dagger from her bosom. Turning to the other two, she inquired, Do either of you have any alcohol? Lin Yiquan felt his waist for a moment before tossing her a pouch of liquor. After opening it, she poured the alcohol over the dagger, then seized Xiao Muyu's wrist, slicing a deep gash into his skin. The flesh splitting open as dark blood flowed forth. She positioned the wound outside the bucket, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Muyu's condition. Meanwhile, Zhou Junsheng, in horror, realized that Xiao Muyu's chest had ceased to rise and fall. He approached to check for a pulse. There's no breath. Chapter 25. Concern breeds chaos. Without exception, in an instant, Zhou Junsheng felt as though the sky had collapsed, his complexion paling dramatically. Sensing something was amiss, Lin Yiquan urgently asked, What's wrong? At that moment, Shen Shiyue was fixated on Xiao Muyu's wrist, observing the blood flowing gradually turning red, and her previously furrowed brows began to relax. She then employed the unique method of Yawang Valley to halt the bleeding from the wound. Zhou Junsheng felt a ringing in his ears, and after some time, he finally managed to speak. His Highness Ling Wang is gone. How can this be? Lin Yiquan's brows knitted tightly. Before him, Shen Shiyue continued her efforts to detoxify Xiao Muyu, showing no signs of stopping. If he truly had died, why would she exert herself so vigorously? Mu Qingxi couldn't help but roll her eyes, exasperated that he didn't grasp the concept of life and death. At such a critical juncture, they absolutely could not be disturbed. With a light tone, Mu Qingxi reassured, Do not worry. His Highness Ling Wang is fine. Zhou Junsheng turned his head, his vocal cords trembling slightly. I had just checked the breath of His Highness Ling Wang. He had already passed away. His eyes were filled with regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have done anything to prevent Shen Shiyue from helping Xiao Muyu, ensuring she never attempted to detoxify him. But now it was too late. He gazed down at Xiao Muyu, who was slumped in the wooden tub, radiating an aura of sorrow. If it weren't for Xiao Muyu rescuing him from the bandits, he, a mere physician without the strength to harm a chicken, would have surely met his demise at their hands. Yet, now, faced with his benefactor's dire poisoning, he found himself utterly powerless to provide a cure. He had pursued the medical arts precisely to save lives, and now he felt a profound sense of inadequacy. No. He could not allow Shen Shiyue to desecrate His Highness Ling Wang's corpse. His eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted, "Shen Shiyue, stop. Do not show disrespect to His Highness Ling Wang's remains." Shen Shiyue furrowed her brow, her hands remaining undeterred in their task. As the medicinal substances and bloodletting continued, Xiao Muyu's once dark lips gradually turned pale, his complexion likewise waning. "Shen Shiyue, do you hear me? I command you to stop," Zhou Junxing exclaimed, rushing forward to seize her hand. By the time Lin Yiquan noticed and attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Shen Shiyue reacted swiftly, gripping Zhou Junxing's wrist, exerting just enough force to dislocate his right hand with a sharp crack. Before he could comprehend what had occurred, she forcefully pushed him away. And as he turned his back to her, she delivered a kick that sent him sprawling out of the tent. The unskilled Zhou Junxing found himself thrown out, the impact painful enough to elicit a sharp intake of breath. Struggling to rise, he realized that each step sent jolts of pain through him. To prevent Zhou Junxing from re-entering Muqing, she spoke sternly, "Deputy Commander Lin, please stand guard outside. No one is to enter and disturb Miss Shiyue." "Yes. I shall keep watch," Lin Yiquan replied, casting a glance at Xiao Muyu, whose face showed signs of improvement. Trusting in Shen Shiyue's abilities, he stepped outside, only to encounter the battered Zhou Junxing, whose pallor indicated he was severely injured. Observing his condition, Lin Yiquan suggested, "Dr. Zhou, since you are injured, seek another physician for your treatment." "Step aside, Lin Yiquan," Zhou Junxing retorted coldly. Lin Yiquan's expression turned serious as he spoke firmly. "You must not disturb Miss Shen until His Highness Ling Wang has recovered." Zhou Junxing placed his left hand on Lin Yiquan's shoulder, incredulous. "Have you lost your mind? His Highness has already passed. How can you allow Shen Shiyue to dishonor his remains?" Lin Yiquan remained unmoved. Zhou Junxing continued, "If it weren't for His Highness, do you think you could have attained the position of deputy commander merely through your own merit? Now, due to the woman's incompetence in detoxifying him, he has perished, and you stand idly by, permitting them to disgrace his corpse." His chest heaved with rage, and his eyes reddened. As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Lin Yiquan did not allow himself to be provoked. "Dr. Zhou, His Highness will be fine." Zhou Junxing, left with no other recourse and feeling the weight of his injuries, could not force his way back in. Seeing that Zhou Junxing had no intention of leaving, Lin Yiquan resorted to a swift strike, knocking him unconscious. "Apologies, Dr. Zhou," he muttered, signaling a soldier to take Zhou Junxing back to the tent and summon a physician for his treatment. The soldier complied, escorting Zhou Junxing away. The wait was unbearably long, and before they knew it, evening had descended. The sunset painted the sky in fiery hues of red. Lin Yiquan's brow furrowed, his hands clenched into fists. It had been too long without news. Surely, something must have gone awry. Inside the tent, after a long day of diligent work, Shen Shiyue checked Xiao Muyu's pulse once more and confirmed that the poison had been eradicated. She released a long sigh of relief. At last, it was over. After removing all the silver needles, she stepped out of the tent and patted Lin Yiquan on the shoulder. "Deputy Commander Lin, please come in." Lin Yiquan nodded, and upon entering, Shen Shiyue instructed him to place Xiao Muyu on the bed and to have the tub removed. As they laid Xiao Muyu on the bed, Lin Yiquan noticed the rise and fall of his chest. Aside from a pale complexion, he appeared normal. He turned to Shen Shiyue and asked, "Miss Shen, has the poison been cleared from His Highness?" Shen Shiyue nodded. "His Highness is now safe, but he has lost quite a bit of blood and will need to recuperate." Lin Yiquan's eyes sparkled with hope as he expressed his gratitude. "Miss Shen, I am immensely thankful for your timely arrival. Otherwise, His Highness." He paused, then continued, "I cannot thank you enough, Miss Shen. There is no need for such formality. Deputy Commander, it is merely my duty," Shen Shiyue replied gently. As night had already fallen, she stated, "I shall return to the city now. If anything arises, you may find me at the Xiangguan Inn. With that, she turned to leave. Miss Shen, could you not stay? Lin Yiquan implored. Shen Shiyue halted, puzzled. Why? With you here beside His Highness, I would feel much more at ease, Lin Yiquan explained. Perhaps concerned that Xiao Muyu might succumb after her departure. Relenting, she nodded. Casting a glance at Mu Qingxi, who was rubbing her stomach, she added, Deputy Commander Lin, could you prepare accommodations for us, and perhaps some food? Of course, I will attend to it immediately, he replied. Once Lin Yiquan had left, Mu Qingxi remarked, Shiyue, do you plan to leave after His Highness awakens, or? Chapter 26. Discontent among the soldiers. Seemingly recalling a sorrowful thought, Shen Shiyue lowered her gaze. An aura of melancholy surrounding her. After a lengthy silence, she faintly smiled. Senior Sister Mu, I wish to stay. Having recently separated from Wei Ziqian, she felt no ties to the capital. Moreover, with the impending war, she desired to contribute her efforts on the battlefield, seeking vengeance for the Shen family. Mu Qingxi had anticipated this, reaching out to pat Shen Shiyue's shoulder. If anything happens, remember to write to me. Senior sister, won't you stay a few more days? Shen Shiyue inquired, aware that Mu Qingxi would not linger long but surprised by her haste to depart. Mu Qingxi shook her head. My master has sent me to a location to treat a woman. I must proceed without delay. At least have something to eat before you leave. Shen Shiyue suggested. No. If I delay any longer, it will be too late. With that, Mu Qingxi turned to leave. Initially, she hadn't intended to stay long, but after not seeing Shen Shiyue for so long, she found it hard to part. She patted her slightly emaciated stomach, realizing she needed to acquire some provisions for the journey ahead. As she traveled, Mu Qingxi felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have never slacked in her training of lightness skills, which now left her slower than her peers in the valley. As the wooden barrel was removed, Lin Yiquan instructed his attendants to prepare food. Upon entering the tent, he was taken aback to find only Shen Shiyue present. A look of confusion flickered in his eyes. Miss Shen, why are you alone? Where is Miss Mu? My senior apprentice sister has already departed, Shen Shiyue replied. Lin Yiquan glanced at the food laid out on the table, feeling somewhat awkward. He had anticipated 2 diners, especially considering Shen Shiyue's role in detoxifying Prince Ling, and had thus requested a more lavish spread. It was well known that provisions at the border were precious, unless it was just before a decisive battle. Soldiers typically only had enough for 7/10 of their needs, never wasting food. Now, with Shen Shiyue alone, it was certain she could not finish the meal. Wasting food was a disgraceful act, and Lin Yiquan could hardly tolerate such a notion. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Shen Shiyue noticed his hesitation and quickly proposed, Vice Commander Lin, since I cannot finish this alone, why not share it? Is that appropriate? Lin Yiquan's expression revealed his hesitation. If we cannot finish it, it would be a waste which I presume you would not want. Shen Shiyue placed an empty bowl close to Lin Yiquan. With her words hanging in the air, he found himself without a valid reason to refuse. He sat down gravely, stating, Ever since His Highness Prince Ling fell into a coma due to poisoning, the barbarian tribes have been watching us closely. Although our supplies are not yet critically low, we must remain vigilant. If the barbarian seize the opportunity to attack and our granaries are destroyed, it will be difficult for our soldiers to endure the coming battles. Shen Shiyue was well aware of this reality. By the way, Vice Commander Lin, could you tell me about my elder brother? Shen Shiyue looked at him with hopeful eyes. Of course, Lin Yiquan nodded and shared much information. Soon, the dishes were empty, and after Shen Shiyue had eaten her fill, she set down her chopsticks and lowered her gaze. The Shen family was renowned for its heroes. How could she fall behind? Lin Yiquan had the table cleared and then took his leave. Shen Shiyue sat before the bed, gazing down at Xiao Muyu. Surely, Xiao Muyu had fought alongside the Shen family on the battlefield. Perhaps he could reveal more. It was clear that the Shen family had never known defeat, so it was inconceivable that they would perish on the battlefield. She felt something was amiss, but refrained from making assumptions in her ignorance. Observing Xiao Muyu, it seemed he would awaken soon. At the same moment, Zhou Junxing opened his eyes and glanced at his arm, realizing it was healed. He dared not make any sudden movements, recalling the pallor of Xiao Muyu's face as he rose from the bed. With Lin Yiquan present, it was nearly impossible to intrude upon Prince Ling's tent. There was only one course of action left. Before long, word spread throughout the camp that Shen Shiyue had inadvertently caused Prince Ling's demise while attempting to detoxify him. Many soldiers, having received favors from Xiao Muyu, believed that it was Shen Shiyue's arrogance that led to his poisoning. In an instant, all soldiers gathered around. Lin Yiquan tried to intervene, but this time the soldiers refused to heed his commands and sought to force their way in. On the bed, Xiao Muyu's ears twitched slightly. He could hear the incessant chatter, which irritated him, prompting him to furrow his brow and slowly open his heavy eyelids. "Your Highness, are you awake? Do you feel any discomfort?" Shen Shiyue asked gently. A voice of an unfamiliar woman? As Xiao Muyu turned to look, he felt a strange familiarity in her features, as though he had seen her before. Yet, upon reflection, she was not present in his memories. "I am fine," he replied, attempting to sit up. The poison had been neutralized, yet he felt exceedingly weak. Sensing his struggle, Shen Shiyue quickly rose to assist him. "Who are you? What has transpired outside?" Xiao Muyu inquired. Stepping back a few paces, Shen Shiyue bowed to him. "I am Shen Shiyue, daughter of the Shen family, and I greet you, your Highness." "No wonder you appeared familiar. You are the daughter of Shen Wei," Xiao Muyu recalled, sighing deeply, but he refrained from elaborating further. Perhaps out of concern that mentioning Shen Shiyue's sorrowful matters might cause her distress. "It is an honor, not a loss," Shen Shiyue spoke calmly. Quickly shifting the topic, she continued, "Your Highness, the soldiers likely heard from Physician Zhou and believe you have perished, which is why they seek me for an explanation." "Zhou Junsheng?" Xiao Muyu frowned slightly. Shen Shiyue nodded. "I have already neutralized the poison within you, your Highness. It is now essential for you to appear before the soldiers, and the rumors will dissipate." I see." Xiao Muyu lowered his head, his brow furrowed, remaining silent for an extended moment. He knew Zhou Junsheng's temperament well. It was likely he was overly concerned for his safety, leading to this uproar. His thick eyelashes concealed his eyes, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. As time passed with no response, Shen Shiyue could not help but call, "Your Highness?" After a long pause, Xiao Muyu slowly raised his head. The commotion outside grew louder, as if the soldiers would burst in at any moment. "Shall I assist you outside?" Shen Shiyue suggested. Chapter 27. Submitting to rumors. A sudden insight struck Xiao Muyu, his eyes narrowing slightly, and a trace of cunning flickered within his elongated gaze. It would be a pity to let such a splendid plan slip away. There was no need to go outside. Shen Shiyue stared at him, bewildered. Why not? "If your Highness does not go out, the soldiers will surely harbor a deep resentment towards me." Xiao Muyu beckoned her closer, and when she leaned in, he whispered a few words in her ear. Upon grasping the reasoning, a glimmer of understanding crossed her eyes, soon replaced by a complex expression. "Is your Highness not concerned that I might leak this plan? I entrust this task to you, thus I have faith that you will not," Xiao Muyu stated resolutely. Meeting his confident gaze, Shen Shiyue nodded earnestly, feeling honored by Prince Ling's trust. "I shall not disappoint you." Xiao Muyu tossed his jade pendant to her. "This is my token. Possessing it is akin to having me present." Shen Shiyue understood his implication. Should this matter be conveyed to Vice Commander Lin? Yes, once you exit. Find an opportune moment to discreetly inform him and be certain that no one else discovers it, Xiao Muyu advised with a serious expression. The possibility of reclaiming the city hinges upon the success of this plan. Shen Shiyue retrieved 2 small blue and white porcelain vials from her pack. "Your Highness, these are the tortoise breath pills, which you may consume. 1 vial contains the antidote. The tortoise breath pill will induce a state of suspended animation for 3 days. The antidote must be taken within this time frame, or the state of suspended animation will turn into true death." Xiao Muyu took only the tortoise breath pill, instructing her to give the antidote to Lin Yiquan. "Understood, Your Highness." Shen Shiyue organized her belongings, placing them in an inconspicuous spot before turning to leave the tent. Xiao Muyu reclined back onto the bed, closing his eyes once more. As Shen Shiyue stepped out, she encountered Lin Yiquan and discreetly handed him the medicine. The soldiers, upon seeing Shen Shiyue, were filled with palpable rage, their eyes reflecting an intense desire to strip her of her skin and tendons. "Is it not your arrogance that has led to the demise of His Highness? Such a person is unworthy of being a physician. For our Prince Ling, one must pay with their life. It is often said that a woman should remain at home, raising her family, and should not seek to make her presence known in public. Yet there are those who insist on stirring trouble." This was not the case. As Prince Ling had yet to finish his words when Shen Shiyue interrupted him, she deliberately raised her voice, asserting that even if my actions led to Prince Ling's untimely death, it must first be reported to His Majesty before I can be punished. Lin Yikuan's pupils dilated in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Hadn't Xiao Muyu already recovered? How could he have succumbed to poison once more? He had just reiterated this to the soldiers multiple times, but they refused to believe him, insisting on entering. He thought of Xiao Muyu still being unconscious and determined that they must not be allowed to act recklessly. However, Shen Shiyue suddenly caused such a stir that it left him utterly bewildered. As the soldiers expressed their outrage, Shen Shiyue lowered her voice and recounted the entire sequence of events to Lin Yikuan word for word. Lin Yikuan listened intently. By the time he comprehended the situation, Shen Shiyue had already been taken away by the soldiers. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yikuan entered the tent and, upon seeing Xiao Muyu lying pale on the bed, swiftly picked up Shen Shiyue's bundle and departed. Once confined, Shen Shiyue sat cross-legged, her expression calm. The news spread quickly, enveloping the entire military camp in an air of sorrow. By the late hours of the night, two shadowy figures approached the tent where Shen Shiyue was held. They incapacitated the soldier on guard and swiftly entered. Lin Yikuan stood watch outside, wary of being discovered. Another figure stepped inside, a woman of similar stature to Shen Shiyue, an attendant of Xiao Muyu. The woman handed Shen Shiyue a prepared outfit, urging her to change quickly. "What about Lin, Vice Commander?" Shen Shiyue inquired as she donned the garments. "He is outside," the woman replied in a hushed tone. After changing, Shen Shiyue cautioned, "I shall leave first. Be cautious not to be discovered." The woman nodded earnestly, and after Shen Shiyue's departure, she donned the attire and walked away, her back turned to the entrance, ensuring no one would notice the switch. Once outside, Shen Shiyue and Lin Yikuan exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to leave without a word. Upon exiting the military camp, Lin Yikuan guided Shen Shiyue toward the distant woods. At that moment, the carefully selected soldiers awaited them. Confused about why Lin Yikuan had brought them there after Xiao Muyu's supposed death from poison, they murmured among themselves. Could Lin Vice Commander be instructing us to secretly eliminate the woman responsible for Prince Ling's demise? One soldier speculated. I doubt it. How could a woman provoke such a response from Lin Vice Commander? Best not to jump to conclusions. We shall understand once he arrives. As footsteps approached, they fell silent. The silvery moonlight illuminated the scene, and as the figures drew near, the soldiers' expressions soured upon recognizing Shen Shiyue. Why is she here? Has Lin Vice Commander brought her to us? They whispered. Could it be that we are to escort her away? Lin Vice Commander must be out of his mind to undertake such an act. Surely this wretched woman has bewitched him. Standing before the soldiers, Lin Yikuan introduced. This is the most capable among the soldiers I have brought. She will lead you henceforth. The soldiers regarded Shen Shiyue with disdain, their eyes gleaming with contempt. Lin Vice Commander, are you mad? You would allow the architect of Prince Ling's downfall to command us? Another soldier exclaimed. Indeed. Lin Vice Commander, how can you justify this to Prince Ling? Without him, would you have risen to the rank of Vice Commander so swiftly? Lin Yikuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Allow me to explain, Miss Shen, he stammered. Shen Shiyue nodded, understanding the soldier's fury and choosing not to speak. Lin Yikuan continued, listen to me. Prince Ling has recovered, and is well. He has enacted this ruse to mislead the barbarian tribes. Unfortunately, the soldiers remained skeptical, viewing his words as mere attempts to absolve Shen Shiyue. As their doubtful expressions multiplied, Lin Yikuan felt a headache coming on. This was troublesome, unless the misunderstanding was cleared. The soldiers would never heed Shen Shiyue's commands. Chapter 28. Overpowered by a woman, one soldier, visibly enraged, unsheathed a dagger from his waist and lunged at Shen Shiyue's chest. Lin Yikuan's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, Cui Heng, stop. But Cui Heng ignored him completely. Shen Shiyue wore a calm smile. She noticed Lin Yikuan's intent to intervene and shook her head, just as the dagger was about to pierce her. She stepped back and delivered a swift kick to Cui Heng's wrist. The joy on Cui Heng's face turned to shock. He gripped the dagger tightly and attacked again. In rapid succession, Shen Shiyue struck him down, pinning him to the ground with her foot on his back. Lin Yikuan had witnessed Shen Shiyue's prowess before, but Cui Heng was different. He was the most formidable soldier under Lin Yikuan's command, known for his unmatched skills. It was to be expected. Given that the Shen family was a lineage of martial physicians, Shen Shiyue's medical expertise surely complemented her martial prowess. The soldiers were taken aback, unable to fathom that Cui Heng had been bested by a woman. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief, while others openly expressed their astonishment, unable to accept that a woman could possess such formidable abilities. Cui Heng, face full of dirt, struggled to rise, but Shen Shiyue's foot pressed him firmly down, rendering him immobile. His brow furrowed in frustration. Shen Shiyue produced a jade pendant from her waist and coldly surveyed the crowd. Do you recognize this pendant? Though the moonlight was bright, it was still night, and the soldiers could not discern it clearly from afar. Lin Yiqian, closest to Shen Shiyue, was taken aback upon recognizing the pendant. He hadn't anticipated that Prince Ling would entrust it to her. He quickly bowed upon seeing this pendant. It is as if Prince Ling himself has arrived. Despite their reluctance, the other soldiers had no choice but to pay their respects. Rise, Shen Shiyue said leisurely. As the soldiers stood, confusion spread among them and they whispered amongst themselves. This is not Prince Ling's pendant. How could it be in her possession? If I recall correctly, only Prince Ling himself can. Realizations dawned on them. Perhaps Prince Ling truly was unharmed. Lin Yiqian felt exasperated. Had he known about the pendant, he would not have wasted his breath. Shen Shiyue withdrew her foot from Cui Heng's back. Enough, rise. Cui Heng stood slowly, embarrassment etched on his face. He stowed his dagger away, unsure of how to explain his earlier actions. Shen Shiyue gently patted his shoulder, signaling her understanding. Cui Heng's behavior was indeed somewhat impolite, however. His loyalty to Xiao Muyu rendered such actions commonplace. Shen Shiyue waved her hand, indicating for him to return to the ranks. He nodded and resumed his position, only to glance back at Shen Shiyue with an expression that was clearly complex. He felt both remorseful for his earlier actions and acutely aware that Shen Shiyue's strength was unfathomable. He could sense that she had not exerted her full power during their earlier confrontation. If this were indeed the case, Shen Shiyue's martial prowess could rival that of His Highness, the Prince of Ling. With an air of indifference, Shen Shiyue surveyed the soldiers. Her slow steps accompanied by her words, "The poison afflicting His Highness has been neutralized." His apparent death was a ruse to lure the enemy into a trap, catching them off guard. As they retreat in disarray, we'll take the opportunity to reclaim the lost territories. In the coming days, I require your vigilant observation of both the southern barbarians and the camp. Should the situation escalate, we must act swiftly. Do you all comprehend? The soldiers responded almost in unison, affirming their understanding. From this day forth, you shall heed my commands. Do any of you dissent? As she spoke, Shen Shiyue had already stowed away her jade pendant. With the pendant in her possession, even those harboring dissent would think twice before voicing their objections. Shen Shiyue was well aware of this. She turned her gaze to Lin Yiqian and noted his reluctance to depart. Deputy Lin, are you not returning to the camp? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yiqian quickly nodded. I shall return at once. He pondered that in the military, strength commanded respect. Since Shen Shiyue's abilities surpassed those of Cui Heng, he felt reassured and would leave the subsequent matters to Miss Shen. With that, he turned to leave. Once Lin Yiqian's figure had disappeared from her sight, Shen Shiyue spoke again. I am aware that among you, there are those who doubt my capabilities. It is merely the jade pendant bestowed upon me by His Highness that keeps you from acting recklessly. Should anyone wish to challenge me, I assure you, I will not disclose this to His Highness. With her hands clasped behind her back and her eyes narrowed, a sharp glint flickered within her cool gaze. The soldiers remained silent for an extended period, with no one daring to speak, although some began to glance at one another. Given Shen Shiyue's earlier display of skill in subduing Cui Heng, most soldiers were deterred from making a move. After all, they had failed to best even Cui Heng. However, there were still some who believed that Cui Heng had merely underestimated Shen Shiyue. Had it not been for that, he would not have been so easily defeated. From the last row emerged a large soldier, his gaze emanating a fierce light. Miss Shen, I shall step forward. Very well, Shen Shiyue replied with an impassive expression. Are you certain you will not inform His Highness? The man asked, his face darkening with uncertainty. He feared that should this matter reach Xiao Muyu, the consequences would be dire. Shen Shiyue discerned his apprehension and replied, Very well, I swear that should I break this oath, I shall face divine retribution. The man, weighing her words, solemnly declared, In that case, I shall attack directly. With that, he charged at her, engaging in combat with fierce intent. However, Shen Shiyue's martial skills were formidable. Their clash was marked by rapid and precise exchanges, each strike aimed at a vital point. Unfortunately for the man, he had not anticipated the ferocity with which Shen Shiyue fought. As he retaliated, he found himself steadily pushed back. A man could not allow himself to be bested by a woman, so he quickened his pace, as did Shen Shiyue. Just as the man executed a full technique to counter Shen Shiyue's attack, he realized that her strike was lethal. Stunned, he stood frozen. Terror etched on his face as he beheld the unfolding scene, his eyes wide with disbelief. In a matter of moments, the soldier was once again laid low, unable to move a muscle. The others around him displayed expressions of shock, if Cui Heng's defeat had been an anomaly. This soldier's failure was a testament to Shen Shiyue's overwhelming prowess. It was worth noting that these soldiers were Lin Yiquan's most capable subordinates, which made their humiliation even more acute. How could they, with their considerable strength, be vanquished by a mere woman? Frustrated, upon witnessing Shen Shiyue subdue yet another soldier, they all surged forward. They had not anticipated Shen Shiyue's exceptional skill. Despite their collective efforts, they were no match for her. Her abilities were simply too remarkable. No soldier could stand against her. Perhaps driven by the desire for victory, several soldiers exchanged glances and charged forth together. Yet even in their combined effort, they remained no match for Shen Shiyue. She cast a detached glance over the soldiers sprawled on the ground. Is there anyone else who wishes to try? Those who initially believed Shen Shiyue had triumphed by mere chance began to reassess their opinions of her. They finally recognized that her strength was genuine, not a product of luck. As no one stepped forward, Shen Shiyue slightly lifted her lips. From this day forth, you shall obey my commands. Should you disregard my orders, military law will be enforced. Do any of you dissent? The soldiers chorused in unison, no dissent. Seeing their willingness to submit, a satisfied smile graced Shen Shiyue's face. Good. She raised her hand, selecting 4 soldiers. You 2 will monitor the southern barbarians, and you 2 will keep watch over the camp. Every 2 days, replacements will come to relieve you. During this period, regardless of what occurs, you must inform me at the first opportunity. Yes, Miss Shen, they replied. Shen Shiyue waved her hand. All right, you may go. Once they had departed, the remaining soldiers turned their gazes toward her. The others shall rest. Having spoken, Shen Shiyue casually ascended a tree, reclining on a branch to rest, while the others settled below. News of Xiao Muyu's poisoning and apparent demise spread rapidly. The soldiers of the barbarian tribes began to discuss the matter. With the war yet to commence and the general poisoned, the morale of the troops was bound to falter. In such circumstances, some sought to initiate an assault. 3 days later, the barbarians assembled their soldiers and marched in formation from their territory to the camp, launching an attack. Within the camp, due to the situation concerning His Highness, the soldiers were already in disarray. Even with Lin Yiquan attempting to maintain order, it proved futile. Initially, Lin Yiquan believed it unwise to conceal the truth from the soldiers. However, Xiao Muyu felt that since it was a deception, it must be convincing. Only then would the barbarians take the bait. It would be a pity to miss such a rare opportunity. Shen Shiyue and her companions watched intently from the cover of the woods, observing the movements of the barbarians. The soldiers furrowed their brows, perplexed by the barbarians' behavior. Why were they lingering? Why had they yet to launch an attack? Indeed, the opportunity lay before them. Why did they hesitate? Shen Shiyue narrowed her eyes, a cold glint illuminating her gaze. Although the news had spread, the barbarians were not foolish and would exercise caution. Should they charge directly into the camp, Shen Shiyue would find it curious, unless there were spies among the soldiers. However, based on the current circumstances, it appeared that no barbarians infiltrated the camp. Among the ranks, several soldiers yearned to charge forth and slay the barbarian foes. However, upon noticing that Shen Shiyue had yet to give the command, they remained motionless. After a considerable time, a general on horseback issued a command, prompting all the soldiers behind him to surge forward. It was not long before the 2 factions clashed. Xiao Muyu, sensing the opportune moment, donned his gleaming silver armor, mounted his steed, and brandished his sword as he burst forth from the camp. His resonant voice echoed across the battlefield. Kill. The once disorganized soldiers, upon witnessing Xiao Muyu alive, immediately found their resolve, and their tactics shifted instantaneously. The barbarian general, having exercised caution, was taken aback by Xiao Muyu's unexpected return. He cast a glance at his troops, his expression darkening. Fortunately, he had brought enough soldiers, or they would have faced utter defeat. The initially disadvantaged army, under Xiao Muyu's leadership, swiftly gained the upper hand. Realizing his men were falling one by one, the barbarian general, fearing total annihilation, promptly ordered a retreat. Xiao Muyu would not allow them to escape unscathed and pursued them relentlessly. The soldiers stationed behind Shen Shiyue could no longer contain themselves, eager to join the fray. Cui Heng, Unable to hold back, inquired Miss Shen, shall we not advance? Shen Shiyue shook her head, urging patience. The reason Xiao Muyu entrusted her with a contingent of troops was to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Now that he held the advantage, there was no need for her to lead her soldiers into the fray. Observing the battlefield stretch further away, Shen Shiyue rose from her position. To avoid detection by the barbarians, they stealthily traversed through the woods. As they neared the floating city, the barbarians surged inside, and numerous soldiers atop the battlements began launching crossbow bolts at those below. Occupying the high ground, they held a distinct advantage, rendering the soldiers below defenseless. Regardless of their speed, one by one, soldiers fell on the battlefield. Shen Shiyue furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the barbarian soldiers atop the walls. It appeared they had prepared in advance. As the pace of Prince Ling's forces grew increasingly arduous, the soldiers could no longer restrain themselves. They contemplated that Shen Shiyue was preoccupied with observing the unfolding battle, perhaps unaware of their intentions, and thus decided to stealthily slip away to join the fight. Unbeknownst to them, no matter how subtle their movements, it was futile. Shen Shiyue turned to them, her voice cold. What do you intend to do? The soldiers, believing they were about to depart, were taken aback by the familiar tone behind them. They halted, turning to face her. Upon meeting Shen Shiyue's icy gaze, they hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, Miss Shen, we were going to. Suddenly, they recollected something, hastily amending their statement, to relieve ourselves. Shen Shiyue scrutinized them with suspicion. Oh, is that so? They nodded vigorously. Yes, Miss Shen. We shall be swift. Then go and return promptly, Shen Shiyue replied indifferently. They turned to leave, and Shen Shiyue commanded the other soldiers, follow me. Chapter 30. Reclaiming the floating city. Cui Heng glanced at the few who had just departed. Miss Shen, shall we not wait for their return? Shen Shiyue shook her head. They will not return. Cui Heng's expression faltered, and suddenly realizing something, he looked back at Shen Shiyue, astonishment evident in his eyes. It dawned on him that she had been intently observing the battlefield, never turning back. How could she possibly know their thoughts? Could it be that she discerned it from their earlier conversation? He was astounded by her keen insight. Soon, they followed Shen Shiyue, moving cautiously beside the city wall until they reached a corner. Shen Shiyue retrieved a grappling hook from her cloak, flinging it onto the battlements. After ensuring it was secure with a firm pull, she turned to her fellow soldiers and said, I shall ascend first. You'll follow. Yes, Miss Shen, they nodded earnestly. In a short span, Shen Shiyue climbed to the top. The barbarian soldiers, spotting someone scaling the wall, immediately launched an assault on her. Shen Shiyue drew a soft sword from her wrist, swiftly cutting the throats of the nearest foes. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, saturating the air with its metallic scent. The barbarian soldiers attempted to clutch their necks, but such efforts were in vain. Witnessing the carnage, the remaining barbarian soldiers discarded their crossbows and charged forward. Shen Shiyue moved like a specter, and soon they met their demise at her hands. She cast a glance down at Xiao Muyu, who was engaged in battle. As if sensing her gaze, he looked up and their eyes met, both sharing a knowing smile. With the threat of crossbow fire eliminated, Xiao Muyu rallied his troops to assault the city gates. As more soldiers joined, they were taken aback by the sight of the fallen bodies below. They had not anticipated that a woman, who had never before seen battle, could wield death with such decisiveness. It truly commanded their respect. Leading them forward, Shen Shiyue pressed on until they breached the city gates, reuniting with Xiao Muyu to launch a coordinated assault within. With this formidable force and their synchronized efforts, they reclaimed the floating city within half a day. In a chamber, Xiao Muyu sat in a chair, gazing across at Shen Shiyue with a faint smile. If my memory serves me right, did not Shen Wei inform me that you possess no martial prowess, only medical skills? The desire to conceal her talents stemmed largely from the constraints imposed by Chen Wuhou, compounded by the belief that a woman's lack of talent is considered virtue. Shen Shiyue lowered her gaze, unable to suppress a sigh. Xiao Muyu's expression shifted. Wei Ziqian, are you concerned that he might learn of your abilities and feel threatened? From their earlier skirmish, he had observed that her martial skills were on par with any man, surpassing even Wei Ziqian's. Though Shen Shiyue was reluctant to admit it, the truth remained, and she quietly acknowledged it with a soft lifting her teacup to sip. Xiao Muyu murmured, It is indeed a pity for a woman to conceal her talents for a man. Had you fought on the battlefield years ago, you might have already risen to the rank of general. A subtle smile graced Shen Shiyue's lips. Noting her silence, Xiao Muyu shifted the topic. Do you plan to remain on the battlefield or return? I shall stay, she affirmed. Xiao Muyu's hand, resting on the table, began to tap rhythmically, contemplating that if she were to remain, a suitable position must be found. With Shen Shiyue's prowess, attaining the rank of general would be effortless. After much deliberation, he still could not conjure an appropriate title. Suddenly, Shen Shiyue remembered something and retrieved a jade pendant from her robes, placing it on the table before pushing it towards him. Prince Ling, this is your pendant. It now returns to its rightful owner. Upon seeing the pendant, a spark ignited in Xiao Muyu's eyes, and an idea took shape in his mind. He pushed the pendant back towards her. Miss Shen, without your intervention, I fear I would have succumbed to poison by now. A mere ordinary position would hardly suffice for your capabilities. Let it be this way. You shall keep this pendant. When we return to the capital, your merits shall be reported to the emperor, who will undoubtedly bestow upon you the title of general. What do you think? Shen Shiyue comprehended his intentions, yet this jade pendant held significant importance for Xiao Muyu. She felt it inappropriate to accept it. Your Highness, I understand your intentions, but I truly cannot accept this pendant. How can you refuse when you are my savior? After much deliberation, Shen Shiyue found herself unable to resist any longer and reluctantly accepted the pendant. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take good care of your pendant and will not misuse it. Xiao Muyu smiled but remained silent. Aware that night had fallen and that she had not slept well in recent days, Shen Shiyue took her leave. As she prepared to retreat to her chamber, she caught sight of a familiar figure wandering in the distance, seemingly troubled by something. Upon pushing open her door, she had scarcely stepped inside when a man's voice called from behind, Miss Shen. Turning around, she inquired, Is there something you need, Dr. Zhou? Zhou Junqing nodded and hastily approached, bowing apologetically. Miss Shen, regarding the incident where His Highness was poisoned, I misjudged you. My sincerest apologies. His sincerity was evident, and Shen Shiyue chose not to make it difficult for him. Dr. Zhou, I understand why you acted as you did that day. There is no need for you to apologize. Zhou Junqing remained kneeling, consumed by guilt. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have faced the soldier's ire. Shen Shiyue placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not think that way. If not for you, Fuchen would not have been recaptured so swiftly. Although it was a case of mistaken actions, Zhou Junqing's blunder ultimately facilitated the plan's success. She said nothing further and retired to her chamber. Zhou Junqing remained at the door, lost in thought for a prolonged moment. The following day, after breakfast, Shen Shiyue resolved to take a stroll. By chance, she overheard captives discussing the plague. Though it had been controlled by Xin Wuyi and others, Yu Shuqing, in her ambition, deliberately allowed the barbarian captives to contract the disease, which soon spread among them. Subsequently, General Yale's wife also fell victim to the plague and soon passed away. General Yale, upon investigating, learned it was Shen Wuyi's orders that led to this and, defying military orders, he executed the entire Shen family. Shen Shiyue's pupils dilated in shock, disbelief flooding her expression. She could not fathom that the truth was thus. Given her father's temperament, he would never commit such an act, leaving only Yu Shuqing as the culprit. Under the guise of Xin Wuyi, she orchestrated these events and subsequently laid all the blame upon him after his demise, leaving him unable to defend himself while she reaped the rewards. Chapter 31. Fashionably laid her hands clenched tightly at her sides, nails digging into her palms, drawing blood that dripped slowly from the wounds. Shen Shiyue's brow furrowed, rage simmering just beneath the surface as she gritted her teeth. Yu Shuqing deserves to die. Should she reveal everything, it would undoubtedly tarnish her father's reputation. She needed to bide her time until the opportune moment to unveil the truth and ensure Yu Shuqing faced the consequences of her actions. With a heavy heart, she turned away, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Due to her role in recapturing Fuqing and the previous misunderstandings, no soldier in the camp dared to show her disrespect. Those who had disobeyed her orders were already punished. The casualties were minimal. Most soldiers returned with severe injuries. Shen Shiyue, having nothing pressing to attend to, chose to tend to the wounded. Upon her arrival, Zhou Junqing and others greeted her with utmost respect. With Shen Shiyue present, the healing process accelerated. Within 2 days, all the injured soldiers had been treated. On this day, as Shen Shiyue exited her room, she noticed a soldier hastily making his way towards Xiao Muyu's quarters. Could it be that the barbarians were attacking? Yet, the soldier's demeanor suggested otherwise. Curiously, she asked, What is happening? A woman has come to deliver a decree to His Highness regarding the antidote, the soldier replied. Yu Shuqing? Shen Shiyue inquired. The soldier nodded, Yes, Miss Shen. It had been quite some time. Why had Yu Shuqing only now arrived? As the soldier went to inform Xiao Muyu, Shen Shiyue stepped outside. Upon seeing Yu Shuqing in disheveled attire, she instinctively recoiled in disdain. Shen Shiyue, what are you doing here? Yu Shuqing's expression darkened upon spotting her. A flicker of suspicion crossing her mind. Shen Shiyue crossed her arms. My presence here is of no concern to you. She suppressed her urge to confront Yu Shuqing. Have you already administered the antidote to His Highness? Yu Shuqing asked, her brow furrowed. Shen Shiyue replied nonchalantly. It seems Lady Wei is not as dull as I presumed. Fuming, Yu Shuqing's chest rose and fell with agitation. With Xiao Muyu now cured, how could she claim credit and earn favor from the Chengwu Ho residence? She attempted to rush inside, but was blocked by the soldiers guarding the entrance. Clenching her jaw, she nearly ground her teeth, veins bulging at her temples, eyes ablaze with fury. Observing her distress, Shen Shiyue smiled faintly. What's wrong? Is Lady Wei upset that I cured His Highness? Shen Shiyue, you know very well that the decree was delivered to me. Yu Shuqing spat through clenched teeth. Throughout her perilous journey, pursued by barbarians, she had finally reached the border, anticipating her moment of glory, only to have Shen Shiyue intercept her. She sensed Shen Shiyue's deliberate sabotage. You may have received the decree, but I worry that certain individuals lack the skill to cure His Highness's affliction, Shen Shiyue said leisurely. Having received the decree, I assure you I can indeed cure the poison, Yu Shuqing retorted, her face flushed with anger. Shen Shiyue raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Just then, Xiao Muyu approached, frowning upon seeing Yu Shuqing. Why has Lady Wei come to be in such a state? Upon his arrival, Yu Shuqing disregarded Shen Shiyue, hurriedly bowing, I greet His Highness. Rise, Xiao Muyu gestured. She recounted the events to him. My apologies, Your Highness, for my tardiness. I should have arrived at the border days ago, but someone leaked news of my intent to deliver the antidote, leading to numerous barbarian attacks along the way. As she spoke, she cast several pointed glances at Shen Shiyue, insinuating that it was she who had betrayed the information, causing her misfortune. Bring Lady Wei to freshen up, Xiao Muyu instructed, his brow slightly furrowed. Soon, Yu Shuqing was escorted away by soldiers. Before departing, she shot Shen Shiyue a venomous glare. Shen Shiyue's expression remained impassive, though her mind raced with thoughts of how to make Yu Shuqing's life unbearable. Once they were gone, Xiao Muyu turned to Shen Shiyue, noticing her distraction. Miss Shen, what occupies your thoughts so profoundly? Snapping back to reality, Shen Shiyue shook her head. It's nothing. Xiao Muyu studied her intently for a long moment before suggesting, let us go. Shen Shiyue followed behind him, stepping inside. Suddenly, she recalled something and explained, Your Highness, I do not intend to usurp Madame Wei's credit. It is merely because I know you are concerned about Madame Wei's insufficient skills in resolving the poison afflicting you. Xiao Muyu parted his thin lips. Shen Shiyue had not anticipated that Xiao Muyu was already aware of this. It was understandable. As Yu Shuqing had spent considerable time in the frontier, even if Xiao Muyu's interactions with her were limited, he should have gleaned some knowledge. With a grave expression, Shen Shiyue continued, In fact, I had previously reached an agreement with His Majesty that he would command me to separate from the Duke of Chengwu, and I would then come to the frontier to assist Your Highness in dispelling the poison. Unexpectedly, Madame Wei acted first, accepting the imperial edict and departing the capital. She knew that Madame Wei's medical skills were not particularly remarkable, while she could treat minor ailments. The poison that had afflicted Your Highness was beyond even the imperial physician's ability to resolve. Concerned for Your Highness's safety, I took a shortcut and arrived early. Xiao Muyu halted his steps and turned to face Shen Shiyue, realizing the situation. So, in truth, I owe a debt of gratitude to Miss Shen. However, I am somewhat curious. Given our lack of acquaintance, what compels you to traverse such a distance to assist me? Meeting his penetrating gaze, Shen Shiyue replied slowly. If any misfortune were to befall Your Highness, it would undoubtedly cause great turmoil among the troops, leading to widespread suffering in the frontier. Xiao Muyu clasped his hands behind his back, narrowing his eyes slightly. Miss Shen bears a striking resemblance to the esteemed physician Shen. The mention of physician Shen reminded Shen Shiyue of the words she had previously heard from captives. That the Shen family had met their demise at the hands of General Yilu because of Yu Shuqing. I wonder what Your Highness intends to do with Madame Wei? Will she be sent back, or? Shen Shiyue inquired, her gaze filled with curiosity. Xiao Muyu did not provide a definitive answer.
Well,
that will depend on whether Madame Wei wishes to stay. Chapter 32. Countering tactics, a major embarrassment staying would indeed facilitate her future pursuit of evidence. When the time comes, she would undoubtedly reveal the truth and ensure that Yu Shuqing faced the consequences of her actions. Shen Shiyue lowered her eyelashes, allowing her long lashes to conceal her expression. Noticing her silence, Xiao Muyu tilted his head slightly, regarding her with contemplation. The two proceeded to the front hall, taking seats. Xiao Muyu poured 2 cups of tea from the pot on the table, offering one to Shen Shiyue before sipping from his own. Now that floating city has been reclaimed, considering the nature of the barbarian tribes, I suspect it won't be long before they launch an attack. Do you believe we should initiate an offensive or wait for the barbarians here? Contemplating that His Highness was merely inquiring about her potential actions. With little expectation of adopting her suggestions, she spoke candidly, I believe it would be most prudent to launch an attack 3 days hence. Reclaiming the city of Wang from their grasp. On the battlefield, maintaining the initiative is crucial to avoid being manipulated. Furthermore, the barbarians are treacherous. Catching them off guard will surely lead to a resounding victory, minimizing our casualties. I also believe we should coat our soldiers' weapons with potent toxins and sedatives. Once the barbarian soldiers are struck, they will succumb almost instantly, and the toxins will enable us to extract valuable information from them. Xiao Muyu listened intently, tapping the edge of his teacup with his fingertip. After she finished, he raised his cup to his lips, savoring the tea before looking up with a satisfied expression. Indeed, you are truly the daughter of Physician Shen. When the day comes to return to court, it will undoubtedly mark the restoration of the Shen family's reputation. Your Highness flatters me. I still have much to learn, Shen Shiyue replied, shaking her head. Though she had perused numerous military texts and possessed commendable martial skills, it was her first time on the battlefield. She understood that apart from intellect, experience was paramount, and experience outweighed all else. Xiao Muyu set down his teacup and waved his hand dismissively. Miss Shen is merely being modest. I dare say, had you been a man, you would assuredly achieve high ranks and titles. Shen Shiyue smiled awkwardly, feeling that His Highness was exaggerating. At that moment, Yu Shuqing, dressed in a fresh outfit, entered the front hall. Before she arrived, she had overheard Xiao Muyu and Shen Shiyue engaged in lively conversation. If not for Shen Shiyue, the credit for healing His Highness should rightfully have been hers. Now, it appeared she had established a harmonious relationship with Xiao Muyu. Your Highness, she greeted, standing in the center of the hall and bowing respectfully. Xiao Muyu gestured towards a seat. Madam Wei, please sit. Thank you, Your Highness. Rising, she took her seat. Xiao Muyu raised his head, his expression serious. Madam Wei, Miss Shen has already dispelled the poison within me. I wonder what your plans are next. Will you return to the capital or remain in the camp? Surprised that His Highness had bestowed the choice upon her, Yu Shuqing's eyes flickered with astonishment before quickly regaining composure. Replying to Your Highness, I wish to remain in the camp. With the frequency of battles, although there are physicians present, they will inevitably be overwhelmed if the number of injured increases. Furthermore, my initial intention in studying medicine was to treat more people, and here, I can surely fulfill that purpose. Shen Shiyue rested her chin on her hand, quietly listening to her words. While she claimed it was to save lives, in truth, it was merely for the sake of making a name for herself. After the embarrassment she had caused the Duke of Qingwu's household on the night of her wedding, coupled with her actions that nearly cost the old lady her most cherished son, Wei Ziqian, how could the Duke of Qingwu's household possibly hold her in esteem? She inquired nonchalantly, Madam Wei, why did you hastily come to the frontier without the Duke? On the day Shuqing was to receive the imperial edict, Wei Ziqian had a change of heart and did not wish for her to go to the frontier. Though Yu Shuqing was a physician, she had recently suffered a miscarriage and needed to recuperate. After being obstructed, Yu Shuqing had no choice but to stealthily drug Wei Ziqian, and once he was unconscious, she immediately entered the palace to receive the edict and departed that same day. Caught off guard by the question, her countenance turned slightly awkward before she recollected herself and slowly replied, I never imagined that Miss Shen's memory would be so poor. The Duke was struck on the head, and it was Miss Shen who treated him. Under such circumstances, how could I possibly have the Duke accompany me to the frontier? Oh, is that so? Shen Shiyue raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mockery in her eyes. Yet, I recall that Madame Wei had just suffered a miscarriage and was likely in a more fragile state than the Duke. Unconsciously, Yu Shuqing's hand brushed her abdomen, a look of sorrow crossing her face. Your Highness was gravely poisoned. How could I, as a physician, stand by idly? Madame Wei makes a valid point. Yet, I find your medical skills to be rather lacking, Shen Shiyue replied lightly, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Yu Shuqing's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean by that, Miss Shen? Earlier, Madame Wei mentioned my poor memory, yet it seems your recollection leaves much to be desired as well. Shen Shiyue could not help but click her tongue. Continuing, she added, when the Duke was afflicted by that toxin in the frontier. Any competent physician would know that with a bit of patience, he would be fine. Yet, what happened? Madame Wei offered herself as a bedfellow. Xiao Muyu's gaze settled on Yu Shuqing's face, a thoughtful expression gracing his lips. If her medical skills were lacking and she still accepted the imperial edict, would it not be the case that had Shen Shiyue not arrived in time, he would have already reported to the King of Hell? Yu Shuqing wished to defend herself, but found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only attribute all the blame to Wei Ziqian. Claiming that Miss Shen knew nothing and yet sought to malign her, this was not entirely her fault. The Marquis was in great discomfort at the time, and while she urged him to endure, he was no match for her, unlike the Marquis, who understood martial arts. Shen Shiyue anticipated this response and spoke with indifference. Madame Wei certainly possesses a silver tongue. Although a physician lacks martial prowess, they are well versed in the body's acupoints. If Madame Wei truly did not wish to be harmed, the Marquis would likely not be able to force her. Moreover, with so many in the military camp, could she not call for help? Yu Shuqing's face shifted through shades of green and purple, resembling a painter's palette. She sensed that Shen Shiyue was deliberately making things difficult for her. Chapter 33, A Test of Medical Skills. If word of this reached the military camp, her painstakingly crafted reputation would be ruined. Yu Shuqing cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Muyu, who listened to their conversation with an expression of calm detachment, causing her to frown. Now that Shen Shiyue was curing Xiao Muyu of poison, he naturally held her medical skills in higher regard. This was unacceptable. She needed to devise a strategy. Indeed, when it came to medical skills, she found it hard to believe that Shen Shiyue's abilities were as formidable as rumored. Many a hollow reputation is inflated by mere boasting, not genuine prowess. As long as her medical skills surpassed those of Shen Shiyue, her status would remain secure. With this thought, a determined expression crossed her face as she stood up, fixing her gaze on Shen Shiyue and stated emphatically, Miss Shen, I know you still harbor resentment over the Marquis. However, a man with 3 wives and 4 concubines is a common occurrence. It is your inability to accept this that is not my fault. Now, since you have repeatedly claimed that my medical skills are lacking, why not have a competition of medical expertise, especially since His Highness Prince Ling is present? The bait was set, and it was truly amusing. A subtle smile played at the corners of Shen Shiyue's lips, her eyes sparkling with interest. Very well, let us heed Madame Wei's suggestion and compete in medicine. She turned to Xiao Muyu, Your Highness, we might require your assistance as a judge. Would you be willing? Why would I refuse? Xiao Muyu replied with a faint smile. For the sake of fairness, let the prince devise the rules for the competition. Does Madame Wei have any objections? Shen Shiyue glanced at Yu Shuqing, a slight smile gracing her lips. I naturally have no objections, Yu Shuqing responded with a composed demeanor. Even if Shen Shiyue had not suggested it, she would have. Xiao Muyu pondered for a moment before proposing the method of the competition. You two shall first gather the necessary items. They both nodded and turned to leave. As they were about to part ways, Yu Shuqing provocatively remarked, Shen Shiyue, you are destined to lose this time. Shen Shiyue hardly regarded her, replying, Madame Wei. One should not speak too confidently. I am well aware of my own medical abilities. Yu Shuqing strutted away, chest puffed out with pride. Watching her retreating figure, Shen Shiyue narrowed her eyes slightly, curiosity piqued as to how Yu Shuqing would react upon her defeat. This competition was to be witnessed by all the soldiers, who would see everything clearly. The thought of Yu Shuqing's carefully constructed image collapsing brought a smile to Shen Shiyue's lips. Moments later, Shen Shiyue and Yu Shuqing emerged from their respective chambers, each carrying their own medical kits. They soon encountered Zhou Junsheng. Miss Shen, Madame Wei, this way please, he said, his face beaming with a gentle smile. Shen Shiyue nodded and followed behind him. Along the way, Yu Shuqing incessantly brought up previous matters, attempting to engage Zhou Junsheng in conversation. Unfortunately, his attention remained fixed on Shen Shiyue, leaving Yu Shuqing feeling quite disgruntled. She knew that her relationship with Zhou Junsheng had taken time to cultivate, and now, after such a brief separation, it seemed to have grown distant once more. She was certain that it was because of Shen Shiyue. Had it not been for her, things would not have changed so drastically. Xiao Muyu had arranged a temporary competition platform, which featured 2 tables, each adorned with 3 vials of different potions. He stood at the center of the platform, observing as they approached. Upon their arrival, Xiaomu spoke. Miss Shen, Madam Wei, before you are 3 vials of distinct poisons. Shortly, I will select 2 soldiers for you both. You may choose 1 poison for them to consume and must resolve the toxin within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Failure to do so within the time limit results in defeat. The first to win 2 out of 3 rounds shall be the victor. Do you have any objections? Shen Shiyue shook her head. I have no objections. Yu Shuqing echoed. Neither do I. Xiaomu casually pointed to 2 soldiers, assigning them to Shen Shiyue and Yu Shuqing respectively. All the antidotes were in Xiaomu's possession, and with Shou Junqing present, the soldiers would not be in any danger. Shen Shiyue casually selected 1 vial of poison and handed it to the soldier beside her. Without hesitation, the soldier opened it and consumed its contents. Yu Shuqing, however, stared at the vials on the table for a long while, opening each one and studying its contents. Unable to make a decision, the soldiers below observed the situation with murmurs. Why is Physician Yu taking so long? It's merely a choice of poison. You don't understand. Physician Yu is always meticulous, especially when lives are at stake. But why did Miss Shen choose so quickly and administer it without hesitation? Perhaps their methods differ. Who do you think will win this match? I believe it will be Physician Yu. Impossible. Miss Shen is the daughter of the renowned Shen Wei. Her skills must be superior. Some soldiers even began to place bets, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Xiaomu stood by, quietly watching both women, though his focus remained on Shen Shiyue. After all, the poison within him was something even the imperial physician could not cure. Yet Shen Shiyue had the potential to do so, showcasing her exceptional medical prowess. Xiaomu's fingers rubbed against the jade ring on his thumb, and, with a slight lift of his brow, he wondered what surprises Shen Shiyue would bring him this time. Shen Shiyue sat on a chair, one hand resting on the soldier's wrist, taking his pulse. The speed at which the poison was manifesting was not rapid, and the best method to detoxify was at the onset of symptoms, allowing for the expulsion of all toxins from the body at once. Meanwhile, Yu Shuqing remained indecisive, her mind filled with unease. Judging by the scent and appearance, she could not discern the nature of the poison. Losing this competition was unacceptable. She could not allow herself to be bested by someone like Shen Shiyue. Having studied medicine for so many years, she believed in her own capabilities, her eyes radiating determination as she took a vial and handed it to the soldier. He too consumed it without further ado. Their compliance stemmed largely from their trust in Xiaomu. They believed that since he had chosen to hold a detoxification contest, he must possess the antidote. Having sat for an extended period, suddenly moved. With a swift motion, she retracted her hand and released the silver needles. With a flourish, the needles soared into the air, and with another wave, they plunged into the soldier's acupoints. Soon, the soldier felt a disturbance in his throat, and he retched, expelling dark purple blood. Chapter 34. Reverse detoxification. After extracting the silver needles, which had turned black, the soldier looked up at her, confusion etched on his face. Miss Shen, has the poison within me been resolved? Shen Shiyue nodded, continuing to administer needles. However, it struck him as peculiar that she would continue with the treatment after the poison had been neutralized. With several needles embedded in his body, he could hardly move. Why does Miss Shen continue to puncture me when the poison is already resolved? With a grave expression, Shen Shiyue replied, while examining your pulse. I discovered that you have sustained severe internal injuries, particularly to your right arm. If not treated promptly, you may find yourself in peril on the battlefield. The soldier's face revealed shock. He had not anticipated that Shen Shiyue could discern such details. Truly, she was the descendant of the renowned physician Shen Wu. A satisfied expression crossed Xiaomu's face at the scene unfolding before him. In contrast, Yu Shuqing, who was busy detoxifying the soldier, exhibited a palpable sense of urgency. Perhaps due to the brevity of time, the soldier's condition seemed stable. After a while, Shen Shiyue estimated the time was right and removed the needles from the soldier. She looked up at Xiaomu and requested, Your Highness, could you arrange for some writing materials for me? Xiaomu nodded and gave the necessary orders. Soon, a soldier delivered the requested ink and paper. Shen Shiyue took the brush and wrote out a prescription. Once it dried, she handed it to the soldier. Take this prescription to Physician Zhou and have him prepare the medicine. Follow the instructions diligently, and in no time, your injuries will heal. Since Shen Shiyue had withdrawn the needles, the soldier felt a notable improvement in his arm. The pain had diminished significantly. Gratefully receiving the prescription, he bowed respectfully. Thank you, Miss Shen. It is my duty, Shen Shiyue replied gently. The soldiers below, witnessing the scene, were assured that Shen Shiyue had indeed triumphed. However, they were curious about Yu Shuqing's medical skills, as the soldiers in the camp were well aware of her previous treatments. Given her prior success, they wondered why the detoxification process was taking so long. In an instant, all eyes turned to Yu Shuqing. Meanwhile, the soldier began to feel a heaviness in his chest, and his head started to thrum ominously. He suspected the poison was resurfacing. Weakly, he turned to Yu Shuqing, asking, "Physician Yu, is the antidote not ready? I feel unwell." "Do not worry, it will be ready shortly," Yu Shuqing replied, her concern rising. After all, this was a competition, and she could not afford to be careless. Shen Shiyue sat thoughtfully, resting her chin in her hand, observing Yu Shuqing's every move. As the soldier's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead. Shen Shiyue spoke in a low voice, "Madam Wei, if you cannot detoxify him, please admit it. There is no need to persist in the charade." Yu Shuqing looked up, her irritation flaring at Shen Shiyue's smug demeanor. "Who says I cannot? I am capable." Whether she truly could was evident to Yu Shuqing herself. Shen Shiyue spoke slowly, her eyes glinting with amusement. As the incense burned lower, Yu Shuqing had employed 5 different methods to detoxify the soldier. Yet his condition had not improved. Rather, he began to cough more violently, as if he might succumb to the poison at any moment. Yu Shuqing's expression darkened as she took the soldier's pulse, her brows furrowing tighter. What was happening? She had tried several methods. Why was the poison still unyielding? The incense burned rapidly, and the soldier's pallor deepened, sweat streaming down his face. Realizing he could not endure much longer, he turned to Xiaomu and implored, "Your Highness, please grant me the antidote. I cannot hold on any longer." Everything around him began to spin, and he felt himself losing control. If Xiaomu provided the antidote, Yu Shuqing would have lost. "Your Highness, grant me a little more time, and I shall surely detoxify him," Yu Shuqing asserted confidently. Xiaomu ignored her, instead turning to Zhou Junsheng. "Go check on his condition. If he cannot endure, administer the antidote." "Yes, Your Highness," Zhou Junsheng replied, bowing before swiftly approaching the soldier to take his pulse. His expression shifted dramatically, his brows tightening as if to crush a mosquito. The poison had changed. It was entirely different from what he had concocted. He abruptly looked at Yu Shuqing, his voice cold. "What exactly did you administer to him?" Yu Shuqing, taken aback, questioned, "Physician Zhou." "I naturally gave him the antidote." "Why do you ask?" "Antidote?" Zhou Junsheng scoffed. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you used poison." "Physician Zhou, what do you mean by that?" Yu Shuqing felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that she had indeed administered the wrong remedy? Impossible. This was a special formula I developed, capable of neutralizing all poisons. Furthermore, she had followed up with other traditional remedies. Even if the poison remained, it should have alleviated its effects. Yet Zhou Junsheng's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. The soldier's life was paramount now. Ignoring Yu Shuqing, Zhou Junsheng turned to Xiaomu. "Your Highness, due to the various medications administered by Physician Yu, the poison within him has transformed and intensified. If this continues, his life will be in jeopardy. I propose we take him down to detoxify." The implication was clear. Yu Shuqing was incapable of resolving the poison. Yu Shuqing's face fell, her displeasure evident as she glanced at Shen Shiyue, who remained unfazed. She could not possibly lose to Shen Shiyue. "Physician Zhou, the competition lasts for the duration of an incense stick. Your sudden interruption must surely be to assist Miss Shen in winning." Zhou Junsheng's expression darkened. "Physician Yu, if you were truly capable, the poison in his system would not be worsening. It is evident you have lost. There is no need to persist. Moreover, as a healer, the well-being of the patient should take precedence. Is winning this contest truly more important than his life to you?" The tension between the two women escalated, the atmosphere chilling to a standstill. All gazes fell upon Xiaomu, awaiting his command. Chapter 35. Unrestrained words, kneeling for mercy at this moment. The soldier could no longer withstand the strain and fainted. Xiaomu furrowed his brows, preparing to give an order when suddenly, Shen Shiyue rose. She offered Xiaomu a reassuring glance and approached the soldier to check his pulse. The complexity of the poison within him was indeed escalating. She glanced at the remaining incense, calculating the time. It was not too late. "Physician Zhou, you may withdraw for now." Zhou Junsheng was taken aback, concern etching his features as he looked at the soldier, fearing for his life. "Miss Shen, While your contest with Physician Yu is important, so too is the soldier's life. Rest assured, with my presence, he shall not come to harm, Shen Shiyue assured, patting her chest. After the previous incident, Zhou Junsheng had come to recognize the extraordinary skill she possessed in medicine. In all the world, it seemed there was no ailment that Shen Shiyue could not cure. If she could not remedy a condition, then other physicians would undoubtedly be at a loss. Initially, he believed Yu Shuqing to be a woman of kind heart. But now it appeared otherwise. Frowning, he cast a displeased sidelong glance at her. Thus, I must entrust this matter to Miss Shen. After speaking, he descended from the stage to stand beside Xiaomuyu. Shen Shiyue turned her gaze toward Yu Shuqing, noting the dwindling time. Why was Madame Wei not hastening to administer the antidote, instead lingering here? Speak your mind, Yu Shuqing replied, increasingly vexed by Shen Shiyue's calm demeanor. Observing the condition of the soldiers, she continued her work. Shen Shiyue crossed her arms, quietly watching her without interruption. The soldiers below held their breath, fixated on the unfolding scene. Among them were close friends of the poison man, all wearing expressions of concern, fearing for his life. In the following moments, Yu Shuqing utilized nearly all her knowledge in a desperate attempt to counteract the poison afflicting the soldier. Yet, he showed no signs of awakening. His breathing grew increasingly labored, as if he might draw his last breath at any moment. Soon, the incense was consumed. Gazing at the still unresponsive soldier, an expression of disbelief crossed Yu Shuqing's face. How could this be? Why had the poison not been alleviated? Time has elapsed. You have lost, Shen Shiyue remarked with a slight smile. No, this cannot be. I refuse to accept defeat, Yu Shuqing protested, shaking her head, disbelief shimmering in her eyes. Whether she believed it or not, the fact remained undeniable. With a flourish of her hand, Shen Shiyue summoned the silver needles from a distant table, deftly inserting them into the soldier's body. Following that, she precisely stimulated several acupoints. Before long, the soldier coughed up a mouthful of dark blood and gradually regained consciousness. Her movements were fluid and graceful, her long skirt billowing in the wind, exuding an air of elegance and poise. The soldiers below, witnessing this miraculous sight, widened their eyes in astonishment. Shen Shiyue's lips curled into a confident smile. There. The poison has been resolved. Yu Shuqing, once again struck by defeat, stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the soldier, having regained his senses, touched his body and, reassured of his well-being, let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Physician Yu, for curing me, the soldier expressed his gratitude. Xiaomuyu interjected. It was not Physician Yu who cured your poison, but Miss Shen. The soldier's eyes widened in surprise, and upon seeing the nods of agreement from the other soldiers below, he quickly turned to express his thanks to Shen Shiyue. Shen Shiyue then turned her gaze toward the visibly shaken Yu Shuqing. Madam Wei, are you still unconvinced? Yu Shuqing, however, was unwilling to concede, for she held great confidence in her medical abilities. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of suspicion. Prince Ling, I understand that your ability to cure the poison was due to Shen Shiyue's influence, but even so, you cannot deliberately frame me out of gratitude towards her. Xiaomuyu's brow furrowed, his expression inscrutable. This was an inability to accept the truth, leading her to seek excuses. Shen Shiyue remarked lightly. Madam Wei, one may indulge in erratic eating, but one must not speak recklessly. Prince Ling is not someone you can defame. Zhou Junsheng's expression also turned cold. Physician Yu, the poisons were all prepared by me. Prince Ling has never encountered them. Your unfounded accusations against him are quite inappropriate. The soldiers below expressed their discontent. You have no evidence. On what grounds do you slander Prince Ling? Cure Prince Ling of the poison, or immediately leave the military camp. Xiaomuyu turned to survey the soldiers, signaling them with a gesture. In an instant, silence fell over the crowd. Madame Wei believes that this prince orchestrated these events to ensure Miss Shen's victory, thereby causing you to lose the competition? Facing Xiaomuyu's piercing gaze, Yu Shuqing involuntarily shivered. Having lost the contest, she had made such a statement in front of the cold-faced king of hell. Fearful, she took a step back, terror reflected in her eyes. She dreaded provoking Prince Ling's wrath, fearing he might take her life in anger. I did not mean it that way, she stammered, her mind racing to find a suitable justification. Then what did you mean? Speak plainly, so this prince may understand. Xiaomuyu's voice was deep and chilling. It was midday. The sun high in the sky, yet Yu Shuqing felt an unrelenting chill enveloping her. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, silently falling to the ground. She opened her mouth, at a loss for words. Then Xiao Muyu continued, "This prince conducts himself with integrity and fairness. I would never engage in favoritism. For Madame Wei to so unjustly accuse me, what punishment should be warranted?" Yu Shuqing felt her legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. "Prince Ling, I recognize my error. And I hope you can overlook it, considering my past service in treating many soldiers." Xiao Muyu stood with one hand behind his back, towering over her. "This is your one chance. Should I hear you utter anything inappropriate again, you shall face the consequences." "Thank you, Prince Ling." Yu Shuqing's heart finally eased, and she gently patted her chest, slowly rising from the ground. "Your Highness, please do not be angry. Madame Wei's actions stem from her doubt in my medical skills." Shen Shiyue spoke, her voice clear and melodious. Yu Shuqing frowned, confused as she stared at Shen Shiyue. What scheme was she concocting now? Shen Shiyue continued, "How about this? Let us engage in another competition, this time with Madame Wei determining the nature of the challenge. What say you, Your Highness?" Seeing her proposal, Xiao Muyu responded indifferently, "That is acceptable." Chapter 36. The competition resumes. Shen Shiyue turned to Yu Shuqing, eyebrow raised. "Madame Wei, how do you wish to proceed with the next challenge?" Having been filled with animosity moments ago, Yu Shuqing was taken aback by her sudden composure. Her gaze darted between Shen Shiyue and Xiao Muyu. Initially, she had merely speculated, but now she was certain that Xiao Muyu had secretly aided Shen Shiyue in securing her victory. Otherwise, how could she have possibly cured the poison with her skills? Her eyes narrowed, her hands clenched tighter beneath her sleeves, appearing unfazed by the pain, her expression serene. No matter what, she must reclaim her former reputation. This time, she would ensure that Shen Shiyue faced utter defeat. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and a triumphant smile crept across her lips. "Very well, Miss Shen. Tomorrow we shall visit the city medical center, select 2 patients afflicted with incurable ailments, and treat them separately. Should you succeed, it would be deemed a victory. What do you think?" "Of course, that poses no problem." Shen Shiyue's eyes sparkled with confidence. Soon, the soldiers dispersed, and after this incident, they clearly regarded Shen Shiyue's medical prowess as superior. Moreover, Yu Shuqing's previous disrespect had incited considerable discontent among the soldiers. Once Yu Shuqing departed, Xiao Muyu approached Shen Shiyue, lost in thought as he gazed at her retreating figure. "Miss Shen, you have already triumphed. Why pursue another contest?" Shen Shiyue raised the corner of her lips and spoke slowly. "Prince Ling, you may be unaware that to truly make someone concede with sincerity, one attempt is certainly insufficient. Are you not concerned that Madame Wei might deliberately set you up to lose the competition?" Xiao Muyu withdrew his gaze, assessing the expression of the person before him. Even if she were to sabotage him, he would not falter. Shen Shiyue emanated an air of pride as a gentle breeze wafted over, carrying her unique fragrance. Witnessing her confident demeanor, Xiao Muyu couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself that he must pay close attention the following day. The next morning, Shen Shiyue and Yu Shuqing gathered in the courtyard. Xiao Muyu and Lin Yikuan also arrived. Upon seeing the two, Yu Shuqing greeted them with a calm demeanor. "This humble servant has met Prince Ling. Let us proceed to the largest medical clinic in the city," Xiao Muyu declared, turning to walk outside, with the others following closely behind. During the journey, the 3 engaged in casual conversation, while Yu Shuqing remained silent, observing their actions. She contemplated that since she had chosen the method and location for the competition, there should be no room for error. Upon reaching the clinic, Yu Shuqing entered to converse with the physicians inside, while Shen Shiyue and the others waited outside. Moments later, Yu Shuqing emerged with a man and a woman. Gesturing towards them, "Miss Shen, both of these individuals are afflicted with terminal illnesses. Please select one to take back for treatment, and in the evening, you shall bring them to the location of yesterday's competition." Shen Shiyue's gaze swept over the pair. She examined them closely, deducing their symptoms. The man's complexion was sallow, his lips pale, his eyes vacant, and he appeared emaciated, as if a gust of wind could topple him. In comparison, the man's condition was evidently far worse than the woman's. Judging by his appearance, he likely did not have long to live. As the saying goes, saving a life is more valuable than constructing a pagoda. She raised her hand, pointing at the man. "I choose this gentleman. The other lady shall be entrusted to Madame Wei." "Very well, we shall meet again this evening." With that, Yu Shuqing turned and left with the woman, a satisfied smile gracing her face. She had anticipated that Shen Shiyue would choose the more severely afflicted individual, and her assumption proved correct. The clinic's physician had stated that the man's life was nearly at an end. Even with the finest medicine, he would be fortunate to survive a year. No matter how skilled Shen Shiyue was, it was improbable that she could wrest a life from the grasp of the king of hell. And it seemed she was destined to lose this round. Merely envisioning the soldiers cheering for her brought a smile to her lips. Although Xiao Muyu lacked medical expertise, he could discern that the man's condition was far graver than the woman's. Confused, he turned to Shen Shiyue. Why did you not choose the woman, opting instead for him? Do you wish to lose the competition? Lose the competition? That is inconceivable. Shen Shiyue firmly shook her head, explaining, Your Highness may not understand. My sole intention in this choice is to save this man, nothing more. If Yu Shuqing were to treat him, he might not survive the day. Reflecting on Yu Shuqing's performance in detoxifying soldiers the previous day, Xiao Muyu began to see her point. Did this mean that Miss Shen was confident in her ability to heal this man? Shen Shiyue smiled but refrained from providing a definitive answer. Whether she could heal him would have to wait until the evening. Unbeknownst to whether it was due to the man's discomfort, he kept his head bowed in silence throughout the journey. Upon returning to the military camp, Shen Shiyue led the man to her temporary quarters. Watching the closed door, Lin Yiquan furrowed his brow and asked, Your Highness, do you believe Miss Shen has the capability? What do you think? Replied Xiao Muyu, turning to leave. Lin Yiquan hurriedly followed, pondering aloud. The Shen family excels in both medicine and martial arts. It is my belief that Miss Shen will undoubtedly succeed. Xiao Muyu nodded. Gather all the generals. I have an announcement to make. At once, Lin Yiquan replied, bowing respectfully. In the main hall, soon all the generals assembled. Xiao Muyu approached the map, indicating Wang City as he outlined his strategy and discussed it with the other generals. In their pursuit of reclaiming Wang City, everyone was fully engaged, leaving no room for negligence. In her room, after taking the man's pulse, Shen Shiyue commenced his treatment. The man's expression soured further upon seeing the long silver needles. Weakly, he inquired, Must it be acupuncture? Is there no alternative? Your ailment stems from your very conception. If you wish to survive, acupuncture is your only option, Shen Shiyue replied gravely as she prepared the silver needle and poured liquor over it. The words to survive ignited a flicker of hope within the man, and his dull eyes sparkled faintly. He hesitantly asked, Miss, you cannot be jesting, can you? He had sought numerous physicians in his quest for healing, leaving him destitute and his home impoverished. In this world, without money, who would offer treatment? At this point, he merely wished for a painless demise. Shen Shiyue assured him, Rest easy. I can cure your illness. Chapter 37, The Final Moment of Victory or Defeat Over the Years. The man had consulted many doctors, yet none had ever spoken with such unwavering confidence that they could heal him. He regarded the woman before him with suspicion. Yet a glimmer of hope began to blossom within him. Could it be that heaven, in its compassion, had sent this woman to save him? For the next several hours, Shen Shiyue repeatedly withdrew and reinserted the silver needles at intervals. Whether it was a psychological effect or the efficacy of her treatment, the man suddenly realized that the pain that once enveloped his body had significantly diminished. His skepticism transformed into belief in Shen Shiyue's medical prowess, and the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. As night fell, after removing all the needles, Shen Shiyue instructed, Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Very well, miss, he replied obediently, nodding. Once Shen Shiyue left, the man stood up to stretch within the room, discovering that his body felt remarkably improved, as if the ailing person he once was had vanished. However, he still felt somewhat weak, and after a brief movement, beads of perspiration began to form on his brow. He returned to his seat, awaiting Shen Shiyue's return. Shen Shiyue made her way directly to Zhou Junsheng's chamber. Finding the door wide open, she called, Dr. Zhou? Zhou Junsheng, who was busy preparing herbal medicine, turned to her, Miss Shen, did you not go to compete with Dr. Yu today? Why have you come to see me? I have come to you in search of medicine, Shen Shiyue replied with a smile. What medicine does Miss Shen seek? Zhou Junsheng asked, contemplating that she was well-versed in medicinal herbs, and corrected himself, Feel free to take whatever you need. Shen Shiyue nodded, approaching to gather the herbs. Moments later, she had collected a substantial array of medicinal ingredients. Concerned that she may have overlooked something, she double-checked to ensure everything was in order before expressing her gratitude and departing. Once outside, Shen Shiyue sought out Lin Yiquan, Deputy Commander Lin. Could you kindly prepare a wooden tub and hot water to be delivered to my room? Of course, Miss Shen, he replied, returning to her room. Shen Shiyue placed the tray of herbs on the table. When Lin Yiqian arrived with a wooden tub, she instructed him to carry it into the inner chamber. After pouring nearly enough hot water, Shen Shiyue held the plate and tossed all the medicinal herbs into the barrel. You entered, and she stepped out from the inner room, beckoning to the man. He nodded and approached. You stay here and watch. Once the water reaches the right temperature, you may enter and soak. You will rise when I tell you to, Shen Shiyue said, her expression serious. Understood, miss. After Shen Shiyue exited the inner room, she sat on a chair outside, one hand propping her chin while her other hand rhythmically tapped on the armrest. When the sound of water entering the wooden barrel reached her ears, she broke a fragrant stick and lit it with a candle she had prepared earlier. Realizing she had little to do next, she rose to retrieve an unfinished medical book from her bundle and began to leaf through it. Meanwhile, Yu Shuqing had already taken the woman to the arena. As she waited for Shen Shiyue's arrival, doubts crept into her mind. Soldiers passing by, noticing her standing on the platform, expressed their confusion. Dr. Yu, why are you standing here so late instead of resting? I am awaiting Miss Shen, Yu Shuqing explained, revealing the nature of their contest. During this time, several soldiers arrived, eager to know the outcome. Yu Shuqing gazed at the night sky, wondering if Shen Shiyue had failed to heal the man and thus dared not show up. It was a reasonable thought. The man suffered from an incurable disease, and no matter how skilled Shen Shiyue was, healing him was unlikely. At that moment, Yu Shuqing felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, her lips nearly curling into a grin. Just then, Xiao Muyu and Lin Yiqian arrived. Upon seeing only Yu Shuqing and the woman, they were perplexed. Lin Yiqian furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Your Highness, could it be that Miss Shen has not arrived because she could not heal him? Although he firmly believed in Shen Shiyue's medical skills, the unpredictable nature of fate made him wary. Perhaps she had indeed encountered an unforeseen complication. Xiao Muyu's gaze dimmed, and he remained silent for a long time. Meanwhile, whispers among the soldiers grew louder. Miss Shen has yet to arrive. Could it be that she is afraid? I reckon she must be afraid. Otherwise, she would have come by now. Surely not. Miss Shen is highly skilled. She single-handedly cured the poison in those two yesterday. One can never know. Everyone has their weaknesses. And Miss Shen is no exception. These women are something else. Once they lose, they don't show up. Indeed. Dr. Yu has waited here for so long. And no one thought to send a message in advance. Among them, many soldiers urged Yu Shuqing to leave, with some even suggesting that her medical abilities surpassed those of Shen Shiyue, attributing her previous loss to mere misfortune. Xiao Muyu turned his head sharply, casting a cold glance over the crowd. The day is not over and the contest is not concluded. Until Miss Shen arrives, refrain from speaking out of turn. Yu Shuqing concurred, yes. The contest is not yet finished. Perhaps Miss Shen has been delayed by some urgent matter. Though she spoke those words, her true feelings remained known only to herself. The thought of being late and missing her chance for glory irked her deeply. She now harbored grave suspicions that the ambush by the barbarian raiders on her journey to the frontier had been orchestrated by Shen Shiyue. Damn, that Shen Shiyue. If it weren't for her, I would have been under the protection of His Highness now. Her brow furrowed, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her envy and resentment. After a long while, the crowd continued to gaze expectantly at the same spot, yet no one appeared. As the day neared its end, a triumphant smile spread across Yu Shuqing's face. It seemed she was destined to win. Just as she believed victory was hers, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Thank you all for your patience. I have arrived late. Instantly, everyone turned towards the source of the voice, spotting Shen Shiyue approaching with a man. While others may not have seen the man's appearance during the day, Xiao Muyu and Lin Yiqian had. In just one day, his demeanor had transformed remarkably, radiating vitality as if he were a different person altogether. Lin Yiqian hurried over, inquiring, Miss Shen, has his illness been cured? Shen Shiyue nodded with assurance, of course. Chapter 38. Unwilling to admit defeat, resorting to tantrums, many soldiers who believed in Shen Shiyue's abilities displayed expressions of joy upon her arrival. I knew it. With Miss Shen's skills, she would surely heal him. I wonder who was fretting earlier about her not coming. Wasn't that concern for Miss Shen? Ha! It seems you were worried about losing. Those shiny silver coins would be gone. Stung by the truth, the soldier fell silent. Shen Shiyue led the man onto the platform, and when she glanced at Xiao Muyu, a gentle smile graced her lips. He naturally returned her smile, though the sky was dark. Some noticed Xiao Muyu's smile, sparking a flurry of discussion. It was well known that apart from winning battles, he typically bore an icy demeanor. The soldiers were astonished to see him smile. Yu Shuqing, witnessing the robust man, felt a mix of shock and disbelief. Even if Shen Shiyue's medical skills were exceptional, there was no way she could have healed him. How had she accomplished this? Shen Shiyue's gaze shifted to the woman beside Yu Shuqing upon closer inspection. The woman's complexion was rosy, and she appeared to be recovering well. However, a discerning eye would notice the lack of luster in her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed, and a hint of cold sweat on her forehead, clear signs that she was not truly healed. It was likely that Yu Shuqing had employed some superficial remedy that merely masked the underlying issue, which could be severely harmful to the body. Shen Shiyue's eyes darkened as she turned to Zhou Junsheng. Dr. Zhou, would you be so kind as to examine the health of these two individuals? Certainly, he replied, stepping onto the platform to check their pulses. As his hand rested on the woman's wrist, his expression shifted dramatically. He looked up at Yu Shuqing. Dr. Yu, you arrived early today. You must have cured this young lady, yet why does she appear so gravely depleted, as if her life hangs by a thread? Yu Shuqing was taken aback. How can this be? I just checked her pulse not long ago. She was perfectly fine. If you do not believe me, please check her pulse yourself. Zhou Junsheng gestured for her to proceed. Skeptically, Yu Shuqing reached out to feel the woman's pulse, only to find her face draining of color. Muttering in disbelief, this cannot be. I had already healed her. It shouldn't be like this. No matter her denials, the truth remained. She had not healed her. As if to corroborate Zhou Junsheng's assessment, the woman suddenly felt faint and lost consciousness. Zhou Junsheng turned to the soldiers below, declaring, in the second contest, Miss Shen is victorious. This statement jolted Yu Shuqing back to reality. Even if she had failed to heal the woman, it should not have resulted in Shen Shiyue's victory. At most, it should have been a draw. It was clearly a draw. Why do you favor Miss Shen? Yu Shuqing narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Junsheng and Shen Shiyue, wondering if their relationship was more than it appeared. Zhou Junsheng's expression darkened instantly. Dr. Yu, what nonsense are you speaking? Miss Shen and I are completely innocent. How can you utter such words? Lady Wei indeed bore a haggard visage, and as her lips met, she accused me of lacking integrity with Dr. Zhou. Shen Shiyue let out a cold laugh, dismissing Yu Shuqing entirely. If you doubt the recovery of his ailment, why not come and take his pulse yourself? As the woman's condition deteriorated further, Zhou Junsheng grew increasingly concerned that she might be in grave danger. Miss Shen, I shall take this young lady to my quarters for treatment. If matters here conclude, I would appreciate it if you could join us later. Though he had not intended to say so, he was acutely aware that his medical skills paled in comparison to Shen Shiyue's, rendering him uncertain about his ability to heal the young woman. Understanding his implication, Shen Shiyue responded, very well. Once I conclude my business here, I shall seek you out. Zhou Junsheng said no more and led the young woman away from the arena. After his departure, Shen Shiyue addressed Lady Wei once more. Lady Wei, if your medical skills are lacking, simply admit it. Why pretend to be something you are not? My proficiency in medicine is evidently superior to yours. You only prevailed due to Prince Ling's support and Dr. Zhou's assistance. Without them, how could you possibly triumph over me? Yu Shuqing bristled with indignation. The soldiers in attendance murmured among themselves, having anticipated Dr. Yu's gentle disposition, only to discover her unyielding nature. It was disheartening to witness someone so lacking in skill refusing to acknowledge their own shortcomings while relentlessly disparaging Miss Shen. Such hypocrisy was truly nauseating. The consensus among the soldiers was clear. After 2 rounds of competition, they recognized Shen Shiyue's medical prowess surpassed that of Yu Shuqing. Unwilling to concede defeat, Yu Shuqing fixed her gaze on the man for an extended period before finally approaching him to take his pulse. Upon confirming his robust health, an expression of disbelief crossed her face. She stared at him for a long while, vigorously shaking her head. How had he recovered from an incurable ailment? What method had Shen Shiyue employed to achieve such a feat? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. She broke into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, I understand now. He is not the same man as before, he is wearing a human skin mask. As she spoke, she readied herself to unveil the mask from the man's face. The man, feeling utterly exasperated, interjected, Please, do not touch it. I am not wearing any mask. Impossible. You must be donning a mask. You are not the man I once knew. Yu Shuqing clung to her theory as if it were a lifeline, refusing to let go. Shen Shiyue's expression darkened. She raised her hand and grasped Yu Shuqing's wrist firmly. Have you had enough of this farce? This second competition was your choice of venue, and even the participants were selected by you. Crafting a human skin mask takes at least 3 days, requiring it to be peeled from a living person's face. If done by other means, it could take a minimum of half a month to a month. Lady Wei, as a physician, I cannot believe you are unaware of this. Yu Shuqing gasped in pain. Release my hand. It hurts. Shen Shiyue abruptly released her grip, withdrawing a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe her hands. Lady Wei, a loss is a loss. Having grown weary of Yu Shuqing's antics, she turned to Xiao Muyu, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, I shall attend to Dr. Zhou and check on the young lady. Xiao Muyu nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Shiyue departed the stage, and the soldiers dispersed, leaving Yu Shuqing alone. Her gaze lingered on Xiao Muyu's retreating figure, convinced he had covertly aided Shen Shiyue, thus ensuring her victory. Otherwise, she believed the triumph would have rightfully belonged to her. Chapter 39. Rejection of apprenticeship. Upon entering Zhou Juanqing's quarters, Shen Shiyue found him helplessly holding a silver needle, uncertain of how to proceed with the treatment. Hearing her footsteps, he turned. Miss Shen, you have arrived. Observing his predicament, she replied, Dr. Zhou, allow me to take over. Zhou Juanqing readily acquiesced, relinquishing the needle. Approaching the young woman, Shen Shiyue first took her pulse before commencing acupuncture. Fortunately, her condition was not as dire as initially thought. Throughout the process, Zhou Juanqing watched intently, fearful of missing any details. Nevertheless, he remained oblivious to the specific techniques Shen Shiyue employed, marveling inwardly at her prowess as a descendant of the renowned Shen family. After an hour, Shen Shiyue rose to retrieve a pen and paper from the table, writing a prescription. Dr. Zhou, once this young lady awakens, please give her this prescription and instruct her to take the medicine regularly. In a month, her health will be restored. Zhou Juanqing nodded. Understood, Miss Shen. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hesitated before speaking. Shen Shiyue had already reached the door when she turned back to him. If you have something to ask, just say it. If not, I shall take my leave, for I am quite fatigued from the day. As she prepared to depart, Zhou Juanqing called out, Wait, Miss Shen. May I inquire if you would consider taking me as your apprentice? Shen Shiyue was taken aback, pausing to contemplate. Did he wish to be her disciple? Although Zhou Juanqing was somewhat older, Shen Shiyue's skill in medicine was extraordinary. Miss Shen, your medical expertise is exceptional, and I sincerely wish to learn from you. Zhou Juanqing stated earnestly. Dr. Zhou, you may not be aware, but the Shen family's medical and martial arts knowledge can only be passed down to our own kin. Others may not partake, Shen Shiyue replied apologetically. The atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. After a lengthy silence, Shen Shiyue added, How about this? Dr. Zhou, should you have any questions in the future, feel free to seek my counsel. Zhou Juanqing gratefully replied, Thank you, Miss Shen. Recalling her unique technique from earlier, he contemplated asking her about it, but noticing her drowsiness, he decided to postpone his inquiry until the next day. With nothing further to discuss, Shen Shiyue exited. Returning to the courtyard, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Was that not the man she had treated earlier? Why had he not left? Instead, he remained. Beneath the silvery moonlight, the man looked up and recognized Shen Shiyue, hastening towards her. Benefactor, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I fear I would not have lived much longer. I am merely a physician. Healing is my duty, Shen Shiyue replied with a smile. She glanced at the sky, noting it was quite late. You should return and get some rest. Benefactor, may I stay by your side? The man stammered hesitantly. Shen Shiyue furrowed her brow in confusion. Why do you wish to remain with me? Initially, I intended to offer you some silver as a token of gratitude, but I have exhausted my family's savings over the years in pursuit of treatment. Now, I possess but a single coin. I realize this is insufficient as a fee for your services, so I thought to stay by your side, he explained, lowering his gaze as he spoke. His ailment was indeed difficult to treat. Although there are always individuals more skilled than oneself, those whose medical expertise surpasses that of Shen Shiyue are exceedingly rare. Ordinary people seldom encounter such physicians, and in their desperation to heal, they often concoct various remedies. The onset of treatment stemmed from a contest. Thus, you need not pay me for the consultation. Just live your life well henceforth, Shen Shiyue spoke gently. The man wished to remain by Shen Shiyue's side. Benefactor, though I lack martial skills and cannot protect you, I have studied some arcane arts and can strategize in battle. If you do not mind, please allow me to stay. If necessary, I can assist with heavy labor. Shen Shiyue, being exceptionally skilled in combat, found few men who could rival her prowess. However, the concepts of arcane arts and strategy intrigued her. Perhaps his presence could aid Xiao Muyu in capturing more strongholds. Contemplating this, she nodded. Very well. You may stay for now. I will speak to Prince Ling about your situation tomorrow. Thank you, benefactor. The man quickly expressed his gratitude. Shen Shiyue surveyed her surroundings and casually pointed to a person, instructing them to prepare a guest room for the man. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired, by the way, what is your name? I am called Wang Zhili, benefactor may call me Zhili, he replied slowly. It is a fine name. Had he not contracted an incurable illness, he might not have met such a fate. After the soldiers escorted Wang Zhili to rest, Shen Shiyue returned to her chamber. Perhaps from the exhaustion of the day, she dreamt not a single dream throughout the night. In stark contrast, Yu Shuqing was so agitated that she could not sleep a wink. She pondered throughout the night, yearning to achieve merit once more, to make those who looked down upon her regard her with newfound respect. Yet, all the opportunities to shine had already been seized by Shen Shiyue, leaving her at a loss for what to do next. Simply tending to the soldiers' wounds felt too trivial. It was hardly a significant contribution. Restless in the dead of night, she used her pillow as a stand-in for Shen Shiyue, repeatedly stabbing it with a dagger until it was riddled with holes. Nevertheless, this did little to assuage Yu Shuqing's anger. Were it not for her lack of martial prowess, she would have certainly sought revenge against Shen Shiyue to relieve her resentment. The next day, after dressing and grooming herself, Shen Shiyue proceeded directly to Xiao Muyu's chamber. Finding the door firmly shut, she knocked lightly. Prince Ling? Inside, Xiao Muyu, engrossed in military texts, glanced up upon hearing her voice. Come in. Pushing the door open, Shen Shiyue entered. This humble servant greets Prince Ling. Please, have a seat. Xiao Muyu gestured to a nearby chair, setting aside his book. He poured tea from a pot and placed a cup before her. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Muyu regarded her with curiosity. What brings Miss Shen to seek me out so early? I hope Your Highness can assist in investigating the identity of the man from yesterday, Shen Shiyue replied, her expression serious. Why inquire about that man? Xiao Muyu asked, slightly puzzled, his lips curling. Wang Zhili waited for me outside my room last night. Claiming Shen Shiyue recounted the events of the previous night. I believe if he possesses true ability and his background is unremarkable, keeping him in the army would greatly enhance our chances of victory. If not, let him depart. Arcane arts, Xiao Muyu murmured, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. This man is indeed fascinating. Very well, I shall have someone investigate his identity immediately. He promptly entrusted the task to Ling Ziqian, his most trusted aide. While waiting, Shen Shiyue, having little to occupy her time, returned to retrieve a medical book. During this period, she and Xiao Muyu exchanged no words, and the room was enveloped in an unusual silence. As fate would have it, Yu Shuqing happened to pass by and caught sight of the scene, jealousy flaring in her eyes. She had suspected that the relationship between Shen Shiyue and Xiao Muyu was more than ordinary, and her suspicions were confirmed. Soon, the time for lunch arrived, yet Ling Ziqian had not yet returned, and someone had already delivered Xiao Muyu's meal. Your Highness, I shall take my leave for now. I will return once the vice commander has gathered the information, Shen Shiyue announced, rising to depart. Miss Shen, join me for lunch. Xiao Muyu invited. Is that appropriate? Shen Shiyue glanced at the food spread before her. It appeared that the provisions had greatly improved since they had reclaimed the stronghold. After all, Xiao Muyu was a prince, while she was merely the daughter of a subject. How could she dine alongside him? Xiao Muyu lifted his gaze to meet hers. Miss Shen, are you perhaps concerned about being misunderstood? Misunderstood? Shen Shiyue quickly realized what he implied regarding their relationship. Unhurriedly, she replied, there is nothing between Prince Ling and me that is not pure. Why should we fear others' misunderstandings? In that case, let us dine together. Without awaiting her response, Xiao Muyu instructed attendants to procure another set of utensils. Reluctantly, Shen Shiyue remained. As they dined together, she felt a persistent sense of unease, rendering her quite uncomfortable. Sensing her discomfort, Xiao Muyu inquired, I have heard that Miss Shen and Cheng Wuhe were once the envy of the capital as childhood sweethearts. Might you share how you and Cheng Wuhe came to be so fond of one another? Shen Shiyue paused, her chopsticks halting midair as she looked at Xiao Muyu in disbelief. Why do you gaze at me so? He asked, puzzled. Shen Shiyue appeared somewhat embarrassed. I did not expect Your Highness to take an interest in such matters. I am human too, It is not unusual for me to be intrigued by such affairs. Xiao Muyu replied nonchalantly. A brief silence fell over the room. After a moment, he asked, "Is it possible that Miss Shen still harbors feelings for Cheng Wuho?" "I had already let go of those feelings when I divorced him," Shen Shiyue stated calmly. Xiao Muyu's voice grew serious. "If you have indeed moved on, what harm is there in sharing your story with me?" After consuming a modest portion of her meal, Shen Shiyue set down her chopsticks, reaching for a napkin to dab at her mouth. Truth be told, she could not fathom why Xiao Muyu was so fascinated by this topic. Could it be that after spending so long on the frontier, he had no other amusements aside from leading troops into battle? Nevertheless, it was all in the past. Sharing her story was not out of the question. Moreover, these events were likely known by the populace of the capital. Shen Shiyue recounted the events of that year, her demeanor serene, as if discussing someone else's life, devoid of any trace of sorrow. Xiao Muyu finished his meal and seized the opportunity to have the remnants cleared away. Half an hour later, as Shen Shiyue concluded her tale, he shook his head, a hint of regret in his expression. "I never imagined Miss Shen would sacrifice so much for Cheng Wuho. Were you not to conceal your own capabilities, you might have already risen to the rank of general, far surpassing Cheng Wuho's current standing. Your Highness, you flatter me. I am not nearly so formidable." Shen Shiyue replied with a modest smile. "If it were me, I would never envy a woman," Xiao Muyu remarked unexpectedly, leaving Shen Shiyue momentarily speechless. She quickly interjected. "Cheng Wuho was inherently a jealous man. He cannot be compared to your Highness." "Is that so? Since you are aware of this, why did you choose him in the first place?" To understand the esteemed Cheng Wu Marquis of yesteryears, even the daughters of seventh-rank officials were considered beneath his notice. Xiao Muyu lifted his teacup and took a sip. After all, everyone has their moments of folly. Shen Shiyue lowered her gaze and spoke slowly. Moreover, given the illustrious lineage of the Shen family back then, even marrying his Highness would elicit no further remarks. Realizing he had misspoken, Xiao Muyu smiled awkwardly, saying, "Miss Shen, do not take offense. I merely find it lamentable that a woman of your caliber has encountered a scoundrel like the Cheng Wu Marquis." The young lady understood. Despite his explanation, Shen Shiyue still felt a sense of discomfort. After all, in her youth, she believed a single promise could define a lifetime, only to discover that her childhood companion was not her destined partner. Suddenly, Xiao Muyu recalled something and spoke. Miss Shen, I have received word that the Cheng Wu Marquis will soon arrive in Floating City. If you wish to avoid an encounter, I can arrange for him to be kept at a distance." With this statement, all previous inquiries made by Xiao Muyu became irrelevant. It seemed he worried she might act on emotion, as that is most attested in military affairs. She smiled and replied, "Your Highness need not make any special arrangements. Even if we meet, it shall not trouble me." "That is well," Xiao Muyu nodded, opting not to pursue the matter further. Yet a peculiar light gleamed in his deep, dark eyes. Shen Shiyue stared for a moment, finding him inscrutable, and chose not to dwell on it. After half an hour, Lin Yiquan returned, entering the room and saluting. "I have seen His Highness, the Ling Wang, and Miss Shen. What have you discovered?" Xiao Muyu inquired. Lin Yiquan produced a bamboo slip from his bosom and laid it flat on the table. Based on his investigation and the records from the government office, it revealed that Wang Zhili was orphaned, and his family had once owned a tailor shop. They resided in Hong City, but after Wang Zhili was born, his parents sold their shop to seek skilled physicians for his ailments. Tragically, they passed away when he was 11, leaving him to continue searching for medical help with the remaining funds. "Is there no forgery?" Xiao Muyu asked, sipping his tea. Lin Yiquan shook his head, affirming that all findings were genuine and devoid of any deceit. Xiao Muyu's gaze shifted to Shen Shiyue, a pleasing smile gracing his lips. "I did not anticipate that Miss Shen would uncover such a talent for me." "Whether he is truly a talent remains to be seen by your Highness," Shen Shiyue replied unhurriedly. "Bring Wang Zhili to me. I wish to ascertain his capabilities," Xiao Muyu instructed, setting his teacup down and looking at Shen Shiyue. "Yes, I shall fetch him at once," she responded before exiting the room. She approached Wang Zhili's door and knocked gently. Moments later, the door opened, and Wang Zhili peered out, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Benefactor, you seek me? Come with me," she replied, turning to walk back. Wang Zhili, though puzzled, followed closely behind. "I have just recommended you to His Highness the Ling Wang. Whether you seize this opportunity is entirely up to you," Shen Shiyue said slowly. Wang Zhili's expression froze, surprise flickering in his eyes. He never expected Shen Shiyue would endorse him to Xiao Muyu. Although he had read extensively and practiced diligently, he felt a twinge of insecurity, having never been on the battlefield. Arriving outside Xiao Muyu's chamber, Shen Shiyue turned and patted his shoulder. If you possess true talent, His Highness shall surely value you. Do not be anxious. Now, go in. I will wait for you outside. With that, she gave Wang Zhili a gentle push. He nodded earnestly and entered, quickly bowing to Xiao Muyu. Commoner greets His Highness, the Ling Wang. Rise, Xiao Muyu said, peering through the door's crack and noticing Shen Shiyue lingering outside. Miss Shen, do join us. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped inside. The art of strategy and troop arrangement could be practiced with stones. And thus Xiao Muyu and others observed Wang Zhili's maneuvers. After an hour, both Xiao Muyu and Shen Shiyue exhibited astonished expressions. The most incredulous was Lin Yiqian, whose jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Once finished, Xiao Muyu clapped his hands, exclaiming, in warfare, cunning is paramount. You are indeed a rare talent. I wish for you to remain by my side as my strategist. What say you? Wang Zhili was taken aback, overwhelmed with joy. Did your highness just say to make me your strategist? What? Do you not wish to? Xiao Muyu raised an eyebrow at him. Wang Zhili shook his head vigorously. No, I am willing. Thank you, your highness, and Miss Shen. Lin, take Wang Zhili to meet the others. Xiao Muyu commanded. Understood. Lin Yiqian nodded, gesturing for Wang Zhili to follow. Watching them depart, Shen Shiyue felt confident that this campaign would undoubtedly lead to the defeat of the barbarians, ensuring the safety of the citizens of Wangcheng. Xiao Muyu praised. Miss Shen, you truly have an eye for talent. With a single glance, you have provided me with such a strategist. This is merely my duty. Shen Shiyue replied with a subtle smile. With no further business at hand, she prepared to leave. Xiao Muyu's gaze fell upon her. Miss Shen, shall we take a stroll together? With the invitation from His Highness, there was no room for refusal. She nodded and followed him out of the room. As they meandered through the military camp, Shen Shiyue found herself unconsciously glancing at the soldiers in training. Miss Shen, I intend to launch an assault on Wangqing in 2 days at the hour of the rat, ensuring we seize it with a single strike, Xiao Muyu declared. Hands clasped behind his back as he strolled leisurely. Shen Shiyue was momentarily taken aback, yet found his decision quite reasonable. After all, an offensive was far preferable to a defensive stance. Many of our soldiers were injured previously. Even after a period of recuperation, they cannot fully recover. I anticipate this battle will be arduous, yet I believe we shall reclaim Wangcheng and spare the citizens further suffering. Xiao Muyu lifted his gaze to the birds soaring freely in the sky, pausing in his steps. The citizens trapped in Wangcheng, subjected to the ruthless nature of the barbarians, surely endured great hardship. Is there anything I can assist with? Shen Shiyue inquired. Xiao Muyu turned to her. His expression serious. You need only safeguard Floating City. I seldom trust others, but you are an exception. Should we fail this time, I shall require your aid. Understanding his meaning, Shen Shiyue nodded firmly, assuring him, whatever may transpire, I will protect Floating City. Your Highness can rest easy. With you here, I am indeed at ease. Will your Highness be taking Wang Zhili along? Shen Shiyue asked curiously. Xiao Muyu nodded, certainly. With him present, our chances of victory will undoubtedly increase. I believe that with your Highness leading, victory is assured. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fragrance from Shen Shiyue. For some reason, upon inhaling her scent, Xiao Muyu felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility. His spirit lifted considerably. This sensation was unprecedented for him, and he curiously inquired, May I ask what material the pouch worn by Miss Shen is made of? Shen Shiyue removed the pouch from her waist and explained, This pouch was crafted by me, containing various medicinal herbs beneficial for the body. If the prince is interested, I could prepare one for you in the coming days. Then I am grateful, Miss Shen. Xiao Muyu replied. He could sense a comforting aroma emanating from the pouch, and it would indeed be delightful to carry it with him always. He gazed at the patterns on the pouch for a considerable time and asked, Miss Shen, may I inquire what bird is embroidered upon it? Shen Shiyue hesitated for a moment, glancing at the embroidery with a hint of embarrassment. Your Highness, this is not a bird. It is a flower. A flower? Xiao Muyu stared incredulously at the pouch for a long while. From any angle, it appeared to be a bird, not a flower. Indeed, it does not resemble one. Shen Shiyue admitted as she reattached the pouch to her waist. To be honest, my embroidery skills leave much to be desired. How about this? I will prepare the materials for the pouch, and you can have other ladies embroider the flowers on it, she suggested. Xiao Muyu shook his head and said, the pouch is a promise you made to me, Miss Shen. It should naturally be completed by you. How could it be entrusted to another? Chapter 42. Though late, it will arrive, that said, her embroidery skills were indeed lacking, and she felt certain that Xiao Muyu would be ridiculed by others if he carried a pouch she had stitched. Shen Shiyue pressed her lips together tightly. Your Highness, my embroidery is truly subpar. It matters not. I do not mind, Xiao Muyu replied with a smile. Shen Shiyue continued, but if you carry such a pouch, it may tarnish your reputation. I care little for such trivialities. Moreover, as long as I am fond of it, what does it matter what others think? Observing her persistent reluctance, Xiao Muyu made a gesture to halt her objections. Very well, it is settled. With the matter resolved, Shen Shiyue could only acquiesce with a nod. After parting ways with Xiao Muyu, Shen Shiyue visited Zhou Junsheng to collect some medicinal herbs before returning to her room. Having arrived without any embroidery supplies, she was left with no choice but to go out and purchase some. When she began to embroider the pouch, she hesitated for a long time, pondering what design would suit Xiao Muyu's demeanor. A dragon would certainly be inappropriate. A tiger, majestic and imposing, seemed quite fitting. While embroidering, she recalled the scenes from her lessons with the matron. To be fair, aside from embroidery, she excelled in everything else, including music, chess, literature, and painting. Only her embroidery had remained a muddled mess. However, after 10 months of diligent instruction from the matron, her skills had noticeably improved. At least she could now produce something presentable. A day later, with little to occupy her time in the military camp, Shen Shiyue seized the opportunity to embroider the pouch. Once she completed her work, she gazed at the pouch in her hands for a long time, murmuring, this should be a tiger, right? Despite having envisioned it clearly in her mind, the final outcome appeared quite different, which was rather perplexing. Regardless, she believed that His Highness the Ling Prince, aware of her lack of embroidery prowess, would not intentionally make things difficult for her. With the pouch in hand, she stepped out of her room and encountered Yu Shuqing. Upon seeing the pouch, Yu Shuqing's face twisted into a mocking smile. I knew it. Miss Shen, is your haste to divorce Ziqian because your heart already belongs to another? Madam Wei, it would be wise for you to keep your tongue in check, lest I take the liberty of severing it to silence you. Shen Shiyue's expression turned cold. What? Are you afraid of being criticized for your actions? Yu Shuqing provocatively challenged Shen Shiyue, as if eager for her to retaliate. Her intent was to showcase Shen Shiyue's ruthless nature to the soldiers in the camp. Out of the corner of her eye, Shen Shiyue noticed soldiers passing by and allowed a faint smile to curl her lips. Typically, Yu Shuqing would avoid her when angered, but today, it seemed she was attempting to provoke her. What are you laughing at? Yu Shuqing furrowed her brow, puzzled. Shen Shiyue took a couple of steps forward and lowered her voice. I laugh at someone who fancies herself clever while being utterly foolish. You don't seriously believe I would fall for your trickery, do you? Seeing that Shen Shiyue was not fooled, Yu Shuqing grew increasingly irate. Shen Shiyue continued, moreover, even if I had feelings for another, what of it? I am already divorced from Cheng Wuho. Compared to being repugnant, I cannot hold a candle to Madame Wei, who knowingly pursues a man already wed. Could it be that Cheng Wuho's affliction was a result of your doing? Yu Shuqing's expression darkened with rage. You lie. That is not true. Not true? Your timing of appearance was rather fortuitous, was it not? Shen Shiyue retorted, unconvinced by Yu Shuqing's denial. I am a physician. When the general fell ill, it was only natural for me to attend. Is there a problem with that? Yu Shuqing defended herself with feigned righteousness. Shen Shiyue raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then why was it you, and not another physician? The other physicians were occupied treating other soldiers and could not spare the time, Yu Shuqing replied, instinctively retreating, her gaze evasive and clearly guilty. With a cold laugh, Shen Shiyue remarked, you know very well the truth behind your actions. That is the reality. Believe it or not, I have no need to deceive you. Yu Shuqing stubbornly insisted, raising her voice. Shen Shiyue crossed her arms over her chest, a teasing smile gracing her lips. As for the reasons behind it, Madame Wei is undoubtedly more aware than I. Such coincidences are rather suspicious, are they not? If the same were to happen to me, I am sure rumors would spread that I was deliberately seducing another. Your tongue is quite adept at weaving words. However, your mind appears less than sharp. If I were in your position, I would claim to have accidentally wandered into Cheng Wuho's chamber, unaware of his condition, and that he forced himself upon me. Shen Shiyue suggested, her words causing Yu Shuqing's pupils to widen as she realized the logic in her statement. After all, as a physician, she understood all too well how to counteract a man's intoxication. Her previous assertions had indeed been far-fetched. Shen Shiyue scrutinized Yu Shuqing's expression for a long time, sensing that perhaps Madame Wei found her reasoning sound. I did not, Miss Shen. Do not speak nonsense. Yu Shuqing's countenance grew increasingly grim as her thoughts were exposed. With each step forward that Shen Shiyue took, Yu Shuqing retreated, biting her lip tightly. Miss Shen, if there is nothing else, I shall return to my room. Didn't he, Madame Wei, have so much to discuss with me a moment ago? Why the sudden desire to flee? Shen Shiyue pressed, blocking Yu Shuqing's path regardless of her attempts to escape. Yu Shuqing was exceedingly displeased, yet she had no means to counter Shen Shiyue, who was formidable enough to best even Qing Wuhou. Cornered with nowhere to retreat, Yu Shuqing found herself pressed against a pillar, her spine aching. Miss Shen, what exactly do you intend to do? Shen Shiyue grasped Yu Shuqing's chin, forcing her to meet her gaze. Madame Wei, have you done something you ought not to have? What do you mean? I do not understand, Yu Shuqing gasped, suddenly recalling something, her face paling instantly. Could Shen Shiyue have discovered her secret? That was impossible. She had only recently arrived at the frontier. Yet, for some reason, when confronted by Shen Shiyue's cold stare, she felt inexplicably guilty. Do you truly not know? Or are you merely pretending not to? Shen Shiyue could discern from the terror in Yu Shuqing's eyes that she was acutely aware of the implications of Shen's words. Yu feigned composure, wagering that Shen was referring to her previous encounter with Wei Ziqian. Miss Shen, your aggression is quite overwhelming. What is it that you truly seek from me? At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from a distance. Shen Shiyue, who permitted you to lay hands on Shuqing? Remove your hand at once. Chapter 43. The scoundrel who lavishes praise upon himself. Almost simultaneously, both Shen Shiyue and Yu Shuqing turned their heads in unison. And upon seeing Wei Ziqian hurrying towards them, their expressions diverged markedly. Yu's eyes were slightly reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks, as if they were devoid of cost, presenting a woeful visage of one recently wronged. In stark contrast, Shen wore an expression of disdain and indifference. She withdrew her hand and took 2 steps back, astonished that the Marquis, despite his grievous injuries, would still venture into the fray for the sake of Madame Wei. If memory serves, in the eyes of a general, family should be subordinate to the country. The Marquis is indeed exceptional. Wei Ziqian furrowed his brow, casting a sharp glare at Shen Shiyue before hastening to Yu Shuqing's side, inspecting her for injuries. Once he ascertained her safety, he finally exhaled in relief. Shuqing, did I not expressly instruct you to stay away? You have just suffered a miscarriage. Your body has yet to recover. How could you come to the border? Yu Shuqing bit her lip tightly, her voice trembling as she replied, I'm sorry, Ziqian. I worried you. I thought since no one in the Marquis cared for me now, if I didn't accomplish something, I might be cast out after you leave. It is all my fault for thinking only of saving others, not realizing that such a scene would unfold on our wedding night. It is entirely my mistake. She collapsed into Wei Ziqian's embrace, weeping pitifully. Shen Shiyue regarded the pair with cold detachment before striding away. Internally, she scoffed. Had their positions been reversed, Wei Ziqian would undoubtedly not have reacted this way. Indeed, the participants in a drama often lack clarity, while the observers retain perspective. Noticing Shen Shiyue departing, Wei Ziqian called out coldly, wait. Shen halted, turning to face him. What is it, Marquis? Apologize to Shuqing, Wei demanded. Shen Shiyue frowned slightly, her displeasure evident. On what grounds? On the grounds that you frightened my wife, Wei Ziqian asserted, standing tall with righteous indignation. Shen found his claim to be utterly ludicrous. Ha, Marquis, is your wife a mere child of 3, easily frightened? It is truly laughable. I neither raised a hand against her nor am I a spectre. Why would she be afraid? Her gaze fixated on Yu Shuqing as she continued, or perhaps she is haunted by her own guilty conscience, hence her fear? Ziqian, do you hear how unkindly Shen speaks? When have I ever committed any wrongdoing? Yu Shuqing lamented. Shen Shiyue, when I arrived, I saw you cornering Shuqing. Your martial prowess is formidable, and you are skilled in underhanded tactics. If you did not intimidate Shuqing, why would she feel wronged? Wei Ziqian held Yu's hand gently, patting it twice with a tenderness that contrasted sharply with the tension. Shen Shiyue couldn't help but smile mockingly, observing the duo as if they were mere jesters. Pray, open your eyes and truly see if your companion is harmed. If you are concerned that your wife was frightened, I advise you to take her home immediately. Wei Ziqian's brow knitted tighter as he slowly replied, I understand that your grievances stem from an inability to let go of the past, thus you target Xu Qing. Clearly, you could coexist amicably. Why must you be so pedantic? If you could adjust even slightly, there would still be a place for you in the marquisate. The Marquis truly knows how to embellish his own reputation. Does he not consider what about himself is worthy of my affection? Shen Shiyue thought that if she exchanged one more word with him, she might retch, and thus turned to walk away. Stop right there. With that, Wei Ziqian lunged forward, grasping Shen Shiyue's slender wrist. Yet, Shen's reflexes were swifter. She executed a shoulder throw, sending him stumbling. Although Wei managed to steady himself, he nearly lost his balance. Xiao Muyu, hearing the commotion from within, emerged from his quarters, approaching Wei Ziqian with surprise. He had anticipated the Marquis would not arrive for another couple of days. Yet here he was, clearly longing for his wife. As he approached Shen Shiyue, he subtly pulled her behind him. Shen paused for a moment, instantly comprehending the prince's intent. Yet even without his intervention, these two miscreants could do her no harm. Upon seeing Xiao Muyu, Wei Ziqian quickly bowed, I pay my respects to his highness.
Well,
since the Marquis has arrived, it is best you take your rest. As for tomorrow's battle, you need not participate, Xiao Muyu stated, glancing at Shen Shiyue. Miss Shen, I noticed you headed towards me earlier. Were you seeking me? Shen smiled and nodded, presenting the pouch she had embroidered for him. Your Highness, I have finished the pouch for you. Let me see, Xiao Muyu said, accepting the pouch and studying the embroidery for quite some time before breaking into a warm smile. It appears you have put in considerable effort this time, Miss Shen. Shen looked at him in astonishment. How did your Highness know? The craftsmanship is evidently superior to the one I received before. I truly admire it, he replied, fastening the jade pendant to his waist. The pouch was blue, perfectly complementing his deep blue robe. I am glad you like it, Shen Shiyue responded with a smile. Beside them, Wei Ziqian's expression darkened instantly. A woman gifting a man a pouch typically signified affection. Had Shen Shiyue already developed feelings for Xiao Muyu so soon after their separation? Impossible. Shen's heart had always belonged to him. Their childhood bond was irreplaceable. Wei Ziqian clenched his hidden fist tightly, his nails digging into his palm, his eyes brimming with jealousy. Xu Qing, observing closely, could hardly believe that even now, Wei Ziqian harbored feelings for Shen Shiyue, despite her previous resolve to sever ties. How could this be? Having lingered too long, Xiao Muyu's demeanor darkened. What are you two still doing here? Should you not depart at once? Your Highness, we shall take our leave, Wei Ziqian said, casting lingering glances back at Shen Shiyue as they exited. Once they had departed, Xiao Muyu inquired, Miss Shen, could you divulge what you embroidered for me? Shen pondered, confident her work was impressive enough to be recognized as a majestic tiger. A tiger, you say? Xiao Muyu exclaimed, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. His eyes crescent-shaped and enchanting. In terms of appearance, he certainly eclipsed Wei Ziqian by leagues. Suddenly, a thought struck Shen. By the way, Your Highness, regarding tomorrow's battle, do you not plan to bring the Marquis along? Chapter 44. The whispers resurfaced. Xiao Muyu shook his head, revealing that he had likely hurried to the border to arrive sooner. Under such circumstances, it was wise to rest adequately to avoid any mishaps later. Most importantly, all arrangements had been set in motion. It would be unreasonable to rearrange everything for Wei Ziqian. After all, he was hardly a significant figure in Xiao Muyu's eyes, rendering his presence inconsequential. Miss Shen's demeanor just now suggests that she has truly moved on. Shen Shiyue lifted her head, fixating her gaze upon him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It appears that the words spoken by the maidens days prior did not entirely convince the prince. Xiao Muyu clarified, it is not that I doubt Miss Shen. Rather, the human heart is a difficult thing to govern. At times, Miss Shen may believe she has overcome her troubles, yet the reality may be otherwise. Shen Shiyue was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why Prince Ling would take the time to explain this matter to her. There was no need for him to do so. The determination of necessity does not rest with you, but rather with me. Xiao Muyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Wei Ziqian, who had already distanced himself, could not suppress his curiosity and found a spot he believed would go unnoticed. Intently observing Shen Shiyue and Xiao Muyu from afar, witnessing their animated conversation, he clenched his jaw tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging and throbbing. The sight of the person beside him still deeply concerned about Shen Shiyue filled Xu Qing with an indescribable discomfort. Intentionally, she whispered into Wei Ziqian's ear, Ziqian, It's evident that Miss Shen and Prince Ling share a bond beyond the ordinary. Just look at the way they exchange glances. Something must have transpired between them. Although Wei Ziqian wished for Shen Shiyue to falter, he could discern that there was no hint of ambiguity between her and Xiaomuyu. Yet, it was undeniable that Shen Shiyue had indeed gifted a pouch, which infuriated him. He recalled how, during their time together, he had envied the sight of other women presenting gifts to their beloved and had hoped for Shen Shiyue to embroider one for him. However, she had flatly rejected him, claiming she lacked the skill in needlework. This was not a matter of inability, it was merely her unwillingness to craft a pouch for him, which he found utterly despicable. His hands, concealed within his sleeves, clenched tightly, the bones cracking ominously. Under normal circumstances, he would never exhibit such rage, but now he was seething. Yu Shuqing felt a pang of bitterness, continuing, Ziqian, you may not know, but after my arrival here a few days ago, I discovered that Shen Shiyue had already been here, and she was the one who cured Prince Ling of his poison. She recounted the events of recent days and her conjectures in a rush. Wei Ziqian listened intently. Having previously harbored doubts about the nature of Shen Shiyue's relationship with Xiaomuyu, after hearing Yu Shuqing's words, he became convinced. Otherwise, no matter how skilled Shen Shiyue was in medicine, she could not have garnered such attention without Xiaomuyu's assistance. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the reality was that Shen Shiyue seemed infatuated with Xiaomuyu's status. Rage boiled within him, and he raked a hand through his hair in frustration, casting a glare at Shen Shiyue before turning to leave. Yu Shuqing followed closely, urging, Ziqian, do not be angry, she is not worth it. Wei Ziqian remained silent. Yet his expression was dark, resembling ash at the bottom of a pot. Shen Shiyue, hearing their footsteps fade into the distance, couldn't he help but smirk coldly. Yu Shuqing had an uncanny knack for twisting truths, turning black into white. Even more ludicrous was that Wei Ziqian, the fool, actually believed her. Truly a pair of hidden talents. Little did they know how vigilant Miss Shen was. Xiaomuyu turned to glance at the receding figures. As they grew smaller, he thought to himself, the prince is not lacking either. Shen Shiyue smiled. The pouch has been delivered, and if there is nothing further, I shall return to my quarters. She bowed to Xiaomuyu and turned to leave. Xiaomuyu watched her retreating silhouette for a long while. Once she had entered her chamber, he took the pouch from his waist, examining it thoroughly. It was indeed amusing, the tiger embroidered to resemble a cat. Upon closer inspection, if not for the character for king on its head, any ordinary person would surely mistake it for a cat rather than a tiger. The embroidered tiger, resembling a cat, lacked the majestic aura typically associated with its kind, instead exuding a sense of languor. After reattaching it to his waist, he too returned to his room. As night fell, Shen Shiyue sat at her desk, poring over a medical text. Perhaps due to the prolonged study, her eyes grew weary, prompting her to set the book aside and prepare for bed. Just then, she heard faint footsteps in the corridor outside. She quickly discerned that the sounds were deliberate, the person outside intentionally slowing their pace. She extinguished the candle before her, plunging the room into darkness. Once her eyes adjusted, she approached her bed, spreading the covers and placing the pillow inside. With a graceful leap, she ascended to the beams above, quietly observing the movements below. Before long, the window of her room was gently pushed open and a figure swiftly rolled in, moving with remarkable speed. It appeared to be Wei Ziqian. In the dead of night, instead of resting in his own quarters, why would he enter her room without even knocking? Shen Shiyue remained silent, her gaze fixed on Wei Ziqian. She watched as he stealthily approached the inner room, standing beside her bed. His low voice carried a hint of tenderness, sending chills down Shen Shiyue's spine. He lifted the covers, preparing to speak, only to find the bed empty. His expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Shiyue had silently approached from behind, coldly questioning, Lord Ho, why are you not resting in your own chamber at this hour, but rather in mine? If word were to spread and Lady Wei learned of this, the entire military camp would soon know of my intentions to seduce you. Her icy tone held a note of mockery. As Wei Ziqian attempted to turn around, he felt a sharp pain at his neck, his countenance changing dramatically as he slowly turned his gaze downward. A dagger, shimmering with a silver light, was pressed against his throat. With a slight exertion, Shen Shiyue could easily draw blood. Lord Ho, consider this a warning. Should you dare to intrude upon my room again, I will not hesitate to end your life. Chapter 45. The unyielding scoundrel. Upon exiting the city gates, Shen Shiyue spotted Xiaomuyu, clad in golden armor and accompanied by soldiers, mounted upon a pitch-black warhorse. an eye-catching pouch adorning his waist. He turned his horse, appearing as though he had been waiting for her arrival. Shen Shiyue hurried towards him, a gentle smile illuminating her features. Prince Ling, are you prepared to depart? Xiao Muyu nodded. The city of Fu has been entrusted to you. Then I shall await your triumphant return, Prince Ling. Shen Shiyue's melodious voice resonated in the air. Xiao Muyu smiled faintly, remaining silent as he redirected his horse, raising his sword to signal the start of their journey. The soldiers mounted their steeds, following closely behind him, with the last few squads armed with shields and swords, maintaining a synchronized march. The two cities were not far apart. Should any soldiers be injured, there would be ample time for treatment. A rumble of thunder resounded as dark clouds gathered in the sky. Shen Shiyue looked up, sensing that a fierce battle awaited. She wondered when it would all come to an end, hoping that Prince Ling would hasten his pace, for only then would the common people be spared from suffering. As she made her way back, Shen Shiyue ordered the city gates to be closed, standing atop the city wall. Perhaps sensing that Miss Shen Shiyue had been standing for an extended period, a perceptive soldier approached with a chair. Miss Shen, please take a seat. Glancing at the chair, she did not hesitate to sit down. Before long, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Shen Shiyue, why has His Highness Prince Ling entrusted you with the duty of guarding Floating City? Did you speak with the prince about something? Upon hearing this voice, Shen Shiyue felt a surge of irritation. She turned and cast a cold glance at Wei Ziqian. The reason the prince entrusted me with the defense of Floating City is merely that you have just arrived and endured a long journey. The prince is being considerate, which is why he has assigned this heavy responsibility to me. Nonsense. Do you even believe what you just said? I am a general. What are you? Why would the prince assign such an important task to you? Wei Ziqian approached angrily. As he neared Shen Shiyue, the soldiers blocked his path. My lord, please do not be angry. This order indeed comes from the prince. If you have any grievances, you can inquire when the prince returns victorious. Given that many soldiers were stationed on the city wall, Wei Ziqian did not wish to escalate matters further and relented. Fine. I will wait for the prince's return to clarify this matter. He instructed Shen Shiyue to sit on the city wall while he stood beside her. After all, it was Shen Shiyue who had led the troops to support the city and reclaim it after opening the gates. In the eyes of the soldiers, her status was not to be underestimated. Even after standing there for quite some time, not a single soldier came forward to offer Wei Ziqian a chair. Ultimately, it was he who had to speak up. Shen Shiyue's gaze drifted toward the battlefield in the distance, where dark smoke billowed and dust swirled. Due to the considerable distance, the situation was unclear, and her brow furrowed, her expression growing increasingly somber. She could not help but wonder how the battlefield fared. More than an hour later, soldiers returned carrying their injured comrades. They urgently sought to have the city gates opened. Shen Shiyue squinted her eyes, observing until she confirmed that the individual was not a spy, before signaling to open the gates. She leaped down from the city wall and looked closely at the gravely wounded soldier. His armor had been pierced by sharp weapons, with several deep wounds on his chest, blood flowing steadily from them. If this continued, he might not even reach the military camp alive. The soldiers preparing to lift him halted upon seeing the grave expression on Shen Shiyue's face. She turned to the soldiers beside her and instructed, "Go to my quarters and fetch my medical kit." "Yes, Miss Shen," the soldier replied, nodding before sprinting away. Anticipating that more injured soldiers might soon arrive, Shen Shiyue added, "Ensure that all medics bring their medical kits to the city gates." "Understood, Miss Shen," came the response, and the soldier disappeared. Fortunately, having anticipated a fierce battle today, Shen Shiyue had specially acquired a medical kit from Zhou Junsheng, so retrieving it from her room should not pose a challenge. Concerned that the soldiers might handle the injured carelessly, she crouched down and began to remove the armor from the wounded soldier. The severity of his injuries, compounded by the tumultuous return journey, had caused substantial blood loss. Blood and sweat clung together, making it difficult to peel away. As Shen Shiyue stripped away his garments, the soldier's face paled from pain, nearing unconsciousness. To prevent further bleeding from his wounds, she extracted silver needles from her sleeve and, after unfastening her water pouch, poured some alcohol over the wounds to begin suturing. Before long, the bleeding ceased. When the soldiers returned with the medical kit, Shen Shiyue bandaged his wounds and, after tending to the most severe injury, began to examine the rest of his body. His lower leg bore a bruise from being tripped, resulting in a strained muscle. Though soldiers possessed a much greater tolerance for pain than ordinary folk, injuries would inevitably lead to complications. The wounds sustained were a consequence of delayed reaction after his leg had been injured. Once all injuries had been treated, Shen Shiyue turned to the soldiers beside her and instructed them to escort him back to the military camp. "Yes, Miss Shen," they replied, nodding vigorously as they carried the injured man away. At that moment, other medics arrived. Shen Shiyue felt it was too late to treat the injured soldiers here. She had gauged the distance earlier, and moving slightly forward was feasible. If there were genuine concerns about safety, they could have others ambush from the front, middle, and rear, with 3 soldiers monitoring the surroundings at all times. By rotating every 2 hours, they could persevere indefinitely. Should reinforcements from the barbarian tribe arrive, they could also provide cover for Xiao Muyu's retreat. Having thought this through, Shen Shiyue promptly issued her orders. The responsibility of guarding Floating City had already been entrusted to her by His Highness Prince Ling, and no one opposed her now. As they set out, several injured soldiers were brought back. Shen Shiyue glanced at the medics following behind her, her brow furrowed as she contemplated who should remain to treat these individuals. To gain the soldiers' respect, Yu Shuqing, without hesitation, volunteered, "I will do it." Gazing at Yu Shuqing for a long time, Shen Shiyue frowned, her expression darkening. She genuinely did not trust Yu Shuqing. After much contemplation, she decided it was best to keep her close. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she could provide timely treatment. Noticing Shen Shiyue's prolonged silence, Yu Shuqing's expression soured. "Shen Shiyue, did you not hear what I said?" Shen Shiyue chose to ignore her and turned to Zhou Junsheng. "Dr. Zhou, I entrust these individuals to you. Please come back once you have treated them." "Yes, Miss Shen," Zhou Junsheng replied, nodding earnestly as he turned to tend to the injured soldiers. Yu Shuqing's expression instantly darkened. She felt that Shen Shiyue was deliberately trying to embarrass her. Just as she was about to express her frustration, she turned to Wei Ziqian, lightly tugging at his sleeve. "Ziqian, did you see? I already volunteered. And she still let Dr. Zhou stay. Isn't this a slap in my face?" With a hint of sweetness in her voice, Shen Shiyue instinctively frowned upon hearing this, realizing that Yu Shuqing only sought Wei Ziqian's support when issues arose. Wei Ziqian also felt that Shen Shiyue's actions were somewhat excessive. Just as he was about to speak up for Yu Shuqing, he saw Shen Shiyue leading the others away. He hurriedly followed. "Shen Shiyue, you are being somewhat excessive this time. Yu Shuqing has already stated in front of so many people that she would treat the soldiers." Shen Shiyue, mounted on her horse, halted and turned to glance at him, a cold smile gracing her lips. "I am well aware of Madame Wei's medical skills." With that, she spurred her horse and departed from the spot. The others swiftly followed suit. Along the way, they encountered injured patients, and Shen Shiyue made sure to leave behind several capable medics. Since many of the medics could not ride, she retained a few soldiers to prevent wasting time when they arrived later. Upon reaching their destination, the soldiers set up camp. Shen Shiyue divided the group into 3 sections, instructing them to remain hidden in the nearby woods. Unless Shen Shiyue plays the flute, no one is permitted to emerge, regardless of the circumstances. Previously, several disobedient soldiers faced punishment for their defiance. As the saying goes, to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, and coupled with Shen Shiyue's remarkable judgment, no one dared to challenge her. In the Floating City, beneath the city gates, the expressions of Yu Shuqing and Wei Ziqian were grim to the extreme. They were taken aback to discover that Shen Shiyue had disregarded Wei Ziqian entirely. Ultimately, they had no choice but to ride together to the campsite. Upon arrival, they found Shen Shiyue and her companions already tending to the injured soldiers. Due to their proximity, even those severely wounded or on the brink of death received treatment, significantly reducing the mortality rate among the soldiers. As Shen Shiyue observed the ongoing battle in the distance, her expression grew increasingly grave. During the healing process, Shen Shiyue paid close attention to Yu Shuqing's methods. Initially, she assumed Yu Shuqing had made an inadvertent mistake, but to her astonishment, 8 out of 10 treatments were flawed. In contrast, other physicians did not encounter similar issues. It appeared that Yu Shuqing's medical skills were not as formidable as she claimed. Many of her assertions were mere self-aggrandizement. Those who seemed superficially healed had wounds that would not mend properly. Her improper bandaging could hasten the soldier's demise. Concerned for the soldier's well-being, Shen Shiyue approached her, saying, "Madame Wei, you recently suffered a miscarriage and have yet to fully recover. I understand your desire to treat more soldiers, but the current number is already substantial. Perhaps it would be best for you to return and rest, and come back tomorrow?" Yu Shuqing paused in her stitching, glancing at Shen Shiyue. Was she attempting to drive her away under the pretext of concern? She shook her head with a smile, expressing gratitude for Shen's consideration, asserting, as a physician, I am well aware of my own condition, and there is no need for your worry. Did Madame Wei not know the principle that a physician should not treat oneself? Shen Shiyue's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. If not for the soldier's safety, she would not have bothered with Yu Shuqing, after all. Yu Shuqing's fate was of no concern to her. While her statement held truth, Yu Shuqing insisted, I am fully aware of my own health, and assure you there is no cause for alarm. As Yu Shuqing continued to treat the injured soldiers without pause, Shen Shiyue's expression darkened further. She should have anticipated that Yu Shuqing was obstinate and that her words would fall on deaf ears. Although Yu Shuqing's methods were flawed, the current phase was critical, and halting their efforts was not an option. With no other recourse, Shen Shiyue could only wait nearby. After a while, Yu Shuqing finally completed her treatments. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Shiyue discreetly took out a pouch of medicinal powder from her sleeve and waved it in front of Yu Shuqing. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Shuqing inhaled a significant amount of the powder and soon felt dizzy, her vision darkening as she lost consciousness. Shen Shiyue hurriedly caught her and turned to Wei Ziqian, saying, My lord, your wife has fainted due to her ailment. You must take her back to the floating city to rest. Upon hearing of Yu Shuqing's condition, Wei Ziqian's face turned anxious, and he rushed over, asking what had happened. Madame Wei's health has been severely compromised since her miscarriage, and after coming to the northern border, her body cannot withstand the strain, Shen Shiyue explained. Handing Yu Shuqing over to him. You must be mistaken. Shuqing is a physician. If she were unwell, how could she persist? Wei Ziqian was entirely unconvinced. However, Shen Shiyue anticipated his skepticism and suggested that other physicians could examine Madame Wei. Ignoring Wei Ziqian, she resumed her treatment of the injured soldiers. To ensure that those previously treated by Yu Shuqing did not develop further complications, Shen Shiyue re-examined them and administered care. During this time, Wei Ziqian called upon other physicians to diagnose Yu Shuqing. Given her current frail state, it was evident that continuing in this manner could jeopardize any future pregnancies. Ultimately, without a moment's hesitation, Wei Ziqian decided to take Yu Shuqing back to the floating city. As evening fell, the setting sun painted the horizon in hues reminiscent of a blazing fire, captivating in its brilliance. Shen Shiyue gazed into the distance, where a soldier galloped towards them. Momentarily stunned upon spotting Shen Shiyue and her group stationed on the road. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, Miss Shen, His Highness Prince Ling has triumphed. We have reclaimed Wangcheng. Joy illuminated Shen Shiyue's eyes. They had won. In an instant, apart from the gravely injured soldiers, the remaining soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers. Good news soon reached the floating city. Truly, Xiao Muyu was remarkable. Had it not been for his prior poisoning, he likely would not have lost so many cities. The injured soldiers were now healed, and Shen Shiyue contemplated her departure, instructing that all soldiers be transported back to the floating city. This decision stemmed from her concern that the barbarian tribes might launch another attack. These soldiers had already suffered injuries, and the best course of action was to wait for their recovery before advancing on Wangcheng. Upon returning to the floating city, Shen Shiyue sought out the soldier from earlier and inquired, What is His Highness Prince Ling currently engaged in? General Yalu has escaped through a secret passage from Wangcheng, and the prince is now leading troops to hunt for him, intent on capturing his head, the soldier replied. Very well, I understand. With that, Shen Shiyue turned and rode towards Wangcheng. In an unnoticed corner, a shadow flitted past. She lowered her gaze, the soldier's words echoing in her mind. Capturing General Yalu would bring her military merit. A subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon reaching Wangcheng, Shen Shiyue surveyed the citizens within and the blood-stained ground, her heart aching with pain. The most tragic victims of war are always the common people. The uninjured soldiers were busy cleaning the battlefield, erasing the traces of bloodshed. Upon seeing Shen Shiyue, the soldiers surmised she had come to find Xiao Muyu. Miss Shen, His Highness Prince Ling requests that you wait for him at the general's residence. Shen Shiyue nodded and departed on horseback. Upon arriving at the general's residence, she dismounted, and a soldier emerged to take her horse. Shen Shiyue proceeded directly to the front hall to sit. Shortly thereafter, someone entered with freshly brewed tea. As she awaited Xiao Muyu's return, darkness gradually enveloped the sky, as if a vast black curtain had descended. Candles flickered to life in the front hall. Shen Shiyue glanced up at the heavens, where the stars and moon were obscured by clouds, a cool breeze wafting through the open space. The weather seemed poised for a change. General Yelu was known for his cautious approach, always strategizing meticulously. If he had retreated with his troops, it was likely premeditated. She wondered if Wang Zhili could foresee this development. Just as she pondered this, a sound of footsteps caught her attention. Turning, she saw Xiao Muyu entering clad in armor. He glanced at Shen Shiyue, then turned and walked away without uttering a word. Puzzled, Shen Shiyue continued to wait. For now that Xiao Muyu had returned, she trusted he had uncovered General Yelu's scheme. Perhaps it is due to the impending change in weather. After a brief interval, Xiao Muyu reappeared, clad in a flowing black robe, its sleeves and lower hem intricately embroidered with golden tiger patterns, exuding an aura of vitality and formidable presence. His long, ink-black hair cascaded like a waterfall down either side, occasionally adorned with droplets that slid from the tips. The collar of his robe was slightly open, revealing a fair and well-defined chest, suggesting he had just bathed. After enduring such a protracted battle, it was only natural for him to wash away the mingled scents of blood and sweat, which were far from pleasant. Shen Shiyue rose and bowed respectfully, addressing him. Your Highness, I am honored to meet the Prince of Ling. You may rise, Xiao Muyu gestured with a wave of his hand, his gaze appraising Shen Shiyue. I have heard that you have stationed soldiers and physicians not far from the battlefield. Can you confirm this? Shen Shiyue nodded, affirming the truth of his inquiry. I took this measure to minimize soldier casualties. Transporting the wounded back to Floating City takes considerable time, and the journey is fraught with peril. Those severely injured may not endure until reaching safety. She continued, furthermore, should the barbarian reinforcements arrive, it is imperative to provide cover for your retreat from that position. A faint smile graced Xiao Muyu's lips, clearly pleased with her astute reasoning. Truly, you are the daughter of Shen Wu-yi, possessing remarkable wisdom. Shen Shiyue humbly smiled in response, remaining silent. Xiao Muyu then inquired, You seem quite eager to seek me out in Wangcheng. Do you have pressing news to share? The gravity of Shen Shiyue's expression shifted dramatically. There was indeed something of great importance she wished to convey. Oh, pray, enlighten me, he urged, lifting a cup of tea and savoring it leisurely. Today, while tending to the injured soldiers, I observed that Madame Wei's methods of treatment were rather peculiar. The source of the recent plague entered the body in a similar fashion, and I suspect the severity of the outbreak was due to Madame Wei's involvement, Shen Shiyue articulated, her brows furrowing with concern. Initially, she believed she would need more time to gather evidence from Yu Shuqing, but today's revelation had come as a surprise. In her quest for merit, Yu Shuqing had truly resorted to desperate measures. Xiao Muyu regarded her with a serious expression. Are you certain you saw it clearly? Yes. I observed it distinctly today, Shen Shiyue affirmed, her eyes glimmering with resolute determination. Once the truth is revealed, I shall avenge the Shen family's grievances. Xiao Muyu rhythmically tapped his fingers on the armrest. What do you propose I do? I believe Madame Wei should be placed under house arrest. And upon our return to the capital, this matter must be reported to His Majesty. Shen Shiyue expressed her thoughts without reservation. As Xiao Muyu fell into contemplation, Shen Shiyue recounted, in the simplest terms, the peculiar treatment methods employed by Yu Shuqing earlier. During the healing of soldiers, all physicians were fully engaged in their tasks, leaving no one to observe the actions of others. Had someone discovered the truth sooner, the situation would not have escalated to such depths. Shen Shiyue bit her lip tightly, her resentment swelling within her. Once this matter is thoroughly investigated, the Shen family's reputation will be restored. However, based on the evidence at hand, even if Yu Shuqing were brought to the imperial city and her past actions publicly exposed, it would not suffice to condemn her to death. Medical practitioners inevitably encounter unforeseen mishaps. It appears that ensuring Yu Shuqing faces the appropriate consequences will not prove simple. Yet, she is but a woman. Without parents or kin to rely on, how did she ascend to her current position? Could it be that a powerful ally is aiding her? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Xiao Muyu ultimately commanded that Yu Shuqing be brought forth and placed under house arrest within the general's estate. Shen Shiyue promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. You need not be so formal. I have merely executed my duty, Xiao Muyu replied, a light chuckle escaping him as he gestured for her to rise. In Floating City, Wei Ziqian entered the room, holding a freshly brewed potion. Upon finding it empty, his expression turned to one of alarm. In the dimly lit chamber, only a single candle flickered, casting a weak glow that illuminated an envelope on the table. He hastened to it, and, upon examining its contents, his face drained of color. This letter was left by Yu Shuqing, inscribed with words of concern for his well-being. She expressed her need to achieve merit to be worthy of him and mentioned overhearing that General Yi Luo had suffered defeat and was retreating. If she could capture him, she would secure great acclaim, ensuring that no one in the Ho residence would dare to overlook her. With a thunderous clap, lightning illuminated the previously dark night. Though skilled in combat, Yu Shuqing would struggle against even the most ordinary soldiers, let alone General Yi Luo. Wei Ziqian, having sparred with General Yi Luo on the battlefield, understood the extent of his formidable prowess. Yu Shuqing's endeavor to apprehend him was tantamount to offering herself as a sacrifice. In a state of urgency, he turned and seized a passing soldier, demanding, "Where is Yu Shuqing? With whom did she leave?" The soldier appeared bewildered, utterly ignorant of the situation. At that moment, Ling Yiquan, dispatched by Xiao Muyu, entered the courtyard. Noticing Wei Ziqian's anxious demeanor, he inquired, "My lord, what troubles you?" "Shuqing has gone in search of General Yi Luo," Wei Ziqian replied, his expression darkening, veins throbbing on his forehead. Upon learning that Yu Shuqing was absent, Ling Yiquan's expression mirrored his distress. He turned to the soldiers and commanded, "Gather all soldiers, except the injured, at the training grounds." "Yes, Deputy Commander," the soldier replied before departing. Another thunderclap echoed, and torrential rain began to pour from the sky, intensifying Wei Ziqian's anxiety. Yet, with no knowledge of Yu Shuqing's whereabouts or the number of soldiers she had taken, he could not act rashly. Ling Yiquan approached, placing a reassuring hand on Wei Ziqian's shoulder. "Madame Wei is fortunate. She will come to no harm. You need not worry." Despite this reassurance, how could he not be concerned? Upon arriving at the training grounds and observing the soldiers assembled in neat rows, Ling Yiquan began to tally them. Upon discovering that Yu Shuqing had taken 1,000 men, his countenance shifted dramatically, veins pulsing ominously on his forehead. After many inquiries, he finally learned from one soldier how Yu Shuqing had departed with her contingent. Following the dismissal of all soldiers, Ling Yiquan and Wei Ziqian mounted their horses and hastened towards Wangcheng. In Wangcheng, within the general's estate, Shen Shiyue and Xiao Muyu awaited Ling Yiquan's return. Watching the torrential rain outside, Shen Shiyue furrowed her brows, her expression darkening. "Indeed, this rain is quite heavy today." "Yes," Xiao Muyu concurred, stepping onto the corridor to gaze at the falling rain. The air was thick with moisture. After this downpour, the remnants of war would be washed away. Before long, Xiao Muyu spotted Wei Ziqian and Ling Yiquan rushing in from outside. Observing the expressions of the two individuals, Xiao Muyu furrowed his brows slightly, for the Marquis had also arrived. Shen Shiyue leisurely sipped her tea, her demeanor calm as she spoke. It is only natural for the Marquis to accompany his wife out of concern. However, the absence of Madame Wei was striking. Xiao Muyu's words caused Shen Shiyue's expression to shift dramatically. She placed her teacup down and swiftly approached. At that moment, Ling Yiquan and Wei Ziqian had already dashed onto the corridor, their garments thoroughly soaked by the heavy rain, droplets cascading to the ground. Ling Yiquan, his face grim, exclaimed, "Your Highness, Miss Shen, it is dire news. Madame Wei has taken 1,000 soldiers to pursue General Yi Lu." "What?" Shen Shiyue gasped in shock. Wei Ziqian, fearing for Yu Shuqing's safety, knelt before Xiao Muyu and implored, "Your Highness, I beg you to save Shuqing. She has recently suffered a miscarriage, and with this torrential rain tonight, calamity is imminent." Xiao Muyu's brows tightened, his gaze darkening. If I recall correctly, Madame Wei was not granted military authority. How did she manage to lead 1,000 soldiers away from Fucheng? Ling Yiquan lowered his eyes, a hint of helplessness in his tone. These soldiers were once saved by Madame Wei. She convinced them that with General Yi Lu retreating, this was a prime opportunity to earn merit. The soldiers, driven by the prospect of rewards from the emperor for their achievements, agreed to accompany Madame Wei. Xiao Muyu raised his gaze to the relentless rain, deeming their actions utterly foolish. "Your Highness, I beseech you to issue a command to rescue my wife." Wei Ziqian, seeing that Xiao Muyu was unresponsive, was in a state of frantic desperation. With the rain pouring down and the ground slick, "My wife's health is fragile. Please, Your Highness, consider the soldiers as well." Xiao Muyu turned and strode back inside, irritation evident in his demeanor. He glanced at Ling Yiquan and inquired, "Deputy Lin, do you believe I should command a rescue?" Typically, when Xiao Muyu posed such a question, it indicated he had already formed an opinion. The soldiers, now allied with Yu Shuqing, had caused this troubling situation, which was indeed infuriating. Given General Yi Lu's ruthless nature, it was likely these individuals would not survive until dawn. I do not know. Lin Yiquan shook his head. Wei Ziqian, kneeling outside, resembled a restless ant on a hot pan, his eyes filled with worry. Your Highness, I assure you that if you order a rescue, I will willingly comply with any subsequent demands. Xiao Muyu dismissed him, his focus shifting to Shen Shiyue. Miss Shen, what do you believe I should do next? Shen Shiyue cast a glance at the foolishly desperate Wei Ziqian. It was clear that Yu Shuqing had brought this upon herself. To pressure his highness in such a manner was incomprehensible. Noticing the pouch at Xiao Muyu's waist, Wei Ziqian pondered whether Xiao Muyu would heed Shen Shiyue's counsel, desperately signaling her. As Shen Shiyue prepared to speak, she caught sight of Lin Yiquan vigorously shaking his head, urging her to remain silent. Chapter 49. Even scoundrels can harbor deep affection. Xiao Muyu remained unhurried, sipping his tea as he awaited Shen Shiyue's response. After a moment's contemplation, she turned her gaze to the torrential rain and articulated, I believe it is imperative to save them, but not at this moment. Xiao Muyu continued to inquire. Oh? When do you suggest would be an opportune time for such a rescue? Shen Shiyue stroked her chin, her brows slightly knitted. Given the forecast of prolonged rainfall tonight, the roads will be treacherous. There is a steep slope on the way to Mingcheng that is bound to pose a danger. It would be wiser to postpone the rescue until dawn. Upon hearing the suggestion to delay until the next day, Wei Ziqian, still kneeling, turned pale with increasing anxiety. He shot a furious glare at Shen Shiyue before turning back to Xiao Muyu. Your Highness, my wife is already in a weakened state, and General Yi Lu is known for his cruelty. If she falls into his hands, she may not survive until morning. The rain is pouring heavily. How can we rescue anyone in such conditions? Xiao Muyu's brow furrowed, his tone laced with displeasure. Furthermore, it was your own wife who chose to pursue General Yi Lu, not my command. I have not held her accountable yet, and you dare to question me? How utterly absurd. Wei Ziqian felt disoriented, his complexion growing increasingly grim. While Yu Shuqing had previously earned military merit, once at the frontier, all actions must be reported to His Highness. If His Highness disapproved, recklessness would not be tolerated. A sudden thought struck him, and he glared at Shen Shiyue. Recalling that she had been ordered to remain at Fucheng, yet she had departed with a physician and soldiers without His Highness's command. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by Xiao Muyu's icy voice. Miss Shen is not required to report her actions to me. Even the dullest observer could discern his overt favoritism toward Shen Shiyue. Wei Ziqian felt a pang of injustice.
Why?
It was simply because His Highness trusted her to avoid making foolish decisions akin to those of Madame Wei. Xiao Muyu's deep voice carried an undeniable authority, and in mere moments, he had rendered Wei Ziqian breathless under the weight of his presence. His expression was one of deep concern, for in such torrential rain, he alone could not rescue Yu Shuqing from Mingcheng. Shen Shiyue adjusted her gown and reassured, Do not worry, Marquis. I have heard that His Majesty intends to appoint Madame Wei as a female general, though she later exchanged her military merits for the chance to marry you. Her capabilities should not be underestimated. Moreover, given the heavy rain, it is likely that Madame Wei and her soldiers are seeking shelter and should be safe. Wei Ziqian lowered his head, silent, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. While her words held some truth, the gamble involved left him uneasy. Lin Yiquan, having fought alongside Wei Ziqian, worried that he might act impulsively, mirroring Yu Shuqing's folly. Though Yu Shuqing had exhausted her military merits, Wei Ziqian was still a general. Becoming a general required bloodshed and valor. Many soldiers sought to ascend to that rank, yet countless had perished on the battlefield. Lin Yiquan approached, placing a reassuring hand on Wei Ziqian's shoulder. Your Highness, Madame Wei is astute and likely found a safe haven from the rain. Do not fret. Come dawn, the prince will surely send someone to inquire about her condition. Wei Ziqian rose, feeling as if he had lost his anchor, turning to the torrential downpour and silently praying for Yu Shuqing's safety. Shen Shiyue lowered her gaze, staring into her teacup for an extended period, her expression darkening. It was likely that General Yi Lu had already discerned the reasons behind the epidemic's spread in the southern regions. Should Yu Shuqing fall into his clutches, he would not easily end her life. However, the fate of those 1,000 soldiers was grim. They were likely unaware of the gravity of the situation, having been swayed by Yu Shuqing's persuasion. Most importantly, the soldiers were predominantly rugged men of iron, and among them, few possessed keen intellect. The reason they were easily swayed by Yu Shuqing's persuasive words to abandon the floating city for the renowned city likely stemmed from a lack of wisdom. Otherwise, such a decision would seem implausible. As for Yu Shuqing, she was a woman driven by ambition, solely focused on her own accomplishments, indifferent to the lives of others. Coupled with the pandemic and the tragic fate of the Shen family at the hands of General Yale, all of which were indirectly instigated by Yu Shuqing, it would not be surprising if she met her demise. However, the loss of those 1,000 soldiers was indeed lamentable. One could only hope that this foolish woman would not lead them to their deaths in such torrential rain. The hall fell into a brief silence, and shortly thereafter, Wei Ziqian turned to leave. Lin Yikuan watched his forlorn figure, concerned for his solitary departure. "My lord, please do not act rashly." Wei Ziqian turned back. "Prince Ling, I shall return tomorrow. If the prince remains unwilling to deploy troops, I will take it upon myself to rescue my wife." Xiao Muyu observed his retreating silhouette in silence. "My lord, Miss Shen, I will keep an eye on him to prevent him from leaving in the dead of night and repeating Madame Wei's actions." After saying this, he noted Xiao Muyu wave his hand dismissively before turning to follow Wei Ziqian. Once they had all departed, Shen Shiyue and Xiao Muyu exchanged glances. Sensing that each had something to articulate, they spoke in unison. "My lord, please go ahead. Miss Shen, you first." After a moment's silence, Shen Shiyue felt it inappropriate to speak first given Xiao Muyu's status, so she remained silent, awaiting his words. He, discerning her intent, slowly remarked, "Miss Shen, I perceive that the Marquis holds many reservations about your opinions. Is it true that you share an innocent bond from childhood? Or are these mere rumors circulating in the city?" It was understandable for him to inquire thus, as Wei Ziqian had just uttered words that reflected a deep-seated connection that could not be easily dismissed. A faint smile graced Shen Shiyue's lips. Observing that the prince seemed devoid of romantic inclinations, Xiao Muyu remained silent, yet his hand discreetly brushed against the pouch at his waist. Shen Shiyue continued, "Regardless of whether one is a man or a woman, whether their initial vows were sworn in the mountains or their affections unwavering, the moment one's heart wavers, all is rendered void." Chapter 50, a warning to the former husband. Upon reflection, it seemed that Wei Ziqian epitomized this very notion. In an instant, Shen Shiyue recalled the tender affections of yesteryears, feeling a wave of absurdity wash over her. She could not help but question if Wei Ziqian had ever truly harbored feelings for her. It appeared that he and Yu Shuqing were the ones truly enamored with one another. But alas, those were bygone days, and pondering them further was futile, for the time that should have been spent had already slipped away. In this world, beyond love, there existed myriad other pursuits, and one need not be confined to matters of the heart. Furthermore, their affairs had long ceased to concern her. Her current intent was merely to unveil the truth behind the plague. A serene smile adorned her face, exuding calm composure. Xiao Muyu withdrew his hand, propping up his chin as he gazed at Shen Shiyue. "Pray tell, Miss Shen, what were you about to say?" Upon mentioning this matter, her expression turned grave. "My lord, I believe that even if General Yale captures Madame Wei, he would not seek her life. Should the enemy arrive tomorrow, we cannot appear overly eager to rescue. Rather, we must feign indifference. To prevent complications, I advise that the Marquis be detained until the situation resolves." Xiao Muyu pondered for a moment before continuing, "Miss Shen, why are you so certain that General Yale will not demand her life after capturing her?" Shen Shiyue elucidated, "In response to your highness, given General Yale's capabilities, he has undoubtedly uncovered the truth by now. He knows that Madame Wei is the architect behind the infection of his wife, and he is likely to subject her to a fate worse than death rather than grant her a swift end. Yet, the thought of those 1,000 soldiers filled her with pity, for their fates were uncertain." Xiao Muyu toyed with a jade ring, remaining silent for a while before speaking. "Miss Shen, I command you to lead your troops discreetly from the forest at noon tomorrow, ensuring that by dawn, you return with Madame Wei and the surviving soldiers. Do you have any objections?" "I accept the command," Shen Shiyue replied, rising to bow. She had anticipated a possible refusal from him, yet his approval came swiftly, prompting Xiao Muyu to applaud with a satisfied smile, contingent upon Madame Wei's return the following day. Shen Shiyue understood the implications and inquired, "My lord, do you intend to inform the Marquis of this plan?" "Not for the time being," Xiao Muyu waved his hand dismissively. After a lengthy pause, with the torrential rain still unrelenting, he said, "Very well, Miss Shen, it is late. You should retire for the night." "Yes, my lord," she replied, exiting the hall. Before she left Xiao Muyu's line of sight, she felt an unsettling gaze upon her. Turning, she met the furious eyes of Wei Ziqian, whose ire was unmistakable. Before arriving here, Shen Shiyue had no intention of lingering, thus she had not brought any belongings. She casually opened a guest room door, preparing to rest. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and from the sound, she deduced the individual was armed. With a resounding crash of thunder, the door to her room was broken open by a spear-wielding Wei Ziqian, who charged in, aiming the spear at her chest, bellowing, "Shen Shiyue, why did you not directly say to save her when the prince inquired? Are you not a healer? Healers cannot bear to see others suffer. How could you be so cruel to Shuqing? When did you become so heartless, when you were never like this before?" With agile grace, Shen Shiyue evaded his attack. Springing into the air, her toes landing on the spear's point. Looking down at the enraged Wei Ziqian, she said, "Your wife brought this upon herself. No one compelled her to lead troops to capture General Yale. Your concern for her is valid, but have you considered that, given the heavy rain tonight, General Yale's advisors are adept at forecasting weather? If everything is part of his premeditated scheme, are you willing to sacrifice the entire camp for your wife? How could you, a general, not understand that the nation comes first and family follows? Without a country, what home remains?" Her mellifluous voice echoed through the room. "But Shuqing is my rightful wife. She recently suffered a miscarriage. If she is tormented, her suffering will be indescribable. Do you think everyone is like your father?" Wei Ziqian's words ignited Shen Shiyue's fury. The Shen family's plight was indirectly instigated by Shuqing, and she could not believe that Wei Ziqian remained oblivious. With a stormy visage, she lunged forward, striking him in the chest. Were it not for the remnants of her rationality, she would have unleashed her full force. Nevertheless, Wei Ziqian was still sent reeling backward, crashing through another door and splashing water everywhere. Meanwhile, Xiao Muyu, who had intended to retire, emerged upon hearing the commotion. In the distance, Lin Yiquan, who had just pushed open the door, cursed under his breath upon hearing the commotion and hurriedly rushed over. Upon witnessing a lithe figure engaged in a fierce struggle with Wei Ziqian, he froze in place. Not long ago, he had been fervently persuading Wei Ziqian to refrain from taking reckless actions, and only after confirming that he merely wished to rest did Lin Yiquan depart. Just as he was about to intervene and halt the two combatants in the rain, he found a large hand blocking his path. "Do not go, Your Highness. Miss Shen is currently engaged in a one-sided battle with the Marquis. Given Miss Shen's martial prowess, the Marquis is no match for her. Although the Marquis may have acted somewhat excessively today, he is still a general appointed by His Majesty." Lin Yiquan's urgency stemmed from the concern that Shen Shiyue might inadvertently harm Wei Ziqian. "Rest assured, Miss Shen has reserved some measures. He will not come to harm." Xiaomui glanced up at the rarely irate Shen Shiyue. He was curious to know what foolish words Wei Ziqian had uttered to provoke such fury from her. Wei Ziqian, unable to withstand her onslaught, was continually knocked to the ground. The rain provided some relief, preventing him from sustaining severe injuries. Lying on the ground, he allowed the rain to drench him, a wave of helplessness washing over him. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. Shen Shiyue narrowed her eyes, raindrops cascading down her cheeks. "Marquis, the next time you speak, ensure your words are clean. The Shen family serves the nation and is not to be insulted by your mouth. Should I hear such words again, I will not hesitate to sever your tongue and destroy your vocal cords, rendering you mute for life." Chapter 51. Military of the enemy nation. Lin Yiquan was taken aback, his gaze shifting between Wei Ziqian and Shen Shiyue. It was no wonder Shen Shiyue was infuriated. It was due to Wei Ziqian's disrespect towards the Shen family. Just moments ago, he had felt a twinge of sympathy for Wei Ziqian, but now he only saw him as a victim of his own making. Watching Shen Shiyue turn her back and leave, Wei Ziqian's expression grew increasingly anxious. "Shiyue, I was too angry earlier and I spoke without thinking. It was not my intention." Throughout his life, he had rarely witnessed Shen Shiyue in anger. This was the first time. "I have already stated my position. I hope the Marquis does not forget. If you transgress again, I will follow through on my words." Shen Shiyue turned her head slightly, casting a cold glare at Wei Ziqian, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog, her disdain palpable. Though the sky was dark, Xiao Muyu's vision was keen, and he perceived the scene before him with clarity. He could now believe that Shen Shiyue had completely severed any feelings she once had for Wei Ziqian. Wei Ziqian's brows knitted tightly, his hand clutching his chest as a sharp pain pierced his heart. "Shiyue, you could have simply advised His Highness and allowed me to lead the troops to rescue her. It would have been but a matter of words, Why were you unwilling? Had you spoken, would I have treated you thus? A sardonic smile graced Shen Shiyue's lips. What you say holds some merit, but do the lives of those soldiers mean nothing? Do you believe your strength alone could guarantee the rescue of Madame Wei? Moreover, it remains uncertain whether Madame Wei has even been captured. If you lead soldiers to Ming City and she is not there, would the Marquis willingly offer himself as a captive? One must possess a certain self-awareness in life. Shiyue, your martial prowess is formidable. I am indeed no match for General Yilu, but with you by my side, surely we would prevail. A glimmer of hope shone in Wei Ziqian's gaze as he looked at Shen Shiyue. Shen Shiyue found his words laughable. Madame Wei has schemed for years for the Marquis, ensnaring him to the point where he has forgotten all youthful friendships. What grounds does he have to believe that I would come to her aid? Although your affair is, in a way, beneficial to me, whether I choose to rescue her or when I do so is entirely my prerogative, not yours to dictate. As she stepped onto the corridor, Xiao Muyu approached, swiftly shedding his outer robe and draping it over Shen Shiyue. It is raining. Do not catch a chill over someone unworthy. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I assure you, I will not suffer from a chill due to such a person. Shen Shiyue smiled faintly. No one paid any heed to Wei Ziqian in the rain. They all departed. After bathing and changing her attire, Shen Shiyue found herself in male garments due to a lack of suitable women's clothing. Perhaps due to her earlier confrontation with Wei Ziqian, she slept soundly that night. When she awoke the next day, the rain had ceased. After grooming herself, Shen Shiyue exited her room, a ray of sunshine illuminating her face, filling her with warmth. The air post-rain was refreshingly crisp, and with the sun now shining, the dampness of the previous night had dissipated, leaving her feeling quite at ease. Before long, a soldier approached from a distance. Miss Shen, His Highness requests your immediate presence in the front hall upon your awakening. Shen Shiyue furrowed her brow slightly. Could something have happened? With that thought, she turned and swiftly made her way to the front hall. At that moment, the barbarian strategist was seated, conversing with Xiao Muyu, while Lin Yikuan stood beside him. Upon entering, Shen Shiyue greeted Xiao Muyu. I pay my respects to His Highness, the Ling Wang. The strategist turned, sizing up Shen Shiyue with disdain. He had anticipated waiting for a significant figure, yet was met with a woman instead. It seemed that Jiajing had run out of talent, leading them to enlist a woman into the military. Shen Shiyue let out a cold laugh. Indeed, a mere woman can cause the wife of your general to perish amidst a plague. Mention of this incident darkened the strategist's expression. You, woman, possess a sharp tongue. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, softening his demeanor as a faint smile graced his lips. Last night, Yu Shuqing fell into the general's trap with 1,000 soldiers. She is now in Ming City. If you wish to rescue her, you must agree to cede 5 cities, excluding Wang City and Fu City. He stated this believing that those 2 cities rightfully belonged to the barbarians. Had they not once been seized, they would not have become part of Jiajing's territory. Shen Shiyue found the strategist's audacity astonishing. Xiao Muyu gestured to the seat beside him. Miss Shen, please come and sit next to me. Shen Shiyue nodded and moved to sit beside him. Do you believe I should trade 5 cities for Madame Wei and 1,000 soldiers? Xiao Muyu rested his chin on his hand, appearing somewhat languid. The strategist was taken aback, never expecting Xiao Muyu to seek Shen Shiyue's opinion in such matters. He was momentarily stunned, leaving only disdain behind. He had initially thought Xiao Muyu to be a remarkable figure, but now he seemed to be anything but. With a cold chuckle, he remarked, Your Highness truly opens our eyes. You would consult a woman on such matters. Cannot the Ling Wang consider this himself? Xiao Muyu disregarded his words. Shen Shiyue replied lightly, Your nation seeks to exchange a woman, and those soldiers for 5 of our cities, excluding Fu City and Wang City. One must admit, your nation's audacity is as thick-skinned as the city walls. The strategist was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that Shen Shiyue was insulting him, his expression darkened instantly. Yu Shuqing is a meritorious figure of Jiajing. I refuse to believe that you would allow a meritorious individual to perish at the hands of the general. Shen Shiyue perched with her legs crossed, scoffing. You acknowledge her as a meritorious figure, yet how could she possibly agree to exchange 5 cities for her own life and that of 1,000 soldiers? It seems she has already resigned herself to death. Your strategist, momentarily at a loss for words, lowered his gaze, his triangular eyes darting about. Soon, a realization struck him, and he burst into laughter. I see now. You are feigning indifference while secretly contemplating a rescue plan. He scrutinized Shen Shiyue for a long while, inwardly reflecting that he had almost been led astray by this young girl. It appears your hearing is rather poor. Did you not hear what the prince called me just now? Shen Shiyue chuckled softly, her expression tranquil, yet her eyes radiated a fierce aura of impending violence. Chapter 52. Slaying the strategist. Though the barbarian strategist could comprehend some of the Central Plains language, he would certainly struggle to grasp rapid speech. His brows knitted tightly as he queried, "What did he call you?" For some inexplicable reason, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the woman before him, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. Shen Shiyue puffed out her chest, her lips curling slightly. "I am Shen Wei's daughter, Shen Shiyue. Lady Wei's previous actions have indirectly harmed the Shen family. Do you truly believe anyone would come to her aid with me present?" The strategist's pupils dilated in sudden recognition. No wonder she seemed familiar, for she was indeed the daughter of Shen Wei. His attention swiftly shifted to Xiao Muyu. "Even if you are Shen Wei's daughter, what of it? His Highness Prince Ling is here. When has it come to your turn to make decisions?" Xiao Muyu propped his chin in his hand, smiling as he replied, "This matter was entrusted to Miss Shen by me last night. Whatever decision she makes is my intent." The strategist was taken aback, realizing that the situation was not as General Yi Lu had anticipated. He cast another glance at Shen Shiyue, asserting, "Even though your family was indeed indirectly harmed, Yu Shuqing's actions were for Jia Zheng's sake. Do you truly wish to abandon her?" Shen Shiyue let out a cold laugh. "Were it not for Yu Shuqing's reckless decision to transfer the plague to the barbarian captives, my family would undoubtedly be safe today. Her motives are driven by a fear that the merits will belong to the Shen family." This line of thought suggested the existence of a mastermind behind the scenes. The ruthless actions against the Shen family must surely have ulterior motives. Shen Shiyue moved beside Xiao Muyu, gripping the hilt of his sword, whispering, "Your Highness, I beg your pardon." Xiao Muyu perceived her intentions and made no attempt to stop her. He merely regarded her with a calm demeanor. Subsequently, Shen Shiyue directed the sword's tip toward the strategist's neck. With the slightest pressure, the blade would pierce through, blood gushing forth. The nearby barbarian soldiers turned pale at the sight. One shouted fiercely, "Are you intending to kill our strategist? Do you not realize that if we perish, it won't be long before the barbarians march forth, and none of you will escape?" Shen Shiyue chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with disdain. "What of an impending siege? You will ultimately be defeated, and then His Highness will lead the soldiers to reclaim the lost cities." The strategist's face went ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He dared not move, fearful that Shen Shiyue might take his life. "Miss Shen, we are merely here to negotiate on orders. The decision lies with General Yi Lu, not us. Please do not make it difficult for us." "And what if I insist on making it difficult for you?" Shen Shiyue's eyes narrowed, her murderous intent escalating. Coincidentally, Wei Ziqian had overheard the exchange and furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Knowing Shen Shiyue would seek vengeance, he realized that after the previous incident, she would never agree to save Yu Shuqing. He pondered what means she had employed to command Prince Ling's obedience. Time was of the essence. Should the strategist return to the famed city, Yu Shuqing would undoubtedly meet her demise. He had to act swiftly. Unable to mobilize the soldiers, he could only ride alone toward the famed city. At the general's residence, in the main hall, Shen Shiyue felt a firm grip around her hand, gently pushing forward, piercing the strategist's throat. She turned to find it was Xiao Muyu. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" As the barbarian strategist, it is best to eliminate him. Who knows what ill advice he might offer General Yi Lu upon his return, Xiao Muyu remarked nonchalantly. The other barbarian soldiers, sensing something amiss, immediately rushed outside. Shen Shiyue understood his intention, withdrawing her sword as blood spurted forth. The strategist clutched his wound, struggling to speak. "The general will not let this go." Before he could finish, he collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Shen Shiyue turned her gaze to the barbarian soldiers. One reached into his bosom as though to retrieve something. She quickly surmised the intent. Withdrawing a silver needle from her sleeve, she flicked her wrist, the needle finding its mark on the barbarian soldier's vital point. Once they all lay on the ground, Xiao Muyu signaled to Ling Ikuan, who hurried over to retrieve what the barbarian soldier had concealed. "Your Highness, it is a signal arrow." Suddenly, Shen Shiyue had a thought, a glint of cunning flashing in her narrowed eyes. "Your Highness, I have a plan that not only can rescue Lady Wei, but also seize the famed city." "Oh? Pray tell, I am all ears." As they spoke, Xiao Muyu waved his hand, instructing Ling Ikuan to have all the bodies removed and to collect the signal arrows from their possession. In a lowered voice, Shen Shiyue revealed her forthcoming strategy to Xiao Muyu. Though the assault on the false city would incur many casualties, General Yi Lu would never anticipate that Xiao Muyu would again lead an attack on the famed city, with a diversion to draw them out. They would subsequently ensnare them all, significantly reducing the number of soldiers within the famed city. Thus, the assault would undoubtedly succeed. After a rough analysis of the required soldiers and possible losses, she noticed him lowering his gaze, deep in thought. Shen Shiyue surmised his thoughts and continued. Your Highness need not worry. The remaining soldiers can adequately defend the famed city. Besides, there is still the king as strategist, is there not? During the last assault on False City, Xiao Muyu had already recognized Wang Zhilia's prowess. Though he may lack martial skill, his tactical acumen minimizes losses. He is indeed a rare talent. With him, the barbarians will find it difficult to breach the city. He nodded solemnly. Then we shall proceed as you suggest at noon. Shen Shiyue nodded earnestly. Yes, Your Highness. At the same time, Wei Ziqian stealthily infiltrated the famed city, making his way toward the military camp. Just as he approached the camp, a group of soldiers emerged from nowhere, charging toward him. Wei Ziqian was no match for them, quickly overpowered and pinned to the ground. Shortly thereafter, he was bound and brought into the military camp. General Yi Lu sat outside the tent, methodically polishing his curved blade. A barbarian soldier hastened over. Smiling as he reported, General, just as you predicted, someone has come to rescue that wretched woman. Yi Lu glanced up, coldly assessing Wei Ziqian. Just him? The soldier nodded. Just him. Yi Lu set down his blade and approached Wei Ziqian, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized him for a long time. You are that wretched woman's consort? What business do you have here? Release Xuqing. Wei Ziqian struggled as he spoke. Chapter 53. Assault on the renowned city. General Yale let out a cold laugh. An aura of malice emanating from him. You think you can persuade me to spare her? That's nothing but a delusion. You come here alone, without soldiers, which surely indicates that His Highness the Prince of Ling is unwilling to rescue her. Indeed, a woman so cunning and self-serving does not deserve the prince's intervention. Wei Ziqian's expression darkened as he struggled to lift his head. What nonsense are you spouting? Xuqing is kind-hearted. How could she be so calculating? It seems you are oblivious to the true nature of your wife. General Yale's mood had been rather pleasant lately, so he decided to enlighten you on her actions. He recounted the events surrounding the plague without missing a word. The mere thought of his wife made his eyes redden, sorrow lurking deep within. If it weren't for you, Xuqing, his wife would never have fallen into this plight, nor would he have disregarded military orders to eliminate the entire Shen family. All the trouble stemmed from you, Xuqing. Wei Ziqian's pupils dilated in disbelief. This cannot be. Xuqing is compassionate. She wouldn't harm even an ant. How could she commit such cruelty? Had it not been for her, do you think she would have achieved her accomplishments? General Yale scoffed. Wei Ziqian shook his head vehemently, as if trying to dispel a nightmare. You are lying. I refuse to believe it. Belief or disbelief is your own affair. General Yale turned his back, raising a hand to signal, take him to the dungeon, where he can see that woman, but she cannot see him. Yes, General. The soldiers escorted Wei Ziqian away. The dungeon was shrouded in darkness, exuding an indescribable stench that made one retch at the mere whiff. Wei Ziqian was imprisoned, his mouth stuffed with cloth to stifle his cries. After the soldiers departed, he found himself diagonally opposite the cell where Yu Xuqing was held. Her garments had long been discarded, and a succession of barbarian soldiers had their way with her. Initially, Yu Xuqing had fought fiercely, resisting their advances, but soon realized her efforts were in vain. The more she resisted, the more excited they became, some even bringing whips to punish her for disobedience. Now, she had learned to remain still, indifferent to their actions. With red-rimmed eyes, Wei Ziqian witnessed the appalling scene before him, struggling in vain against his restraints. The soldiers had bound him tightly, rendering his efforts futile. Yet he persisted, his wrists chafed and bloodied by the rough ropes. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for General Yale, wishing he could tear him to shreds. From a state of furious rage to utter resignation, Wei Ziqian felt a profound sense of helplessness as he bore witness to the humiliation of his wife, powerless to intervene. Overwhelmed by despair, he slumped to the ground, lost and uncertain of what to do. At noon, Xiao Muyu, Shen Shiyue, and Lin Yikuan each led their troops away from the City of Delusions. At the sound of a signal arrow, Shen Shiyue and Xiao Muyu waited at a distance from the renowned city. Soon, 3 groups of soldiers emerged from the western city gate. Before long, Xiao Muyu launched an assault on the city. General Yale promptly mobilized his forces to meet the enemy, and the soldiers atop the walls readied their bows, poised to shoot at Xiao Muyu and his men at the general's command. After watching Xiao Muyu for a long while, he inquired, "Your Highness, do you truly intend to abandon Yu Shuqing?" Without military orders, she took it upon herself to lead troops away from the city. Should she return, she will undoubtedly face severe punishment. As a mere woman, she cannot withstand military law. If she were to perish at your hands, it would be a fitting end. Xiao Muyu replied with an indifferent expression. It seems there is nothing left to discuss. General Yale quickly grasped his meaning. Initially, he had never intended to bargain with Yu Shuqing's life, but he had not anticipated Xiao Muyu's forces would attack. The two sides soon clashed. Shen Shiyue, hiding in the nearby woods, sensed the moment was ripe and signaled her soldiers to enter through the western city. They moved swiftly, and before long, the soldiers stationed at the western gate were slain. Shen Shiyue turned to her remaining soldiers and commanded, "You must immediately support the prince and eliminate those archers on the walls." "Yes, Miss Shen." After they departed, Shen Shiyue, accompanied by just 3 soldiers, dashed toward the military camp. The soldiers were puzzled. "Miss Shen, the prince likely instructed you to lead us all to rescue Madame Wei. Why are we splitting up?" "Indeed, Miss Shen, there are many soldiers in the camp. With just the 4 of us, we may not even find the dungeon before we are killed." Shen Shiyue replied calmly, "Rest assured, 3 of you are sufficient. General Yale has a vendetta against Yu Shuqing, and he would not easily kill her. He may even be subjecting her to torture as we speak. Without bringing you 3, I fear I may not be able to rescue her." Upon reaching the military camp, Shen Shiyue instructed the 3 to remain in place while she scouted the terrain. She moved with remarkable speed, akin to a ghost, even in daylight. Unless one possessed superior martial skills, no one could detect her presence. Half an hour later, Shen Shiyue returned to her original position. "Stay close to me," she instructed before leading the way. She had discovered the quickest route to the dungeon, one devoid of barbarian soldiers. The soldiers followed her anxiously, and before long, they found themselves behind a tree near the dungeon. 4 barbarian soldiers stood guard on either side of the cell. Shen Shiyue charged forward, dispatching all 4 before dragging their bodies away. To avoid drawing attention to the bloodstains on the ground, she kicked dirt over the area. After hiding the bodies behind the tree, Shen Shiyue instructed, "You 3, put on their uniforms and guard the area outside the dungeon. If anyone inquires about the other, simply say he has a stomachache. You must not let any barbarian soldiers discover your identities before I return." "Understood, Miss Shen." After changing into the uniforms, the 3 soldiers took their positions outside the dungeon as Shen Shiyue hurried inside. Wary of encountering barbarian soldiers, she gripped a dagger in her right hand, hidden behind her back. After a short distance, she overheard voices. Pausing at a fork in the path, she chose the left. Chapter 54, Willing but powerless. Not long after, she heard voices again. "This woman is utterly silent. Playing with her is rather dull. At least we have someone to play with. Don't be so picky." Though she shows no reaction, her figure and face are certainly not for just anyone to touch. As Shen Shiyue ventured deeper, her peripheral vision caught sight of Wei Ziqian, slumped on the ground, lost and despairing. Sensing he was being watched, he looked up, locking eyes with Shen Shiyue. A complex light flickered in his gaze. Though the situation had dealt him a heavy blow, the sight of Yu Shuqing being insulted made it impossible for him to remain indifferent. He desperately gestured to Shen Shiyue, imploring her to save Yu Shuqing. Now, he felt as though he had grasped the only lifeline available, placing all his hopes solely upon Shen Shiyue, with no alternative in sight. Shen Shiyue had long suspected that he would come alone to rescue Yu Shuqing. Ignoring him, she continued to stride forward. After a few steps, she beheld soldiers within the cell, subjecting Yu Shuqing to humiliation. Shen Shiyue's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. She knew General Yale would not spare Yu Shuqing. Yet she could hardly anticipate such a cruel treatment. For a woman, maintaining her purity is paramount. One must acknowledge the ruthlessness of General Yale. His methods are indeed merciless. The cell door was ajar, and the soldiers were engrossed in their vile entertainment, oblivious to her approach. Shen Shiyue flung the door open and swiftly dispatched all the soldiers. Casting a glance at the battered Yu Shuqing, she frowned and casually draped a soldier's outer garment over her. Upon seeing Shen Shiyue, Yu Shuqing reacted, a self-mocking smile curling her lips. "Have you come to witness my disgrace?" Shen Shiyue tightened her brow, replying, "Even if I were to seek your misfortune, I would not venture into the barbarian camp." As a woman, she felt genuine sympathy for Yu Shuqing's plight. However, had Yu Shuqing not committed such heinous acts, she would not have found herself in this predicament. Lying on the ground, Yu Shuqing closed her eyes, biting her lip, filled with regret. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have brought that 1,000 soldiers to the city. Now her body was sullied, reduced to a wretched creature used by countless men. If Wei Ziqian were to discover this, he would undoubtedly despise her. How could she prevent Shen Shiyue from revealing the truth to Wei Ziqian? Her gaze fell upon the curved dagger at the soldier's waist, a murderous intent surging within her. In this world, only one type of person can keep secrets, the dead. The only solution was to eliminate Shen Shiyue. She attempted to move towards the dagger with the intent to kill Shen Shiyue, only to find herself immobilized by excruciating pain, especially in her legs, where the tendons had been viciously severed. Disregarding Yu Shuqing, she turned and made her way to Wei Ziqian's cell, using a silver needle to unlock the door. Then approached him to cut the ropes binding him. "Can you move?" Shen Shiyue asked, her expression impassive. Wei Ziqian nodded. Shen Shiyue replied lightly, "If you can move, go embrace your wife." "Thank you, Shiyue," he said, rising unsteadily to hurry towards Yu Shuqing's cell. His heart ached as he looked at her. "Shuqing, do not fear. I will take you away from here." Yu Shuqing could hardly fathom Wei Ziqian's presence, and the thought that he had witnessed her degradation at the hands of the soldiers made her pupils constrict in terror. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. "What are you doing here?" "I'm sorry for my inadequacy. I could not save you and was left to watch them," Wei Ziqian lamented. Lifting Yu Shuqing and moving toward the exit, Yu Shuqing felt as if an invisible thunderbolt had struck her, her mind buzzing. What had Wei Ziqian just said? He had come to rescue her, yet he had stood by as she was assaulted. At that moment, even the strongest heart could not bear such a revelation. Darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. As they traversed the path, Wei Ziqian glanced at Shen Shiyue, his expression complex. He had thought that both he and Shen Shiyue would perish from torment, yet her unexpected arrival had changed everything. Was it possible that Shen Shiyue's earlier words were deliberate deception? The realization that he had misjudged her and acted so rashly filled him with regret. Observing Shen Shiyue's solitary approach, his face darkened. "Shiyue, how many people did you bring to rescue us?" "3," Shen Shiyue replied calmly. Wei Ziqian's already pale face turned several shades whiter as he incredulously repeated, "3? Are you jesting? This is the barbarian territory. How can you rescue us with only 3 people?" They had reached the cell door. Hearing voices outside, Shen Shiyue immediately signaled for silence. Wei Ziqian complied, falling silent. As the footsteps faded, Shen Shiyue tapped the wall and whispered, "Have they left?" "They have gone. Miss Shen, you may come out now," a soldier's voice responded from outside. To prevent Wei Ziqian from causing trouble, Shen Shiyue solemnly instructed, "If you wish to leave here alive with your wife, you must heed my words." "All right, I will follow your lead," Wei Ziqian replied, casting a somber glance at Yu Shuqing in his arms. "From now on, you must not speak. Just follow me." With that, Shen Shiyue stepped outside, with Wei Ziqian closely trailing her. They encountered no barbarian soldiers on their way out. Shen Shiyue quickly assessed the soldiers in the camp and noted a significant reduction since her arrival, likely due to the pressing nature of the war that had withdrawn many troops. Shen Shiyue had initially intended to assist Xiao Muyu, but considering the current situation of Yu Shuqing and Wei Ziqian, she reluctantly decided to escort them out of the city. After exiting, she glanced at the 3 soldiers, contemplating the safest route back to Wang City through the forest, and instructed, "You 3 escort them back. Is that agreeable?" "Rest assured, Miss Shen. We will not disgrace our mission," the soldiers responded in unison with fists clasped. Wei Ziqian furrowed his brow, eyeing Shen Shiyue for a long moment. He was concerned that they might encounter barbarian soldiers on the way back. "Shiyue, can't you accompany us?" Chapter 55, The Importunate Ex-Husband. Accompanying them back would undoubtedly cause significant delays. Given the back-and-forth journey, she feared the outcome of the battle might already be decided. Shen Shiyue frowned, displeased. "Taking you back is a waste of time. The 3 of them possess commendable martial skills, and with General Yelu's focus on Prince Ling, you will be safe." Wei Ziqian glanced at the 3 soldiers beside him, his expression revealing hesitation. Seeing Shen Shiyue's determined demeanor, he understood that further argument would be futile. He looked down at Yu Shuqing, noting her severe injuries. "Could you at least check on her?" Shen Shiyue, slightly impatient, approached Yu Shuqing to feel her pulse. "She has been through too much. Her vitality is severely depleted. Once you return, find a physician to provide her with medicine. As for the external wounds, you know how to treat those. With that, she withdrew her hand and turned to leave. Watching Shen Shiyue's retreating figure, Wei Ziqian felt an increasing distance between them. He looked down at Yu Shuqing before departing with the 3 soldiers. The journey through the forest was slow, lacking horses. Although Wei Ziqian had sustained minor injuries, they were not severe. Once they emerged from the woods, he mounted a horse and carried Yu Shuqing away. On the battlefield, Xiao Muyu held the upper hand, but General Yelu's reinforcements were arriving swiftly. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Muyu soon spotted a familiar figure, Shen Shiyue, skillfully maneuvering through the soldiers. Wherever she went, barbarian soldiers fell to the ground, slain with a single strike before they could react. Xiao Muyu gazed at her as she struck down her foes without a trace, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Lin Yikuan chuckled, remarking, "Truly, she is the daughter of Shen Shiyue, excelling in both martial arts and medicine." Indeed. Xiao Muyu's lips curled slightly as he thrust his sword, precisely piercing a soldier who intended to ambush Lin Yikuan. "Do not become distracted on the battlefield." "Thank you, Your Highness," Lin Yikuan responded, redirecting his focus to slaying the enemy forces. In the distance, General Yale squinted upon catching sight of Shen Shiyue. This was the first time he encountered a woman with such astonishing martial prowess, capable of facing thousands single-handedly. Yet, this skill felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of something he had seen before. It was the Shen family. Shen Shiyue seemed to employ a similar technique. Could it be that she is of the Shen lineage? Given the current circumstances, should they continue the fight, defeat was inevitable. Without hesitation, he extracted a horn from his bosom and blew it forcefully. The soldiers of the Manchu tribe instantly understood its meaning and swiftly protected General Yale's retreat. They could no longer remain in Ming City, retreating promptly to Ying City. As they withdrew while engaging the enemy, Shen Shiyue was in a frenzy, her soft sword claiming the lives of every foe in her sight. Observing General Yale's retreat, the murderous intent within her surged. Although General Yale had slaughtered her family at the behest of Yu Shuqing, the one who committed the act was still General Yale. How could she not harbor hatred? Just as she prepared to chase after him, Xiao Muyu intercepted her, urging, "Do not pursue further. Be wary of potential ambushes from the enemy." The tragic fate of Yu Shuqing was vivid in her mind, and Shen Shiyue's eyes burned crimson as she tightened her grip on the reins, her chest heaving with rage. To stand idly by as her family's executioner escaped was unbearable. Sensing her turmoil, Xiao Muyu leapt onto her horse, patting her shoulder. "Fear not. The day for vengeance will come. There is no need to rush." Shen Shiyue lowered her gaze, the hatred in her eyes palpable. She longed to give chase, yet her reason urged her to refrain. Ultimately, she suppressed her wrath and entered Ming City alongside Xiao Muyu. Aside from the common folk, the soldiers of the barbarian tribe were taken captive and imprisoned. The soldiers began clearing the battlefield, discarding the bodies of the barbarian soldiers into a mass grave. The citizens, upon seeing Xiao Muyu, revealed expressions of joy. At last, their suffering had come to an end. With numerous matters still to attend to in Wang City, Xiao Muyu departed with Shen Shiyue, entrusting the affairs of Ming City to Lin Yikuan, while Wang Zhili assisted him in mobilizing the troops. In Wang City, within the general's residence, a physician tended to Yu Shuqing's wounds, while he awaited outside. The memory of Yu Shuqing's humiliation darkened his expression. He found himself at a loss on how to face her now. Soon, he heard footsteps and turned to see Xiao Muyu and Shen Shiyue entering, one after the other. His gaze was instantly captivated by Shen Shiyue. Clad in white, her attire was now stained crimson with blood. Concerned for her well-being, he hastened towards her, worry etched on his face. "Shiyue, are you unhurt? Have you sustained any injuries?" Shen Shiyue furrowed her brow, her expression somber as she fixed her gaze on Wei Ziqian. "Lord, you should be more concerned about your wife, not me." Xiao Muyu's expression darkened, his voice tinged with displeasure. "It is rather peculiar, my lord. Your wife is in such a state, yet you are preoccupied with another woman." Wei Ziqian sensed the mounting tension and defended himself. "Shiyue is not just any woman." "Oh? Then pray tell, what is your relationship with Miss Shen?" Xiao Muyu inquired with curiosity. Wei Ziqian struggled to respond, racking his brain until he finally recalled their sole connection. "We were childhood sweethearts. Yet, now that my lord is married, even if you were once childhood companions, what does it matter? You are no longer connected. My lord should maintain some decorum." Xiao Muyu's words were pointed and incisive. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Wei Ziqian retorted coldly, "Your Highness, I am merely concerned for Shiyue. Why do you persist in targeting me? Furthermore, as a man, shouldn't you maintain your distance from Shiyue?" Shen Shiyue, already in a foul mood from previous events, felt even more irritable upon seeing Wei Ziqian. "Lord, the prince is a commander in the army. It is only natural for me to be in his company. Moreover, you and I are already divorced. Even if we were childhood sweethearts, our ties have been severed. You should go check on your wife. Do not bring me further discomfort." Before Wei Ziqian could respond, she turned to Xiao Muyu. "Your Highness, let us not linger. We shall leave." A satisfied expression crossed Xiao Muyu's face as he agreed. Wei Ziqian's countenance darkened considerably. "Shiyue, I merely wish to apologize for the past. Why must you be this way?" Chapter 56. The resolve for retribution. Shen Shiyue halted her steps, not looking back, her voice icy yet composed. "There is no need for apologies. The past is best left untouched. My lord, it would be wise for you to avoid appearing before me again." Wei Ziqian appeared as if struck, staggering slightly, the last glimmer of hope extinguished from his eyes. Covered in blood, the overwhelming stench caused Shen Shiyue to wrinkle her nose. She glanced at Xiao Muyu. "Your Highness, I must bathe and change. I will seek you shortly." Xiao Muyu nodded, watching her depart before turning away himself. In the courtyard, Wei Ziqian clenched his fists at his sides, his nails digging into his palms. Crimson blood oozing from the wounds. Shen Shiyue was the woman he had cherished for many years, his former wife. He absolutely could not allow her to develop affections for another. If she felt sullied, then he too would tarnish her. Yet a thought crossed his mind, and he shook his head, dismissing it. Such actions were beyond his capabilities. The physician emerged from the room, approaching Wei Ziqian. "My lord, the external injuries to Madame are not severe, but the events she has endured will profoundly affect her psyche. She may be reluctant to awaken for some time. My advice is to spend more time with her. Perhaps it will hasten her recovery." Wei Ziqian nodded. "I understand." After the physician departed, he cast a lingering glance in the direction Shen Shiyue had taken before entering the room. He sat beside the bed, his mind racing with memories of General Yale's earlier words. Could it be that the barbarian tribe's disarray during the plague was orchestrated by Yu Shuqing? If so, Shen family's demise was indirectly her doing. He wondered if Shen Shiyue was aware of this. Had it not been for her saving him and Yu Shuqing, they would undoubtedly have perished at General Yale's hands. It seemed that Shen Shiyue was unaware of the truth. If she did know, she would surely desire vengeance upon Yu Shuqing. How could she possibly find herself among the ranks of the barbarian army? Gazing at the pale, frail form of Yu Shuqing upon the bed, Wei Ziqian recalled her kindness, her unwavering dedication to all. Such a virtuous woman could not possibly commit such acts. Perhaps it was all a misunderstanding. He contemplated various matters and ultimately resolved to wait until Yu Shuqing awakened to seek clarity. After bathing, Shen Shiyue donned a set of white garments, her hair adorned solely with a single hairpin, and she proceeded directly to the front hall. Noticing the absence of company, she took a seat and waited for an extended period. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Muyu arrived, having changed into fresh attire. Upon seeing Shen Shiyue clad in white, he inquired if Miss Shen had a particular fondness for the color. A melancholy smile graced Shen Shiyue's face as she replied, "It's not so much a preference, but a reflection of my father's passing. Wearing white feels more appropriate." Observing her demeanor, Xiao Muyu felt a pang of sympathy. Just as he intended to shift the conversation, Shen Shiyue interjected, "Your Highness, may I request permission to execute General Yalu during the next campaign against the barbarians?" Her tone was frigid, laced with an unmistakable intent for violence. General Yalu was the sole great general among the barbarians, and being the emperor's brother-in-law, he had escaped punishment for previously disobeying orders and slaughtering the entire Shen family. Even upon learning of his wife's demise due to plague, the emperor had elevated his status. Capturing him alive would yield valuable information regarding the barbarians, and with his city defense maps, the extermination of the barbarian threat would be imminent. Even if General Yalu remained obstinate, he could be leveraged to extract cities from the emperor. Therefore, capturing him alive was paramount. Xiao Muyu furrowed his brow, a hint of hesitation clouding his expression. Noticing his silence, Shen Shiyue continued, "Your Highness need not worry. Should His Majesty express displeasure later, I shall bear all responsibility alone, ensuring no blame falls upon you." "I am not concerned about that," Xiao Muyu replied, "but General Yalu is a cunning and ruthless adversary. Even with your formidable skills, you may not be his match." A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Shiyue's eyes. She had not anticipated his apprehension regarding this matter. Rest assured, I possess my own methods to handle him. Very well, if you have made up your mind. Proceed as you see fit. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to express it. Thank you, Your Highness, Shen Shiyue responded promptly, suddenly recalling Emperor Jiajing. She frowned slightly. If this matter arises in conversation with His Majesty, please clarify that it bears no relation to you. Do not worry. My father will not attribute General Yelu's actions to me, Xiao Muyu reassured her with a comforting look. Shen Shiyue was somewhat perplexed, prompting him to elaborate. General Yelu possesses an indomitable spirit. Even if captured, he would seek to take his own life rather than betray his kin. My father is well aware of this. Furthermore, General Yelu serves as the morale of the barbarian troops. Should he be eliminated, the barbarians will surely refrain from making rash moves for a considerable time. During this interval, Emperor Jiajing can bolster his forces and await the opportune moment to strike decisively against the barbarians. With his reasoning laid bare, Shen Shiyue found her previously anxious heart at ease. She turned her gaze to the sky, where a majestic eagle soared. From her sleeve, she produced a silver needle, and with a slight flick of her wrist, it flew forth. In no time, the eagle was pierced by the needle. Initially, it flapped its wings in a desperate bid for freedom, but soon it ceased its struggle and plummeted to the ground, the faint sound of its descent barely audible from afar. Xiao Muyu, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but applaud, exclaiming, Miss Shen, your aim is remarkable. To hit from such a distance. Soon, General Yelu would meet a fate akin to that of the eagle, falling to Shen Shiyue's hand. A determined expression settled upon her face. If it were anyone else, Xiao Muyu might have doubted their capabilities, but Shen Shiyue was indeed a rare and extraordinary talent. Then let me offer you tea in place of wine, a toast to your impending revenge, he declared, raising a cup of tea and drinking it down in one gulp. Shen Shiyue remained silent, her expression growing solemn. The one indirectly responsible for the demise of the Shen family was Yu Shuqing. Should she choose to kill Yu Shuqing, it would merely take a flick of her finger. However, a swift death would be far too lenient. A fate worse than death was more fitting. She intended to destroy what Yu Shuqing held most dear. The recent humiliation Yu Shuqing suffered at the hands of the barbarians would soon spread throughout the camp, and she wondered if Yu Shuqing could withstand the burden. Chapter 57. Sparring in martial arts. If death were that simple, it would be a regrettable waste. It seems I must keep a close watch on Yu Shuqing in the coming days. She must return to the capital alive. Once back, the tale of her disgrace would surely reach the city, and given the old matriarch's temperament, Yu Shuqing would undoubtedly face a tumultuous life ahead. She was now even more curious whether Wei Ziqian would choose to abandon Yu Shuqing. For men, a woman's virtue is of utmost importance. Without it, she is often discarded. Moreover, Yu Shuqing had been defiled by the barbarian soldiers, rendering her in a state no different from that of a courtesan. By the way, Your Highness, when do you plan to launch another campaign? Shen Shiyue inquired, perplexed. The recent conquest had resulted in far more casualties than the last, and the soldiers were utterly exhausted. If they continued to pursue, they would soon reach the barbarian territory. To wage further war would significantly diminish their chances of victory. The only solution was to recuperate. Xiao Muyu replied with a slight smile. It seems we will need to rest for quite some time. Shen Shiyue nodded. I understand. Do not worry, Miss Shen. Within a month at most, or at least in half a month, we shall launch an assault on the barbarians and seize their cities. Xiao Muyu asserted confidently. During the previous campaigns, Xiao Muyu had his shadow guards infiltrate the barbarian encampments, as long as they secured the city defense maps. A portion of their soldiers could disguise themselves as barbarians and infiltrate the palace. Even if reinforcements arrived for the barbarians, defeat would be inevitable. During this period, she could also further hone her martial skills. After contemplating for a moment, she looked at Xiao Muyu and spoke. I have heard that Your Highness's swordsmanship is unparalleled. If your skills are the pinnacle of Jiajing, none would dare claim the second position. Would you be willing to engage in a sparring match with me? Xiao Muyu was taken aback by her proposition, momentarily surprised. Miss Shen, with your prowess, you are hardly inferior to me. It would be my honor to spar with you, he replied, glancing at the sky as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the clouds in brilliant hues of crimson. It was quite late. Let us postpone until tomorrow. How does that sound? Having slain numerous foes on the battlefield that day, Shen Shiyue, no matter how skilled, felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Very well, tomorrow it is. After conversing a while longer, When Lin Ikuan arrived with matters to report, Shen Shiyue seized the opportunity to take her leave. Initially intending to return to her chamber, the haunting visage of Yu Shuqing flashed in her mind. After a moment's hesitation, she made her way to the rooftop above Yu Shuqing's quarters. Lifting a tile to peer inside. Seeing no signs of her awakening, she did not linger, leaping down and landing gracefully on the ground before heading straight back to her room. On her way back, she encountered numerous soldiers who greeted her warmly upon recognizing her. During the recent battle, Shen Shiyue had showcased her exceptional martial skills, saving many soldiers who had nearly fallen to the barbarian blades. Furthermore, her exceptional medical skills not only cured Xiao Muyu of his poison but also earned her numerous accolades, elevating her status in the hearts of the soldiers. In stark contrast, the mere mention of Yu Shuqing elicited expressions of disdain among the troops, with some believing that such a person should have perished in the clutches of the barbarian's prison. The following day, after enjoying her breakfast, Shen Shiyue first visited the rooftop of Yu Shuqing's quarters. Noting the absence of any signs of awakening, she couldn't help but frown. How could she still be unconscious after all this time? Considering Wei Ziqian's presence, she reasoned that he would not allow Yu Shuqing to meet her demise so easily. After leaving, Shen Shiyue proceeded to Xiao Muyu's chamber. Confirming that there were no sounds of conversation within, she knocked on the door. "Your Highness, are you awake?" "Come in," came a deep, slightly hoarse voice from within. At that moment, Xiao Muyu was seated at a table, wielding a wolf hairbrush, delicately inscribing small characters on a sheet of paper. Once finished, he set down the brush. "Miss Shen, once the ink dries, I shall accompany you to the military camp." Shen Shiyue nodded, and after the ink had dried, Xiao Muyu rolled the paper and placed it into a bamboo tube. Approaching the window, he retrieved a small object from his bosom, and shortly thereafter, a gray messenger pigeon flew in, alighting on his shoulder. Unlike the other pigeons, this one was gray, which intrigued Shen Shiyue. It would be difficult for anyone unfamiliar with pigeon keeping to recognize it as a messenger pigeon. Once the pigeon took flight, Xiao Muyu turned and said, "Miss Shen, let us depart." Following closely beside him, Shen Shiyue exited the room. The military camp was not far from the general's residence. As they walked, the townsfolk who spotted Xiao Muyu expressed their gratitude, with some women even offering fresh eggs and vegetables. However, Xiao Muyu declined their gifts, knowing full well that food was more valuable than money in times of war. Upon reaching the military camp, Xiao Muyu and Shen Shiyue found a suitable location, where their sparring attracted the attention of many soldiers. Xiao Muyu's martial prowess was formidable. He anticipated his opponent's movements with remarkable speed and precision. Conversely, Shen Shiyue's petite frame allowed for even greater agility. The two fought on equal footing, captivating even the passing generals who halted to observe. Some soldiers began to speculate among themselves. Who do you think is stronger, Miss Shen or the prince? Clearly the prince is superior. His martial skills are unparalleled, making him the mightiest man in Jiazheng. I believe Miss Shen holds her own. Even our strongest general, General Qingyang, couldn't withstand 3 moves from the prince. Yet Miss Shen has parried over 10 without faltering. Is it possible the prince is going easy on her? At this suggestion, the surrounding soldiers erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the grandest jest. In the prince's eyes, once on the battlefield, there was no distinction between genders, and moreover, Xiao Muyu had always kept his distance from women. It was inconceivable that he would intentionally allow Miss Shen to triumph. Who do you think would win? I believe Miss Shen would emerge victorious. No. Look how her soft sword has entangled the prince's long sword. I'm convinced she can win. Initially, their whispers were hushed. But as the excitement grew, their voices rose in volume. Xiao Muyu and Shen Shiyue, engrossed in their duel, were acutely aware of the surrounding commentary. Shen Shiyue focused entirely on the fight, paying little heed to the soldiers nearby. Truly embodying the prowess of the legendary war god known as the cold-faced Yama, had she not adapted her strategy mid-combat, she might have already faced defeat. Chapter 58. Enhancing martial skills. Xiao Muyu's expression was grave as he concentrated all his attention on Shen Shiyue. Upon closer inspection, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. It is known that his martial prowess is unrivaled in Jiazheng. He recognized that Shen Shiyue was formidable, yet he had not anticipated her to be such an equal match. For the first time in years, he found himself facing a worthy opponent in Shen Shiyue, a sensation that was oddly exhilarating. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a gratifying battle. As more soldiers gathered around, Some began to wager on the outcome, with all bets favoring Xiao Muyu, while a few generals predicted a draw. After an exhilarating morning of combat, both warriors were thoroughly engaged. Afterward, Xiao Muyu remarked with a smile, "My judgment is indeed sound. Miss Shen is truly impressive." "You flatter me, Your Highness. You are quite formidable yourself," Shen Shiyue replied, sheathing her weapon as she and Xiao Muyu conversed while leaving the military camp. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Who won?
How could you not see?
Miss Shen and the prince fought to a draw. After all this time serving, you should have noticed that. Honestly, Miss Shen's martial skills are remarkable. If I could learn a few techniques from her, I would surely slay more enemies on the battlefield. Those who had wagered on a draw found themselves quite fortunate. For several consecutive days, Shen Shiyue devoted her time to healing soldiers and honing her skills alongside Xiao Muyu. Throughout this period, both of their martial abilities advanced significantly. As they trained together, they grew increasingly familiar with each other's techniques, and Shen Shiyue found this advantageous. Perhaps they could unite in battle against their foes. One day, Shen Shiyue once again ascended to the rooftop, picking up a tile and peering down. Yu Shuqing remained in bed, showing no signs of awakening, which caused her to furrow her brow. This was unexpected. Yu Shuqing's injuries were not severe. Why had she not regained consciousness by now? After some contemplation, she resolved to investigate further. Descending from the rooftop, she approached the door and knocked. Soon, Wei Ziqian emerged, opening the door. Upon seeing Shen Shiyue, surprise flickered across his features. "Shiyue, what brings you here? Are you looking for me?" In his disheveled state, Wei Ziqian appeared haggard, his cheekbones protruding sharply. Having lost considerable weight from days spent by Yu Shuqing sighed, concerned by her unresponsive condition. Shen Shiyue, maintaining her composure, shook her head. "Lord, I have come to see your wife, not you." With that, she pushed past him and entered the room. Wei Ziqian hesitated momentarily before closing the door and following her inside. In the inner chamber, Shen Shiyue sat beside the bed, reaching out to check Yu Shuqing's pulse. The reason for Yu Shuqing's unconsciousness was clear. She simply did not wish to awaken. It appeared that the recent events had profoundly impacted her. Even if she resisted waking, Shen Shiyue had her methods. Retracting her hand, she stood and exited the room. Upon seeing her departure, Wei Ziqian hurriedly inquired, "Shiyue, how is Shuqing? When will she awaken?" Disregarding his question, Shen Shiyue strode out, retrieved her medical kit, and returned to Yu Shuqing's room. After opening the kit, she took out a pouch of silver needles, poured alcohol over them, and began to administer acupuncture to Yu Shuqing. After a quarter of an hour, she had removed all the silver needles from Yu Shuqing's head.
Soon,
Madame Wei would awaken. This incident had dealt a significant blow to her. It was imperative for the Marquis to remain by her side at all times to prevent her from self-harm. Without waiting for Wei Ziqian to speak, she strode away. Staring at her retreating figure, Wei Ziqian was momentarily lost in thought, murmuring softly, "Thank you, Shiyue." Upon returning to her room, Shen Shiyue rested for a while, estimating that Yu Shuqing would soon awaken. She then ascended to the rooftop, lifting a tile to peer down at the scene inside. Just then, she heard the faint sound of footsteps behind her. She turned abruptly to find herself gazing into Xiao Muyu's teasing eyes. She whispered, "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Xiao Muyu approached with delicate steps, stopping behind Shen Shiyue, and instead of answering, he inquired, "Why is Miss Shen here?" "I merely wish to see if Madame Wei has awakened," Shen Shiyue offered a casual excuse. Xiao Muyu sat beside her, smiling, "What a coincidence, so do I." From below, Wei Ziqian's voice rang with delight as they both turned their gaze downward. "Shuqing, you are finally awake. I shall have someone prepare food for you." With that, Wei Ziqian turned and hurried outside. Yu Shuqing surveyed her surroundings, confirming that she was indeed in her previous abode, momentarily stunned. Recent memories surged forth like a tidal wave, and she vividly recalled the unbearable pain of being humiliated. Her complexion was pale, her lips devoid of color, her expression dim and lifeless. Lying on the bed as if she were a mere puppet, neither crying nor smiling. After issuing his orders, Wei Ziqian rushed back in, calling out, "Shuqing?" No matter how he called her name, she remained unresponsive. Seeing her in such a state pained Wei Ziqian immensely. He gently caressed Yu Shuqing's cheek, saying, "Shuqing, do not be sad. Those events are behind you now. No one shall dare to humiliate you again. Once I am on the battlefield, I shall ensure that those soldiers who wronged you meet their end." Yu Shuqing's eyes flickered, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls, dampening her pillow. She opened her mouth to speak, but after such a prolonged state of unconsciousness, without a single drop of water, her throat was painfully dry. Wei Ziqian produced a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping away her tears. "All right, Shuqing, do not cry." After a considerable period, Yu Shuqing slowly sat up in bed. She pointed towards the teapot nearby, and then to her throat, her expression filled with distress. Wei Ziqian instantly grasped her meaning and hurriedly rose to pour her a cup of tea, handing it to her. Taking the teacup, Yu Shuqing sipped slowly. Once she felt somewhat better, she set the cup down, looked up at Wei Ziqian, and spoke with great difficulty. "Ziqian, I have become a wretched creature. A plaything of thousands. I am unworthy of you. Please, release me." Chapter 59. Responsibility, yet not excessive. Wei Ziqian could hardly fathom that the first words Yu Shuqing uttered upon awakening were a plea for him to abandon her. It was evident that the events that had transpired had irrevocably altered her life. Should he cast her aside, it would be nearly impossible for her to marry again. Taking her hand in his, he said firmly, "What nonsense is this? You are still recovering. You need to rest. I will take care of you in the days to come. So do not entertain such thoughts." Yu Shuqing was taken aback by Wei Ziqian's response. She lowered her gaze, saying, "Ziqian, my current state is my own doing. If you were to release me, you could reconcile with Miss Shen. You could simply say that I bewitched you with a love spell, and she would surely forgive you. I am now a fallen woman. A man as noble as you deserves the finest lady in the world." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her sobs racking her body. In an attempt to shield her sorrow from Wei Ziqian, she buried her head beneath the covers. The more she acted this way, the more it pained Wei Ziqian. He wanted to pull back the covers, but feared that his actions might worsen her injuries. Instead, he gently patted her back, soothing her with soft words. "Shuqing, you are meant to be my legitimate wife, carried into the Marquis's residence, with great honor. When I fought at the borders, I often wondered if I could return to the capital without you by my side. You never abandoned me when I was gravely injured. How could I forsake you now that you have been wronged? Enough of this. Do not blame yourself. None of this is your fault. It was the barbarian soldiers, devoid of humanity, who committed such atrocities." Yu Shuqing continued to cry. "Were it not for my own impatience, I would not have been captured by the barbarians. Those 1,000 soldiers perished because of me." The look on Wei Ziqian's face darkened. No wonder the soldiers had not been found in the famed city. They had all succumbed to the hands of the barbarians. Prince Ling held the lives of his soldiers in the highest regard. If he were to learn of this, there would certainly be dire consequences. Yu Shuqing's health had yet to fully recover, and she could hardly bear the weight of such news. Wei Ziqian felt at a loss, his head throbbing with pain. He pressed his forehead, releasing a deep sigh. Looking at Yu Shuqing, wrapped in her covers and trembling, he reminded himself that she was still his wife. "I will find a way to address the matter of the 1,000 soldiers. Do not worry." Seeing that Yu Shuqing was still crying, Wei Ziqian patiently continued to comfort her. Above them, Shen Shiyue furrowed her brow, observing Wei Ziqian's demeanor with a complex expression. Xiaomuyu glanced at Shen Shiyue and remarked, "I never imagined that the Marquis of Qingwu could be so devoted. He truly cares for Madame Wei. If it were another man, upon discovering that his wife had been defiled, he would have sought a divorce without hesitation. Miss Shen, was he ever so devoted to you?" Shen Shiyue hesitated, her memories of her past with Wei Ziqian fading. It was not due to a poor memory, but rather her belief that unnecessary memories should be let go, as they served no purpose. Xiaomuyu's gaze lingered on Shen Shiyue, sensing that she had not encountered a genuine connection. If it were genuine, our fates would not have diverged as they have. Shen Shiyue maintained a calm demeanor, her tone devoid of emotion, as though she spoke of someone else's affairs. Seeing her like this, Xiaomuyu felt an inexplicable twinge of sympathy. He reached out, gently ruffling her hair, his gesture tender. "A lady as remarkable as you, Miss Shen, is destined for a wonderful union." Suddenly touched on the head, Shen Shiyue froze, blinking in surprise, confusion evident in her eyes. "Your Highness, what are you?" Realizing his actions were somewhat inappropriate, Xiaomuyu quickly withdrew his hand, offering an apologetic smile. "You had a leaf in your hair, and I merely removed it." They were on the rooftop. It was improbable that she had a leaf in her hair. Nonetheless, Shen Shiyue softly replied, "Oh, I see. Thank you, Your Highness." Xiaomuyu, noticing her thoughts, waved the leaf in front of her. "I did not deceive you." Shen Shiyue's eyes widened in astonishment at the leaf's origin. Where did this leaf come from? It is from your hair, Xiaomui replied with a smile. In truth, the leaf had inadvertently fallen onto his robe just before he ascended, and he had never anticipated that it would prove useful at such a critical moment. In the room, Wei Ziqian spent half an hour finally managing to soothe Yu Shuqing. Yu Shuqing lifted the quilt, her eyes swollen akin to walnuts, and collapsed into Wei Ziqian's embrace. Ziqian, you are truly kind to me. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do next. Wei Ziqian gently patted her back. Do not worry, as long as I am here, I will always protect you. I believe in you. Yu Shuqing nodded in response. Observing the scene below, Shen Shiyue felt that the past between her and Wei Ziqian was nothing more than a complete farce. It turned out that the two of them were genuinely in love. If that were the case, why did Wei Ziqian still present himself as if he could not live without her? The man's thoughts were utterly perplexing to her. Shen Shiyue tugged at the corners of her mouth, finding it exceedingly laughable. A knock resounded at the door, prompting Wei Ziqian to rise and open it, revealing that food had been delivered. During this interval, Yu Shuqing sat on the bed, remaining entirely still. How could she not feel a desire for death after such an event? This was inconceivable. Wei Ziqian brought the food over and fed her. The two appeared as a loving couple, akin to newlyweds. Shen Shiyue found the scene rather tedious and expressed her wish to leave. Your Highness, please continue watching. I am feeling a bit fatigued and wish to return to rest. Xiaomyu noticed Wei Ziqian's serious demeanor, clearly intent on inquiring something of Yu Shuqing. It must have been due to her weakened condition. He hesitated to speak, fearing she would lose her appetite. Do not rush, Miss Shen. Let us watch a while longer, Xiaomyu said, gripping Shen Shiyue's wrist to prevent her departure. Shen Shiyue felt somewhat helpless, but, as the crown prince had suggested, she stayed. After Yu Shuqing had dined, Wei Ziqian, his expression grave, asked, Shuqing, I must ask you, is the death of the Shen family related to you? Was the epidemic initially ordered by Dr. Shen for you to carry out? Chapter 60. Lies cannot be concealed. Originally in a better mood, Yu Shuqing's pupils constricted sharply. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Ziqian, why do you suddenly ask me this? It was indeed an order from Dr. Shen, a matter of which you were aware. Wei Ziqian narrowed his eyes, his dark gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the soul, making Yu Shuqing inexplicably anxious. She dared not meet his gaze, lowering her eyelids. Wei Ziqian observed her reaction, and the temperature in the room unconsciously dropped. When he noticed Yu Shuqing clutching the quilt, her hands fidgeting restlessly, he understood she was undoubtedly lying. Shuqing, after General Yalu captured me, he revealed everything. Yu Shuqing abruptly looked up, terror-stricken as she gazed at the man before her. General Yalu is deceiving you. He knows nothing of the truth. Ziqian, you must not believe him. Seeing Wei Ziqian's cold expression, which indicated he did not trust her, Yu Shuqing was filled with dread. She grasped his hand tightly, pleading, Do you not believe me? We have known each other for so long. When have I ever deceived you? Wei Ziqian furrowed his brow, his lips slightly curling. The incident with the aphrodisiac, as Miss Shiyue mentioned. If one endures, nothing will happen. Yet you. At the mention of this matter, Yu Shuqing felt a surge of panic. Previously, when she encountered Wei Ziqian, she had employed every means at her disposal to capture his attention. She exerted herself to heal the soldiers, earning a commendable reputation among them. Through countless instances of treating Wei Ziqian's injuries, they gradually transformed from strangers into intimate friends. Despite her numerous hints, she remained absent from Wei Ziqian's heart. Shen Shiyue had always occupied the pinnacle of his affections. Such a splendid young man, why did he not belong to her? It felt profoundly unjust. That night, when Wei Ziqian was under the influence of the aphrodisiac, seeing the opportunity before her, she could not resign herself to let it slip away. Thus she shed her outer garments and became his antidote. The next day, Wei Ziqian merely promised to take responsibility for her, yet since that day, he had not approached her again. Only when she inadvertently discovered she was bearing his child did their relationship draw closer. However, she never anticipated that her past actions would be revealed. If she were to admit it now, Wei Ziqian would undoubtedly cast her aside. No, she could not confess. Yu Shuqing collapsed in Wei Ziqian's embrace, sobbing, Ziqian, that time was my folly, but it was also because I had cherished you for a long time. Initially, I thought that after our moment of intimacy, I would be content merely to watch you from afar, yet unexpectedly, I found myself with your child. Had it not been for the child, I would never have torn you apart from Miss Shen. I truly did not intend to deceive you. Ziqian, Can you not believe me? Upon finishing, she lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with tears, a single crystal droplet tracing her cheek, rendering her utterly pitiable and evoking sympathy. Wei Ziqian furrowed his brow, his heart in turmoil. General Yelu could not have made such statements without basis. Furthermore, although General Yelu acted insidiously, he had never resorted to such despicable methods against a woman. Unless Yu Shuqing's past actions had crossed a line within General Yelu, prompting him to go to such extremes. On the roof, Xiao Muyu could not help but click his tongue. He had to admit that Madame Wei had quite the silver tongue. Shen Shiyue maintained a placid expression, likely believing that no one could now prove that the idea had originated with her. However, she had not anticipated that the prisoners within the military camp were aware of the truth. General Yelu had already disclosed the truth to Marquis Qingwu. At this point, he did not believe in that so-called truth. Even if the prisoners informed him, it would not matter. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Muyu's eyes. Shen Shiyue gazed up at the crescent moon in the night sky, realizing that indeed, he was unwilling to believe. It was futile what others said. Subsequently, Xiao Muyu added, "Fortunately, Miss Shen foresaw this and divorced him. Otherwise, the days of hardship might still lie ahead." Your Highness speaks truly. Shen Shiyue's gaze fell upon Wei Ziqian, from her vantage point allowing her to clearly discern his expression. She found herself perplexed. What did Wei Ziqian truly think? He could repeatedly show leniency to Yu Shuqing while being so harsh to her. He feigned deep emotions while secretly harboring disdain. Aside from Yu Shuqing's sobs, silence enveloped the room. Noticing that Wei Ziqian remained silent, Yu Shuqing grew anxious. She lifted her head and gently shook him. "Ziqian, do you still refuse to believe me? Very well, if you do not wish to believe, then divorce me. From now on, let us part ways. There shall be no more relations between us." She turned her back to Wei Ziqian, feigning strength. To retreat in order to advance, what a laughable tactic. Shen Shiyue raised her eyebrows slightly. Curious as to how Wei Ziqian would respond next, would he agree to the divorce or trust Yu Shuqing? Wei Ziqian's expression remained tense, his demeanor grave. "Shuqing, if you do not speak the truth, once the matter is investigated, I will immediately report to the Emperor and urge him to thoroughly examine this issue. I believe His Majesty will certainly uncover who is responsible for the barbarian epidemic." Yu Shuqing's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Must she truly speak now? "You should take a proper rest," said Wei Ziqian as he stood up, preparing to leave. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Yu Shuqing grew anxious and quickly turned to grasp Wei Ziqian's sleeve. Alas, her reflexes were a moment too slow, and as she leaned forward, her body tilted dangerously. Instinctively, she reached out to brace herself. With her wrist still unhealed, the sudden motion elicited a cry of pain from her, and in the next moment, she tumbled from the bed. Wei Ziqian swiftly turned around, only to see Yu Shuqing half fallen on the ground. He hurried over to assist her up and, puzzled, asked Shuqing, "What are you doing? Your injuries have yet to heal. You cannot act recklessly." Whether it was due to her physical pain or the sight of Wei Ziqian's decisive back, Yu Shuqing began to weep once more. "I'm sorry, I will tell you everything. Will you not leave?" Wei Ziqian furrowed his brows, astonished to see Yu Shuqing capable of crying so profusely after all this time. "What exactly is going on?" he asked gravely. Yu Shuqing lowered her head, resembling a child who had erred, and recounted the entire sequence of events without omission. At that time, the pandemic had worsened, and Dr. Shen Wu had finally developed a remedy. The plight of the common people had begun to ease. Meanwhile, General Yale's spies in the city discovered that the soldiers in the barracks had yet to recover, seizing the opportunity to instigate war. Dr. Shen Wu and Wei Ziqian, along with their troops, exerted tremendous effort to repel the barbarian assault, but their forces suffered heavy casualties, leaving them in a weakened state. During this turmoil, Yu Shuqing inadvertently uncovered the source of the epidemic. She conceived a brilliant plan that would allow them to defeat the barbarians without a single soldier lost. They would simply need to attack when the time was right, seizing the city and causing the enemy to scatter in disarray. She immediately relayed this plan to Dr. Shen Wu. The idea was to infect the captives with the source of the plague and then release them, allowing them to return to their ranks. This epidemic presented two outcomes. If those infected did not receive timely treatment, they would inevitably succumb to severe illness, and no remedy would save them. Although the scheme was indeed clever, Dr. Shen Wu believed that the nation's war efforts should not jeopardize ordinary citizens. Moreover, there were also innocent people among the barbarian ranks. He categorically refused and admonished Yu Shuqing that such underhanded tactics were unacceptable for a general whose duty was to protect the country. They should defeat the enemy honorably and compel their surrender. Yu Shuqing presented numerous justifications, but Dr. Shen Wu remained unmoved. Seeing that her words fell on deaf ears, she chose to remain silent and departed. That night, one of the captives, a soldier, fell into a coma due to an infected wound, suffering from persistent fever. As she treated him, her thoughts turned to the potential glory that awaited if she could vanquish the barbarians, regardless of the malevolence of her methods. If she succeeded, she would no longer need to follow orders and might even be able to be with the one she desired. Thus, she located the source of the epidemic and forcibly administered it to the unconscious barbarian soldier. Afterward, she bribed the guards overseeing the captives, leading them to indulge in revelry in the city. On the third occasion, the captives seized an opportunity to escape the camp. The guards, having neglected their duties, faced punishment. To make amends, Yu Shuqing compensated them with silver and her homemade medicine, which could sustain a person longer in dire situations. If the injuries were merely superficial and treated promptly, the chances of recovery were significantly high. Despite receiving some assistance, the soldiers concealed Yu Shuqing's involvement. Before long, the epidemic ravaged the barbarian camp, prompting General Yale to summon physicians to find a cure. During this time, many barbarian soldiers perished, and Lady Yale inadvertently came into contact with an infected soldier, leading to her demise. Consequently, General Yale held Dr. Shen Wu accountable. Among the captives was a member of the Shen family, and General Yale executed them all, sending their severed heads to Dr. Shen Wu as a grim token. Despite the frequency of warfare, the barbarians, though at a disadvantage, proved formidable, with General Yale's prowess nearly matching that of Dr. Shen Wu. Unbeknownst to many, General Yale employed some underhanded tactics on the battlefield that resulted in Dr. Shen Wu being gravely injured. Following this, General Yale led the remaining soldiers away from the battlefield. The epidemic inflicted significant losses upon the barbarians, enabling Jiazheng to conquer city after city. The plan, though devious, circulated throughout the barracks. Determined not to ruin her hard-earned reputation, Yu Shuqing reasoned that since Dr. Shen Wu was dead, it was fitting for him to take the blame. Thus, she informed the soldiers that the scheme was a secret order from Dr. Shen Wu. While Jiazheng emerged victorious, the accolades fell upon Yu Shuqing, Wei Ziqian, and others. Completing her narrative, Yu Shuqing, eyes glistening, looked up at Wei Ziqian. Ziqian, the deaths of the Shen family are indeed connected to me. But even if they had not been captured by General Yale, they would not have survived. You know well how ruthless his methods are. Wei Ziqian could hardly fathom that the epidemic spread among the barbarian soldiers stemmed from the woman before him. He had always perceived Yu Shuqing as virtuous. Yet now it was apparent that beneath her facade lay a heart capable of cruelty, cunning, and a willingness to resort to any means to achieve her ambitions. Yu Shuqing, how could you commit such acts? How will I face you after this? Yu Shuqing lowered her gaze, her expression troubled. Ziqian, I did this in hopes of being with you. Wei Ziqian remained silent, his expression a complex mixture of emotions as he regarded her. Above them, Shen Shiyue observed that upon learning the truth, Wei Ziqian did not confront Yu Shuqing. Her gaze turned increasingly cold. Ah, the Marquis truly loves his wife, she remarked before rising to leave. Xiao Muyu furrowed his brow, displeasure evident in his eyes as he covered the roof tiles and followed her. Why does the prince follow the minister's daughter? Shen Shiyue inquired, puzzled as she turned to face him. I shall take you somewhere, Xiao Muyu replied, taking her hand and using his lightness skill to depart. Shen Shiyue made no resistance, allowing him to lead her away. Soon, they arrived at a tavern in Wangcheng. Xiao Muyu exchanged a glance with the waiter and instructed him to escort them to the upper floor. The loft, the highest point in Wangcheng, offered a panoramic view of the entire city. Standing by the window, Xiao Muyu softly addressed her. Miss Shen, I understand why you are troubled. Fear not. I shall seek justice for you. Upon our return to the capital, I will report this matter to my father and ensure the Shen family receives an explanation. Shen Shiyue narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening. Your Highness, I believe this matter is far from simple. With Wei's lady's intellect, she could not possibly conceive such a scheme. Moreover, regardless of where my parents go, my father always dispatches someone to protect them. How could they have been captured by General Yale? Upon reflection, the circumstances surrounding the Shen family are indeed fraught with suspicion. Under the watchful gaze of General Shen Wu, it seems improbable that anyone could abduct members of the Shen family. Either this individual is acquainted with Yu Shuqing, or it is merely a coincidence. However, Shen Shiyue feels that this circumstance is likely more than mere chance. The mastermind behind this act must have a motive, either obstructed by Xin Wu or driven by deep-seated enmity. Xiao Muyu turned to Shen Shiyue and inquired, Miss Shen, do you know who your father's adversaries are? Shen Shiyue furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Her father was known for his kindness, treating his subordinates as family, which should have left no room for enemies. Since Shen Shiyue's marriage to Wei Ziqian, her interactions with her family had been limited to letters, which typically conveyed only good news. It was not until the tragic news of her family's demise reached the capital that she became aware of their plight. If someone was intent on harming the Shen family, it must have been a calculated endeavor. Wei Ziqian was certainly excluded from suspicion. Despite his betrayal, he would never turn against the Shen family. As Shen Shiyue pondered these matters, a waiter entered with the prepared food and wine. Your Highness, these are the signature dishes of Qingwen Restaurant, and the wine has been aged underground for 12 years, rich and lingering in flavor, the waiter announced with reverence. Xiao Muyu surveyed the feast before him with satisfaction. Very well, you may leave now. The waiter nodded and exited, carefully closing the door behind him. Shen Shiyue raised her head, her expression grave. The one who dared to strike against the Shen family must be seeking something, whether it be promotion or wealth. Or perhaps the family possesses something he desires. Xiao Muyu uncorked the wine, and a robust aroma filled the room. There is another possibility, he added, that the one expected to profit has been preempted by another. It appeared that thorough investigation was necessary. Shen Shiyue's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. In the last battle, many had been promoted, several of whom had close ties with Xin Wu. These individuals could not be dismissed lightly. Conducting an investigation without causing a rift would likely prove quite challenging. Shen Shiyue had no trustworthy allies, and should word leak, it might alert the culprits, making the quest for truth arduous. Xiao Muyu poured 2 bowls of wine, placing one before Shen Shiyue. Miss Shen, do try this 12-year-old daughter red. Shen Shiyue lifted the bowl and took a sip, finding it indeed as the waiter described, rich and lingering, the flavor blossoming in her mouth. After finishing her bowl, she looked up and tentatively asked, Your Highness, could you assist me with a request? Noticing her bowl was empty, Xiao Muyu poured her another cup. Speak your mind. Shen Shiyue replied, I currently lack trustworthy allies to uncover who seeks to harm the Shen family. I humbly request your assistance in identifying the true culprit and avenging my family. As she spoke, she rose and bowed to Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu raised his cup and drank deeply. Why the formality? Mission? I have already assured you that I will intervene regarding the Shen family's affairs. Shen Shiyue expressed her gratitude for his willingness to help, slowly articulating her request. I hope you might deploy a trusted confidant to infiltrate the ranks of those who gained merit after the recent conflict. I will grant your request, Xiao Muyu replied. Gesturing to the seat across from him, there are no others present here. Feel free to speak openly. Shen Shiyue resumed her seat, stating that she would return to the capital to consult her father's confidants before informing him further. Very well, Xiao Muyu nodded, refilling her glass. Do not fret. Miss Shen, this matter requires careful investigation. Unless there are no foul play, traces will undoubtedly remain. Shen Shiyue raised her cup and drank it down. Since learning of the true circumstances surrounding her family's death, Shen Shiyue had been burdened with sorrow. Though she masked her emotions, a heavy heart weighed upon her. With each bowl of strong liquor, she seemed to vent her frustrations, pouring it down her throat. Observing her distress, Xiao Muyu felt an unfamiliar pang in his heart that soon dissipated. This sensation perplexed him as he pressed his hand against his chest, frowning slightly. Perhaps it was merely discomfort. Looking back at Shen Shiyue, he noticed that the wine jar was already empty. Initially, he had intended for her to help him assess the situation, but it seemed now that she was beyond that capacity. As Shen Shiyue reached for another jar of wine, Xiao Muyu frowned slightly. He had not brought her here to drown her sorrows. Yet, seeing her current state, he could not bring himself to intervene. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and served her some food. Miss Shen, I know you're feeling down. Drinking excessively is not good for your health. Please, eat something. Thank you, Your Highness, Shen Shiyue replied, continuing to drink. Half an hour passed and the table and floor were littered with 5 empty jars, leaving Xiao Muyu in a state of shock. He had never anticipated Shen Shiyue's capacity for alcohol to be so formidable. Though he had only sampled a little, he recognized the potency of the drink, which was far stronger than the average. Yet, Shen Shiyue remained remarkably sober, which was utterly astounding. Shen Shiyue shook the empty jar and, seeing it was finished, called toward the door, "Waiter, bring 10 more jars of daughter red." Shortly, the waiter returned with the wine. It was known that patrons at Qingwen restaurant rarely consumed more than 3 jars, regardless of gender. The waiter, encountering such a demand, could not help but commend. "Your Highness truly possesses a remarkable capacity." Xiao Muyu shook his head. "It is not I who drinks." He pointed at Shen Shiyue. "It is Miss Shen's impressive tolerance." "Not mine." The waiter's gaze fell upon Shen Shiyue, pausing for a moment before smiling and complimenting her, then exited the room. Ignoring the waiter, Shen Shiyue continued to drink. She thought that perhaps getting thoroughly intoxicated would ease her heartache, yet inexplicably, the more she drank, the clearer her mind became, and she felt no intoxication at all. Drinking felt as mundane as quenching her thirst. Glancing at the dimming sky, she remarked, "Your Highness, it is getting late. Shall we return?" Xiao Muyu nodded, escorting Shen Shiyue back. An hour prior, Wei Ziqian had attempted to find Shen Shiyue to clarify matters regarding Yu Shuqing. He had knocked at her door for quite some time without response. Curiously, when he tentatively pushed the door, expecting a reaction, nothing occurred, which struck him as odd. Upon entering, he found that Shen Shiyue was not there. Uncertain of her whereabouts, he waited in the courtyard's pavilion. As he sat on the stone bench, nearly dozing off, he still had not seen Shen Shiyue. Just as he was about to return to his room to rest, he heard footsteps and turned to see Xiao Muyu and Shen Shiyue entering the courtyard side by side. Wei Ziqian's expression darkened as he approached, demanding, "Your Highness, where have you taken Shiyue at this late hour?" Chapter 63. The unidentifiable illness. Before he could utter his next question, Xiao Muyu interrupted him. "Chengwu Ho, you certainly possess an audacious spirit to question me at this juncture." Wei Ziqian, realizing his error, felt his countenance darken and hastily clarified. "I did not intend to question your Highness. I am merely concerned for Shiyue." Moments ago, when he turned and beheld Xiao Muyu standing alongside Shen Shiyue, a wave of jealousy surged within him. Though he had already divorced Shen Shiyue, he could not dismiss the possibility that one day she might come to forgive him and they could remarry. This notion stemmed from the deep bond they once shared in their youth. In life, the most difficult ties to sever are those of affection. He could not believe that Shen Shiyue would so easily forget the myriad experiences they had shared. Shen Shiyue fixed her gaze on Wei Ziqian, uninterested in his words. "Your Highness, I am weary and shall return to my chambers to rest. You should also retire early." With that, she turned to leave. Wei Ziqian, feeling utterly disregarded, was about to pursue her when he felt a firm grip on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Xiao Muyu glaring at him. "What is your intention, Your Highness?" Miss Shen has made her stance abundantly clear. "Chengwu Ho, it would be wise for you to cease your pursuits." Xiao Muyu's voice bore a warning tone. Wei Ziqian sensed the hostility and furrowed his brow. "Is Your Highness threatening me?" "The only thing I find bothersome is your persistence. Miss Shen has repeatedly expressed her disinterest, yet you seem deaf to her words." Wei Ziqian's expression grew increasingly grim. "Forgive my candor, but Shiyue is a woman of tough exterior but gentle heart. Her current demeanor is merely a reaction to my past betrayal. In her heart, I hold significant importance. I implore you to refrain from meddling." Xiao Muyu scoffed. "This is the first time I have encountered a man so adept at self-deception. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of Miss Shen? Moreover, if she harbored feelings for you, would she have been so unrelenting in her actions against you? Chengwu Ho, heed my warning. Do not disturb Miss Shen again, or you shall face military consequences." Wei Ziqian's eyes darkened. "Is Your Highness acting out of personal bias?" "I am indeed acting out of bias. What can you do about it?" Xiao Muyu raised an eyebrow in provocation as he turned and strode away. "I have heard that Madame Wei has awakened. Chengwu Ho, I request that you bring your wife to see me tomorrow, preferably before noon. Should you fail to comply, you shall bear the consequences." Watching his retreating figure, Wei Ziqian clenched his hands tightly at his sides. He sensed that he had lost significance in Shen Shiyue's life, yet he was unwilling to accept it. He had merely committed the same folly that any man might. So, why would she not forgive him? The matter with Yu Shuqing had already caused him considerable distress, and now, compounded with Shen Shiyue's predicament, he found himself unable to sleep. The following day, after waking, Shen Shiyue changed her attire. After partaking in breakfast, she intended to engage in martial practice with Xiao Muyu. As she passed through the main hall, she noticed Xiao Muyu seated within, sipping tea, while Zhou Junsheng stood attentively beside him. She greeted Zhou Junsheng with a smile and then turned to Xiao Muyu, inquiring with curiosity, "Your Highness, What brings you here? Naturally, I await Chengwu Ho and his wife. Xiao Muyu replied with an indifferent expression. What of our martial practice today? She asked. You consumed copious amounts of wine yesterday. It would be prudent to rest today and resume our practice tomorrow, Xiao Muyu stated leisurely. In truth, despite having drunk heavily the previous night, Shen Shiyue felt no adverse effects. Observing Xiao Muyu's demeanor, she discerned his lack of interest in practicing today and thus acquiesced. Very well, we shall practice tomorrow. She took a seat beside him, waiting together. Prior to Shen Shiyue's arrival, Xiao Muyu had requested Zhou Junsheng to take his pulse. Upon discovering nothing amiss, he felt puzzled. Why then did he experience sensations of discomfort and a racing heart? Concerned about the recurrence of these symptoms, he instructed Zhou Junsheng to remain. Shen Shiyue noticed the platter of dried fruits, a specialty from the borderlands that Shen Wu-yi had previously brought her in abundance. Remembering those times brought a faint smile to her lips. Her beauty was naturally enchanting, and even a slight smile was enough to captivate. Xiao Muyu felt his heart race and signaled Zhou Junsheng to come forth for another pulse check. Your Highness, your health appears sound. There is no irregularity, Zhou Junsheng remarked, somewhat exasperated. Xiao Muyu frowned, clearly skeptical of his assessment. If I am truly well, why then do I experience these unusual sensations? Zhou Junsheng withdrew his hand. If your Highness doubts my word, perhaps Miss Shen could provide an examination? Shen Shiyue, while enjoying the dried fruits, looked up at this suggestion. What ailment plagues your Highness? Occasional palpitations. Xiao Muyu hesitated before revealing. I shall assist your Highness, Shen Shiyue offered, extending her hand to take his pulse. After a considerable time elapsed, she smiled and said, Physician Zhou's diagnosis is indeed accurate. Your Highness's health is without issue. Is that so? Perhaps I have been overthinking, Xiao Muyu replied sheepishly, waving off Zhou Junsheng. After Zhou Junsheng bowed and exited the hall, Wei Ziqian entered, supporting Yu Shuqing, who struggled to stand due to her previous injury. Her gaze fell upon Shen Shiyue. Wei Ziqian clasped his fists in salute. I beg your Highness's pardon. My wife is unwell and cannot properly greet you. Xiao Muyu paid him no mind, his focus on Yu Shuqing. Because of your actions, 1,000 soldiers have perished. Did you incite them to follow your commands without my permission? Yu Shuqing. Do you plead guilty? Yu Shuqing's face, already pale, turned ashen at his words. Despite her preparation prior to their arrival, bolstered by Wei Ziqian's assurances of protection, fear gripped her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. I confess my wrongdoing, yet I acted out of concern for Jiazheng. Upon hearing of the defeat of the barbarian tribes and General Yi Lu's retreat, I thought that capturing him would yield greater benefits for Jiazheng, prompting my impulsive actions. Chapter 64. The couple faces punishment immediately. Wei Ziqian interjected, Your Highness, my wife has already faced punishment. I am willing to offer my military merits to offset her transgressions. I hope you might consider her youth and be lenient. Shen Shiyue cast a cold glance at the pair. You possess an audacious spirit, my lord. Do you truly believe that your military exploits and your wife's current plight can absolve the deaths of those 1,000 soldiers? Furthermore, the predicament your wife finds herself in is a consequence of her own actions, while those soldiers are now lost forever. Your concern for your wife is understandable. But have you considered the anguish of the families of those soldiers upon learning of their loved one's demise on the battlefield? Xiao Muyu scrutinized Yu Shuqing, observing her unsteady stance, which indicated the severity of her injuries. Wei Ziqian was taken aback by Shen Shiyue's sudden antagonism towards Yu Shuqing at such a moment. However, upon reflection, Shen Shiyue's words rang true. 1,000 soldiers had perished. Due to Yu Shuqing's actions, 1,000 lives were lost. Even though her intentions were to capture General Yi Lu, a mistake remains a mistake. Xiao Muyu's lips curled slightly as he addressed her. Yu Shuqing, in the current military camp, all must heed my commands. Did you consult me before undertaking such actions? His cold voice reverberated throughout the hall. The guilty party had acknowledged her wrongdoing. Whatever punishment the prince deemed fit, she would accept. Yu Shuqing lowered her head, speaking each word deliberately. Upon receiving the news initially, she had not given it much thought, only yearning for merit, hoping that once she succeeded, no one would dare belittle her at the Marquis of Wu's residence. The outcome she faced was indeed of her own making, a point she did not contest. To defy me, to unilaterally mobilize troops, resulting in the deaths of 1,000 soldiers. Each of these charges alone is sufficient to warrant your execution, Xiao Muyu stated with a frosty demeanor. Moreover, Your selfishness has led to the annihilation of the Shen family, leaving only Miss Shen to bear the aftermath. The weight of his words caused Yu Shuqing's legs to weaken. Had it not been for Wei Ziqian's support, she might have collapsed. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she glanced at Wei Ziqian, her eyes silently inquiring whether he had informed Xiao Muyu of the Shen family's tragedy. Wei Ziqian shook his head vigorously, his gaze filled with concern for Shen Shiyue. If she learned of this matter, they would likely lose any chance of reconciliation in the future. She pressed her lips together, admitting only to the unauthorized troop mobilization, pleading with the prince not to impose unfounded accusations upon her regarding the Shen family. At this juncture, her audacity to deflect blame astonished Shen Shiyue, who could not help but applaud her composure despite the gravity of her actions. You seem unaware that among the prisoners captured this time, one knows the truth of the matter, Shen Shiyue remarked. Yu Shuqing's pupils constricted in fear as she instinctively took 2 steps back. Shuqing, your condition is still fragile. It would be wise not to move unnecessarily. Wei Ziqian advised, his expression laced with worry. Xiao Muyu spoke with gravity. As for the Shen family, upon our return to the capital, I shall report to my father to ensure justice is served. However, regarding your unilateral troop mobilization, leading to the demise of those 1,000 lives, if this matter is not addressed, how can I command respect? Wei Ziqian cast a worried glance at Yu Shuqing, his brow furrowed deeply. Your Highness, my wife has yet to recover. In her current state, she cannot withstand such punishment. He offered to take her place, hoping the prince would acquiesce. Given Yu Shuqing's severe injuries, any physical punishment could be fatal. She was indeed detestable. Yet there were still no leads on the true perpetrator behind the Shen family's tragedy. If she were merely a pawn of someone more sinister, it would complicate matters further. Xiao Muyu turned to Wei Ziqian. Since the Marquis of Wu is willing to accept punishment on her behalf, I shall oblige. Very well, considering your injuries, I shall sentence you to 200 military lashes. Do you accept this? His gaze returned to Yu Shuqing. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the prince. 200 lashes? Even the strongest of individuals would find such punishment grievous. To endure 200 could mean losing half one's life or worse. Was Xiao Muyu intent on condemning Wei Ziqian to death? Disregarding her injuries, she fell to her knees, declaring, I, the guilty party, willingly accept full responsibility. This matter bears no relation to the Marquis. I implore your Highness not to direct your ire towards him. Wei Ziqian was taken aback by her submission. Your Highness, my wife is still unwell, and she is but a woman. She cannot endure 200 lashes. He reminded the prince of his previous promise to accept punishment in her stead, arguing that a gentleman's word is not easily broken. Their exchange grew increasingly urgent, as if they were attempting to pressure Xiao Muyu into sparing them both. His expression darkened. Are you two attempting to compel me to let one of you go unpunished? As he spoke, the temperature in the room seemed to drop, his gaze growing menacing. Yu Shuqing shook her head fervently. I hold no such intention. My actions alone led to the deaths of 1,000 soldiers. I deserve to be punished. Wei Ziqian's brow furrowed further, worry etched across his face as he observed her. With her injuries, even 100 lashes could prove fatal. As husband and wife, we are one. Even if I did not partake in this, I should still share in her punishment. Xiao Muyu turned to Shen Shiyue. Miss Shen, how do you propose we deal with Yu Shuqing? Her gaze shifted between Yu Shuqing and Wei Ziqian, contemplating. How about this? 50 lashes for Madame Wei and 150 for the Marquis. Pleased with her suggestion, Xiao Muyu replied, we shall proceed as Miss Shen has advised. Both Yu Shuqing and Wei Ziqian were concerned for one another, wishing to voice their thoughts, but Xiao Muyu would not grant them the opportunity. Take them away to receive their punishment, he commanded. Then he added, oh, and Yu Shuqing, with each lash you receive, offer an apology to the 1,000 fallen soldiers. If you fail to do so, it shall not count. The soldiers led Wei Ziqian and Yu Shuqing away to face their sentences. Xiao Muyu glanced at Shen Shiyue, suggesting, Miss Shen, shall we go and observe? She nodded, rising to follow him as they made their way to the military camp. Yu Shuqing and Wei Ziqian knelt on the platform, surrounded by soldiers, many of whom were friends of the slain, glaring at Yu Shuqing with venomous disdain and hurling insults. As Xiao Muyu and Shen Shiyue arrived, the cacophony of curses ceased, yet the soldiers' eyes bore a vengeful intensity as they fixated on Yu Shuqing. Initially, Wei Ziqian was particularly concerned for her. Each lash that fell upon her was met with his pained expression, his face paling as he felt as though his spine might shatter under the blows. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed tight enough to crush a mosquito, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Perhaps due to Yu Shuqing's need to apologize. The strikes seemed slower. Enduring her own injuries, she was oblivious to the soldiers' glares, wishing only for the torment to end swiftly. After 75 lashes, Wei Ziqian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his back a bloody mess, the stench of iron saturating the air. On the surface, Xiaomuyu remained focused on their punishment, but his peripheral vision remained on Shen Shiyue, gauging her reaction. For reasons unknown, he felt a flicker of joy seeing her unperturbed. Shen Shiyue stood with her arms crossed, watching them endure their punishment with a calm demeanor. Her attention primarily on Yu Shuqing. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not allow Yu Shuqing to be beaten to death. As the sun cast warm rays, she found it somewhat glaring and turned to Xiaomuyu, suggesting, "Your Highness, perhaps we should move to the shade of the trees." Xiaomuyu nodded in agreement, and they retreated to the cool shade together. Due to the distance from the soldiers, they spoke in hushed tones. "I am uncertain whether that wretched woman, Yu Shuqing, has bewitched Lord Chengwuho, compelling him to willingly endure punishment alongside her. It is my belief that the Lord should have dismissed her long ago. Such a calamity, if allowed to linger, could eventually bring about the downfall of the entire Ho residence. I recall that Miss Shen was originally the Lord's wife. Why is it now that he finds himself with her instead? You may not be aware, but the situation unfolded thus. Several soldiers disclosed everything they knew regarding Wei Ziqian. In light of recent events, many soldiers harbored a deep-seated loathing for Yu Shuqing, and upon learning of her willingness to bear an aphrodisiac, they found such a woman utterly repugnant. Some soldiers even entertained murderous thoughts against her. Just then, Shen Shiyue noticed a soldier in the crowd reaching for a dagger at his waist. Instantly, she sensed the impending danger. "Your Highness, I shall investigate," she declared, rushing forward before Xiaomuyu could utter a word. Before the soldier could ascend the platform, she seized his wrist, her voice cold as she demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Upon seeing Shen Shiyue, the soldier's grip loosened, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. "Miss Shen, he stammered. "Are you attempting to murder someone in the presence of His Highness?" Shen Shiyue pressed again. The soldier bowed his head, his brow furrowed, his expression torn with conflict. Shen Shiyue continued, "Have you forgotten the military order that forbids harming others without permission? I understand your heart aches for your fallen brother. But you must also recognize that following Madame Wei in pursuit of General Yelu was his own choice. His Highness has already enforced military law upon Madame Wei. Moreover, those responsible for your brother's death are the detestable barbarian tribes. If you truly seek vengeance, you ought to take it to the battlefield and slay more enemies, rather than targeting her." As she spoke, she deliberately raised her voice to dissuade the other soldiers from contemplating harm against Yu Shuqing. All eyes turned to Shen Shiyue. It is worth noting that previously, when Yu Shuqing rallied the soldiers, she did not force them to comply. Those who chose to follow her either trusted her judgment or sought glory. Though Yu Shuqing remained alive, she had suffered greatly at the hands of the barbarians and was currently enduring punishment. Seeing that the soldiers were hesitant to act, Shen Shiyue loosened her grip and surveyed the crowd, noticing that some still bore murderous intent. If their thoughts were not quelled now, even if they refrained from action at present, the repercussions would be dire. In truth, she desired to eliminate Yu Shuqing more than anyone else. But now was not the time. She pressed on. "If any of you were to kill her today, you might feel a fleeting satisfaction. Yet you would also face military retribution. Is it worth sacrificing everything for a criminal? Consider your loved ones awaiting your return at home. Is she truly worth it?" The remaining soldier's bloodlust dissipated almost instantaneously. For such a woman, it was indeed not worth it. Shen Shiyue turned to Xiaomuyu, stating, "Moreover, His Highness, the Prince of Ling, is fair and just. He would never act out of favoritism. He will handle this matter." The soldiers suddenly awakened to the realization that they nearly jeopardized their futures for a woman of ill repute. The soldier standing before Shen Shiyue bowed his head in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss Shen. Had you not intervened, I might have committed a grave error." Shen Shiyue smiled faintly, remaining silent. Suddenly, a soldier's voice resounded from the platform. "Not good. Madame Wei has fainted." Shen Shiyue turned to see Yu Shuqing pale and collapsed on the stage, cold sweat pouring from her face. Her once white gown now stained crimson. She rushed over to check Yu Shuqing's pulse and assess her condition. The soldiers looked to Yu Shuqing and asked, "Your Highness, shall we continue?" Wei Ziqian glanced at the unconscious Yu Shuqing, filled with concern, yet he was too preoccupied to assist her at that moment. Xiao Muyu furrowed his brow. How many more strikes remain? The soldier replied, 16 strikes have been dealt. 34 remain. Xiao Muyu's gaze fell upon Shen Shiyue.
Miss Shen, how is she?
Is it serious? Shen Shiyue's expression darkened. Her body had not yet recovered, and after enduring these blows, she had reached her limit. If the punishment continued, it would likely cost her life. Recognizing that she still had other uses, Shen Shiyue was reluctant to let her perish at this juncture. She proposed, Your Highness, I believe it would be prudent to send her for treatment first. Once she has recuperated, we can resume the punishment. What do you think? With no better options available. Xiao Muyu nodded in agreement. Very well, proceed as you suggest. Take Madame Wei to receive treatment. Shen Shiyue cast a glance at the soldiers and instructed. You may go now. They immediately moved to lift Yu Shuqing. Wei Ziqian, who had lost consciousness, opened his eyes with great difficulty and weakly uttered, Your Highness, I shall take the remaining 34 strikes on behalf of my wife. Chapter 66. Kneeling upon arrival witnessing Wei Ziqian, nearly at death's door yet still willing to endure punishment for Yu Shuqing, Shen Shiyue was momentarily taken aback. The Lord truly cared for his wife. However, she glanced at Xiao Muyu. The command had already been given and could not be changed. Before Wei Ziqian could speak further, she addressed Xiao Muyu. Your Highness, I shall check on Madame Wei. Xiao Muyu, having anticipated her next move, replied, Go ahead. Wei Ziqian's gaze followed Shen Shiyue's retreating figure. Recalling the image of Shen Wui being executed, guilt welled up within him, and he weakly murmured, I am sorry. As consciousness slipped away, he felt his eyelids growing heavier until they finally closed, leaving him unaware of anything further. The soldiers, witnessing his collapse, hurried to inform Xiao Muyu, Your Highness, Cheng Wuho has fainted. Shall we continue? Xiao Muyu lifted his lips slightly. Continue. The soldiers froze momentarily before raising their military clubs and striking down heavily. Blood splattered until they finally ceased after inflicting 150 blows. Xiao Muyu dismissively waved his hand, instructing them to carry Wei Ziqian away. Once he left, the soldiers began to murmur among themselves. Typically, even in cases of military punishment, the moment a person loses consciousness, it ceases. Why is His Highness showing no mercy today? Indeed, it is rather peculiar. You do not understand. His Highness is avenging Miss Shen. Revenge for personal grievances? What nonsense. This is not revenge. It is a matter of gratitude. Remember, His Highness was poisoned, and Miss Shen traveled great distances from the capital to save him. Were it not for her, he might have perished at that vile woman's hands. Some individuals truly lack self-awareness, believing themselves to be adept healers when in fact they possess little skill. In the room, Zhou Juanqing's expression darkened upon seeing Yu Shuqing being carried in. He approached to check her pulse, his eyes dimming as he realized she was on the brink of death. What is the point of bringing her here? She should be discarded at the mass grave. The soldiers, upon learning of Yu Shuqing's impending death, could hardly contain their joy. Indeed, Dr. Zhou, we shall dispose of her at once. As she entered the courtyard, Shen Shiyue spotted 2 soldiers carrying Yu Shuqing outside. She paused for a moment, perplexed, and inquired, What is the meaning of this? The doctor says she is beyond saving and has ordered us to dispose of her at the mass grave. The soldiers replied upon recognizing Shen Shiyue. Shen Shiyue furrowed her brows, raising her hand to gesture towards the room, instructing the soldiers to carry the person inside. Declaring her intent to heal, the soldiers, who had previously felt fortunate and in good spirits, instantly wore glum expressions. Despite their reluctance, they ultimately complied with Shen Shiyue's command, lifting Yu Shuqing and proceeding into the room. Upon seeing the person being brought back, Zhou Juanqing was momentarily taken aback. But the sight of a familiar figure quickly clarified the situation for him. The soldiers laid the individual on the bed before exiting the room. Zhou Juanqing pointed at the barely breathing Yu Shuqing and incredulously inquired, Miss Shen, she is half a step into the gates of hell. How can you possibly save her? Why not? Shen Shiyue replied with an impassive expression, advancing to treat Yu Shuqing. As she deftly administered acupuncture and bandaged the wounds, Zhou Juanqing watched in astonishment, exclaiming, Is that even possible? Although he was already aware of Shen Shiyue's extraordinary medical skills, this moment expanded his understanding considerably. It was clear that Yu Shuqing was clinging to life by a thread. Once that thread snapped, her demise was inevitable. Indeed, it is possible. Perhaps to allow Zhou Juanqing a clear view, Shen Shiyue deliberately slowed her pace. Despite her measured movements, she was capable of saving Yu Shuqing. Zhou Junqing's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze fixated on her, afraid to blink lest he miss a crucial detail. When the procedure concluded, he felt as though he had been reborn. In comparison to Shen Shiyue, his own medical prowess seemed trivial. The embarrassment of recalling his earlier arrogance washed over him, but he was grateful that Shen Shiyue bore no grudges. He couldn't help but imagine that had Shen Shiyue been a man, she might have surpassed even the renowned Shen Wei. She is fine now. Just ensure she is well cared for. With that, Shen Shiyue turned to leave. Zhou Junqing, now aware of the circumstances surrounding Shen Shiyue and her family, regarded her departing figure with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Why save someone who had committed so many wrongdoings? Shen Shiyue offered no extensive explanation, simply stating, she cannot die yet. After departing, Shen Shiyue returned to her quarters to peruse medical texts and seek tranquility. She reflected on her earlier treatment of Yu Shuqing, recalling how she had repeatedly felt the urge to use her silver needles to end her life. As a healer, harboring thoughts of harm during treatment was unacceptable. Had she not exercised considerable restraint, Yu Shuqing would have already descended into the abyss. Exhaling deeply, she sought to recalibrate her state of mind. While she was capable of taking a life, she must never do so while healing another. In the following days, Shen Shiyue's reputation flourished within the military camp. Renowned for her exceptional medical skills, beauty, and kindness, she was said to possess martial prowess comparable to Xiao Muyu, earning her the title of Bodhisattva War God. When this news reached Xiao Muyu's ears, he couldn't help but chuckle. Many soldiers struggled with literacy, yet they managed to devise such a title, which spoke volumes. However, as he pondered further, the smile faded from his lips. The cold-faced Yama and the Bodhisattva War God seemed a peculiar pair. 5 days later, Yu Shuqing awoke, surveying her surroundings to find herself in a room. Due to her injuries, she could only lie on her stomach. Ziqian, Zhou Junqing coldly glanced at her, stop calling. He hasn't woken. What has happened to him? Yu Shuqing asked anxiously. He endured 150 military lashes. It's a miracle he is still alive. Yu Shuqing's complexion turned ashen, her eyes filled with concern. She had never intended for Wei Ziqian to bear her punishment, and she struggled to rise from the bed. I must see him. Zhou Junqing ignored her, preoccupied with preparing the medicinal herbs he might need. Even the slightest movement caused Yu Shuqing excruciating pain, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. In desperation, she implored, Dr. Zhou, could you assist me in visiting Ziqian? I am under no obligation to help you. Zhou Junqing flatly refused. With no alternative, Yu Shuqing gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she forced herself to shift. After much effort, she finally sat up. But as she prepared to stand, a sharp pain shot through her knee, causing her to collapse to the floor with a thud. Shen Shiyue entered just in time to witness this scene, her icy voice ringing out, I have only just arrived, and yet you, Madam Wei, are already bestowing such grand gestures upon me. Is it perhaps due to a guilty conscience? As Yu Shuqing looked up, she was met with the face she loathed most. What are you doing here? Why can't I be here, Madam Wei? Shen Shiyue stepped closer, towering over her with a provocative glint in her eyes. The humiliation of kneeling before someone she detested was unbearable for Yu Shuqing. She struggled to rise, but often, the more one hurried, the more difficult the task became. After several futile attempts, her pallor deepened. Do not forget, I am also a physician within this camp, Shen Shiyue's melodic voice rang out again. Moreover, had it not been for your actions, Wei Ziqian would not be in the state of unconsciousness. Yu Shuqing felt dizzy with rage, her mind swirling. She realized that Shen Shiyue was deliberately trying to provoke her. Adjusting her mindset, she pondered, is Miss Shen here to seek retribution or to defend Ziqian? With great difficulty, she managed to rise, fixing her gaze on Shen Shiyue with a defiant glare. Even if I am now tainted, Ziqian will never abandon me. Our bond over the years surpasses your connection with him. What is the value of time spent together if it cannot withstand the test of adversity? Shen Shiyue observed through narrowed eyes, letting out a light laugh, though a chilling light flickered within her gaze. She raised her hand and firmly grasped Yu Shuqing's neck, applying pressure to lift her off the ground. You still dare to provoke me? I must commend your audacity. With a mere exertion of force, I could end your life. Yu Shuqing felt as though she were suffocating, her face turning crimson, struggling for breath. Even in her torment, she defiantly retorted, if you have the courage, then kill me. If I die, Ziqian will resent you for eternity, and you will be forever fated to be apart. Shen Shiyue's expression twisted with disdain as she forcefully tossed Yu Shuqing back onto the ground. The still healing wounds tore open anew, causing Yu Shuqing to grimace in pain. Sweat glistening on her brow. Zhou Junsheng, engrossed in his preparations, appeared oblivious to her plight as she suffered under Shen Shiyue's oppression. With great difficulty, Yu Shuqing gasped for air, her body racked with violent breaths, tears of anguish spilling from her eyes. Shen Shiyue could not fathom Yu Shuqing's thought process. Nor could she comprehend why Yu Shuqing still harbored feelings for Wei Ziqian when she had made her disdain abundantly clear. With a slight frown of irritation, Shen Shiyue approached Yu Shuqing, stepping on her hand. Madam Wei, who orchestrated your involvement in the Shen family matters. The affairs of the Shen family were no longer a secret, and in a moment of defiance, Yu Shuqing tilted her head back and laughed heartily. No wonder you, Miss Shen, hesitated to deal harshly with me. You seek the truth. A malicious glimmer danced in her eyes, and her smile twisted sinisterly. If you wish to know, then kneel and beg me. Intermittent cruelty has claimed the lives of the Shen family, yet they dare to boast here, truly courting death. A fierce determination flickered across Shen Shiyue's face. Yu Shuqing, do not presume upon my patience. As she spoke, her foot pressed down forcefully on the back of Yu Shuqing's hand. Despite having her tendon severed, Yu Shuqing endured the torment. For pain was a far lesser fate compared to the indignities she suffered at the hands of barbarian soldiers in her cell. More importantly, the man she longed for was not far away, witnessing every agonizing moment. The mere thought sent an uncomfortable shiver through her. She let out a sharp laugh, mocking Shen Shiyue for her cowardice in taking action. Do you truly believe that I would cower before you? Yes, I cannot kill you now. But I have myriad ways to make your existence a living hell. Shen Shiyue produced a vial of poison from her bosom, uncapped it, and forcefully poured its contents into Yu Shuqing's mouth. With her injuries rendering her powerless, Yu Shuqing could do little but submit to Shen Shiyue's whims. To ensure she swallowed, Shen Shiyue covered her mouth and nose. Only when she saw the motion of swallowing did she relent. She pried Yu Shuqing's lips apart, inspecting her carefully. A satisfied smile crept onto her face as she declared, "This is a poison of my own concoction. As long as you are wounded, the pain will only intensify each night. You still have the remaining military punishment to face. The prince has decreed that execution will commence once you recover. Whenever you feel the urge to speak, send for me, and I shall provide the antidote. Of course, should you choose to remain obstinate, you may very well take your secrets to the grave. Rest assured, as soon as your wounds heal, I shall be there to inflict further harm." With those words, Shen Shiyue turned to leave. However, she paused to glance back at Yu Shuqing, adding, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The pain will escalate at regular intervals until you are driven to death's door. But do not worry, I will not grant you that release." Yu Shuqing's complexion paled visibly. She took her pulse, confirming that apart from a slight weakness, she was otherwise intact. Could it be that Shen Shiyue's words were merely meant to instill fear? It seemed plausible. That night, Yu Shuqing experienced a torment that felt worse than death itself. She screamed in agony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, yet curiously, as she neared the abyss, her mind remained uncharacteristically clear. This perplexed her. The pain was unbearable. If it persisted, she feared she would indeed perish from it. She turned to Zhou Junsheng, pleading, "Dr. Zhou, please help me. I beg you. I am in such pain. You are a physician. Surely you cannot stand by and watch me suffer to death." Zhou Junsheng, having dedicated the past few days to studying Shen Shiyue's methods of treatment, was utterly fatigued and sought rest. Yet Yu Shuqing's cries disrupted his sleep, and with a furrowed brow, he approached her. Initially, Yu Shuqing believed he had come to assist her, but to her shock, he seized a nearby cloth and forcibly stuffed it into her mouth, binding it tightly with a knot. Reduced to muffled sounds, she watched in desperation as he turned to leave. Grabbing his robe, her tear-filled eyes pleaded for mercy. In contrast to what one might expect, Zhou Junsheng felt no compassion. In his eyes, all were equal. He cast a cold glance at Yu Shuqing, shrugged off her grasp, and departed. The poison was administered by Shen Shiyue. She had assured him that Yu Shuqing would not die so swiftly, so he felt no concern for her. After exiting the room, he returned to his quarters to rest. Thus, the torment continued for 3 days, each moment more excruciating than the last. In a desperate attempt to alleviate her suffering, Yu Shuqing endeavored to create an antidote for herself. However, due to the severe pain from her injuries, she could barely manage a few moments of activity each day. Despite trying various methods, she could not concoct the antidote. She was baffled by Shen Shiyue's methods. If this continued, she feared she would be bettered long after the war had ended. Meanwhile, Shen Shiyue would occasionally observe Yu Shuqing from the rooftop, expecting her to succumb to despair. To her surprise, Yu Shuqing continued to endure. Such resilience was a rarity indeed, yet Shen Shiyue's malicious intent clouded her judgment. The following day, Xiao Muyu led troops against the barbarians, with Shen Shiyue at his side. They fought fiercely on the battlefield, dispatching enemy soldiers in quick succession until they breached the city walls. Lin Yiqian, witnessing their seamless coordination, was astonished. These two were indeed a perfect match. A prince so skilled in both literature and martial arts deserved a partner like Shen Shiyue. Upon entering the city, they found the barbarian soldiers had retreated, leaving only severely wounded individuals and common folk. Observing the pale, ragged citizens, Shen Shiyue frowned. "Your Highness, what do you intend to do with these barbarian people? Will you take them as captives, or eliminate them to prevent future threats?" Typically, when Shen Shiyue posed a question, she already held an answer in her mind. Xiao Muyu replied, "What does Miss Shen suggest I do with these citizens?" Perhaps due to their increasing interactions, Shen Shiyue sensed that Xiao Muyu was devoid of arrogance. He treated his soldiers with fairness. She had heard tales of him sharing the same hardships as his men, enduring alongside them through the most trying times. When his soldiers faltered, he would lend his strength. He was unlike any other member of the royal family she had encountered. Previously, she had thought the royal family lacked empathy, prioritizing power and status above all. Yet here was Xiao Muyu, placing citizens and soldiers alike at the forefront of his concerns. This was the reason she found him increasingly agreeable. The conflicts between nations were not the concern of the common people. "I believe your Highness should not treat them as captives." Xiao Muyu nodded. "It seems our thoughts align. Miss Shen, in warfare, to strike against powerless and unarmed civilians was indeed cruel, an act Xiao Muyu could never condone." At that moment, Wei Ziqian awakened, surveying his surroundings before slowly rising from the bed. A slight movement sent pain coursing through his back, causing him to grimace as the veins on his forehead throbbed. He could not shake the feeling that he had been asleep for an eternity. "You have finally awakened." Zhou Junxing entered, carrying an assortment of medicine bottles. He displayed a hint of displeasure upon seeing Wei Ziqian conscious. He could have left with the army, but due to the calamity that was Wei Ziqian and Yu Shuqing, he had been left behind in the city. "Dr. Zhou," Wei Ziqian mumbled, still dazed. The image of Yu Shuqing collapsing flashed in his mind, prompting him to urgently inquire, "Where is my wife? Why is she not here?" "Rest assured, she is fine." Zhou Junsheng walked over and placed the plate on the table. "Where is she now?" "I want to see her," Wei Ziqian said anxiously. "Wait until I change your medicine, and then I will take you to see her." Wei Ziqian nodded in agreement, and after Zhou Junsheng replaced his medication, he immediately took him to meet Yu Shuqing. Previously, in the barbarian army camp, Yu Shuqing had already lost considerable weight, and now her cheeks were sunken, leaving her devoid of vitality. "Shuqing, what happened to you?" Wei Ziqian asked with deep concern as he gazed at her. Yu Shuqing opened her mouth, her voice hoarse and lacking the sweetness it once had. "Ziqian, you finally came to see me." Upon witnessing her state, Wei Ziqian's expression drastically changed. "What on earth happened to you? How did you become like this?" In immense pain, Yu Shuqing struggled to recount everything that had transpired. Wei Ziqian's brow furrowed tightly, his eyes darkening as he absorbed the shocking events that had unfolded during his unconsciousness. Shen Shiyue had the audacity to treat Yu Shuqing with such cruelty. Truly, the heart of a woman can be the most vicious. This cannot continue. If this torment persists, Yu Shuqing will inevitably face dire consequences. Thus, he turned and strode outside. He collided with Zhou Junsheng, who was entering. Noticing Wei Ziqian's anxious demeanor, Zhou Junsheng couldn't help but inquire, "What's wrong?" Upon seeing Zhou Junsheng, Wei Ziqian seized his collar. "Dr. Zhou, I ask you, is it Shiyue's doing that Shuqing has become like this?"
Yes.
Before Zhou Junsheng could finish his words, Wei Ziqian dashed out. Zhou Junsheng turned to watch Wei Ziqian's retreating figure, his brow knitted and his expression darkened. Currently, Shen Shiyue was leading troops alongside Xiao Muyu. What was Wei Ziqian intending to do? His injuries had yet to heal. If he insisted on heading to the battlefield, he would either perish or fall into unconsciousness. Zhou Junsheng re-entered the room, casting a puzzled glance at Yu Shuqing. "Madam Yu, I truly do not comprehend your thoughts." Now that Chen Wuho is in a position of power, are you truly wishing for his demise? Yu Shuqing turned to look at him, her pale face reflecting confusion.
Dr. Zhou, what do you mean by that?
I do not understand. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that she was no longer in pain. Prompting Zhou Junsheng to tenderly explain the situation to her. The previously untroubled Yu Shuqing instantly became frantic. She no longer cared about the pain. Focused solely on the need for Wei Ziqian to return. In her desperation, she fell heavily to the ground. The last time she had sought Zhou Junsheng's assistance, he had ignored her. After a long pause, she could no longer contain herself. Dr. Zhou, please stop Ziqian, hurry. Chapter 69. The mindless scoundrel. The last time she had called for help, Zhou Junsheng had disregarded her. She had hoped this time he would comply. Zhou Junsheng cast a cold glance her way. I am a physician, not your household manager. Why should I go just because you ask me to? Yu Shuqing was infuriated. Her expression darkening. Had she been in good health, she would never have resorted to begging for help. Shen Shiyue was walking with Xiao Muyu on the street when Wei Ziqian's voice rang out from behind. Shen Shiyue. They both stopped and turned. Wei Ziqian dismounted and stood before Shen Shiyue, first bowing to Xiao Muyu. I have seen His Highness, the Prince of Ling rise. Xiao Muyu replied with a cold demeanor. Shen Shiyue scrutinized him, noting his disheveled appearance and the unpleasant odor emanating from him. She couldn't help but frown. The Marquis has just awakened. Did you come rushing to find me for something important? Just as she was about to speak, Wei Ziqian suddenly recalled something. On several occasions when he had conversed with Shen Shiyue, Xiao Muyu had been present. Given Xiao Muyu's status, he had to be cautious with his words. His brow furrowed in concern. Shiyue, I have a private matter I wish to discuss with you. Could we speak over there? He gestured towards a nearby alley. Xiao Muyu's expression darkened immediately. His eyes narrowed in displeasure as he fixed his gaze on Wei Ziqian. Since arriving at the frontier, every time he sought Shen Shiyue, it had not ended well. A private matter? What private matter could he possibly have with Shen Shiyue? The more he pondered, the darker his expression became. Akin to a pot of ash. Shen Shiyue frowned slightly. Is there something that cannot be said here? This is a matter between us. With the prince present, it is not appropriate to discuss it. Wei Ziqian awkwardly stated, implying that Xiao Muyu was an outsider. No worries, the prince is not an outsider. Shen Shiyue replied leisurely. From the moment Wei Ziqian hurried over, she had already guessed the nature of the matter. Her words instantly caused Xiao Muyu to smile, his mood lifting considerably. Wei Ziqian's brow furrowed deeply, feeling as if he could crush a mosquito. How long had he been unconscious? Why did it seem that in Shen Shiyue's mind, Xiao Muyu was no longer an outsider? Thinking of Yu Shuqing's current condition, he steeled himself to speak. Shiyue, the troubles with the Shen family were indeed caused by Shuqing, but she has already paid the price. Furthermore, the true culprits behind the Shen family's demise are the barbarian enemy troops. This has nothing to do with Shuqing. I implore you, for my sake, to spare her. Shen Shiyue could not help but let out a cold laugh. For your sake? How much do you believe your face is worth? Marquis, do not forget. We no longer share the bonds of the past. Why should I grant you any favor? While it is true that Madame Wei indirectly caused the Shen family's demise, had she not acted as she did, perhaps my father and the others would still be alive. Her eyes narrowed, veins of resentment spreading within her. She simply could not fathom why Wei Ziqian would utter such words. It must be noted that Shen Wei had provided him with numerous insights. Without the Shen family, how could he have risen to the rank of general so swiftly? Xiao Muyu stood with his hands behind his back, his deep voice carrying a chilling current. Chen Wuho is truly amusing. Shen Wei was indirectly harmed by her paramour, yet you plead for her. Do not forget, without the Shen family with your abilities, you would be at most a 1,000-man commander. Your paramour has built her achievements upon the bones of the Shen family, yet now you seek mercy for her. Wei Ziqian, you possess remarkable audacity. Shen Shiyue coldly replied, the fate that has befallen Yu Shuqing is merely the consequence of her own actions. But the Shen family is already dead, and Yu Shuqing is still alive. Wei Ziqian's words gradually lost their strength. He began to doubt whether he should have come to plead for mercy with Shen Shiyue. So the Marquis believes that once a person is dead, there is no need for vengeance? Shen Shiyue's eyes narrowed, a fierce light igniting within them. I hope that one day, the entirety of the Marquis household will be extinguished, leaving only you alive, and you will still utter such words. Disinterested in continuing the conversation with Wei Ziqian, Shen Shiyue turned to Xiao Muyu. Your Highness, let us go over there to take a look. Xiao Muyu nodded. departing with her. Wei Ziqian remained behind, his expression exceedingly grim, at a loss for what to do. Did he truly err? He had sensed the growing distance between himself and Shen Shiyue, and now it felt even more pronounced. He lowered his head, letting out a long sigh. Utterly unsure of how to proceed, he suddenly recalled something, swiftly turning to mount his horse and ride back. Upon returning to the City of Delusions, within the general's residence, Yu Shuqing sat in a room, her eyes vacant as she stared at the beams above. She felt that, apart from suffering, her remaining life held nothing else. When Wei Ziqian entered, he questioned her, "Yu Shuqing, who is it that compelled you to act thus?" Turning to face him, her expression was one of anguish. "Ziqian, what are you saying? Who is the mastermind behind you?" Wei Ziqian pressed again. Yu Shuqing remained silent, merely shaking her head. Wei Ziqian felt a piercing pain in his head. Even now, he refused to speak. "For you, I have sought Shiyue time and again, causing her heartache. If you do not confess, I shall no longer concern myself with your fate." He regretted his actions, having forsaken the one he cherished for a woman. Why had he acted so foolishly? Yu Shuqing opened her mouth, struggling to recount the events. As night descended, when Shen Shiyue returned to her room, she spotted a familiar figure kneeling at the door from afar. As if sensing her gaze, the person turned and said, "Shiyue, I am sorry, it was my fault. I should not have said that before. Your father has shown me great kindness, helping me repeatedly on the battlefield, yet I—" The thought of her father's plea to release Yu Shuqing made Shen Shiyue laugh mockingly. How absurd it was. She couldn't help but click her tongue at the duplicity of this man. "Shiyue, I saw how pitiful Shuqing was, and that is why I apologize. I truly understand my mistake. Please forgive me this once." Wei Ziqian's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with regret. Observing his earnest apology, Shen Shiyue could not suppress a laugh. "You feel sympathy for her? Yet there are countless pitiful souls in this world. Why do you not extend your compassion to them?" Chapter 70. No mastermind behind it to pity all under heaven. Even a living bodhisattva could scarcely achieve such a feat. Wei Ziqian lowered his head, struggling to find retort, uncertain of how to placate Shen Shiyue's ire. As she approached the door, she pushed it open, intent on entering without acknowledging him. "Shiyue, Shuqing has been tortured beyond recognition. I have questioned her today. The epidemic was her own idea. She believed it would cause chaos in the barbarian camp, and no one instigated her. Even if you do not believe her, you must trust me." Fearing Shen Shiyue would enter without hearing him out, Wei Ziqian clung to her leg, refusing to let go. Shen Shiyue's expression tightened, clearly displeased. "Release me." "I cannot, Shiyue. I truly know I was wrong. I have wronged you. All of it was my fault, but the one I have always loved is you." Wei Ziqian was resolute in his grip. Shen Shiyue, exasperated, kicked him over. Were it not for his injuries, she would have struck him. "From the day we parted, we have had no relation. Do not utter such words again, lest I be compelled to silence you." Coldly stating this, she retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her. Wei Ziqian rose from the ground, kneeling anew. "Shiyue, Yu Shuqing did not act with intent. If you do not provide her with the antidote, she may not survive to return to the capital. I assure you, there is truly no one behind her." Shen Shiyue lay down to sleep, ignoring him. Wei Ziqian knelt outside the entire night, his injuries unhealed and the chill of night inducing a fever. When Shen Shiyue awoke and noticed his pallor, she immediately summoned the physician, Shen Junsheng, to attend to him. For several days following, Wei Ziqian continued to kneel outside her room. Shen Shiyue decided to inform Yu Shuqing of the situation, receiving a response that mirrored Wei Ziqian's claims. For Yu Shuqing, her own life may hold little value, yet Wei Ziqian's was of utmost importance. She could not concoct lies upon learning that he had been kneeling for her. It appeared her words were true. All had been mere coincidence. However, it was unlikely that General Yi Lu's capture of the Shen family was a mere fluke. She sensed the presence of a hidden hand manipulating events behind the scenes. Perhaps there was someone close to her father who had been monitoring him, aware of any disturbances in the military camp, thus allowing for a perfect opportunity to annihilate the Shen family. Shen Shiyue's eyes narrowed, her expression complex, pondering who might strike the Shen family next. What benefit would they gain from their destruction? After all, Shen Wei had always been benevolent towards his subordinates, aiding those capable and never undermining them. Could it be that spies from the barbarians were at play? Shen Shiyue retrieved the antidote from her pocket and placed it in Yu Shuqing's mouth before turning to leave the room. Yu Shuqing had already faced her punishment, and given the matters concerning the Shen family, it was not her intention Afterward, Shen Shiyue sat in a pavilion all day, attempting to piece together the events.
Yet,
She realized she knew too little about Shenmue. To uncover the truth, she would have to wait until they returned to the capital. Unbeknownst to her, night had fallen. Shen Shiyue gazed at the full moon in the sky, unable to suppress a long sigh. A gentle breeze swept by, reminding her of the days spent in the Shen residence, a time of beauty and ease. Had the Shen family not faced such calamity, she could have galloped into battle alongside her brother, achieving glory. Now, she could only see her departed kin in dreams. A wave of sorrow enveloped her, a melancholic smile gracing her lips. Xiao Muyu, watching from a distance, was filled with sympathy at the sight before him. The following day, Shen Shiyue accompanied Xiao Muyu in leading troops once more against the barbarians. After being injured previously, General Yi Lu had not participated in battle, but upon recovery, he took up his curved saber and returned to the fray. Upon seeing General Yi Lu, Shen Shiyue's gaze fixated on him, her heart swelling with hatred. She yearned to slay him to avenge her father. Though she had not witnessed her father's death firsthand, she had heard from soldiers that he had been cleaved in two by General Yi Lu. Just hearing of such a fate conjured vivid images of Shenmui's demise in her mind. Gripping her soft sword tightly, she spurred her horse onward, with Xiao Muyu closely following, while other soldiers engaged the enemy in fierce combat. The mingled scent of blood and earth permeated the air. Shen Shiyue clashed with General Yi Lu. You must be Shenmui's daughter, then. You shall pay for your insolence. With a flick of her sleeve, countless silver needles flew forth, aimed at General Yi Lu's chest. Shen Shiyue expected him to evade, preparing to land a finishing blow, only to find that General Yi Lu had no intention of dodging. The needles merely ricocheted off him. Shen Shiyue's expression froze. Is he wearing soft armor? General Yi Lu, observing her astonished gaze, laughed heartily. Miss Shen, your skills are commendable, yet they pale in comparison to your father's. Shen Shiyue disregarded his taunts, turning her horse to charge at him once more. The disparity in physical strength between men and women is stark. Despite years of rigorous training, Shen Shiyue still finds herself lacking when compared to men. With her physical strength unable to match, she resolved to surpass them in other aspects. Without hesitation, she leapt from her horse and landed firmly on General Yale's steed, engaging him in combat. You must die today. Shen Shiyue's aura was thick with malevolence as she gritted her teeth. Though her martial skills did not rival those of Shenmue, her ferocity mirrored his. General Yale looked at her with disdain, dismissing her entirely. Your father fell by my hand. Do you truly believe you can stand against me? Shen Shiyue ignored his taunts and launched another assault. Xiao Muyu intended to assist her, but before he could intervene, Shen Shiyue signaled him with a glance. Understanding her desire for personal vengeance, he chose to eliminate the enemy at a distance instead. After a prolonged struggle, Shen Shiyue sustained injuries on her arms and waist from Yale's curved blade, blood staining her garments. Yale, encumbered by heavy armor, found his movements increasingly sluggish, while Shen Shiyue remained agile and quick, evading him deftly. Frustration mounted within Yale as he struggled to keep pace, his face reddening with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he dashed about like a slippery eel. Shen Shiyue let out a cold laugh, her crimson eyes glinting with bloodlust. Is that all you can manage? A target for punishment? Her words dripped with scorn, inciting further ire in Yale, whose face turned a shade of pale fury. He relinquished the reins, and the battle descended from horseback to the ground. What began as an advantage for Yale transformed into a struggle as he found himself increasingly fatigued, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, silently falling to the earth. Sensing his diminishing stamina, Shen Shiyue accelerated her pace, brandishing her soft sword and silver needles, feigning an attack before executing a backflip and delivering a powerful kick to Yale's midsection. He staggered back several paces, barely managing to regain his footing. Seizing the moment, Shen Shiyue lunged forward, resembling a cheetah in pursuit. Just as she approached, Yale raised his curved blade to block her. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Shiyue darted from the side, swiftly drawing a hidden dagger from her sleeve, slashing across his neck. The blade cut deep, crimson blood erupting forth, bubbling forth in a gruesome display. Yale's pupils dilated in shock as he clutched at his neck, desperately attempting to staunch the flow, but to no avail. Shen Shiyue lifted her gaze, the crimson hue in her eyes fading as a single tear slipped down her left cheek. Father, I have avenged you. With that, Yale's lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Xiao Muyu witnessed the entirety of the scene. While he anticipated Shen Shiyue's victory over Yale, he was unprepared for the extent of her injuries. Her white robe was now stained a deep red, her once pink lips now pale, and concern filled his dark eyes. Shen Shiyue turned to Yale's corpse, bent down and retrieved the curved blade, striking it against his neck with fervor. Moments later, she grasped his hair, lifting his head, and addressed the barbarian soldiers. Clearing her throat, she raised her voice, "Yale too has been slain by my hand. Will you not cease your assault?" Her clear voice resonated across the battlefield, capturing the attention of the soldiers. Upon seeing Yale Two's severed head, panic spread among the barbarian ranks. Is that truly the head of General Yale? How can this be? How could he perish at the hands of a woman? With their general slain, chaos ensued, and the army began to crumble, losing its cohesion. Xiaomu rode forward, grasping Shen Shiyue's hand and pulling her onto his horse. "Miss Shen has slain Yale Two.
Attack."
The soldiers mounted their steeds, pursuing the retreating enemy. The enemy faltered, and the battle was won spectacularly. Concerned for Shen Shiyue's injuries, Xiaomu suggested, "Miss Shen, allow me to send you home. Your wounds." Seated behind him, Shen Shiyue tore at her garments, hastily bandaging her wounds to stem the bleeding. "Do not worry. My lord, I am unscathed." Yet despite her reassurances, the exertion and blood loss left her feeling faint. She retrieved a vial from her possession, consuming the pills within. Xiaomu remained silent, continuing the charge. Their synergy proved effective as they dispatched numerous foes. Before long, the barbarians retreated, sending a peace proposal. Xiaomu examined the envoy and opened the document presented. The barbarians offered 5 cities in exchange for becoming a vassal state of Jiajing, proposing a century-long peace treaty and promising annual tributes. He promptly dispatched messengers to deliver the peace proposal back to the capital. To prevent the cunning barbarians from reneging on the agreement, Xiaomu stationed his troops outside the city. The soldiers watched the city with hawkish gazes. Given Jiajing's military strength, continuing the assault on the barbarians was feasible, yet many soldiers would inevitably be injured, particularly innocent civilians. Thus, Xiaomu chose to halt the advance. Shen Shiyue, having sustained only superficial injuries, tended to her wounds in the tent and changed into fresh attire before stepping outside. Upon emerging, she spotted Xiaomu, surprise evident in her gaze. "My lord, have your injuries been treated? Would you like another physician to examine you?" Knowing that healers should not treat themselves, he expressed concern for her ability to tend to her own wounds. Shen Shiyue shook her head. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I have already addressed my injuries." Noticing her complexion had improved, Xiaomu felt relieved. He glanced toward the distant city. "What do you think of the barbarian sincerity in seeking peace?" "That depends on the intentions of their king. If they possess but a fraction of sincerity, their nation is doomed," Shen Shiyue replied. Her hands clasped behind her back as she spoke slowly. A gentle breeze tousled her hair and skirt, imbuing her with an air of valor and heroism. Xiaomu had expected such resolve to be characteristic of men alone, yet he was surprised to find it present in her. "I hope their desire for peace is genuine. If so, the common folk will be spared the trials of war." A faint smile graced his lips, tinged with melancholy. Shen Shiyue understood his thoughts likely wandered to the countless innocents lost to conflict. "My lord, if we refrain from battle, the people will continue to suffer. Perhaps even more than now. Yet if we wage war and emerge victorious, those who survive may find peace and prosperity. War, while it brings loss, is ultimately for a better future." "Miss Shen speaks wisely," Xiaomu nodded in agreement. "To ensure the people live in peace and prosperity, free from the burdens of livelihood, the only recourse is to incite war, for it is solely through such means that the citizens of Jiajing may find protection." As night enveloped the land, Shen Shiyue ascended a distant hill, a jug of wine in hand. She seated herself with legs crossed, pouring a cup of wine, which she then spilled onto the ground. "Father, mother, brother," she whispered, "I have avenged you by slaying General Yelu. May you find some solace in the heavens. The Shun family has been annihilated, leaving only Shiyue to survive the calamity. Fear not, for even amidst the thorns that lie ahead, I shall unearth the truth and seek vengeance for you." Chapter 72. The annihilation of Luohua Mountain Manor. After pouring a cup of wine onto the earth, Shiyue took a sip for herself, and time drifted by in silence. The night breeze carried a chill, mingling with the dampness brought by recent rains, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Not far from her, Xiaomu stood concealed behind a tree, observing her silhouette for an extended period. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness as he opened his mouth to speak. He caught Xiaomu's subtle gesture and instantly grasped its meaning, following him into a more secluded grove. "My lord, I pay my respects." A man clad in night garments knelt before him. "Rise," commanded Xiao Muyu. Once the man stood, he inquired, "What have you discovered regarding the matter of the Shen family? Who is responsible?" "My lord, I have uncovered that beside Shenwei, there was a deputy named Chengdu Meng, who held considerable renown. However, he has always been one to seek swift success, valuing accomplishments far above the lives of soldiers. This has led to repeated conflicts with Shenwei, resulting in several arguments." The man bowed his head respectfully. Since the outbreak of the epidemic, the populace has been gripped by fear, and many soldiers have fallen ill. It was at this juncture that Chengdu Meng suggested Shenwei issue orders to attack the barbarians. Shenwei suspected he intended to spread the epidemic among them. Xiao Muyu's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Should Shenwei heed his counsel and commit such an act, chaos would surely ensue throughout the realm. He pressed on, "What else have you discovered?" Recently, Chengdu Meng visited Luohua Mountain Manor, and shortly after his departure, the inhabitants were brutally slain in one night. The emperor has dispatched individuals to investigate this matter. I have been to Luohua Mountain Manor. Though I did not witness the bodies, the bloodstains on the ground reveal the cruelty of the assailants. 180 lives extinguished, all claimed by the sword. Villagers nearby spoke of the gruesome deaths, indicating that the perpetrators harbored deep enmity towards Luohua Mountain Manor. Luohua Mountain Manor. Xiao Muyu's eyes narrowed, his expression inscrutable. Ensure that all of Chengdu Meng's movements are closely monitored. Should anything unusual arise, report it to me at once. Yes, my lord. The man responded and swiftly blended into the night. Chengdu Meng's visit to Luohua Mountain Manor coincided with the sudden demise of 180 individuals. It would be implausible to believe that he was not involved. The matter concerning Yu Shuqing seemed to be more than mere coincidence. Upon her return to the military camp, Xiao Muyu approached Shen Shiyue. "Miss Shen, I require your counsel on a pressing matter." Startled, she turned to follow him. Inside the tent, Xiao Muyu took a seat and gestured for her to do the same. "Miss Shen, please sit." Seated, Shen Shiyue regarded him with curiosity. She was aware that he had been shadowing her, but he had left shortly thereafter. Noticing his solemn demeanor, she wondered if something grave had transpired. Xiao Muyu poured tea and placed the cup before her. "My subordinates have reported that shortly after Chengdu Meng left Luohua Mountain Manor, over 100 lives were cruelly taken. The emperor is currently investigating this matter." Chengdu Meng? Shen Shiyue's brow furrowed, a shadow crossing her face. The name seemed eerily familiar, as if she had heard it before. It soon dawned on her. He was the deputy by her father's side, known for his ruthless tactics. Willing to employ any means to achieve his goals, his martial prowess and cunning rivaling her father's. Perhaps it was his unscrupulous nature that kept him from promotion all these years. Furthermore, the mistress of Luohua Mountain Manor was none other than the emperor's beloved sister, Princess Ling, who had returned to Jiajing after her husband fell ill following years of marriage alliance. In the case of a common family being exterminated, the Dali Temple would send investigators, but Princess Ling was different. She was the emperor's cherished sibling, and a thorough investigation was guaranteed. "My lord, do you suspect a connection between the tragedy at Luohua Mountain Manor and Chengdu Meng?" Shen Shiyue inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. "It is indeed peculiar that the manor was annihilated shortly after his departure, compelling me to harbor doubts," Xiao Muyu replied, his lips curving into a slight smile, unfazed. "Given that you have discerned this, I presume the officials in the capital will arrive at the same conclusion. I wonder if they have made any progress in their inquiries regarding Chengdu Meng." Shen Shiyue continued, "As of now, there have been no reports of Chengdu Meng's arrest, and we shall have to wait until we return to the capital to ascertain the state of the investigation. However, I sense that if Chengdu Meng is indeed behind this, there must be deeper motives at play. Otherwise, why would he risk everything to wipe out an entire family?" In essence, Xiao Mui was cautioning Shen Shiyue that Chengdu Meng might be the architect of the Shen family's demise. "I am grateful for your insight, my lord. Upon our return to the capital, should the matter of Luohua Mountain Manor remain unresolved, I shall take it upon myself to investigate. I would appreciate your support in bringing this to the emperor's attention." Shen Shiyue rose, clasping her hands in respect as she bowed to Xiao Muyu. Each time Xiao Muyu witnessed her in such a manner, he felt a growing distance between them. "Miss Shen, we have fought side by side on the battlefield, forging a bond of life and death. There is no need for such formality. One is a sovereign and the other subject. Regardless of our camaraderie, the chasm between our positions remains insurmountable." This was a lesson imparted by her father, reminding her to never forget her identity, lest she acts beyond her bounds. Moreover, The royal family was notoriously suspicious. She needed only to fulfill her own duties. At times, she chose to disregard some of Xiaomuyu's comments entirely. Lowering her gaze, she spoke with a hint of aloofness. "My lord, while I have indeed fought alongside you, the two matters must not be conflated." Xiaomuyu was displeased with her demeanor, but felt powerless to change it. "If we return to the capital and the case of Luohua Mountain Manor remains stagnant, I will devise a way to persuade the emperor to assign you to the case. However, if the true culprit is already unveiled, I shall be of no assistance." Shen Shiyue expressed her gratitude once more. "I thank you in advance, my lord." Unable to suppress a sigh, Xiaomuyu inquired, "By the way, I have heard that you have successfully alleviated the poison afflicting you, Shuqing?" Shen Shiyue nodded, explaining, "My lord, it was not poison but rather a substance that heightened discomfort.